The world has plunged into an ice age, heralding the arrival of a frozen apocalypse, wherein 95% of humanity has perished. The protagonist, Zhang Yi, in his previous life, was betrayed and ultimately killed by those he had once aided through his kindness. Reborn a month prior to the onset of this icy cataclysm, he awakens to extraordinary spatial abilities. In his new life, Zhang Yi fervently utilizes his spatial powers to amass resources, emptying the warehouses of supermalls valued in the billions, and constructing a super safe house that rivals the fortifications of a doomsday stronghold. As the apocalypse descends, while others suffer from hunger and despair, Zhang Yi lives with ease. Faced with those who once betrayed him, he chooses to harden his heart, safeguarding his supplies and security. He also confronts various crises, including zombie sieges, yet he leads his team with wisdom and preparedness, transforming peril into safety time and again. Chapter 1. After the apocalypse, I was reborn. Pain, excruciating pain. A profound anguish enveloped Zhang Yi's entire being. This was not merely a sensation, it was a tangible reality unfolding before him. At this moment, he was being greedily torn apart by those he had once trusted and assisted, friends and neighbors alike. In this world ravaged by scarcity, they disregarded the kindness Zhang Yi had shown them, raising their blades against him. In his final moments, he faintly glimpsed his cherished goddess, Feng Yuqing, standing behind the crowd. Her expression one of pitiful desperation as she cried out, "It was I who urged him to open the door. You must leave me a piece of ribs for soup." This very woman had deceived Zhang Yi into opening the door, leading to his demise. He gazed at her, his eyes brimming with hatred and regret. If he were to assign blame, it would only be upon himself for being too naive, too benevolent, ultimately reducing himself to mere sustenance for others in this desolate world. He yearned for a chance to start new. At that moment, he resolved to show no mercy to anyone, living solely for himself. Zhang Yi soon found himself enveloped in darkness, losing consciousness. Yet in the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes and sat up from the sofa. The hellish scenes he had just endured, along with the excruciating pain, remained vividly etched in his memory. Zhang Yi gasped for breath, his body quickly drenched in sweat. Once he regained his composure, he began to survey his surroundings. This place was familiar, it was his own home. The comfortable temperature in the air struck him as remarkably perplexing, for in December of 2050, the blue planet had been adversely affected by the explosion of a supernova located 500,000 light-years away, ushering in a global Cambrian storm. Global temperatures plummeted in the city of Tianhai, where Zhang Yi resided. Daily temperatures hovered around -60 to 70 degrees. A relentless blizzard persisted for an entire month, submerging the entire city. It was said that in the northern regions of Huagua, temperatures even plummeted to a terrifying -100 degrees, with the earth buried beneath ice and snow. A vast array of species faced extinction, with over 95% of humanity perishing in this catastrophe. Zhang Yi rose to his feet and retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator, drinking greedily as he consumed more than half. Although the chilled water was frigid, to him, it was akin to ambrosia. During the apocalypse, the only means for people to procure water was to venture outside, braving the extreme cold of -60 to 70 degrees to dig snow and melt it for water. Such endeavors could easily lead to frostbite or death. After finishing the water, Zhang Yi glanced at his phone. The date displayed is November 12th. There remains a full month until the arrival of the apocalypse. It seems I have been reborn, Zhang Yi thought, taking a deep breath, swiftly comprehending the situation at hand. The experiences of that month could not have been mere dreams, especially the excruciating pain of dismemberment, which felt all too real. Zhang Yi lifted his head, filled with immense gratitude for surviving the calamity. Simultaneously, a fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes. He remembered the individuals who had caused his demise with crystal clarity. In this life, he was determined to live well and would not extend compassion to those beasts again. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yi began to contemplate how to prepare for the impending apocalypse. His parents had passed away early in his life, leaving him with a 120-square-meter apartment in Tianhai City. He also had over 2 million in savings, which, under ordinary circumstances, seemed quite ample. Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, a significant shortage of resources would ensue across the globe. Relying solely on this limited amount of money would not sustain him for long. After all, to survive alone, an abundance of resources is essential. Zhang Yi not only wished to survive, but also aimed to maintain a certain quality of life. Both sustenance and entertainment must be balanced, otherwise, over time, his mental state would undoubtedly deteriorate. At that moment, a sliver of white light suddenly appeared before him. He thought his vision had blurred and rubbed his eyes. It was then that an odd thought surged within his mind. It seemed as though this white light was an intrinsic part of him, and information accompanied the white light in his consciousness. As Zhang Yi's thoughts stirred, his consciousness instantaneously entered the radiant white light. Upon arrival, he discovered an immense expanse of blinding whiteness surrounding him, its vastness immeasurable, a boundless canvas of emptiness. Is this an alternate dimension? He pondered. It seems that after my rebirth, I have acquired some extraordinary abilities. A surge of joy welled up in Zhang Yi's heart. It appeared that the passage through gamma rays had endowed him with these remarkable powers. With this vast space at his disposal, storing resources for the impending apocalypse became remarkably convenient. However, Zhang Yi was eager to ascertain the capacity of this space and whether there were limitations on the object he could store within it. He began by placing a teacup and a basin inside, both of which were effortlessly absorbed. With growing curiosity, he attempted to fit larger appliances into the void: a color television, a refrigerator, a washing machine, a computer, an air conditioner, and a vacuum cleaner. The white space welcomed them all without hesitation, seamlessly incorporating each item. Moreover, with merely a thought, Zhang Yi could retrieve any object from this ethereal realm. His elation knew no bounds. With this immense space, I can store an abundance of resources. He licked his lips, a bold plan forming in his mind. Zhang Yi was a supervisor at a Walmart warehouse in southern China. As the largest supermarket chain in the world, Walmart boasted an extensive inventory. In China alone, it operated 3 colossal warehouses located in central, southern, and northern regions, each capable of supplying the weekly consumption of millions across several cities. In other words, as long as Zhang Yi completely empties the inventory of a warehouse and transports the goods into his own space, he would have enough supplies to last not just a lifetime, but even 10 lifetimes. The most crucial point is that the warehouse of Walmart does not contain any inferior products, whether it be food, household items, or luxury goods. All are of premium brands, ensuring exceptional quality. Should Zhang Yi manage to deplete an entire Walmart warehouse, he would be able to live a life more blissful than that of a deity, regardless of whether an apocalypse were to occur. As the supervisor of the warehouse, Zhang Yi is intimately familiar with every shelf, surveillance device, and the scheduling of personnel. For him, emptying the warehouse is undoubtedly not a daunting task. Once he resolved his determination, he felt a significant lightness in his heart. Grumble. At that moment, Zhang Yi's stomach voiced its protest. He patted his belly and glanced at the takeout he had ordered on the table. Without hesitation, he picked up the takeout and tossed it into the trash bin. With the apocalypse merely a month away, I must indulge in all the delicious food quickly, otherwise I shall have no opportunity left. What purpose does money serve? After the world ends, currency will turn to mere scraps of paper. It is far better to spend it all now rather than let go to waste. With a carefree turn, Zhang Yi prepared to seek out a Michelin 3-star restaurant for a sumptuous feast. Chapter 2. The White Lotus. Stepping outside his home, Zhang Yi beheld a serene scene, filled with the joy and comfort of human existence. Numerous parents, accompanied by their children, frolicked joyfully in the community square, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. However, Zhang Yi is acutely aware that in just a month, this blissful scene will dissolve into nothingness. He strides briskly out of the community, not far from which lies a Michelin 3-star restaurant. A meal there would typically cost no less than 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, a sum Zhang Yi had always hesitated to spend. Yet now, he feels utterly indifferent to the cost. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi selects a table by the window and proceeds to order every dish from the most expensive offerings, accompanied by a bottle of Lafite wine. In total, he spends a staggering 50,000 yuan. Even the waitstaff regard him with a knowing glimmer in their eyes, presuming him to be a wealthy heir after all. Who but the affluent would indulge in such lavish dining? Unfazed by their speculations, Zhang Yi begins to devour the sumptuous feast laid before him with fervor, almost moved to tears by the exquisite flavors, perhaps a testament to the 6 months of desolation he has endured. His voracious appetite draws whispers from the surrounding patrons, yet he remains indifferent to their chatter. It is essential to remember that in the face of impending doom, individuals might even kneel in reverence for a mere packet of instant noodles. In such dire circumstances, all notions of civilization and morality would evaporate into thin air. As Zhang Yi savors his meal, a woman passing by outside suddenly halts. She possesses flowing hair, a meticulously crafted visage, and gracefully dons a pair of Gucci high heels. It was indeed Fang Yuqing from a past life who caused Zhang Yi's demise. Beside her was her dear friend, Li Kaining. As they passed by a Michelin 3-star restaurant, their eyes could not help but linger a moment longer. Their hearts harbored an enduring desire for such opulent venues, yet their financial constraints rendered them unable to indulge in such extravagance. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from casting their hopeful gazes within, perhaps in search of a distinguished young heir who could be their ticket to a more luxurious existence. To her astonishment, Fang Yuqing discovered Zhang Yi inside, seated before a lavish spread of exquisite dishes. "Is that not Zhang Yi? How could he afford to dine here?" she exclaimed in surprise. Li Kaining, equally taken aback, covered her mouth in disbelief. "Zhang Yi, is he truly this wealthy?" Her eyes flickered with a hint of mischief as she glanced at Fang Yuqing, then chuckled. "Yuqing, you are indeed fortunate. The suitor who has been pursuing you turns out to be an invisible heir of fortune. Just look at that table of delicacies. It must cost at least 50 to 60,000. Who but the affluent can afford such an extravagant meal?" There was a tinge of envy in Li Kaining's tone, for she was aware that Zhang Yi had been courting Fang Yuqing for 6 months. Yet, Fang Yuqing had kept Zhang Yi on a string, neither rejecting him nor committing fully. A quintessential materialist, she had always believed she could marry a superior young heir and live the life of a pampered lady. However, she found it difficult to relinquish Zhang Yi, who possessed a car and a home in Tianhai City. Thus, she had always regarded him as a backup option. However, upon witnessing Zhang Yi indulging in a luxurious meal worth tens of thousands on his own, Fang Yuqing began to harbor doubts. Could it be that Zhang Yi is actually a hidden wealthy heir? She pondered, resting her chin on her hand. The more she contemplated, the more plausible this possibility seemed. Indeed, aren't there often such characters in television dramas? She mused. They are undeniably affluent, but pretend to be ordinary in their quest for true love. Fang Yuqing found herself convinced by her own reasoning, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. If that were the case, she would save herself considerable effort. Especially since Zhang Yi had been persistently pursuing her, she believed that a mere nod from her would prompt him to propose immediately. Lin Kaining chimed in, "Yuqing, let's go inside and find Zhang Yi." In truth, she had her eyes set on the delectable spread before them. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, where the exquisite dishes were a luxury most ordinary people would never experience in their lifetime. Fang Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but eventually shook her head, saying, "That wouldn't be appropriate. It might lead him to think I'm a gold digger. How about we wait outside and pretend to run into him by chance?" Lin Kaining suggested. Fang Yuqing was not naive. She would not lower her stature for the sake of a single meal. Even if Zhang Yi were indeed wealthy, she intended to maintain her goddess-like demeanor. Only in that manner, once they were together, could she effectively manage Zhang Yi, ensuring he remained devoted to her. Thus, the two concealed themselves not far from the restaurant, eagerly awaiting Zhang Yi's emergence. Zhang Yi indulged in his meal for over an hour, blissfully caressing his round belly. It would be prudent to stock up on supplies in advance to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. After all, he had experienced hunger before and could not afford to let any mishaps occur. Zhang Yi paid with satisfaction and exited the restaurant, the waitress' warm smile lingering in his mind. At that moment, a familiar voice pierced through the air. "Zhang Yi, what a coincidence!" Turning around, he was taken aback to see Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Fang Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and rosy earlobes. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle coldly within. This was a classic ploy of a manipulative woman, designed to stir a man's heart through subtlety. Fang Yuqing, the quintessential embodiment of a scheming, innocent flower, was well versed in this art. However, Zhang Yi was no longer the naive fool he once was. Just recently, he had nearly lost his life due to this woman's machinations. She had even intended to break his ribs to brew soup. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy, revealing a palpable intent to kill. The impending apocalypse would render any act of violence inconsequential. Fang Yuqing, feeling the weight of his stare, shivered and nervously uttered, "Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Yi quickly masked his emotions and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I mistook you for someone else." He suddenly reconsidered his initial impulse. Allowing this woman to perish so easily would be far too lenient. With a calculated intent, Zhang Yi found herself with ample time to prepare, fortified by the memories of her previous life. She possessed a myriad of ways to ensure her tormentor met a painful demise. Thus, there was no immediate need to confront her adversary. The paramount objective was to construct the most secure sanctuary, allowing her to thrive comfortably in a post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 3. Stockpiling supplies. Zhang Yi maintained an exceedingly indifferent demeanor towards Fang Yuqing. Both Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining sensed the discord, but mistakenly assumed that Zhang Yi was a hidden heiress. Rather than feeling offended by her attitude, they were instead drawn closer to her. "Ah, Zhang Yi, were you dining at this restaurant just now?" Lin Kaining feigned nonchalance as she spoke. Zhang Yi's brow furrowed slightly. This woman was hardly virtuous, sharing the same moral depravity as Fang Yuqing. Both had a hand in her past suffering and demise. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining quickly followed suit. "Zhang Yi, where are you headed?" Fang Yuqing inquired with a gentle smile. "To the supermarket," Zhang Yi replied, her tone still cold, laced with impatience. Had her desire to make Fang Yuqing experience the despair of a dystopian reality not been so strong, she would have relished the thought of ending her life. Fang Yuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Kaining and promptly exclaimed, "What a coincidence. We were also planning to buy some things. It's perfectly along our way." At that moment, Zhang Yi began to understand they must have assumed her to be a hidden wealthy individual upon witnessing her dining at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Thus, he suddenly felt an unexpected fervor for himself. He was disinclined to engage in conversation with them and proceeded directly towards the supermarket. However, the more he acted this way, the more Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining perceived him as a wealthy heir. After all, what justified such ostentation? The two followed closely beside Zhang Yi, with Fang Yuqing intentionally brushing against him from time to time. Whenever Zhang Yi glanced her way, she feigned shyness, turning her head away with a blush that suggested profound timidity. Zhang Yi couldn't help but scoff internally. "Oh, the art of the green tea BTCH, you could surely win an Oscar for your performance if you took to the silver screen." Upon entering the supermarket, he grabbed a shopping cart and ventured further inside, with Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hastily trailing behind. "Zhang Yi, are you dining with someone?" Fang Yuqing inquired with a playful smile. As he approached the food section, he replied coolly, "Am I not allowed to dine alone?" Fang Yuqing's eyes sparkled, and she quickly responded, "Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought the items in there are rather expensive, and I assumed you were treating someone special." Lin Kaining couldn't resist interjecting, "Zhang Yi, your monthly salary is just over 10,000, right? This meal could easily consume half a year's worth of your earnings. It seems your family must be quite generous with your allowance." Fang Yuqing shot Lin Kaining an exasperated glare. "Fool, how could you ask such a question so casually? As a top-tier green tea, the cardinal rule is to discuss feelings with the affluent and finances with the impoverished." Realizing her blunder, Lin Kaining hurriedly sought to amend her words. "Haha, I was merely jesting. After all, we are all good friends. The matter of money is truly inconsequential." However, Zhang Yi paid them no heed. He made his way to the food section, gazing at the dazzling array of products on the shelves, akin to entering a treasure trove. In his previous life, he had experienced the sensation of surviving on a single packet of instant noodles for 2 days, which had instilled in him an insatiable yearning for sustenance. Zhang Yi approached the shelves and began to indiscriminately fill his shopping cart with an abundance of food items: ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and various condiments. This action left Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining utterly astonished. "Zhang Yi, why are you buying so much food? Are you planning to go camping?" Yet, Lin Kaining grew skeptical and whispered to Fang Yuqing, Would a wealthy heir really eat such things while camping? Fong Yuqing felt a twinge of doubt, but the memory of that exquisite Michelin three-star meal made her reluctant to abandon the notion of Zhang Yi as a privileged heir. She hurried to Zhang Yi's side, offering with enthusiasm, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" With free labor presenting itself, Zhang Yi saw no reason to decline. Moreover, observing Fong Yuqing's feigned innocence sparked a vengeful thought within him. He intended to make her acutely aware that he had stockpiled a significant amount of supplies. Then, when the apocalypse arrived, he would resolutely refuse her pleas for assistance. A smirk played at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth. "Then why don't you two help me push the cart?" Fong Yuqing nodded eagerly in agreement. Although both of them were filled with suspicion, they ultimately complied with his request. Zhang Yi procured an ample supply of non-perishable food items, including instant noodles, ham sausages, cured meats, and canned goods. He also utilized a vehicle specifically designated for the storage of fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and even live fish. He sought to experiment whether his alternate space possessed any unique advantages for preserving fresh produce. 3 carts were filled to the brim, and Zhang Yi entrusted the laden carts of beef, lamb, and canned goods to the 2 women for them to push. The weight was no less than 400 to 500 pounds, leaving them drenched in sweat. Fong Yuqing, slightly exasperated, pouted and remarked, "Zhang Yi, how many people will consume all this? Are you planning an event that you haven't informed me about?" Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and replied, "The apocalypse is imminent. I am merely stocking up for survival." Fong Yuqing dismissed his words as a jest, chuckling, "Oh, if you don't wish to share, that's fine. Why make such jokes?" Her eyes gleamed with unspoken anticipation, hoping Zhang Yi would take her to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. That sounds delightful. However, I've been quite busy lately and lack the time. Perhaps next month." Fong Yuqing responded with delight. "That's wonderful, it's a promise." Lin Kaining eagerly chimed in, "Yes, yes. Let's all go together." The thought of enjoying a grand meal, merely for assisting in pushing a cart, filled her with joy. Noticing Lin Kaining's lack of awareness, Fong Yuqing shot her a glare, but Lin Kaining pretended not to notice. Zhang Yi proceeded to settle the bill, resulting in a purchase exceeding 10,000 yuan for supplies. He paid the bill without so much as a blink. It is worth noting that in a post-apocalyptic world, the value of such supplies could soar to astronomical heights. Given that Zhang Yi purchased a considerable amount, the supermarket readily lent him a shopping cart. With free labor at hand, why not take advantage of it? Although the 2 women continuously complained of fatigue, they immediately found renewed vigor upon Zhang Yi's promise of a sumptuous feast. Chapter 4. Booking 500 banquets at a 5-star hotel as they made their way, numerous neighbors witnessed the scene and could not help but speculate. Zhang Yi was unconcerned about being seen after all. Several neighbors had already caught sight of him shopping at the supermarket. Moreover, Fong Yuqing and Lin Kaining would undoubtedly spread the news. There was no point in hiding. He had even anticipated that many would attempt to storm his home to seize his belongings when the apocalypse struck. This was an experience he had lived through. Yet, he was not afraid, for this time, he would be well prepared. He intended to ensure that those who sought to take from him would see the bounty, yet be unable to partake, leaving them seething with frustration. Zhang Yi and Fong Yuqing resided in an apartment building. Since Zhang Yi managed the warehouse at Walmart, neighbors frequently asked him to procure discounted items. Thus, they were all familiar with him. Upon seeing the abundance of food in the cart, including fresh beef and lamb, one of the women felt a twinge of desire. "With so much, you won't be able to consume it all. Why not share some with the neighbors?" This is Aunt Lin, who works in the residence committee. She often flaunts her modest authority within the community, frequently directing her neighbors and behaving as though she were their leader. In the past, she would often enlist Zhang Yi's help to procure discounted goods, displaying a rather petty nature. In her previous life, she had also resorted to nagging Zhang Yi for food. However, when all the neighbors stormed into Zhang Yi's home to loot, she did not intervene. Rather, she exhibited more vigor than the younger crowd. Aunt Lin's gaze immediately shifted to Zhang Yi, a smile gracing her face as she said, "Little Zhang, it seems that those items belong to your warehouse. How about sharing a bit with Aunt Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson, Xiaohu, had already climbed onto a cart, pulling out a box of chocolates. Despite his young age, his eyes were shrewd, and that box of imported chocolates retailed for over 200 at the supermarket. He coldly replied to Aunt Lin, "Sorry, but I'm keeping these for myself." With the apocalypse looming, he couldn't even muster the energy for pleasantries. Aunt Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Yi's blatant disregard for her authority infuriated her, especially when her grandson Xiao Hu, after being pushed away by Zhang Yi, began to cry for the chocolates. Aunt Lin spoke in a low voice, but Zhang Yi merely smirked. In this age of mobile payments, transactions were exceedingly convenient. I've said it before, these are for my own consumption. If you want some, go buy at the supermarket. Zhang Yi sneered, then signaled to Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan to leave. As soon as they departed, the harsh reprimands of Aunt Lin resonated from behind. Zhang Yi remained indifferent to the cacophony. With her son and daughter-in-law occupied with their work, the elderly woman was left alone to care for her grandson. Typically, she only procured enough groceries for a single day, which resulted in her household supplies being the first to dwindle when the apocalypse arrived. Initially, Zhang Yi had been soft-hearted and offered them assistance. Yet in this life devoid of his benevolence, it would be nothing short of miraculous for the unscrupulous old woman and her mischievous grandson, Xiao Hu, to survive even 10 days. Zhang Yi had no desire to engage in a quarrel with a corpse. It was not that he was heartless, rather. After that fateful day, survival became a daunting challenge for everyone, and the plight of others naturally took a back seat. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us." Fang Yuqing playfully winked at him. However, upon witnessing her antics, Zhang Yi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He offered a perfunctory response. The two women, initially intent on lingering to uncover traces of Zhang Yi's hidden wealth, soon discerned his lack of interest in entertaining them and decided to take their leave. Once they had departed, Zhang Yi opened his spatial dimension and began to stow away his belongings, eager to observe whether there would be any changes to these supplies within that realm. After completing this task, night had already fallen. Instead of hastily retiring for the evening, Zhang Yi retrieved paper and pen, meticulously outlining his preparations for the upcoming month. Although he often displayed a languid demeanor, the instinct for survival invariably unleashed a wellspring of latent potential within him. To endure comfortably in the apocalypse, one must first address the issue of sustenance, which is relatively straightforward. Apart from my routine purchases, everything else can be retrieved from the warehouse. However, this cannot be rushed. Thorough investigation is paramount. Moreover, provisions should be collected only a few days prior to the cataclysm to avoid drawing attention. If I were to be apprehended, I would surely not survive more than a few days in confinement. Zhang Yi inscribed the word food in his notebook, marking it with a check. Next is heating. Once the apocalypse descends, the supply of energy will dwindle significantly, rendering air conditioning useless in no time. Thus, we must resort to the simplest methods. A fireplace is the preferred option. The mechanism of a fireplace is akin to that of a heated bed, employing primitive methods for warmth. The winter temperatures in Europe are particularly frigid, and this approach is utilized to endure the long, harsh winters. In this case, the house will need to be remodeled entirely, preferably with an added layer of insulation. The thought of renovations reminded Zhang Yi of a time in his past life when intruders had forcibly entered his home, causing a tightening in his chest. It is also essential to transform my residence into an impregnable fortress. First, we must reinforce it with thick steel plating capable of withstanding typical explosive assaults. In the face of impending doom, people will resort to any means for survival. Thus, comprehensive preparations are essential. Life and safety should never be trifled with. Zhang Yi has tasted death once and is resolute in his unwillingness to experience it again. The issue of a safe house is also easily resolved. Tianhai City boasts security companies dedicated to providing protection for the elite, including services for constructing secure dwellings. Zhang Yi recalled a past life where a top-tier billionaire constructed an impregnable fortress capable of withstanding attacks from small-scale nuclear weapons. Next, there are pharmaceuticals. I must safeguard myself against ailments that could prove untreatable. Walmart's warehouses contain numerous commonly used medications capable of addressing minor ailments, such as colds and fevers. Yet, these are merely insufficient. The Cambrian storm is expected to last for decades. I must be thoroughly prepared. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's connections in Tianhai City were quite advantageous. As a professional in warehouse management, He was acquainted with several staff members from hospital storages. Provided he could offer a substantial sum, any medication could be procured. With these issues resolved, Zhang Yi tapped his ballpoint pen against his notebook. Now, there remains one final dilemma to address. His gaze sharpened. That is weaponry. As the apocalypse dawned, humanity's essence eroded, and battles for resources erupted everywhere. Lives were deemed inconsequential to survive. One must possess sufficient firepower. Zhang Yi was no master of combat. Yet even the most skilled fighters could falter against a mere kitchen knife. As long as the weapons prepared were formidable enough, such concerns would be mitigated. Mountain knives, crowbars, and hatchets are relatively easy to obtain. Bows, air guns, and compound bows also have available channels. However, the most formidable of all remains the American katana. This particular item can only be acquired through the black market. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, recognizing that this issue remained unresolved for the time being. However, he still had a month left. As long as he was willing to spend money, he should be able to find a way to resolve things. He spent 3 hours devising a flawless plan and then indulged in a refreshing hot bath before sinking into the comfort of his cozy bed and drifting into slumber. The next morning, Zhang Yi rose from his bed. His night had not been particularly restful, as he had awakened several times due to nightmares. Upon awakening, he found himself still nestled in the warmth and comfort of his home, which brought him a sigh of relief. To avoid repeating past mistakes, Zhang Yi was resolutely determined to be thoroughly prepared. After getting out of bed, he prepared himself a hearty breakfast. Then, he opened his unique space to inspect the changes in the supplies he had stored within. To his delight, the meat, fruits, and vegetables he had left overnight showed no signs of deterioration. While the meat might not reveal immediate changes, fruits and vegetables typically lose their freshness after a night. However, within his unique space, they appeared just as fresh as the day they were purchased. My unique space exists independently of this world. Perhaps the rules governing the passage of time differ, he mused. It is possible that time flows more slowly or even stands still. This is indeed magnificent news. With this, I can freely store a variety of items without concern. However, when Zhang Yi examined the fish he had placed inside, he discovered they had all perished. Remarkably, despite their lifeless state, they showed no signs of decay. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, gaining further understanding of the rules governing the use of his unique space. Living beings placed inside cannot survive for an extended period. It seems my notion of residing there is rather impractical. This is not a significant issue. The otherworldly space is a vast expanse of white, far from the comfort of Zhang Yi's own home. As long as he can store items within, that suffices. With this thought, a plethora of ideas flooded Zhang Yi's mind. If fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits can be preserved, what prepared meals? Though Zhang Yi is capable of cooking, he is, after all, not as skilled as a professional chef. Relying solely on his culinary abilities would inevitably lead to monotony over time. Thus, Zhang Yi promptly dialed the number of the largest 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. "Hello, this is the Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How may I assist you?" Zhang Yi quickly responded. "I'm hosting guests at my residence and require a grand banquet lasting 3 days and nights. Therefore, I need to reserve 500 tables of cuisine." The person on the other end was taken aback. 500 tables of meals would take a considerable amount of time to prepare. Moreover, as a 5-star establishment, the cost for the most basic banquet is at least 3,000 to 4,000 per table. For 500 tables, that amounts to over $1 million. The attendant, hesitant to make assumptions, promptly replied, "Please hold on, I will consult our manager." After a brief interval, another voice came on the line. "Good day, sir. I am Chen Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. May I ask how you would like to be addressed?" Chapter 5. Loans for Prosperity. The manager was taken aback. Such a request was unprecedented since the hotel's inception. However, such a substantial order, if it materializes, they will undoubtedly accept it. "Mr. Zhang, 500 banquet tables could amount to over $1 million. If you require our services, we will promptly prepare, but we will need a deposit of 200,000 in advance," the manager stated. Zhang Yi replied, "That is not an issue. Please send over your account details, and I shall transfer the funds." With the arrival of funds, matters become considerably easier. The manager readily agreed, added Zhang Yi as a friend, and sent him the bank account information. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi transferred the 200,000. On the manager's end, after confirming the deposit with the finance department, he immediately began issuing orders to various departments. Quickly, we have a significant order. Procurement department, expedite the stock preparations, and the kitchen should refrain from accepting any other takeout orders for the time being. We must prepare the 500 banquet tables requested by the client within a day. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Although the money will become useless in a month, it is still essential for purchasing at present. In his possession, he had around 2 million, a combination of the inheritance left by his parents and his savings. Now, with half of it gone, to be honest, it's done a little. Yet, upon reflection, it can be seen as a fortunate circumstance. Many individuals clutching large sums of money ultimately find it transformed into worthless paper. Not everyone has the opportunity to spend their funds. However, there are still numerous expenses ahead. I must devise a way to acquire more money. Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon the family home. This residence is situated in the central district of Tianhai City, encompassing an area of 120 square meters. The community was established a decade ago. Given the current market conditions, the price per square meter exceeds 40,000 yuan. Consequently, this property is presently valued at no less than 5 million yuan. I've got it. He'll secure a mortgage that will provide me with funds. Zhang Yi chuckled to himself, relishing the thought of obtaining money that would not require repayment. A most delightful notion indeed. Without delay, he departed from his home and drove to the bank to arrange for the loan. En route, he received a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I'm feeling quite bored this weekend. I wish I had someone to accompany me for a stroll. Zhang Yi glanced at the message and tossed his phone aside, continuing on his way to the bank to finalize the loan. Due to the substantial amount he sought to borrow, coupled with his complete documentation and the fact that the property was purchased outright, the loan process proceeded swiftly. However, the bank approved only 4 million yuan. Zhang Yi did not engage in negotiations after all. It was free money, and he had no inclination to dispute terms with the bank. After signing the necessary paperwork, the funds were promptly transferred to his account. Now, after deducting over 1 million for the banquet, I still have around 5 million left. He contemplated the impending renovation of his home, believing it would suffice. Yet, he realized that he would require a significant quantity of pharmaceuticals and weaponry. This sum may not be adequate. As Zhang Yi pondered ways to acquire additional funds, a young man with bleached hair spotted him lost in thought. His eyes lit up, and he approached with enthusiasm. Hey, buddy, do you happen to need some money? Zhang Yi lifted his gaze toward the man with yellow hair. Who are you? The smile on the yellow-haired man's face deepened as he lowered his voice, inquiring, May I ask if you are in need of money right now? Is the bank refusing to lend to you? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yi quickly discerned the man's intention. She was undoubtedly a loan shark. A spark of inspiration ignited within Zhang Yi as he sighed, feigning a troubled demeanor. Indeed, my family's business urgently requires capital for circulation. However, the bank. At this juncture, Zhang Yi deliberately displayed an expression of distress. The yellow-haired man appeared to understand immediately. After all, who in their right mind would resort to borrowing from a loan shark if they could procure funds through legitimate channels? He remarked to Zhang Yi, Indeed, acquiring loans from banks has become quite stringent. There are numerous regulations, and the disbursement of funds is sluggish. However, my friend, if you are in dire need of money, I can assist you with that. Zhang Yi regarded the yellow-haired man with caution. You? Are you truly capable? I require several million. Upon hearing the magnitude of the transaction, the yellow-haired man's eyes distinctly brightened with excitement. He retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company specializes in rescuing individuals from financial distress. Whenever you require funds, you need look no further than us. Zhang Yi glanced at the card, which bore the name Duo Loan Financial Services Company, Ltd. The yellow-haired man was identified as the business manager, Hu Minghua. Hu Minghua chuckled. This matter can be easily discussed. Our company possesses considerable strength. We are dedicated to assisting individuals like you who are in need of financial resources. Let us proceed. We shall deliberate on this matter at our office, he continued. Zhang Yi, with an expression of eager anticipation, nodded and followed Hu Minghua to their company, which was situated in a rather secluded office building. Upon entering, Hu Minghua escorted Zhang Yi to the office of their manager. The proprietor of this lending company, a robust man clad in a designer-banner suit, endeavored to project an image of a legitimate enterprise. Yet, there was an unmistakable air of hostility about him, a demeanor only acquired through years of grappling with the harsh realities of life. Hu Minghua presented Zhang Yi's basic information to the manager. Manager, this is a client seeking to borrow money from us. The manager, named Chen Xiong, greeted Zhang Yi with a smile and invited him to take a seat. Mr. Zhang, may I inquire how much you wish to borrow? True to the nature of a usurious lending company, the conversation was refreshingly straightforward. Such an establishment, lacking formalities, operated without the constraints of conventional regulations. They possessed numerous methods to ensure repayment, harboring no fears of default. Zhang Yi replied, I wish to borrow 5 million. Chen Xiong's brows furrowed slightly. Ah, that is indeed a substantial sum. However, Mr. Zhang, I must forewarn you that our interest rates are quite steep. You must be mentally prepared for this. Hu Minghua remarked, Mr. Zhang's business urgently requires capital for circulation. Once the business is back on track, the funds can be swiftly recuperated, correct? The two of them harmonized in their performance, all of which was keenly observed by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi continued to feign an air of urgency, saying, Indeed, I will be able to repay soon. A slightly elevated interest rate is acceptable, as long as you are willing to lend me the money. Chapter 6. Crafting a premier safe house. A smile graced Chen Xiong's face. That is agreeable. Our interest rate stands at 4%. If you borrow 5 million, you shall repay 7 million upon maturity. Therefore, you must first issue me a promissory note for 7 million. Additionally, you are required to provide adequate collateral of substantial worth. Properties, factories, or automobiles will suffice. Zhang Yi feigned hesitation for a moment, then, with determination, produced the property deed from his person. It was the very document he had secured for a bank loan, fortuitously on hand. This property is valued at over 5 million. May I pledge it to your institution? He inquired. I also possess a Mercedes worth 300,000. Should I fail to repay, you may reclaim it. Upon reviewing the details of Zhang Yi's property, Chen Xiong's satisfaction deepened, for according to current market valuations, the estate could easily fetch at least 5,500,000, coupled with the vehicle. This transaction promised no loss to him. Nevertheless, Chen Xiong maintained an air of discontent. Mr. Zhang, your property is at most worth 4 to 5 million. Yet, to withdraw 500,000 from me, I find myself at a disadvantage. Zhang Yi's face fell, his expression one of shock and urgency. Boss Chen, I implore you to assist me. I am in dire need of funds. If you can transfer the money today, I only require 4,500,000. Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged a glance, their eyes glimmering with mockery. They engaged in a business that thrived on opportunism. The more desperate others were for money, the more ruthlessly they would exploit them. However, this venture seemed rather unprofitable. After a round of haggling, they settled on an agreement of 4 million. Yet, Zhang Yi insisted that the funds must be transferred to his account by the end of the day. Although the lending company was unscrupulous, their efficiency was undeniably impressive, perhaps the only advantage they held over banks. Once the contract was signed, Zhang Yi swiftly received the cash in his account. And he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A thought crossed his mind, almost self-deprecating. With a grin, Zhang Yi left with the money. After his departure, the office echoed with the hearty laughter of Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua. Haha, this transaction was remarkably effortless. That foolish lad really walked away with 4 million. Chen Xiong exclaimed, brimming with pride. This will surely net us at least 2 to 3 million. We need not worry about this month's performance. Hu Minghua leaned against the desk, chuckling. Boss, do you think his quick signature on the contract indicates any issues with the property? Chen Xiong, holding the property deed, replied with a smile, the deed is legitimate, no concerns there. As long as the house belongs to him, he cannot escape. With the property certificate and the modest sum of 7 million in hand, they will undoubtedly find a way to acquire that apartment. Moreover, they possess numerous strategies to completely drain Zhang Yi of his resources. Chen Xiong, narrowing his eyes, elegantly sipped his coffee. If all else fails, they could reach out to several overseas institutions to explore any valuable assets he might be willing to part with. We never engage in unprofitable transactions. Zhang Yi left the lending company with a cheerful demeanor, believing them to be kind-hearted individuals, generously providing him with funds to spend. From this moment forth, Zhang Yi, Chen Xiong, and Hu Minghua shall have no further intersections. It is more likely that they will all perish in the impending cataclysmic cold wave a month hence. Zhang Yi currently possesses around 9 million in funds, ample to execute his plans. He drove his car to the renowned Zhonglong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhonglong stands as one of the largest security firms in Huagua, catering specifically to the affluent and celebrities. There are instances when high-ranking officials also solicit their assistance during official outings. Zhang Yi sought them out due to having heard in his previous life about Zhonglong's construction of a premier safe house for the wealthiest individual in Jiangnan province. It was said that this real estate magnate managed to lead a lavish life even amidst the apocalypse, thanks in no small part to the secure refuge that Zhonglong provided. Upon arriving at Zhonglong, Zhang Yi articulated his purpose to the front desk, and shortly thereafter, a member of the business department escorted him to a lounge. The female receptionist served him freshly brewed coffee. Before long, a burly man with a buzz cut entered the room, clad in a black suit that seemed to strain against his muscular frame, evoking a sense of trepidation that the fabric might burst at any moment. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that the presence of such a figure instills a profound sense of security in clients. "Good day, sir. My name is Wu Huiran, and I am the manager of the business department. How may we assist you today?" Wu Huiran sat beside Zhang Yi and inquired. Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and replied, "I need you to construct a safe house for me. A high-end sanctuary that can withstand an apocalypse." Upon hearing this, Wu Huiran's expression turned serious. Such a statement would sound utterly absurd to others, as no one truly believes in the notion of an impending apocalypse. However, for the Dragon Battle Company, this was no jest. The wealthiest and most powerful individuals in the world are often the most fearful of death. Long ago, some affluent tycoons abroad spared no expense, investing billions of dollars to create their doomsday bunkers. Over the years, many wealthy individuals worldwide have begun to emulate this behavior. Some may genuinely fear facing large-scale natural disasters, while others, burdened by numerous enemies, seek to bolster their sense of security. Thus, the doomsday safe houses from Dragon Battle Security Company came into existence, catering to this growing market. Hearing Zhang Yi's request for an apocalyptic-level safe house, Wu Huiran became exceedingly courteous. Such significant contracts were rare for them. "Mr. Zhang, we at Dragon Battle are a world-class security company. We are certainly capable of meeting your requirements." Wu Huiran produced a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yi. "Our services are fully customized. You can select the specific offerings you require, and corresponding prices are listed accordingly." In the era of information, communication becomes exceedingly convenient. Zhang Yi accepted the computer he was handed and began to meticulously sift through the services offered. It is undeniable that a professional company truly exemplifies expertise. As long as the payment is settled, the Zhonglong Security Company can accommodate nearly all of one's demands, including the construction of a secure shelter 100 meters underground or beneath the sea. However, these projects proved too sluggish for Zhang Yi, who had only a month to work with. Chapter 7. Acquiring equipment. After perusing the introduction to the secure shelter, Zhang Yi promptly selected his desired services. The first priority was the comprehensive reinforcement of the entire residence, entailing a complete material overhaul. The walls, ceilings, and floors would be constructed with 100 millimeters thick steel plates, while the windows would be fitted with bulletproof organic glass. Additionally, the ventilation system would be retrofitted with an air filtration system, ensuring that no harmful gases could infiltrate from the outside. Finally, a complete surveillance system would be installed, allowing for all-encompassing monitoring of both the interior and exterior of the residence, with the doors replaced by heavy metal gates akin to those found in bank vaults, impervious even to explosives. In essence, Zhang Yi's sole requirement was to transform his home into an impregnable fortress, impenetrable by anyone. After making his selections, he handed the computer back to Wu Huiran, who, upon reviewing the choices, couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. A mere 120 square meter house had been fortified to resemble an ironclad stronghold. With the addition of weaponry, it would indeed become a substantial fortress, Wu Huiran murmured. And upon hearing these words, Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Oh, do you have knowledge about fortifications?" Wu Huiran chuckled softly. "I once served as a mercenary abroad, so I possess considerable expertise in military affairs." A flash of inspiration struck Zhang Yi's mind. He suddenly lowered his voice and inquired, "Do you have a way to procure firearms?" This question rendered Wu Huiran's expression serious. "In Huagua, private ownership of firearms is strictly prohibited," he cautioned. "Mr. Zhang, you should understand that, in principle, such items are not allowed for personal possession." Wu Huiran continued in a hushed tone, "Have you encountered some formidable enemies, hence your trepidation?" Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to elaborate. "Indeed, I have offended some individuals from the underworld. They are quite ruthless and armed. I was contemplating whether I could acquire some firearms for self-defense. Otherwise, I would merely be hiding in my house, enduring their assaults, which is hardly a viable solution." Wu Huairan chuckled lightly. Mr. Zhang, I fear I cannot assist you with such matters. We are a legitimate company. However, from Wu Huairan's gaze, Zhang Yi discerned that he was not incapable of obtaining firearms, but rather, he was reluctant to wade into murky waters. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi addressed Wu Huairan. The security project I am working on will cost over 8 million. If I encounter issues later on, it would not reflect well on your company. He fixed his gaze on Wu Huairan, articulating each word carefully. I merely seek a means of protection. If you could assist me with this task, I assure you, I would not treat you poorly. Wu Huairan remained silent, his brow furrowed as he pondered the matter. He certainly had his connections. Yet he was unaware of Zhang Yi's background, which made him hesitant to introduce him hastily. Wu Huairan was evidently in a quandary. However, Zhang Yi did not press too hard. Firearms indeed require utmost caution. He smiled and remarked, very well, I shall await your news. By the way, this matter is rather urgent for me, so I kindly request that you expedite the construction of a safe house. Wu Huairan replied, at most, within half a month. We shall have it ready for you. After concluding the discussion with Wu Huairan, Zhang Yi promptly signed the contract and paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, well, it seemed he would never have the opportunity to pay that. Having departed from the Zhanlong Security Company, the issue of accommodation was largely resolved. Liu Yang operated a hunting ground in Tianhai City, having leased several hundred acres of land in Xishan, where various harmless small animals roamed, providing entertainment for hunters. He possessed an array of legally obtained bows, crossbows, and air guns. Zhang Yi had visited the hunting ground several times before, thus he had Liu Yang's contact information. He called Liu Yang to request a bulk purchase, even offering to pay a premium. Liu Yang, being a businessman and aware that he might require Zhang Yi's assistance in the future, readily agreed. Brother Zhang, what do you intend to do with so many weapons? These items are only suitable for hunting or personal use. One must not wield it to cause harm. Liu Yang inquired with a smile, though his tone bore an undertone of caution. After all, the items had been sold from his hands. And should Zhang Yi utilize these weapons to inflict injury, he too would find himself in a predicament. Certainly, those who could establish hunting grounds in Tianhai City possessed a certain pedigree. Nevertheless, there was no necessity for them to assume risks on behalf of an ordinary acquaintance like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi chuckled heartily. You worry too much. I've arranged a hunting expedition with a few friends to an African wildlife reserve soon, hence the need for additional equipment. Liu Yang clicked his tongue in admiration. Ah, Zhang Ge truly knows how to enjoy himself. But do exercise caution. Africa is home to numerous lions and hyenas. Indeed. So, when can you prepare the items for me? For him, time was of the essence, and not a moment could be squandered. He procured 5 finely crafted steel crossbows and 3 exquisite compound bows from Liu Yang, along with 300 arrows and bolts of each type. Additionally, he acquired 2 superior hunting knives, fashioned from Damascus steel, renowned for its exceptional resilience and sharpness. Only through prolonged contact with hard materials could they be compromised. These items filled the trunk to capacity, and gazing upon this impressive array of equipment, Zhang Yi felt a profound sense of security. Since all acquisitions were made through legitimate channels, and he had previously obtained a hunting license for leisure, he harbored no fears of police inquiries. Zhang Yi then ventured out to indulge in a delightful hot pot meal at Haidi Lao. Contemplating that future hot pot meals would necessitate his own preparation, he promptly decided to order 10,000 servings of hot pot base from the restaurant. The staff at Haidi Lao were taken aback, initially suspecting him to be a rival merchant attempting to cause a disturbance. However, the exemplary service of Haidi Lao prevented any immediate confrontation with Zhang Yi. Eventually, the manager approached, inquiring about Zhang Yi's unusual order, and subsequently accepted the transaction, albeit with the stipulation of cash payment to mitigate concerns of potential sabotage. Zhang Yi readily complied, transferring over 1 million in cash on the spot. His generous expenditure left the manager beaming with delight, and as a token of appreciation, he bestowed an additional 500 servings upon Zhang Yi. Chapter 8. Gradual arrival of supplies. As for the food supplies, they can be directly retrieved from the Walmart warehouse when the time comes. The hot pot base, however, is not something that would ever be sold outright. Even the packaged hot pot ingredients available in the market are significantly inferior compared to those offered in the restaurant. Otherwise, customers would not flock to dine in. Mr. Zhang, the 500 banquet tables you ordered are prepared. May I ask if you are available to receive them now? Yes. Just deliver them, he replied. This bounty of 500 banquet tables would suffice for 2 to 3 years. With a remaining sum of 8 to 9 million at his disposal, he felt no qualms about spending. Rather, he was eager to expend his funds. Consequently, he placed orders with several major restaurants in Tianhai City, requesting each to send him 100 tables. He ordered thousands of tables across the 8 major cuisines, including Western cuisine. In an instant, it seemed as though he had secured a lifetime's worth of provisions. Shortly thereafter, the catering vehicles from the Hongfu Tianxia Grand Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yuelu community. A grand procession of 20 to 30 vehicles blocked the road entirely, leaving the neighbors in a state of astonishment. Uncle Yu, the security guard, hurriedly stepped forward to inquire about their purpose. The hotel manager explained the situation. Yet Uncle Yu insisted that only residents be permitted entry before he would open the gate. Given the magnitude of their presence and the uncertainty surrounding the contents of the vehicles, he could not, in good conscience, allow them through without consideration for the community's safety. Reluctantly, the hotel manager placed a call to Zhang Yi. Upon receiving the call, Zhang Yi descended and arrived at the entrance of the community, which was now crowded with onlookers, including neighbors from the building, as well as Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan, who had come to witness the spectacle. Zhang Yi approached Uncle Yu with a smile and said, "Uncle Yu, these are the delivery vehicles for my meals. Please allow them entry." Uncle Yu was taken aback. "Delivery vehicles? What on earth are you having that requires so many trucks?" The surrounding neighbors erupted in chatter upon learning of the catering trucks. "Goodness, this must be for at least several hundred tables," they exclaimed. "Could it be that something significant is happening at Zhang Yi's home? Is he perhaps preparing for a wedding? But several hundred tables is quite overwhelming. Just look closely. That is Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. Booking several hundred tables there would easily cost a fortune. At least $1 million, one remarked. My goodness, to spend such an amount on a single banquet. Zhang Yi truly keeps his affairs hidden. Previously, I only knew that their family was well off, but now it seems they might be quite wealthy indeed. The neighbors buzzed with speculation, their gazes towards Zhang Yi now imbued with fervor and a hint of reverence. On the roadside, Fang Yuqing observed this scene, biting her lip. Her resolve to win over Zhang Yi solidified. She approached him with a smile, inquiring, "Zhang Yi, what has been keeping your family busy lately? You've purchased so many things." Zhang Yi chose to ignore her, instead retrieving a cigarette for Uncle Yu. Upon seeing the owner's arrival, Uncle Yu opened the gate, allowing the fleet from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel to enter the community, with Zhang Yi leading the way. Though he did not engage with Fang Yuqing, she seemed unconcerned. Walking beside him, chatting amiably, "Is there something at home that you can't share with me? Aren't we good friends? I hope to learn more about you. Please don't treat me like a stranger." Zhang Yi cast a deep glance at her, scoffing, "All these things are for my boss. The last time we dined at the Western restaurant, it was his treat." With a sigh, he added, "If only I were truly that wealthy." Fang Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically. You must be joking." Zhang Yi shrugged. "Why would I deceive you? We've known each other for several years. You are well aware of my family's circumstances. My parents have passed away, and I merely serve as a supervisor in a warehouse. There is no wealth to speak of." His explanation left Fang Yuqing's expression fluctuating between uncertainty and clarity. She had indeed harbored doubts. After all, a wealthy heir typically hailed from a family engaged in substantial business ventures. Zhang Yi's parents had passed away several years ago, and although they left behind some inheritance, it hardly categorized him as a scion of wealth. Now that Zhang Yi had openly acknowledged his lack of affluence, all of Fang Yuqing's lingering questions found resolution. She discreetly distanced herself from Zhang Yi, gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and with a courteous smile, remarked, "Regardless of your status as a wealthy heir, we remain the best of friends, do we not? I assure you, I am not a woman driven by materialism." The word friend was deliberately pronounced with a certain weight by her. The green tea girl never goes to extremes in her actions, for she still requires a backup and devoted admirers to cater to her needs. Zhang Yi curled his lips and ceased further conversation with her. Meanwhile, employees from Hongfu Tianxia began to transport lavish feasts into Zhang Yi's residence. The delicacies he had ordered were of the highest caliber, including abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, Australian lobster, truffles, caviar, and more, 500 tables in total, a feat that would typically overwhelm his abode. Even the hotel manager appeared somewhat troubled by the sight. However, Zhang Yi reassured them to simply continue moving the items into the house. Secretly, while the movers descended, he stealthily transported all the food into his alternate space. His actions were executed with such discretion that not a soul noticed. Before long, the entire banquet, comprising 500 tables, was entirely secured within his alternate dimension. As night fell, Zhang Yi received a call from Wu Huiran, the manager of Zhanlong Company. Wu informed Zhang Yi that they were ready on their end and could commence the construction of a safe house at his convenience. Zhang Yi promptly replied that they could come over the following day. He planned to temporarily relocate to a hotel. After concluding the discussion regarding the safe house, Zhang Yi awaited further communication from Wu Huiran. There was another matter of great significance he wished to discuss with Wu, namely the procurement of a tool for universal equality. After a moment's hesitation, Wu lowered his voice and said to Zhang Yi, "If you genuinely require assistance in this regard, I can recommend a viable avenue. However, the pricing may be somewhat steep." Zhang Yi nodded, fully aware of this fact. Nevertheless, the issue of money no longer concerned him. It was of little significance. As long as the quality of the goods was assured. Wu Huiran spoke with ease. "Very well. In that case, I shall facilitate an introduction for you. 3 days hence, I will inform you of the location for the transaction." Chapter 9. The super warehouse. With the matter of the firearms settled, Zhang Yi felt a considerable weight lifted from his heart. In the apocalyptic times, possessing such an item would instill immense confidence, whether faced with humans or otherworldly beings. The following day, Zhang Yi diligently packed essential items into his own space, as he intended to transform his home into a safe haven. He would temporarily relocate to a hotel. Early in the morning, 3 black vans entered the Yulu community. A large contingent of workers from Dragon Combat Company, clad in uniforms, disembarked and began taking measurements of Zhang Yi's residence. Many neighbors observed this scene with curiosity, pondering whether Zhang Yi had taken leave of his senses. Has he been misled by something recently? Some wondered. A few colleagues even jested. Indeed, just the other day, I saw him at the supermarket loading 3 carts full of food. Haha, one could easily mistake him for a doomsday prepper. Stockpiling so much food, what a waste if it all goes bad. Perhaps he is experiencing some mental distress. The crowd expressed their bewilderment at Zhang Yi's unusual behavior. Yet none showed any genuine concern, regarding him merely as a source of amusement. Even Fang Yuqing and Li Canning perceived Zhang Yi as somewhat deranged. Li Canning, suddenly enlightened, remarked, "Now I understand. No wonder he dined at a Michelin 3-star restaurant that day. It appears his mind has faltered." Fang Yuqing furrowed her brow, feeling particularly discontented. What on earth was Zhang Yi up to? Li Canning, with a hint of worry, inquired. "He did promise to treat us to a lavish meal. Hasn't he forgotten? Has he?" She had been eagerly anticipating a meal at the Michelin 3-star establishment. However, Fang Yuqing scoffed. "Let us forget it. Given his recent erratic demeanor, even if he offers to treat me, I wouldn't go. How embarrassing would it be if others discovered we were dining with him? She intends to seek a wealthy husband in the future, and she must not tarnish her reputation." Upon hearing Fang Yuqing's words, Li Canning felt a deep sense of reluctance, but found herself powerless to change the situation, ultimately resigning to her fate. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi remained indifferent to the opinions of their neighbors. In a month's time, they would understand who the real fool was. Zhang Yi stepped out of his home and drove to the Walmart warehouse. It was Monday, the day to return to work, and he planned to thoroughly inspect the warehouse, preparing for future endeavors. Located in the economic development zone, the Walmart warehouse was situated on the outskirts of Tianhai City. The relatively low land prices had attracted numerous large enterprises to establish their warehouses in the area, including some pharmaceutical companies. Upon arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi clocked in as usual. As the warehouse supervisor, he was thoroughly acquainted with this place. He knew each warehouse and even every shelf like the back of his hand. Typically, he found his time here rather tedious, but today, standing amidst the colossal warehouses filled with goods worth tens or even hundreds of billions, he could not suppress his excitement. Soon, these items would be his, becoming vital resources for survival in the impending apocalypse. As the central warehouse for Walmart in South China, the abundance of goods here surpassed anyone's imagination. There were tens of thousands of cases of cola alone. The entire warehouse spans several million square feet, filled to the brim with an assortment of daily necessities. Among these items, in addition to food, clothing, and hardware tools, one can even find automobiles, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. It is almost accurate to say that anything permitted for sale in a supermarket can be acquired here. Zhang Yi has worked here for many years and is intimately familiar with the arrangement of every shelf. He is also well acquainted with the scheduling and the locations of the surveillance cameras. Despite the stringent monitoring, his knowledge of its vulnerabilities allows him to incapacitate the entire surveillance system within 10 minutes. He can then exploit the system's loopholes to extract all the items from this place. However, at this moment, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to take action. Time was still plentiful, and he did not wish to alert the snake by beating the grass. After meandering around the warehouse, he departed with a packet of Huangala cigarettes and made his way to the adjacent warehouse of ruining pharmaceutical company. Due to his daily work in the same vicinity, he was quite familiar with the staff there. Upon his arrival, he sought out Zhou Hairan, a manager in their warehouse, with whom he shared a rapport. In a large corporation's warehouse, it was inevitable that there were individuals who thrived on illicit activities. Zhou Hairan, whose brother-in-law was the vice president of Ruining Group, often pilfered medications from the warehouse for personal gain. After engaging in conversation with Zhou Hairan, Zhang Yi subtly hinted at his intentions, expressing a desire to procure a few boxes of emergency medicinal drugs. Initially, Zhou Hairan was somewhat guarded. However, upon hearing Zhang Yi's offer to pay double the market price for the medications, he could not contain his excitement. Ultimately, they struck a deal for 5 boxes of medicine at the price of 3 million. With the acquisition of the drugs, Zhang Yi had nearly prepared all the supplies necessary for the impending apocalypse. With less than a month remaining until the cataclysm, he certainly had no inclination to continue working. Zhang Yi was generally well-liked and maintained a good relationship with the manager, thus he faced no difficulties in securing his leave. He then awaited the arrival of the supplies he had purchased and the completion of the safe house. As he exited the manager's office, he caught sight of Fang Yuqing, bent over the coffee machine, pouring herself a cup. It must be said, this woman possessed a certain charm, exuding an alluring essence. As she poured her coffee, she couldn't resist swaying her petite figure, which inadvertently attracted the attention of several eager young men. One man, with a cheerful demeanor, invited Fang Yuqing to attend a Jay Chou concert, proudly brandishing his tickets. This man's name was Zhou Peng, and Zhang Yi recognized him well, as they resided in the same neighborhood. Moreover, he was Fang Yuqing's devoted admirer. Among those who had wronged Zhang Yi in his past life, Zhou Peng was certainly among them. Chapter 10. Confronting the affectionate fool. Zhou Peng, standing beside Fang Yuqing, showered her with flattery. However, it was evident that Fang Yuqing held no interest in a man like Zhou Peng. In terms of financial standing, Zhou Peng paled in comparison to Zhang Yi. He even rented his residence. Nevertheless, Fang Yuqing maintained a cheerful demeanor as she replied, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. Unfortunately, I already have plans with friends that night." What a pity. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Zhou Peng's face. He had spent an entire month's salary on those 2 concert tickets, hoping to seize the opportunity to confess his feelings for Fang Yuqing during the event. Alas, his aspirations were dashed. Observing this scene, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smirk, aware that Zhou Peng, the affectionate fool, would ultimately reap no rewards from his efforts. Amidst his dismay, Zhou Peng's gaze fell upon Zhang Yi, who wore an amused expression, igniting his frustration. To divert his embarrassment, he strode over to Zhang Yi and exclaimed, "Zhang Yi, your actions are quite dishonorable. A grown man like you should not be relying on a woman to assist with moving your belongings. Isn't that rather shameful? Yuqing has been complaining about back pain all day. I hope you won't trouble her again in the future." Zhang Yi glanced at Fang Yuqing, realizing that she had been the one to spread the word. Fang Yuqing feigned innocence, saying, "Oh, it's nothing serious. In truth, it's not that she has any health issues. She just isn't suited for heavy lifting. It seems her back is a bit strained." As she spoke, she reached out to pinch her delicate waist, furrowing her brow in a display of distress. In an attempt to assert his masculinity before Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng boldly pointed at Zhang Yi and commanded, "Hurry and get 500 yuan for Yuqing's medical expenses." However, to his surprise, Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy as he glared at Zhou Peng, rebuking him. "She volunteered to help me move things. I never asked for her assistance. Besides, who do you think you are, ordering me around here? Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of importance?" Zhang Yi's scathing reprimand left both Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing in a state of shock. Zhou Peng, merely an ordinary clerk in the warehouse, held no power or influence. His audacity to chastise Zhang Yi stemmed from the latter's generally amiable disposition, as he was not one to hold grudges. Yet, witnessing Zhang Yi's genuine fury made Zhou Peng falter. "Why are you shouting so loudly? I was merely trying to discuss something with you." Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and turned to leave, unwilling to waste further breath on Zhou Peng. At that moment, everyone around Zhang Yi seemed like mere phantoms to him. In a month's time, 99 of these individuals would likely succumb to the frigid tempest of the apocalypse. Why bother conversing with the dead? Once Zhang Yi departed, Zhou Peng hastily approached Fang Yuqing, whispering, "Yuqing, I told you Zhang Yi is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him." Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling puzzled, for in recent days, Zhang Yi appeared to have undergone a complete transformation. After encountering her, Xiaoshu no longer took the initiative to greet him, nor did she seek him out for conversations or bid him good night each evening. There must be something amiss. Fang Yuqing mused to herself. Upon finishing his work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, the very establishment where he had previously made a reservation. Hongfu Tianxia. Upon learning of Zhang Yi's arrival, the manager of Hongfu Tianxia was quick to greet him with a beaming smile and arrange for his accommodations. The cost of a room at such a luxurious hotel was over 1,000 per night, yet Zhang Yi felt no remorse. After all, he still possessed several million, and it would only feel wasteful if he did not spend it. That evening, to Zhang Yi's surprise, the ever-innocent Fang Yuqing took the initiative to message him. "Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I passed by your place today and noticed someone was renovating. Zhang Yi smirked slightly, responding, yes, indeed. Fang Yuqing continued, you seem quite peculiar lately. Hoarding supplies and renovating your house. Is something about to happen? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. While this innocent flower might be troublesome, she was certainly not dim-witted. It appeared that his recent odd behaviors had indeed caught her attention. Nonetheless, Zhang Yi was unperturbed. The opinions of others held no significance for him anymore. It's nothing, he replied. On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing observed the indifference of Zhang Yi, feeling a profound discomfort within her. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Yi had been exceptionally kind to her, always inquiring about her well-being and seeking various reasons to engage her in conversation each evening. However, of late, he appeared to have transformed entirely, exhibiting a cold demeanor and failing to initiate conversations with her. This shift left Fang Yuqing feeling quite unsettled. While she could feign indifference towards Zhang Yi, she could never accept his disinterest in her. To her, it signified the escape of a prized fish from her pond. Although Zhang Yi was not a scion of wealth, he was nonetheless a respectable member of the middle class, and should she fail to secure a wealthy partner for marriage, she could still consider Zhang Yi as a viable option. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone and sent another message, expressing, I feel as though our communication has diminished recently, leaving me with a slight sense of loneliness. Biting her lip, she felt a growing sense of agitation. Nearby, her roommate Li Caning, having overheard Fang Yuqing's grievances, approached with a cheerful demeanor. Lately, Zhang Yi has indeed been acting strangely. Who knows why he has been purchasing so much food and drinks, and even reserving an abundance of banquet spaces at hotels? It's as if he anticipates a looming scarcity of supplies. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing furrowed her brow slightly and replied, Ning Ning, do you think that in time, something significant might actually occur? Could it be that Zhang Yi has received some news prompting him to stockpile? Li Caning was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words, and then she burst into laughter, clutching her belly. Yuqing, are you out of your mind? If anything were truly to transpire, the authorities would undoubtedly issue an announcement. We should remain at ease. If we hoard supplies, others will merely mock us as fools. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing chuckled self-deprecatingly and conceded, you have a point. Zhang Yi had spent several days in a suite at a 5-star hotel, without venturing outside. During this time, he engaged in extensive procurement of banquet supplies from various hotels, while simultaneously practicing the use of a compound bow and crossbow within the confines of his room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had a long-standing passion for hunting, which provided him with a solid foundation. Now, within a 15-meter range, his accuracy was remarkably high, especially with a professional-grade compound bow in hand. Such modern equipment enabled an ordinary individual to shoot with the prowess of an ancient archer. Not only could he contend with human adversaries, but he could also inflict considerable damage upon wild boars, wolves, and large dogs. Chapter 11. Completion of the safe house 3 days later, under the guidance of Wu Huairan. Zhang Yi successfully acquired 2 firearms and 100 rounds of ammunition. Though the price was somewhat exorbitant, Zhang Yi harbored no complaints. With these weighty possessions in hand, he felt a renewed sense of security amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Additionally, he had concluded a transaction with Zhou Hairan, obtaining 2 crates of imported high-quality pharmaceuticals. A week passed, and Wu Huairan called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been constructed according to his specifications. Wu Huairan personally accompanied Zhang Yi to inspect the premises. Upon entering, Zhang Yi was immediately taken aback by the transformation. Dragon Warrior Company truly lived up to its reputation as a premier security firm in the country. Their speed and quality of construction left no room for criticism. The entire house had been reinforced with 100mm thick steel plating, and from the outside, it appeared unchanged. Wu Huairan patiently explained each feature to Zhang Yi. The ventilation system was of military grade, capable of filtering out any harmful gases, thus preventing potential chemical attacks from the outside. Furthermore, the entire heating system had been completely overhauled, utilizing professional-grade materials from the Arctic Research Institute. In addition to fulfilling Zhang Yi's request for a fireplace, the system could also mitigate 99.5 of heat loss. At this point, Wu Huairan flashed a mysterious smile at Zhang Yi. To further ensure his safety, a comprehensive surveillance system had been installed throughout the entire building. A total of 300 cameras enables you to monitor every floor of the entire building. Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, was left astonished and at a loss for words, merely lamenting the undeniable advantages of wealth, which affords services unimaginable to the average person. He stepped onto the balcony and discovered that it had been transformed into a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huairan explained, the materials used for the windows are entirely bulletproof and bomb-resistant, even sturdier than a 100mm steel plate. Furthermore, They facilitate ample natural light and essential external observation. Zhang Yi was thoroughly satisfied with this secure abode. It seemed that unless confronted by a heavily armed military force, no one could forcibly intrude upon his home. Even in the event of the entire building collapsing, it was likely that his room would remain unscathed. I am truly pleased with the safe house you have constructed, Zhang Yi remarked with a smile to Wu Huiren, who responded with a beaming expression. He produced a document for Zhang Yi to sign and added, "If there are no issues, please settle the outstanding balance within 3 months." Zhang Yi, grinning broadly, nodded affirmatively, absolutely. However, he knew he would not be able to pay that final amount. The thought of having only spent 1 million as a deposit for a safe house valued at nearly 10 million was exhilarating. Reclining on the sofa, he surveyed his nearly perfect sanctuary. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he realized he had overlooked a crucial element, the source of life itself. Zhang Yi slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget something as vital as water?" As the apocalyptic frost descended upon the world, despite the frigid temperatures outside, one could procure water by chiseling through the ice. However, when the mercury plummeted to a chilling -60 or 70 degrees, venturing outdoors became fraught with peril. Zhang Yi could not tolerate such a significant vulnerability in his sanctuary. After a moment's contemplation, he placed an order through a delivery platform for 100 colossal water storage barrels, each capable of holding 500 cubic meters of water, sufficient to sustain him for several years. The efficiency of the delivery personnel was remarkable. Just a few hours later, the order arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep. He approached the entrance of his community and requested Uncle Yu, the security guard, to grant passage to the delivery man. Observing Zhang Yi's peculiar acquisitions, the neighbors began to murmur amongst themselves. "Is there something wrong with Zhang Yi?" One commented. "He buys the strangest things every day. Just the other day, during renovations, I saw a number of people hauling steel plates at least 10 centimeters thick," another chimed in. "Perhaps he has lost his senses, trying to emulate those safety houses from the movies. I've seen wealthy individuals abroad indulging in such eccentricities out of sheer boredom. Isn't this just a case of unnecessary worry? Now he has purchased so many water barrels. Does he truly believe that Tianhai City will face a water shortage in the future?" They laughed. Faced with the mocking laughter of his neighbors, who seemed to relish the spectacle, Zhang Yi could not be bothered to engage in a debate. Instead, he merely harbored a cold smirk within, anticipating the day of reckoning when they would come to realize the folly of their current actions. Zhang Yi held no interest in explaining himself to them, for these individuals would only perceive him as a fool, utterly disregarding his well-intentioned counsel. They might even turn the tables, accusing Zhang Yi of spreading rumors and disturbing the peace, ultimately leading to his arrest. Uncle Yu, the security guard, was engaged in conversation with Elder Tang when he approached Zhang Yi with earnestness. "Young Zhang," he inquired, "what purpose do you have for purchasing so many water buckets? Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am more than willing to lend a hand." Zhang Yi regarded the affable Uncle Yu with a sense of admiration. A retired soldier without children, he had devoted over a decade to his role as a diligent security guard in the community. In a past life, he had selflessly donated his last morsel of food to save a mother and her starving child, ultimately succumbing to starvation himself. He was one of the few rays of humanity that Zhang Yi had encountered amidst the bleakness of the apocalypse. Thus, Zhang Yi responded to Uncle Yu, "Dear Uncle Yu, the weather this year has been rather peculiar. I have received insider information indicating that this winter will be particularly harsh. As a precaution, it would be wise for you to stock up on food and provisions, lest prices soar when the time comes." Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi maintained a cordial relationship in their daily lives. He recognized Zhang Yi as a warm-hearted and kind young man. Given his advanced age, Uncle Yu often harbored a sense of concern for the future. Thus, upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Xiao Zhang, is this for real? Is the information trustworthy?" Zhang Yi nodded affirmatively. "Just take a look. I've prepared quite a bit already. You might want to stock up on instant noodles and bottled water. There's no harm in purchasing more." Uncle Yu immediately agreed. Living alone, he already had a penchant for stocking up on instant noodles and sausages for the sake of convenience. Since Zhang Yi had offered this advice, he decided to take the time to buy some additional supplies. It would serve as a source of reassurance, and after all, those items could be stored without fear of excess. However, Grandpa Tang, who had been listening, approached Zhang Yi and cautioned, "Xiao Zhang, you must refrain from spreading such sentiments. Our society is currently stable and peaceful. How could we possibly be lacking in resources? Speaking in such a manner could lead to accusations of spreading rumors. Be careful, or you might find yourself summoned for AT chat." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further. He had already conveyed his concerns, and whether they chose to heed his warnings was entirely up to them. Chapter 12. Emptying the warehouse worth billions. Zhang Yi instructed the delivery man to bring 100 colossal water barrels to his residence. He then commenced the process of turning on every faucet in his home, filling the barrels with water. At this pace, it was anticipated that he would complete the task within a week. Days passed, and Zhang Yi remained industrious, never pausing for a moment. Each day, he dined at the finest restaurants, procuring copious amounts of gourmet meals to store in his alternate space. During this time, he diligently frequented the shooting range in Tianhai City, honing his skills in archery and firearms, striving to enhance his proficiency, though it was unrealistic to transform himself into a martial arts expert within a month. The combination of bows, guns, and a super-secure, all-metal shelter would render him impervious to any impending threats. Such actions, naturally, did not escape the notice of those around him. However, each individual regarded Zhang Yi as a mere jest, believing him to be mentally unbalanced and secretly mocking him. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately distanced herself from him, unwilling to engage in conversation. As time progressed, over 20 days swiftly elapsed, drawing closer to the impending apocalypse. Zhang Yi had amassed an extensive array of supplies, including food, weaponry, and heating equipment. Yet, these provisions did not afford him the requisite sense of security. He resolved to target the enormous warehouse at Walmart. Seizing this repository would grant him access to an inexhaustible supply of resources for a lifetime. The Walmart warehouse is manned around the clock, yet the number of staff dwindles to merely 10 during the night. Zhang Yi resolved to employ a rather straightforward method. He would surreptitiously mix sleeping pills into their tea. With less than a week remaining before the apocalypse, he harbored no fear of being discovered. As these individuals were well acquainted with him, Zhang Yi effortlessly executed his plan. Once the effects of the drug took hold, they succumbed to a deep slumber, allowing him to make his way to the surveillance room, where he disabled all the cameras monitoring the warehouse. Having accomplished this, he hastily proceeded to the warehouse. Gazing upon the vast expanse of storage before him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and commenced his collection of supplies. With a mere glance from his right eye, he could summon entire shelves into his alternate space with just a thought. He first approached the beverage section, which housed an immense quantity of mineral water, soft drinks, and alcoholic beverages, including an array of fine red and foreign wines. Without hesitation, he gathered them all into his own storage. In no time, thousands of cubic meters of drinks vanished before his eyes. Next, he turned his attention to the fuel section for daily necessities, which contained copious amounts of smokeless coal and barrels of gasoline and alcohol, all intended for household reserves or outdoor excursions. The sheer volume of smokeless coal alone amounted to tens of thousands of boxes, not to mention the solid alcohol and barrels of gasoline. The quantity available was so vast that even a century would not suffice for Zhang Yi to exhaust it all. Zhang Yi, with unwavering determination, meticulously collected all the items and, leveraging his extensive expertise in warehousing accumulated over the years, efficiently allocated designated areas for them within the alternate space, thereby facilitating his future use. In the next step, he ventured into the food section, where the quantities were even more substantial, amounting to several tens of thousands of tons. Canned goods, packaged roasted chickens, and ducks, puffed snacks, convenience foods, and gourmet treats. Zhang Yi exhibited no particular dietary preferences, taking whatever was available. After securing the food, he proceeded to the exercise equipment section. Essential to his safe haven, the exercise apparatus was indispensable. Although the space within the safe house was limited, he felt no hesitation in claiming as much as he could, for the expanse of the alternate realm was boundless, and it would be unwise not to take advantage of it. Among the items, he discovered some particularly useful tools, such as baseball bats and fencing swords, which served as excellent weapons. During the collection process, he also stumbled upon some remarkably beneficial gear, including skiing and mountaineering equipment, notably a professional-grade cold-weather suit designed for national athletes. These items could withstand temperatures plunging to a chilling -100 degrees. Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. These were the pinnacle of cold-resistant gear, especially crucial with the impending frost apocalypse. Without hesitation, he promptly gathered dozens of top-tier cold-weather suits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. After an exhaustive 2 hours, Zhang Yi had single-handedly emptied a Walmart warehouse sprawling over millions of square feet. After completing these tasks, Zhang Yi gazed upon the vast and desolate warehouse, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Now, even in the face of a frigid ice age, he felt confident in his ability to live comfortably. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, before he was abruptly roused by an urgent shake. Supervisor! Supervisor! Something dreadful has occurred. Wake up! Slowly, Zhang Yi opened his eyes, his expression one of confusion as he looked at several colleagues before him. "What is it?" One of the warehouse employees, trembling, pointed towards the warehouse and exclaimed, "It's unbelievable. Our warehouse has been completely emptied." "What?" Zhang Yi exclaimed in astonishment, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. He feigned composure as he approached the warehouse, and there, unmistakably, he beheld the barren scene. Deep down, he understood all too well what had transpired. Yet, his legs grew weak, and with a quivering voice, he inquired, "What on earth has happened? Why have all the supplies vanished?" The surrounding employees wore anxious expressions. Indeed, the supplies in this warehouse are worth at least several billion. Even with large trucks, it would take days to transport everything. How could it all disappear in the blink of an eye? They chose not to mention their recent slumber, as it was common for those on the night shift to steal a brief moment of rest. Finally, he addressed everyone. "This situation is too bizarre for us to resolve. Let us contact someone higher up." Though everyone felt a sense of unease, they were not excessively frightened. The gravity of the situation alleviated their sense of responsibility. For the disappearance of billions worth of goods from the warehouse in a mere 2 hours was clearly beyond their capabilities. Earning only a few thousand yuan a month, they had no obligation to exert themselves for the company. Thus, upon Zhang Yi's assertion, everyone nodded in agreement. Deciding that such a predicament should be left to those higher up to resolve, Zhang Yi promptly contacted the warehouse manager to inform him of the incident. Upon receiving the news, the manager was rendered speechless, initially believing Zhang Yi was jesting with him. Chapter 13. The onset of the Ice Age. Zhang Yi had emptied the entire Walmart's South China warehouse. Valuable resources worth billions have all entered his alternate space, while he feigned ignorance and promptly reported to the senior management of Walmart. Soon, this news spread throughout the upper echelons of Walmart's South China region. A multitude of leaders, taken aback by the revelation, hastily rushed to the scene and reported the incident to the police. Zhang Yi harbored no fears of exposure. After all, the disappearance of an entire warehouse filled with billions of resources within a mere 2 hours was an event too extraordinary to fathom. Even with the police's full investigation, it seemed unlikely they could uncover the truth in the short term. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward appearance of anxiety and trepidation, cooperating with the police's inquiries. The police, too, were deeply skeptical about the incident. They scrutinized the surveillance footage from both inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal cameras had been disabled, the notion that millions of cubic meters of goods could vanish without leaving a trace was implausible. However, upon reviewing the external footage, they found no signs of any vehicles passing by. This indicated that the billions of resources had either mysteriously disappeared or that Walmart was engaging in a scheme of self-theft. Logically deducing the situation, the latter hypothesis appeared more plausible. Unless supernatural phenomena were at play, the disappearance of such vast quantities of goods within a span of 2 hours was simply unexplainable. As for Zhang Yi and the other ordinary employees, they did raise some suspicion, but the illogical nature of the resource disappearance meant that even if internal employees were implicated, it was not the primary issue at hand. Zhang Yi was ordered to remain in Tianhai City for the time being and must cooperate with both the police and Walmart's internal investigations. Today is December 8th. With only 4 days remaining until the onset of the Ice Age. In the time to come, he need only stay at home, refrain from going anywhere, and he could effortlessly bask in the rewards of his life. Contemplating the treasures worth billions contained within his alternate space, which encompassed nearly all of life's necessities, Zhang Yi felt an immense sense of security. Upon awakening in the evening, he turned on the television to find news reports covering the theft incident at Walmart's South China warehouse. Due to the staggering loss and the peculiar nature of the theft, major news outlets across the country were competing to report on the story. The fact that such a vast warehouse could be emptied within mere hours undoubtedly suggested that someone had engaged in self-theft. It must have been an insider's doing, most likely orchestrated by the upper echelons of Walmart themselves, in a bid to defraud the insurance. After all, we are talking about millions of cubic units of goods. Even with large trucks, it would be impossible to transport it all in a single night. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. The truth of this matter would remain elusive until the world met its end. In the following days, Zhang Yi remained confined to his home, venturing nowhere. He understood that the time left for this world was scant. For his own safety, he refrained from leaving his room. Meanwhile, investigators from both the police and Walmart's headquarters summoned him for questioning. Although they harbored suspicions regarding Zhang Yi's peculiar behavior that night, the brevity of the investigation and the lack of concrete evidence prevented them from detaining him. During this period, some acquaintances reached out to Zhang Yi, inquiring about the inside scoop, but he skillfully evaded their probing. Finally, the day arrived on December 12th. At precisely 2 o'clock in the morning, Gamma rays traversed the blue planet, a fleeting moment that nonetheless wrought catastrophic consequences upon this world. Zhang Yi had taken precautions hours in advance, sealing his room completely and igniting the fireplace, for soon, with the depletion of energy resources, the heating and air conditioning systems would fail utterly. At 2 o'clock, he found himself seated on a sofa before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, a bottle of beer in hand, his gaze fixated on the outside world. Suddenly, a flash of white light emerged at the horizon, illuminating the earth as if it were dusk, despite the late hour. Yet this brilliance lasted but a fleeting 2 seconds before it succumbed to silence. Most people had already succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the transient phenomenon. However, for Zhang Yi, who understood the implications of this event, a chill ran down his spine. He gulped down his beer, the crisp taste of Budweiser providing a momentary sense of calm. In a reflexive motion, he tossed several fine logs into the fireplace. Mere minutes later, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, at first no larger than a fingernail. But within 2 minutes, they transformed into a veritable blizzard. The wind outside began to howl, and in an instant, the snowfall turned ominous, enveloping the city in an unexpected tempest of snow. This is the power of nature. When it undergoes transformation, it does not offer any forewarning. Zhang Yi felt a twinge of anxiety within. Although he had constructed a remarkably secure refuge, his prior experience during the ice apocalypse rendered him somewhat apprehensive. He could not help but wonder whether this lavish sanctuary, valued at a staggering 8 million, would indeed be capable of withstanding the imminent plunge in temperature. However, as the flames roared to life in the fireplace, the indoor atmosphere grew exceedingly warm, almost uncomfortably so. Zhang Yi glanced at the thermometer, which indicated a balmy 32.6 degrees Celsius. Upon looking outside, he observed that the relentless snowfall had enveloped the entire city. A sense of calm washed over him. Yet he refrained from succumbing to slumber. He wished to monitor the unfolding events a little longer. As for rest, there would be ample opportunity for that in due course. Within half an hour, a thick layer of snow had already accumulated on the balcony. Zhang Yi picked up his phone to read the news and discovered that reports of the drastic temperature drop had swept across the internet. The online community was rife with lamentations, as netizens expressed their dismay over the unseasonably early arrival of winter, lamenting their lack of adequate winter attire. This cursed weather had plunged to sub-zero temperatures. Tomorrow, the roads would likely be frozen over. How could one possibly commute to work? Conversely, some expressed their delight at the heavy snowfall, relishing the prospect of a day off from work, exclaiming with laughter, "Hooray!" particularly among some friends from the south. There was an exuberant sharing of photographs featuring themselves amidst the snowfall, expressing their astonishment at witnessing such a substantial accumulation of snow for the first time in their southern locales. Zhang Yi shook his head, remarking that this was merely the beginning. The heavy snowfall was expected to persist for the next 3 months, with temperatures plummeting further. Soon enough, their enthusiasm for the snow would likely wane. Chapter 14. Extreme Cold. I am amused by the turmoil outside the Ice Age had commenced. In Haishur, a city in the south, a thick blanket of snow began to fall, prompting a flurry of discussions online. Some voiced their grievances while others expressed relief. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this snowstorm and the accompanying drop in temperature were not fleeting phenomena. They were destined to endure and intensify, ultimately leading to an unimaginable catastrophe. At that moment, Zhang Yi reclined comfortably on his sofa at home, relishing the warmth of over 30 degrees Celsius in his safe haven while sipping a chilled Budweiser beer. Thoroughly at ease. Just then, his phone suddenly buzzed. Upon checking, he discovered that it was a lively conversation in a group chat, which included his former classmates, fellow enthusiasts, and residents from his community. Goodness, how did it suddenly snow so heavily? The weather forecast didn't mention anything, exclaimed one. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night. I need to turn on the air conditioning. Another chimed in. Don't even mention it. Our old air conditioner is utterly ineffective at heating. It's getting colder by the minute, lamented yet another. I wonder how long this frigid weather will last. I haven't even bought my winter clothes yet. Amidst a cacophony of voices, the crowd expressed their sentiments with fervent enthusiasm. Zhang Yi understood all too well that this was merely a fleeting moment. He stifled a yawn, disinclined to continue observing the scene. Retreating to the warmth of his plush bed, Zhang Yi enveloped himself in a sumptuous velvet duvet and comfortably closed his eyes. His bed, an exquisite piece procured from the depths of a Walmart warehouse, offered unparalleled comfort, particularly the mattress, rumored to be identical to that of a certain celebrity. Valued at 3 million. Outside, snowflakes fell like feathers, and the biting wind howled, while inside, the fireplace crackled warmly, creating a delightful ambience. In such a cozy environment, Zhang Yi swiftly drifted into slumber. The following morning, he was roused from his dreams by the shrill ring of his mobile phone. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that it was the ever-charming Fang Yuqing calling. Disturbed from his reverie, Zhang Yi felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. He answered the phone with a touch of irritation. "Hello, what's the matter calling me this early?" Fang Yuqing hesitated at the icy tone of his voice, but quickly regained her composure, replying, "Zhang Yi, it's so cold outside. Did you stock up on supplies because you anticipated this drastic drop in temperature?" Her voice trembled slightly, as if she were braving some unseen burden. Hearing her words, a sardonic smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips. Truly, this white lotus had a knack for seeking him out at the most inconsequential times. He lazily responded, "I merely overheard a friend mention it, but I certainly did not expect the temperature to plummet this severely." He lifted the blanket, the warmth of the room causing beads of sweat to form on his skin. Zhang Yi slipped into his slippers and stepped outside. Upon reaching the floor-to-ceiling window, a familiar sight made his gaze sharpen. The heavy snowfall had engulfed the entire city. The streets and the shrubs lining the roads had vanished from view. Only the outlines of the buildings could be faintly discerned, with many ground floors submerged beneath the snow. The flurry continued unabated, delicate snowflakes cascading to the earth without a hint of cessation. On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing was still chiding him. "No wonder you've hoarded so many supplies, Zhang Yi. You really should have informed me about this in advance." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, taken aback by her audacity to blame him. He abruptly terminated the call and cast his phone aside. Subsequently, he indulged in a soothing hot shower. From his stock, he procured a prime A5 Wagyu steak for breakfast, pairing it with pasta. While enjoying his meal, he turned on the television. With the recent drop in temperature, there had been no power outages, allowing him to watch without interruption. However, even if the power were to fail, Zhang Yi had meticulously prepared various backup power sources, along with dozens of generators and an ample supply of gasoline. In terms of energy, he was well equipped to last at least 300 years without concern. Upon turning on the television, Zhang Yi first tuned into the morning news channel. Despite being a reincarnated individual with prior knowledge of the external situation, he found that observing the current state of affairs served as a form of distraction. On the news station, both anchors were remarkably clad in thick down jackets. It is worth noting that television stations typically enjoy generous central heating, being prioritized in terms of energy supply. The necessity for the anchors to don winter attire indicated that the temperature had plummeted to levels that even the central air conditioning could not adequately counteract. The female anchor addressed the camera with a steady tone, stating, "Last night, a severe cold front swept across the globe, resulting in drastic fluctuations in temperatures worldwide. The general drop in temperature ranged from 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. The meteorological department is currently investigating the cause of this cold wave. In the coming days, we urge everyone to take precautions against the cold and avoid frostbite. If possible, please refrain from going outdoors. The authorities will manage this situation appropriately. There is no need for panic. Do not spread rumors or believe in them, and certainly do not engage in hoarding supplies. The snowstorm will soon pass." Hearing the anchor's words, Zhang Yi scoffed. In the wake of the impending ice age, survival depended solely on oneself. Remaining idle at home would undoubtedly lead to being among the first to perish. In the upper right corner of the television, the outdoor temperature in Tianhai City was displayed as a chilling -65 degrees. It is noteworthy that just the previous day, the maximum temperature in Tianhai City had reached 15 degrees, signifying an abrupt drop of 80 degrees. Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. The drop in temperature was strikingly reminiscent of his previous life. However, clad in pajamas, sipping red wine, and savoring steak with pasta, he felt no trace of the chill outside. After all, this was a safe haven built at the cost of 8 million, and he had specifically emphasized its insulation capabilities, ensuring that the warmth within remained steadfast. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone chime began. His interest piqued. He was curious about what those neighbors who had previously mocked him were discussing. The first message he noticed was from Fang Yuqing. "Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly hang up on me? It's snowing heavily outside, and I can't go out. Didn't you buy a lot of food? Could you lend me some for now? I promise to return it once the snowstorm passes." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The White Lotus was cunning enough to realize that with such a heavy snowfall, food would become exceedingly scarce. She was unwilling to brave the frigid temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees to procure supplies, thus seeking to procure provisions from Zhang Yi. However, he was acutely aware that this icy disaster would endure for a considerable time and would not abate swiftly. Moreover, he had no intention of parting with even a morsel of food for Fang Yuqing. In his previous life, he had been deceived by this White Lotus, sharing much of his own food with her. In the end, she had betrayed him, leading to his demise. and even attempted to extract his ribs to brew a soup. Such a woman, Zhang Yi now only wishes to toy with her, reveling in the sight of her miserable demise. With this thought, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips as he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. You should have mentioned it earlier. I have nearly consumed all the provisions at home. Look, I just cooked a steak this morning. After sending the message, he took a selfie with himself and the steak, along with a glass of red wine, intentionally including his pajamas in the frame before sending it to Fang Yuqing. Chapter 15. The White Lotus demands supplies at that moment. Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rented room, tightly wrapping herself in 2 blankets. Although the air conditioning was set to 40 degrees, the indoor temperature barely reached freezing. She shivered uncontrollably, feeling as if the cold air was seeping into her blankets. Upon seeing the photograph sent by Zhang Yi, her eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that, in such frigid weather, Zhang Yi was comfortably clad in his thin pajamas, indulging in steak and drinking Red Bull. Despite residing in the same building, it felt as though they inhabited entirely different worlds, especially upon gazing at the delectable steak on the table and that exquisite bottle of red wine. Her mouth almost watered. As a quintessential White Lotus and a savvy woman, she was well-versed in luxury goods. Based on her knowledge, the steak Zhang Yi was eating was undoubtedly authentic premium Wagyu, and the French red wine beside him was certainly classified as CH2 level, worth at least 20 to 30,000. Currently, I am freezing to death. While Zhang Yi enjoys such comfort, instantly provoking an overwhelming jealousy in Fang Yuqing, she promptly sent a message to Zhang Yi, expressing her desire for steak and red wine. She believed her hint was unmistakably clear. According to Zhang Yi's past character, he would undoubtedly take the initiative to bring her steak and red wine at this moment. However, upon reading her message, Zhang Yi merely chuckled with amusement, treating her as if she were a past infatuation. If she wanted it, she could simply purchase it from the supermarket. After reading this response, Fang Yuqing's expression immediately stiffened. Wasn't that obvious? With the temperature outside plummeting to -6 or 7 degrees, any exposed skin risked frostbite. As such a delicate young woman, how could he make such an unreasonable request? Fang Yuqing, gritting her teeth, indignantly exclaimed, Zhang Yi, you truly are not a man. Given such a wonderful opportunity, you fail to come and show off a little umph. At this moment, Fang Yuqing still possessed a semblance of pride, though she yearned for a sumptuous steak and exquisite red wine. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was merely a fish in her pond. She believed that the snowstorm would soon pass, lasting only a few days. Thus, she continued to uphold her image as a proud goddess, refraining from requesting food from Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi chose to ignore Fang Yuqing and turned his attention to other chat groups, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon entering the homeowners group of their community, he observed Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee urging everyone to remain calm and stay indoors. She reassured them that there was no cause for alarm. The sudden drop in temperature was only temporary and would last at most 2 or 3 days. She implored the residents not to panic and hoard supplies, emphasizing their trust in the authorities. The neighborhood committee would devise strategies to help everyone weather the snowstorm, and she urged compliance with the directives to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for the officials. However, a homeowner voiced dissent, questioning when the heavy snowfall would cease and expressing concern over the difficulties of venturing outside. They argued that it was prudent to stockpile supplies. Aunt Lin immediately intensified her tone, admonishing them, "What are you doing? This only adds to our chaos. Hoarding supplies will only drive up prices, and soon everyone will be forced to pay exorbitant rates for food. Anyone caught stockpiling will not escape my report to the authorities for inciting public unrest." As Zhang Yi observed the domineering Aunt Lin directing everyone like a leader in the group chat, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Today marked the onset of the Ice Age, and despite the frigid weather outside, the supermarket supplies had not yet been entirely depleted. Venturing out into the heavy snow presented a risk of frostbite, yet there existed a genuine opportunity to stockpile essential goods. However, Aunt Lin's intimidation tactics instilled a false sense of security in many, dissuading them from purchasing groceries. The inevitable outcome was all too predictable. At that moment, Aunt Lin's attention abruptly shifted towards Zhang Yi. She tagged him in the community group chat, stating, "Xiao Zhang, you have hoarded quite a bit at home before. Now that the snow disaster is severe, you cannot serve as a cautionary example. Stay indoors obediently these days, and if I catch you going out to buy anything again, do not blame Aunt Lin for being unsympathetic." Zhang Yi's expression darkened. This old crone had harbored a grudge since he had declined her previous demands. Now, seizing the opportunity, she did not hesitate to deliver her veiled threats. However, to Zhang Yi, the community committee's matron was of little consequence. His inquiry resonated with many. They resented Aunt Lin's words, but hesitated to rebut her due to her position within the committee. With Zhang Yi leading the charge, others soon found the courage to voice their concerns. Indeed, if you prevent us from stockpiling supplies, who will bear the responsibility when we face shortages? Can you truly shoulder that burden? Upon witnessing the collective opposition from the crowd, Aunt Lin felt a surge of anxiety, simultaneously nurturing an intensified resentment towards Zhang Yi for publicly contradicting her in the homeowners group. Was this not a blatant affront to her dignity? Rest assured, we, the neighborhood committee, can assure everyone with utmost responsibility that there will be no shortage of supplies. The snow disaster shall soon pass. And you, Zhang Yi, refrain from inciting the masses during such tumultuous times. Your actions border on unlawful misconduct. Zhang Yi erupted into laughter. Even in these dire circumstances, the old woman surnamed Lin still clung to her authority, wielding her minuscule power with an air of superiority. How utterly laughable. Oh dear, such an immense crown is one I cannot bear. Fear not, it is far too cold outside. I shan't venture out, not for anything. You may proceed at your leisure. He had already stockpiled ample supplies, rendering any need to venture out for mere scraps unnecessary. Yet, those who fell for Aunt Lin's deceitful words would inevitably face dire consequences. Zhang Yi lamented inwardly, contemplating the impending apocalypse and the countless souls that might succumb to the bitter cold and starvation. Some, however, would meet their fates justly, such as those neighbors from his past who had wronged him. Whether they lived or perished mattered little to Zhang Yi. He had resolved to endure at all costs. The fates of others held no significance for him. Chapter 16. Aunt Lin's Revenge. Zhang Yi confronts directly. Zhang Yi languidly reclined on the sofa, stifling a yawn. While others endured the biting cold and hunger, he basked in a comfort that felt akin to paradise. His home boasted an impeccable insulation system and an inexhaustible supply of fuel, ensuring that his sanctuary remained at a consistently pleasant temperature throughout the year. There was nothing for him to do but to embrace each day with joy and contentment. Meanwhile, various live streams had been suspended due to the extreme cold. After all, even the most captivating female streamers he adored could hardly endure temperatures plummeting to 60 or 70 degrees below zero, or even surpassing 100 degrees, while donning spaghetti straps to dance. Should such an occurrence arise, Zhang Yi could only raise his thumb in admiration, exclaiming what a truly formidable individual. He opened his own alternate dimension, where the electronic equipment section was replete with numerous gaming consoles and AAA titles, including the likes of PS5, Switch, and Xbox, housing hundreds of pristine, unopened units. As for the game cartridges, there were tens of thousands of them. Zhang Yi extracted the latest PS5 and set it up on his colossal 100-inch Sony television, embarking on a gaming session with this year's newest AAA action game, Bayonetta 3. Nearby lay Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, all excellent choices for passing the time. Should he find any game's duration too brief, he could immerse himself in extensive titles like Civilization and Cities, Skylines, ensuring endless enjoyment. Freed from the burdens of work and social obligations, this lifestyle was even more delightful than the days before the apocalypse. Being at home, Zhang Yi donned nothing but pajamas, munching on snacks while reveling in his gaming experience. However, after a while, his phone chimed. Upon glancing at it, he discovered that the bothersome community committee member, Aunt Lin, had tagged him in the group chat. Zhang Yi, the roads outside are completely blocked by heavy snow. Please grab your tools and come help with the snow removal. In her words, there was a commanding tone that Zhang Yi perceived as she rallied the group to venture out and clear the snow. Yet, the response was dismally sparse. To her astonishment, the matter directly fell upon her shoulders. Zhang Yi glanced at the heavy snowfall outside. Nearly the entire floor was engulfed in snow, 3 meters deep. The notion of removing it by human effort seemed utterly preposterous, especially knowing that this snowfall would persist for at least another 3 months. Attempting to clear the snow now would be futile, as it would fall faster than they could remove it. Others in the group echoed Zhang Yi's sentiments, remarking on the frigid temperature outside, which plummeted to over -70 degrees. A brief exposure would likely result in frostbite. We are not in the Northeast. We lack adequate winter gear. How could we possibly go out? Aunt Lin grew agitated at once. What kind of attitude is this? Clearing the snow is not just for me. It is for everyone. She directed her ire towards Zhang Yi, the primary dissenting voice. Zhang Yi, I hereby command you in the name of the neighborhood committee to go out and clear the snow. This is a time of crisis. We must unite and heed the directives of the organization. Anyone who dares to oppose me will be seen as opposing the leadership of the committee. Once the snow disaster concludes, there will certainly be consequences from the organization. Aunt Lin once again invoked her status as a member of the neighborhood committee. causing the homeowners to feel a mix of indignation and silence. With the snow disaster recently upon them, the existing social order remained fragile, and no one dared to defy it. Although the power of these committee members appeared minimal, their influence was undeniably significant in the daily lives of the residents, making them somewhat untouchable. The crowd remained hushed. No one wished to be the first to confront the issue. However, many hoped that Zhang Yi would rise to the occasion and boldly challenge Aunt Lin, becoming the voice for everyone. Zhang Yi, fully aware of the thoughts of these proverbial ostriches, smirked with disdain. Yet, it was inconceivable for him to remain silent. Thus, he resolved to confront Aunt Lin directly. Upon reviewing the previous chat records, he noticed that Aunt Lin had tagged only a few amiable young residents from the community, deliberately overlooking those who were troublesome or influential. With a sharp retort, Zhang Yi remarked, "Aunt Lin, you are absolutely right. If this is truly for the community, then you and the committee should lead by example and clear the snow yourselves. Moreover, considering the many young and vigorous individuals in our neighborhood, why have you only summoned us? Do you perceive us as easy targets? You have not mentioned a word to those affluent individuals or social elites. What? Is it that you are utterly mute in their presence?" The other homeowners nodded in agreement, pleased with Zhang Yi's words. Zhang Yi is truly our articulate spokesperson. Indeed. It appears that only the most honest individuals have been sought after. Why not pursue Chen Jinghao and Su Hao instead? The individuals mentioned by Zhang Yi are known to all. They reside within the same community, and everyone is well aware of the formidable characters present. For instance, Chen Jinghao, residing in Unit 601 on the 6th floor, is a renowned figure in the local underworld, managing several hundred workers in earth-moving projects. Similarly, Su Hao, living in Unit 802 on the 8th floor, is the son of a prominent developer in Tianhai City, with family ties to officials. Throughout the discourse, Aunt Lin refrained from mentioning these two, and Zhang Yi directly exposed her inherent fear of the formidable. This revelation left Aunt Lin feeling utterly embarrassed. Her omission of those formidable individuals undoubtedly stemmed from her lack of courage, as they would not spare her a glance. Such individuals have always been known to prey upon the meek. If Zhang Yi had previously exhibited such a disposition, Aunt Lin would not have dared to request his assistance in snow shoveling. Feeling her pride wounded, she unleashed a flurry of lengthy voice messages in the group, asserting that snow removal is a public service meant for the collective benefit. Some individuals, however, are overly concerned with trivial matters, lacking any spirit of contribution. Such individuals are truly the bane of our homeowners group. If one chooses not to participate, they need not. There are plenty willing to step in. The collective awareness of others far surpasses yours. Furthermore, I do not favor certain individuals. It is simply unnecessary to mention each by name. I implore you to understand this and not to misinterpret. Should further defamatory remarks about me be made, I will be compelled to involve the authorities. Aunt Lin's explanation seemed to only exacerbate the situation, especially towards the end when she even claimed she would call the police, which elicited a hearty laugh from Zhang Yi. The other homeowners, upon hearing Aunt Lin's words, grew fearful, and some timid individuals grabbed their tools to shovel the snow. However, Zhang Yi remained undeterred by her antics. Setting aside the fact that her unreasonable behavior would not garner police support, did she truly believe that various societal mechanisms were functioning normally? Chapter 17. The Bully and the Cowardly Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi dismissed Aunt Lin's words as mere nonsense, yet with nothing better to do. He decided to amuse himself by teasing the elderly woman. "Oh my, Aunt Lin, you seem quite formidable. If you possess such prowess, why not summon Chen Jinghao and Su Hao to come down and clear the snow?" He named names within the group, utterly disregarding anyone's dignity. Chen Jinghao, known as Brother Hao, was a notorious social thug. It was he who first barged into their home, brandishing a mountain axe. Su Hao, the arrogant and overbearing scion of a wealthy family, was the first to draw a blade against Zhang Yi. In short, apart from a scant few good souls among the neighbors, the rest participated in the assault or robbery against Zhang Yi. He could even surmise that after his demise in a past life, each of them took their share of the spoils. Thus, Zhang Yi spared no one's feelings, ruthlessly stripping away their facade and repulsing them. Aunt Lin glanced at her phone, her expression shifting dramatically. Zhang Yi's explicit naming left her in a precarious position. No matter how much she argued, if she backed down at this moment, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule, and her authority would be undermined in the future. With no other choice, she tagged Chen Jinghao and Su Hao in the group, stating, "Family members, this community is my home. We must rely on one another to clear the snow. I hope those available can bring tools and join in the effort." Moments later, an individual identified as 25602 Chen Jinghao responded with several question marks. "Clear the snow? Are you out of your mind? Can't you see the heavy snowfall outside? What the hell, are you crazy? If you have a problem, go see a doctor, don't bark here. Tag me again, and I'll make you regret it. Believe me. Chun Jinghao berated Aunt Lin with a torrent of harsh words, leaving the homeowners in the group chuckling heartily, clutching their bellies in laughter. This Aunt Lin had deluded herself into believing she was significant, yet she was utterly disregarded by others. As a mere member of the neighborhood committee, her influence over ordinary homeowners was negligible. Individuals of real societal stature would never regard her as anything of consequence. Meanwhile, the wealthy second-generation heir, Su Hao, chimed in with a voice message, exclaiming, "What does shoveling snow have to do with me? I have no need to work. I could easily spend my days lounging in bed." Following his proclamation, he shared an image of himself nestled under a thick duvet, embracing a woman. This residence was merely a haven for him to indulge his whims, and he happened to be inadvertently trapped here. When Aunt Lin instructed him to clear the snow, he deemed her mentally unfit. Aunt Lin, stung by Chun Jinghao's rebuke, dared not retort. After all, she was wary of provoking someone truly formidable. Yet, upon witnessing Su Hao's brazen attitude, she stubbornly replied, "Regardless, you are still a member of the community. Clearing the snow is your duty." Su Hao, with a scornful sneer, retorted, "Pa, do you think my monthly property fees are for nothing? Without my money, you committee members would find yourselves starving. Such absurdity. You wield the homeowners' funds as if you were the masters. The science of wealth are seldom uncomplicated. Although Su Hao leads a frivolous life, he possesses worldly experience and holds the local community committee members in utter disdain." He proclaimed, with a smug air, "My current status is a result of my parents' and family's influence. Can you impoverished souls possibly compare?" He continued, "Hurry up with the snow shoveling. You still need to earn your daily bread. Only after the snow is cleared will I be able to leave this wretched place." As the crowd absorbed Su Hao's arrogant declarations, indignation bubbled within them, yet they found themselves powerless to retort. After all, he was simply born into privilege. While his words were harsh, they bore a semblance of truth. The spectacle between Chun Jinghao and Su Hao left the onlookers disheartened. Linda Ma's pleas were rendered meaningless, and no one paid her any heed. She was infuriated, yet her ire was not directed at Chun Jinghao or Su Hao, but rather at Zhang Yi. She believed her efforts to rally the property owners had been thwarted by Zhang Yi, the instigator of discord. Consequently, she sent Zhang Yi a private message, seething with anger, asking, "Zhang Yi, are you intentionally trying to undermine me? What exactly do you intend to achieve? I suggested everyone go out to clear the snow. Does that mean each person must venture outside? Now, look what has happened. Everyone has refused to cooperate. Are we to remain confined indoors indefinitely?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Ah, so we have a volunteer seeking reprimand? Spare me your facade. You, who bully the weak and cower before the strong, have no right to bark here. Cowardly, you dare not even utter a sound when scolded by others. Yet you come here seeking a sense of existence? Allow me to inform you that your grandfather is not to be trifled with. Should you bark again, be wary, for I shall not hesitate to end you." Zhang Yi deftly grasped the essence of Aunt Lin's character, a feeble creature who cowers before the strong. Indeed, after delivering such fierce words, Zhang Yi instilled in Aunt Lin a profound sense of fear. As an elderly woman living with her grandson, she relied on her position within the neighborhood committee for any semblance of respect. However, should others disregard her status and confront her recklessly, she would be utterly powerless against them. Suddenly silenced, she seemed genuinely apprehensive about provoking Zhang Yi further. In a panic, Aunt Lin swiftly blocked Zhang Yi, terrified of his potential retorts. Her body trembled, whether from the cold or the fright she had just endured, she could not tell. That scoundrel, a complete lunatic. It would be wise not to provoke him further. I shall devise numerous ways to make your life unpleasant in due time. Visions of the future danced in Aunt Lin's mind as she contemplated using her committee position to make Zhang Yi's life difficult. Perhaps she would deliberately delay the distribution of essential supplies to him, or exclude him from enjoyable community activities. She imagined Zhang Yi's regretful expression, envisioning him pleading for mercy, only for her to coldly shut the door in his face, taunting, "Aren't you quite arrogant? Let us see how you fare now." Lost in her thoughts, Aunt Lin began to chuckle delightfully. "Ah, there will come a day when you shall seek my favor. For now, I shall not stoop to your level." Aunt Lin, employing her own form of psychological victory reminiscent of AQ, found satisfaction in her actions. She then proceeded to rally others in the group to venture outside and clear the snow. Although the group held a certain disdain for Aunt Lin, many were compelled to consider their own need to work, leading a few earnest individuals to brave the biting cold of -70 degrees and take up their tools to shovel the snow. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yi, just as he had successfully dismissed Aunt Lin, another troublemaker was on the horizon. This time, His WeChat phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he was taken aback to see it was Chun Jinghao from the group. It appeared that Zhang Yi's earlier remarks had irked Chun, prompting him to call and intimidate Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had long harbored resentment towards this scoundrel, and seeing him call only narrowed his eyes with anticipation. He secretly hoped this fool would indeed seek him out for trouble, as he had no intention of leaving the safe house. Thus, Zhang Yi answered the call. Chapter 18. Who's afraid of playing rough? As soon as the call connected, a torrent of fierce insults erupted from the other end. Are you looking for death? Who told you to mention me in the group? You dare provoke me, Chun Jinghao? It seems you have a death wish. I have 100 ways to make your life unbearable in this city. Do you believe me? Chun Jinghao is a notorious bully in Tianhai City, commanding a following of several hundred individuals. It is rumored that he has been embroiled in multiple homicide cases, leading the residents of his community to avoid him. No one dares to provoke him. To assert his dominance, Chun Jinghao's modus operandi is to ensure that anyone who offends him, even in the slightest, pays a substantial price. This is the so-called face of a social figure. Thus, when Zhang Yi merely mentioned him in a residence group, Chun Jinghao perceived it as a provocation. On the other end of the line, he furiously shouted, "You truly seek death. You're quite the chatterbox, aren't you? How dare you invoke my name?" Zhang Yi, however, was unyielding. With a cold sneer, he retorted, "What are you, a mere nobody? Stop pretending to be something you're not. You're a societal scum, a useless waste. When I call for you, you answer." Zhang Yi's words poured forth from a well of pent-up anger towards the perpetrator who had once invaded his home and caused his demise in a past life. On the other end, Chun Jinghao was taken aback by Zhang Yi's audacity to retort. His fury intensified, and his insults grew more vicious. Zhang Yi boldly declared, "You are nothing but a worthless waste, merely playing with words. Who are you trying to intimidate? Go eat dirt." After the scolding, Zhang Yi abruptly hung up the phone and promptly blocked the caller. The thought of Chun Jinghao's furious demeanor filled him with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He approached the television and activated the surveillance camera. When the Zhanlong Security Company had constructed his safe house, they had installed cameras throughout the entire floor, effectively placing the entire building under his watchful eye. Zhang Yi directed his gaze towards the 6th floor where Chun Jinghao resided. As anticipated, the door to Chin's home was soon flung open with great force. Dressed in a down jacket and wielding a baseball bat, Chun stormed out, exuding an aggressive aura. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he instinctively recoiled from the biting cold. The temperature outside plummeted to over -70 degrees, and in a bid to impress, he had donned merely a down jacket over a thermal shirt, deliberately leaving the zipper undone to flaunt the tattoo on his chest. The frigid air quickly taught him a harsh lesson. Realizing the surroundings were deserted, Chun hurriedly rubbed his hands together and rushed to the elevator. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi leisurely retrieved a hand crossbow from beneath the coffee table. This crossbow was designed for hunting. Even a wild boar weighing 300 kilograms would be penetrated deeply by a 20-centimeter bolt if struck. As he hummed a tune, he prepared the crossbow bolt. Within a distance of 15 meters, while not guaranteed to hit the mark every time, it would be nearly impossible to miss a target the size of a watermelon. As the elevator ascended, Zhang Yi, armed with the prepared crossbow, moved to the entrance. His massive security door featured a shooting aperture positioned 2 meters high. Standing on a chair, he opened the door covering the aperture, which could only be accessed from the inside. He aimed the crossbow towards the corridor outside. For added safety, Zhang Yi had a pistol concealed in his pocket, ensuring that even if Chun Jinghao were invincible, misfortune awaited him today. Before long, the sound of the elevator echoed as Chun Jinghao emerged, cursing under his breath. Thanks to the homeowner's group notes, he easily discerned Zhang Yi's residence. Upon reaching the door, he raised his baseball bat and began to pound on it while shouting, "Zhang Yi, you scoundrel, come out. Were you not just so formidable? Now, come forth and witness how I shall obliterate you." Chun Jinghao spat venomously, striking the door with all his might. However, that formidable security door measured a substantial 20 centimeters in thickness and was fortified with bulletproof metal, rendering it far more resilient than some armored vehicles. It was, of course, beyond Chun Jinghao's capacity to breach with a mere baseball bat, resulting instead in a painful reverberation that numbed his hand. While he continued to curse, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had been targeted by a crossbow bolt. Zhang Yi observed Chun Jinghao's ferocious demeanor, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His crossbow was aimed directly at Chun Jinghao's head. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he shifted his aim. In this apocalyptic scenario, aside from himself, the others in the building were destined for demise, and Chun Jinghao was no exception. To eliminate him now would be utterly mundane. After all, in a past life, he had been devoured alive by these deranged neighbors. A mischievous grin spread across Zhang Yi's face. He would not allow such scum to perish so easily. Thus, he recalibrated his target. A faint sound pierced the air as the sharp crossbow bolt found its mark, striking Chen Jinghao's leg. The bolt, capable of taking down wild boars, pierced through his calf with brutal efficiency. Chen Jinghao let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his leg in agony. In this frigid temperature of over -70 degrees, the penetrating injury he sustained meant that his leg was undoubtedly ruined. Furthermore, the lack of medical supplies made infection an inevitable consequence. Soon, he would succumb to a tragic demise amidst suffering and cold. In this moment of excruciating pain, Chen Jinghao realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. These ruffians thrived on their fearlessness and reckless abandon, betting on the fact that honest individuals would not dare to resist them. Yet, when faced with someone audacious enough to wield a crossbow, even their hearts quaked with trepidation. Terrified, Chen Jinghao lost all composure, failing to discern the origin of the arrow that had struck him. After all, he was no monster. However, at that moment, his heart was colder than the biting air surrounding him. The merciless assault he had just endured made the intent to kill painfully clear. In today's society, those who dared to shoot others with a crossbow were not to be trifled with. He glanced at his mangled leg, realizing that the entire calf had been completely pierced by the bolt. Blood stained half of his pant leg, which quickly froze in the extreme cold. The low temperature dulled his pain, yet this did not bring him any relief. Instead, it filled him with dread. He understood that if his leg remained untreated in such a condition, it would be rendered useless within half an hour. Chapter 19. A chilling awakening. Chen Jinghao finally felt a pang of fear. He took out his phone to call for emergency assistance, but the line remained perpetually busy. After 2 interminable minutes of futile attempts, despair washed over him. Outside, the world was engulfed in a bitter chill, and even the hospital had come to a standstill. Although a few medical establishments persisted in operations, the relentless snowfall had rendered any hope of an ambulance utterly impossible. Resolute and hardened by life's trials, Chen Jinghao pondered for a significant while before making a fateful decision to perform surgery on himself. At the very least, he needed to extract the crossbow bolt embedded within him. Having engaged in numerous altercations in the past, he had a stockpile of such implements at home. With a knife, he carefully sliced open his pant leg, only to be met with a sight that drained the color from his face. The wound, exposed to the frigid air, had begun to freeze over. While this temporarily stymied the flow of blood, the surrounding skin had taken on a sinister purple hue, and his calf had lost all sensation. In that moment of utter hopelessness, Chen Jinghao understood that his only salvation lay in self-rescue. Fortuitously, his life experiences had steeled him for such adversity. After a brief moment of contemplation, he embarked on the grim task of operating on himself. The cold had numbed much of the pain in his lower leg, allowing him to proceed without anesthetic, albeit at a tremendous cost to his endurance. The agony was so intense that he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Regrettably, it was clear that his calf would never regain its former state. As he lay on the couch, gasping for breath, his heart brimmed with an all-consuming hatred for Zhang Yi, the man who had shot him with that arrow. "Zhang Yi, you little brat, I swear I will kill you." Chen Jinghao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was not jesting. He genuinely intended to eliminate Zhang Yi. Otherwise, how could he continue to navigate his life in Tianhai City? Chen Jinghao picked up his phone, but since Zhang Yi had blocked him, he resorted to tagging Zhang Yi in the homeowners group. "Zhang Yi, you wretched pup, just wait. If I don't make you pay, I'll write my name, Chen Jinghao, backward from now on." The homeowners were largely oblivious to the situation, yet upon learning that Zhang Yi had offended Chen Jinghao, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. Chen Jinghao was indeed a notorious thug, known for his ruthless actions. However, if they had known that Zhang Yi had shot him with an arrow and rendered his leg useless, they might have been too frightened to speak at all. Yet, some individuals were quite elated. For instance, Lin Dama, who had previously suffered at Zhang Yi's hands, gleefully remarked, "A dog-eat-dog scenario is the best. Humph. Neither of them are virtuous. It would be splendid if that ruffian Chen Jinghao could eliminate Zhang Yi. Let that wretched creature curse me." Meanwhile, Bai Lianhua Fang Yuqing also noticed the messages in the group. She curled her lips, secretly hoping that Zhang Yi would receive a thorough beating from Chen Jinghao. After all, how could he be so indifferent to her, the goddess, and not even bring her a simple meal when she desired it? Nevertheless, no one in the group dared to speak up, fearing that the incident might implicate them. Zhang Yi, upon reading the message, burst into hearty laughter. As long as he remained within his safe haven, he held no fear of 100 Chen Jinghaos. Zhang Yi sent a voice message to his phone. "What are you even worth? Just a barking dog. If you provoke me again, I'll make sure to cripple your other leg. The homeowners in the group were taken aback by this message. They never expected Zhang Yi to confront Chen Jinghao so boldly. Moreover, it seemed that he had indeed injured Chen Jinghao's leg. Chen Jinghao gripped his phone tightly, nearly crushing it in his fury. Damn you, Zhang Yi. Just wait. I will make you pay dearly. Zhang Yi, unfazed, retorted, You cowardly creature, come at me if you dare. Let us see who meets their end first. One cannot deny that in the face of impending doom, Zhang Yi had become audaciously unrestrained. With societal norms and moral constraints cast aside, he felt no need to show respect to anyone. It was liberating. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao was consumed with rage, his anger threatening to explode. Once back home, he leaned against the meager comfort of the air conditioning, gradually regaining his composure. Yet, the excruciating pain in his leg made him grimace. Moving now required the aid of a cane. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jinghao concluded that eliminating Zhang Yi would not pose a challenge. He believed he had merely been struck by an arrow due to his own carelessness. Now, with vigilance in mind, he could easily summon his underlings to storm into Zhang Yi's residence and exact his revenge. Outside, the biting cold had rendered the hospital and police station paralyzed. It was the perfect opportunity to eliminate a rival. Chen Jinghao promptly contacted his underlings, instructing them to bring weapons and assist him in disposing of Zhang Yi. Many of Chen's subordinates resided nearby, and upon receiving his command, they armed themselves with machetes, baseball bats, and steel pipes, swiftly making their way to Chen Jinghao's residence. Upon seeing the injury on Chen's leg, his subordinates clamored to avenge him, eager to exact retribution on his behalf. Chen coldly replied, I shall recover soon. Once the snow melts, I will recuperate in the hospital for a while. However, that scoundrel dared to shoot at me. Is he not provoking the heavens? If I do not eliminate him, how will I, Chen Jinghao, continue to survive in this world? One of his subordinates eagerly interjected, Brother Hao, just tell me his room number, and I shall go and deal with him immediately. Chen Jinghao nodded. They reside in room 2401 of this building. However, that little brat is cunning and possesses a crossbow. It was with that very weapon that he ambushed me. One of the subordinates, brandishing a steel pipe, exclaimed, This man has no honor. Resorting to ambush. Chen Jinghao cautioned, Exercise caution when you approach. I am aware he is alone in his apartment. As long as you avoid his shots, break down the door, and eliminate him without hesitation. The subordinates of Chen Jinghao are reckless individuals who, despite being aware of Zhang Yi's weaponry, remain undeterred and rather exhilarated. In the wake of the snowstorm that has besieged the city, lawlessness reigns, affording them the audacity to brazenly confront others. The malevolence inherent in human nature is unabashedly unleashed within them. Thus, armed and emboldened, they set forth to Zhang Yi's residence. Intent on forcibly breaching his door, Zhang Yi, cognizant that Chen Jinghao would not relent, anticipated retaliation. However, he remained unperturbed, comfortably ensconced at home, engrossed in a game while simultaneously monitoring the activity within the entire building through a split screen. He observed the approach of Chen Jinghao's henchmen with clarity. His table was strewn with an array of equipment, poised to deliver a fitting response upon their arrival. He had no qualms about confronting these societal miscreants, believing them deserving of their fate. Shortly thereafter, a dozen or so of Chen Jinghao's subordinates arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep. Aware of the hand crossbow in Zhang Yi's possession, they approached with caution. A few of the smaller thugs brandished wooden boards as shields, but upon realizing that all was quiet, they chose to take action. Open the door. How dare you shoot at our brother Hao? Today, we shall not let you live. This time next year will mark your demise. Open up. As they hurled insults, they began to assail Zhang Yi's door with the hammers and iron rods they had brought, intent on forcing their way in to teach him a severe lesson before handing him over to Chen Jinghao. Zhang Yi, engrossed in his game, remained unfazed by the cacophony of shouts and the relentless pounding at the door. He shouted back with irritation, Can't you muster a little more strength? Haven't you eaten? The group of young thugs, incensed by Zhang Yi's audacity, intensified their efforts. However, the security door, forged from 20 centimeters of solid alloy, resisted even the most rudimentary attempts at breaching it. After a prolonged assault, only a few minor scuffs marred the metallic surface. The door remained unyielding, showing no signs of denting. The young thugs stared in disbelief. This door was pure metal. How could it be so thick? Just how many enemies did this person have? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's game character met its demise once more. Growing increasingly annoyed by the ruckus outside, he made his way to the kitchen, connected a hose to the faucet, and climbed up to the shooting aperture. Oblivious to the imminent threat above, the thugs continued their raucous barking outside. With a cold smirk, Zhang Yi turned on the tap, directing a torrent of water towards them. The deluge cascaded down the narrow corridor like a torrential downpour, instantly drenching them. Chapter 20. Embracing a life of leisure. Can you fathom the sensation of being doused with icy water at a temperature plunging below -70 degrees? Zhang Yi wielded a large hose, directing a torrent towards those small figures outside. The disparity between the indoor and outdoor temperatures was approximately 100 degrees. Thus, as the water surged forth, it billowed steam, yet upon striking those individuals, it swiftly transformed into ice. In the frigid air, they were clad in down jackets and sweaters. The cold water soaked them entirely, instantly rendering them as if they had been cast into an ice cellar. Goodness, it's so cold, I'm freezing to death. Oh, stop it, stop it. In such moments, they would prefer to endure a severe beating rather than suffer the torment of this icy chill. Each individual was rendered with lips turning a shade of purple, and some even succumbed to unconsciousness due to the extreme cold. Driven by instinct, they hastily fled from the entrance of Zhang Yi's residence. Yet, in a matter of mere seconds, they were completely drenched, with no time to escape via the elevator. Their garments had already stiffened from the cold. Only after witnessing their retreat did Zhang Yi finally turn off the faucet. He had initially intended to teach them a lesson with a crossbow. However, the loading process was too sluggish and could expose him to retaliation through the shooting port. Instead, the deluge of water proved to be far more effective. Those unfortunate souls, drenched to the core, found their lips turning purple as they shivered in the aftermath. Meanwhile, the younger associates frantically sought blankets and sheets to warm themselves, their clothes completely soaked and frozen solid. In the confined space, a dozen individuals scrambled for clothing and bedding. But with so many present and insufficient supplies, a few of the younger ones had no choice but to strip off their garments and huddle together for warmth. The scene was rather peculiar. After regaining some semblance of warmth, a few of the younger associates, trembling, finally relayed the sequence of events to Qin Zhenghao. That Zhang Yi is utterly despicable. He doused us with a hose. It was unbearable. We had no idea how thick the door was. We hammered away for half an eternity and barely chipped off a bit of paint. After listening, Qin Zhenghao furrowed his brows deeply. When he had forcefully knocked on Zhang Yi's door, he had indeed perceived its formidable thickness. It seemed that a direct assault would prove challenging. However, he soon broke into a cold smile. It matters not. Even if their home is akin to an iron fortress, there will invariably be vulnerabilities. Moreover, I refuse to believe he could remain confined within his abode for eternity. You few stay nearby. As soon as he steps outside, take him down without hesitation. Qin Zhenghao declared with malevolence. His followers, a band of desperate rogues, trembled yet managed to smirk at his words. Though they were frozen to the bone, they felt compelled to project an image of ferocity. Yet, they could hardly fathom that Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving his home. Outside lay a hellish world, while his room was a sanctuary, who would traverse from paradise to perdition. Despite being aware that these individuals would not relent easily, they lacked the capability to infiltrate his residence. As for venturing out, Zhang Yi would never entertain such a notion. Even with a minuscule risk, he would refrain from taking that chance. Why would he not relish the comfort of his home? Soon after, Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window to observe the scene outside. Indeed, there were individuals wielding tools to clear the snow. He seemed to spot Uncle Yu, the diligent security guard, a straightforward and enthusiastic veteran who was always the first to charge into action when faced with a situation. The dozen or so individuals downstairs comprised some amiable young residents from the community. However, there was no sign of Aunt Lin and the other members of the neighborhood committee. Confronted with a thick blanket of snow measuring 2 to 3 meters, they toiled laboriously to excavate. Yet, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that such efforts were utterly futile. To say nothing of other considerations, merely carving out a path from the ground floor to the entrance of the community would require an entire day's work. But even if they succeeded in clearing it, what would it matter? The roads outside lay entirely blanketed in a thick layer of snow, navigable only by specialized snowplows that could laboriously clear the way. However, in the southern regions, such professional vehicles were non-existent. Venturing outdoors had become an impossible endeavor, especially in temperatures plummeting below -70 degrees. The cold was unbearable, and one could hardly withstand the frigid conditions for long. With inadequate thermal gear and bodies ill-equipped to endure such extreme cold, even a mere half-hour outdoors posed a risk of frostbite. Zhang Yi shook his head, feeling a pang of sympathy for these earnest individuals. Yet, their choices were their own, and he refrained from voicing any opinions. After all, at this moment, everything was irrelevant to him. His sole desire was to survive comfortably. As afternoon approached, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of hunger and summoned a sumptuous feast from his spatial realm. His meal was rather simple, a plate of Australian lobster, a Wellington steak, accompanied by 2 Huangshan pancakes and a bottle of cola. Such culinary delights were plentiful within his domain. With his days now largely spent indoors, Zhang Yi's routine had become delightfully flexible. He would sleep when tired and eat when hungry, indifferent to the distinctions of day and night. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall relentlessly. Zhang Yi took a moment to glance down at the community building, observing how the efforts of the residents to clear a patch of ground were swiftly obscured once more by the accumulating snow. They likely realized that their strength alone could not contend with the forces of nature. Reclining on the sofa clad in autumn attire, Zhang Yi found the indoor temperature a pleasant 27 degrees. Many television stations across the nation had ceased broadcasting, leaving only a few provincial channels and CCTV still airing. These broadcasts were filled with official announcements and messages encouraging the populace. In this moment, our gaze turns toward the city of Shengjing. The authorities are strategically orchestrating our response, launching a final offensive against the snow disaster. Reports indicate that due to inadequate measures in snow disaster prevention, the United States has suffered the calamity of 200 million affected individuals, with tens of millions succumbing to its effects. In contrast, the progression of our nation's snow disaster remains within manageable bounds, with developments taking a favorable turn. It is hoped that everyone remains calm and composed, placing faith in the strength of our officials. Zhang Yi shook his head. The magnitude and terror of this snow disaster are beyond human comprehension. Although the authorities are striving to resolve the issue, humanity's power pales in comparison to the forces of nature. Chapter 21. The White Lotus and the Green Tea within the homeowners group. One could still hear Aunt Lin incessantly chattering. Have you all seen the news? Our country possesses the strength to adequately confront this snow disaster. There is no need for panic. All issues will be swiftly resolved. If anyone is in need of supplies, those who are able should lend a helping hand. After all, this snow disaster will soon pass, and there is no necessity to hoard resources. Evidently, 2 days have elapsed. Yet there are no signs of the snow disaster abating, causing many to harbor growing concerns. Fang Yuqing once again messaged Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you all right? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Fang Yuqing likely believed she had been reprimanded by Qin Zhenghao. However, he did not perceive Fang Yuqing's concern as genuine. I am perfectly fine. Oh, that is reassuring. Fang Yuqing felt a tinge of disappointment within her heart. However, she soon remarked, our household has run out of provisions, and I recall you purchased quite a few items. Might you spare me a little? Zhang Yi's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Indeed, this woman must have ulterior motives for seeking him out. He remembered that during their last excursion to the supermarket, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining had also procured some goods. Although their purchases were not as abundant as his, it was hardly plausible they would be left wanting after merely 2 days. Oh dear, that was ages ago. I didn't keep any of those items at home. In truth, our supplies are quite meager, Zhang Yi responded dismissively. Yet, Fang Yuqing remained undeterred. Then surely you can part with a few packets of instant noodles? You oversee the storage. Can your household truly be so bereft? Zhang Yi retorted bluntly. I truly have no instant noodles left. Look, this is all I can eat on a daily basis. He gestured towards the table, snapping a photograph of the Australian lobster and steak, which he sent to Fang Yuqing. Upon receiving the image, Fang Yuqing's brows furrowed in indignation. What on earth is your intention, Zhang Yi? Are you deliberately provoking me? Nearby, her friend Lin Kaining poked her head out from under the covers. Due to the biting cold, they had huddled together on the same bed. The moment Lin Kaining caught sight of the delectable food in the photograph, her eyes glimmered with envy. These enchanting young women seldom cook, relying instead on takeout or the generosity of men to satisfy their appetites. However, with the recent heavy snowfall sealing off the city, they find themselves in a dire predicament, subsisting on instant noodles and canned goods, fare they typically disdain. Upon witnessing Zhang Yi indulging in delectable Australian lobster and steak, their hearts swell with a mix of indignation and envy. The anger stems from Zhang Yi's blatant selfishness in feasting alone, neglecting to offer them a morsel. Lin Kaining, feeling particularly acerbic, exclaims, "Oh, how outrageous of Zhang Yi. He possesses such exquisite delicacies at home, and yet fails to consider us. It's ironic, given that he once professed his fondness for you. Humph. I deem him wholly insincere." Fang Yuqing, too, harbors discontent, acutely aware that Zhang Yi is intentionally provoking her. Nevertheless, she believes he still harbors feelings for her, albeit employing such tactics to elicit her compliance. Humph, how naive. Is it merely a morsel that he thinks will compel me to be his girlfriend? Zhang Yi, your innocence is rather laughable. With a dismissive attitude, she strives to uphold her dignified image as an ambitious woman. Yet, as she gazes at the photos Zhang Yi sent, the longing in her eyes is unmistakable. Lin Kaining, perceptive to her friend's inner turmoil, suggests, why not propose to Zhang Yi that you would join him for dinner, provided he supplies the provisions? This way, you can retain your pride while savoring the sumptuous Australian lobster and steak. I am confident he will eagerly acquiesce. Fang Yuqing furrowed her brow in contemplation, regarding Zhang Yi merely as a superior backup. Although he possessed striking good looks and some wealth, he fell significantly short of her ideal of the affluent and handsome. Under normal circumstances, she would never lower herself to his level. However, at present she could no longer endure the monotony of instant noodles and canned food. Thus, she decided to extend an invitation for him to join her for dinner. With a slight pout, she reluctantly declared, "I'll send him a message." She picked up her phone and texted Zhang Yi, "It has been a while since we gathered. How about coming over for dinner tonight?" Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi chuckled, replying, "Are you inviting me to dinner? That sounds wonderful, thank you." His response left Fang Yuqing's face pale with indignation, though it could also be attributed to the chill in the air. Irritated, she turned to Lin Canning, exclaiming, "This Zhang Yi is utterly ungrateful. I offer him a chance to dine with me, and he expects me to foot the bill." Lin Canning was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that the once persistent Zhang Yi, who had long pursued Fang Yuqing, had suddenly become so inconsiderate. How peculiar. Could it be that even a devoted admirer could lack awareness? Fang Yuqing, now fuming, tossed her phone aside. "This Zhang Yi," she huffed. "I initially intended to keep him as my backup, but now his position in my life has been relegated. I am genuinely upset this time. From this moment forth, I shall not utter another word to him. Even if he comes to beg, it will be of no use." Although Li Canning has a penchant for indulgence, she cannot help but add fuel to the fire, oblivious to her own shortcomings. It is quite absurd that someone who wishes to pursue you is so miserly. Such a man deserves to remain single for a lifetime. The two continued to berate Zhang Yi for quite a while. During this time, Fang Yuqing picked up her phone, anticipating an apologetic message from Zhang Yi. However, to her dismay, he did not send a single word, leaving her with a sullen expression. Meanwhile, Lin Canning began to entertain mischievous thoughts and stealthily messaged Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, why are you so foolish? Yuqing is upset now. Do you realize how serious the situation is?" Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi instinctively glanced at his phone. For him, perusing various group chats had become a source of amusement. What could be more fascinating than human nature amidst an apocalyptic scenario? Discovering that the message was from Lin Canning, he chuckled to himself, recognizing the dynamic at play, one playing the villain, the other the hero. This duo of a green tea princess and a white lotus had long been transparent to him. Typically, Lin Canning's interventions were to support Fang Yuqing, as the latter needed to uphold her image as a pure goddess. Thus, requests for gifts and hints for men to spend on Fang Yuqing were always conveyed through Lin Canning. Chapter 22. The backup is quite useful feigning ignorance, Zhang Yi asked. "What's wrong? I haven't done anything wrong." Lin Canning replied, "Are you really that oblivious? With the heavy snow sealing the city, our provisions are nearly depleted. At this moment, wouldn't it be a perfect opportunity to express your devotion to Yuqing by delivering some delectable treats? If I were in your position, I would send over the finest cuts of steak and succulent lobsters from my home. When Yuqing is touched by your gesture, wouldn't your chances of winning her over increase significantly?" Zhang Yi, glancing at the message from Lin Canning, could already envision the gluttonous expression on that gold digger's face. He couldn't help but chuckle. This behavior is no different from begging. Ironically, if one must resort to begging, why adopt a facade of benevolence? As if by Zhang Yi providing them with food, they would be granting him an opportunity. This kind of hypocrisy made Zhang Yi yearn to slap them fiercely. Despicable. Zhang Yi resolved to toy with these two scheming women. He remarked, "But our supplies are rather limited. They are just enough for my own consumption." Lin Canning frowned and immediately retorted, "Foolish. How long can this snow disaster last? If you endure a couple of meals without food, you could ultimately deceive Yuqing into your grasp, and that would be a tremendous gain. If you are so reluctant to part with such meager provisions, it seems you are not truly sincere towards our Yuqing." Zhang Yi's laughter intensified. The two women were playing their roles perfectly, one embodying the fiery temper, while the other maintained a cool demeanor, skillfully manipulating him. Lin Canning, upon seeing his nonchalant response, was instantly infuriated. "Oh, what does that mean? After I've spoken at length, this is the attitude you display? Hurry and deliver the food to me. I too desire steak and Australian lobsters." Lin Canning is an Epicurean who has not savored any delightful dishes in recent days. Upon witnessing Zhang Yi indulging in a sumptuous feast, her mouth watered with envy. Initially, she contemplated using Fang Yuqing's name to deceive Zhang Yi into delivering the delectable treats to her. However, the unfolding events diverged sharply from her expectations. That singular utterance nearly shattered her composure. Could it be that he has lost interest in Fang Yuqing? No, that is utterly implausible. Surely, he is merely experiencing a fleeting lapse in judgment. Irritated, Lin Canning sought out Fang Yuqing, embellishing the narrative to her advantage. Naturally, she portrayed her pursuit of Zhang Yi as an endeavor to procure resources on Fang Yuqing's behalf. Fang Yuqing, with a frosty demeanor, retorted, "Humph, who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Henceforth, do not mention him in my presence." At present, for Zhang Yi to regain his status as her devoted admirer, he must offer a heartfelt apology for his recent transgressions and incur significant costs to earn her forgiveness. Lin Canning nudged Fang Yuqing, suggesting that if Zhang Yi remains oblivious, there are indeed other admirers at their disposal, as their neighborhood harbors numerous colleagues employed in the warehouse. Among them, there were other suitors vying for Fang Yuqing's attention, such as Zhou Ping, who pursued her with fervor. Fang Yuqing naturally knew who Lin Canning was referring to and disdainfully curled her lip. Zhou Peng was hardly worthy of being considered even a backup option. Despite having worked at Walmart in the past, he had no property in Tianhai City and was still renting a place. Fang Yuqing merely exploited him for minor advantages, harboring no genuine affection for him. Lin Canning advised, "It's so cold outside, and the snow is falling heavily. Since we cannot go out to shop, why not make use of him and have him run errands for us?" Fang Yuqing's gaze wandered, and she realized that Lin Canning's suggestion indeed held merit. Consequently, she sent a message to Zhou Peng. To her surprise, within 5 minutes, Zhou Peng came rushing over, eagerly bringing a backpack filled with snacks. Thus, there were naturally some supplies at home. At the mere mention of Fang Yuqing's request, Zhou Peng transformed into a fervent messenger, meticulously selecting items to deliver to her. Moreover, he thumped his chest and assured her, "Yuqing, just say the word, and I will do anything for you. You know that." Fang Yuqing, rarely smiling, bestowed a bright grin upon Zhou Peng. "Thank you, Zhou Peng. You are truly wonderful." With a few sweet words, she sent him on his way. "With your pitiful self, how dare you entertain thoughts of me? Perhaps in another lifetime." Within the entire building, the atmosphere had begun to take on an unusual quality. The extreme cold rendered the air conditioning ineffective, leaving the indoor temperature below freezing. This frigid environment was particularly unbearable for the southerners of Tianhai City, who were unaccustomed to such harsh conditions. Moreover, they lacked the habit of stockpiling supplies. 2 days of being trapped in ice had left their refrigerators nearly empty, although Aunt Lin continued to assure everyone that the snow disaster would soon pass. An undercurrent of anxiety lingered in the hearts of the residents. However, Zhang Yi observed all of this with a sense of satisfaction. In the face of impending doom, he had made ample preparations, and his days were more comfortable than they had been before the calamity struck. He felt like an outsider, quietly watching the grand drama unfolding outside. After being taught a lesson by Zhang Yi, Chen Jinghao and his subordinates temporarily ceased their attempts to trouble him, well aware that Zhang Yi's household was not easily penetrable. Furthermore, Chen Jinghao's leg was nearly useless. If he didn't seek medical attention, it would soon lead to lifelong disability. As for the other small ruffians, after being drenched, they succumbed to colds and fevers. Deprived of means to warm themselves, their ailing bodies stood a greater chance of succumbing to high fevers than to the scarcity of food. Zhang Yi spent his time at home playing video games and engaging with chat groups. When he had some free moments, he would also work out, as his home was equipped with numerous high-end fitness machines. Alternatively, he immersed himself in various professional books downloaded online, such as the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and Militia Training Manual. Preparedness was key. Mastering this specialized knowledge would ideally go unused, but in case of emergencies, it could very well save his life. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, and the sky was shrouded in clouds, blurring the distinction between day and night. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi rose from his bed, cradling a delectable roast duck from Biancafang while glancing at the clock. It was nearly time. The grand performance was about to commence. Zhang Yi spoke in a subdued tone, and at that moment, the chat groups on his phone erupted with activity. Chapter 23, Water and Power Outages 3 days after the onset of the apocalypse. The real drama was just beginning. Zhang Yi was aware of what this day would entail. Thus, he had not slept a wink, eagerly awaiting the unfolding of this spectacle. The situation was, in essence, quite straightforward. The electricity in the entire Yuelu community suddenly ceased. Shortly thereafter, due to the cascading effects of the power outage, the water supply company was rendered incapable of providing water, leading to a widespread disruption in the water system. Every household faced a complete halt in water service. This turn of events was entirely within Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, at the onset of the apocalypse, no one could foresee how long this extreme cold disaster would persist. The authorities were still making strenuous efforts to manage the snowstorm, but as the days wore on, it became apparent, by the third day, that this was a challenge beyond human capability. Amidst the biting cold, the major hydropower plants gradually ceased operations, and thermal power plants, hampered by personnel shortages, could no longer continue generating electricity. Once the cities across the nation exhausted their stored electricity, power outages became inevitable. At this juncture, perhaps only a handful of nuclear power stations remained operational, yet the electricity they generated was entirely allocated for official use. With the cessation of water and electricity, the lives of ordinary people were plunged into darkness. Zhang Yi opened his phone and observed a multitude of messages in various chat groups reading, "Do you have electricity at home? We are without water and power too." In such frigid weather, the air conditioning is rendered utterly ineffective, and the heater is of no use either. How are we to endure these days? Why does the authority not intervene at this critical moment? If this persists, it is likely that we shall suffer dire consequences. Zhang Yi silently shook his head. At this juncture, the officials are far too preoccupied to attend to everyone. To survive, one must rely solely on oneself. He understood that the apocalypse, in its truest sense, has only now begun. With the loss of modern society's electricity and food supplies, humanity is poised to face massive mortality. As these thoughts crossed Zhang Yi's mind, he cast a wary glance at his home. Upon seeing his abode, warm as spring and as secure as a fortress, along with the seemingly endless supplies in the alternate space, a sense of reassuring warmth surged within him. Meanwhile, the community group chat was rife with anxious banter. How long will this snow continue? The air conditioning is useless, and the temperature inside has plummeted below 30 degrees. If this continues, we truly risk freezing to death. Water has ceased to flow. Are we expected to drink melted snow? Our food supplies are dwindling, and with the snow blocking our doors, we cannot venture to the supermarket. What are we to do? Some began to mention Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, did you not say there was nothing to worry about? Indeed. I heeded your words and refrained from stocking up on supplies. How shall we resolve this? When will help arrive? Please, say something. Facing the inquiries of her neighbors, Aunt Lin was enveloped in a profound sense of anxiety and panic. At that moment, her trepidation surpassed that of the onlookers. The homeowners remained oblivious to how assistance would arrive. However, Aunt Lin had garnered some forewarnings through the neighborhood committee. A tempest of snow was sweeping across the globe, heralded as a cataclysmic blizzard occurring once in several millennia. It was conceivable that we were on the brink of another mass extinction, an apocalyptic scenario. While the authorities endeavored to maintain order, the sheer population of over 1 billion in our nation rendered any comprehensive response impossible. Major cities across the country had already succumbed to the chaos. To survive in the days ahead, we must rely solely on ourselves. It is imperative to stockpile resources, particularly food and heating supplies. I have commenced a campaign to gather provisions from household to household under the auspices of the neighborhood committee. Is this not a harmful act? Harmful? If I do not take such measures, my family would perish from the cold or hunger within 3 days. I can no longer afford such considerations. This blizzard could claim countless lives. My priority must be the well-being of myself and my family. Indeed, while we still possess some influence, we must swiftly amass more supplies. In times like these, survival is of utmost importance. Aunt Lin fixed her gaze intently on the messages within the community group, her entire body trembling violently. Despite the indoor temperature plummeting to over 30 degrees below zero, beads of cold sweat continued to trickle down her forehead. She lay in bed, ensconced beneath 3 thick layers of blankets, which pressed down on her so tightly that she struggled to breathe, yet she dared not uncover herself. For the room was akin to a frigid ice cellar. Aunt Lin glanced at her young grandson, her heart sinking. Just that day, she had conversed with her son and daughter-in-law, who were both working in distant locales. They too were trapped in their rented accommodations, their circumstances scarcely better than our own. I must safeguard the two of us. We simply must survive. With determination, Aunt Lin bit down on her lip, a glint of fierce resolve flashing in her eyes. After offering some comforting words to little Hu, she picked up her phone and began to address the homeowners in the group chat. Dear residents, the calamity we face is but temporary. The extreme cold outside has led to disruptions in both water and electricity, which is to be expected. Rest assured, repair personnel are already on site addressing the issues. The authorities have issued a notification that, during these extraordinary times, our community committee will oversee the management of the neighborhood. I sincerely hope for your cooperation. Should anyone fail to comply and cause serious repercussions, we will have no choice but to involve the police for arrest and interrogation. Aunt Lin's words were laden with weight, inciting a profound sense of dissatisfaction among the homeowners. They had not anticipated that, in such dire circumstances, the neighborhood committee would not only fail to provide an explanation for their inadequate performance, but would also resort to intimidation against the residents. Yet, a sense of trepidation gripped the hearts of many, and no one dared to voice their dissent. Zhang Yi, leisurely glancing at his phone, observed Aunt Lin's messages with a raised eyebrow and a derisive chuckle. He was well aware that Aunt Lin was fabricating her claims. In his previous life, she had employed such despicable tactics to swindle numerous supplies from others. However, he had no intention of exposing her ruse, for the fate of the other neighbors held no significance for him. Zhang Yi turned on the television and resumed his gaming. Water and power outages? It mattered little. His storeroom was brimming with an abundance of backup batteries, engines, and fuel, along with solid alcohol. As for water, he had stockpiled 500 tons of tap water alone, not to mention several tons of mineral water and beverages in his warehouse. Moreover, when necessary, he could always resort to melting snow for water. In short, whether it be fresh water or energy, he lacked for nothing. Chapter 24. The threat of Aunt Lin as Zhang Yi indulged in imported snacks while engrossed in his game. Life was indeed flavorful. Meanwhile, over 99 of the regions in Tianhai City, or rather the entire world, found themselves plunged into a state of water and power outages. The issue of water scarcity was somewhat manageable, as those who could no longer endure the hardship resorted to digging up snow for sustenance. However, the power outage was a far graver predicament. Modern individuals possessed delicate constitutions, and enduring temperatures plunging to minus several degrees was akin to a death sentence. Zhang Yi's neighbors lamented in the homeowners group, their cries echoing with despair. Fear compelled them to huddle together, yearning for a glimmer of hope. Chen Zhenghao, whose leg Zhang Yi had previously fractured, now dragged his injured limb, nearly succumbing to the frigid cold within his own home. Already afflicted by injury, enduring the extreme cold inflicted even greater harm upon him. His small companions fared even worse, although Zhang Yi had merely doused them with a water hose. The indoor temperature steadily approached the outdoor chill, plummeting to minus 50 or 60 degrees. Several individuals began to suffer from high fevers, some reaching a low of 39 degrees, with others exceeding 40. Lacking the foresight to stock up on medication, their homes were devoid of ibuprofen. Given the harsh weather, venturing outside to procure medicine was out of the question. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to endure their plight. This was precisely why Zhang Yi had refrained from executing them at that moment. Allowing them to perish slowly in their despair was far more gratifying than a swift demise. Zhang Yi sat on the carpet, deeply engrossed in his game. Outside, the frigid air howled as the biting northern wind intertwined with heavy snowfall. Yet, within the room, a warm 27 degrees illuminated the space, with no concerns for food or drink, as entertainment and sustenance were abundantly provided. If one were to pinpoint a deficiency, it might only be the absence of a woman's companionship for Zhang Yi. However, he was not the type to be led astray by base desires. Having been burned by women in his previous life, he now prioritized his safety and quality of life above all else. Unless in an absolutely secure environment, he would never allow anyone into his sanctuary. In this apocalyptic world, the human heart was an unpredictable entity. He had once witnessed a woman brutally murder her husband over a mere packet of instant noodles. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone lit up again. Curiously, he picked it up to find a message from Aunt Lin, addressing everyone in the homeowners group. Due to the current blizzard, life had been significantly disrupted. In an effort to help everyone weather this storm together, each household would be required to contribute their supplies, which would then be distributed collectively. This was an official directive, and compliance from every household was essential. Those who acted selfishly or defied the organization would face repercussions. Do not underestimate your own vulnerabilities. Remember, every family has its weaknesses. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, recognizing the familiar pattern from his previous life. Aunt Lin, as a member of the neighborhood committee, wielded a modicum of power, granting her more avenues for information than the average person. She certainly must have been aware of the impending apocalypse, with the authorities in Tianhai City already immobilized. After all, she was merely an elderly woman with a secondary education. A discerning individual could easily discern the flaws in her statements. Even if the government were to implement collective regulation, such orders would never be issued in this manner. However, within their building, which housed over 50 households, there were bound to be some timid souls who, out of fear, would heed Aunt Lin's words. Zhang Yi had no intention of intervening. He merely wished to observe the unfolding drama, a fact well known among the neighbors. Aunt Lin sought to gather supplies from each household, and their family would undoubtedly be included. Wang Min remarked, with the heavy snow blocking our doors. We cannot even venture outside, and each household struggles to have enough to eat. How can you justify collecting and redistributing resources? Another resident, Sun Jichao, added. Everyone is enduring hard times. It's not easy to have any food left. To confiscate it is truly excessive. Aunt Lin gritted her teeth, pressing the voice button with determination. The snowstorm will soon pass. You need not worry. It is merely a matter of redistributing supplies. Many families are lacking food. Are you so selfish as to not consider your neighbors? Some households have stockpiled supplies, which naturally implies that others are lacking in resources. Consequently, those in need are inclined to rally in support of Aunt Lin. Indeed, we are all neighbors. In such times, what harm is there in extending a helping hand? It is merely sustenance, after all. Typically, we are not unable to procure these essentials. It is merely a matter of unusual circumstances for these few days. This is a directive from the organization. Should you choose to disregard it, the repercussions may be beyond what anyone can bear. In the WeChat group, a spirited debate ensued between two factions. Zhang Yi remained silent, while by Lianhua Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning also refrained from speaking, as their households were still well-stocked. However, due to their personalities, they would never consider parting with their supplies. Zhang Yi's desire to observe the unfolding drama was soon disrupted. Though he kept his silence, Aunt Lin took the initiative to message him privately. Little Zhang, you work at the warehouse, so your home must be stocked with plenty of food and drink, right? I recall you purchased 3 truckloads last time. Now that everyone is facing difficulties, it is time for you to show your spirit. Rest assured, once the snow disaster passes, we will certainly repay you, and everyone will remember your kindness. Aunt Lin first stirred the pot in the WeChat group, instilling panic among the more timid individuals, then began to methodically approach each household. Once she could deceive just one family, she would secure enough supplies to sustain herself and her grandson for a few more days. Zhang Yi, the warehouse supervisor at Walmart, had also caught Aunt Lin's attention. Chapter 25. A scathing rebuke of the elderly woman. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. In his previous life, he had misjudged the severity of the snow disaster. Thinking to bestow a grand favor upon his neighbors, he had chosen to part with some of the supplies he had hoarded. But what was the outcome? Instead of receiving gratitude, he only instigated the belief that his household was still brimming with resources. Ultimately, he met a tragic fate, having been murdered in his own home and reduced to mere sustenance for others. It could be said that the death he suffered in his past life was inextricably linked to that old woman surnamed Lin. With a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, he languidly sent a voice message. How delightful. Our supplies have also run out. Aunt Lin, when you manage to gather some resources, do kindly share a portion with me. Aunt Lin, infuriated, erupted into a tirade within her abode. Who do you think you're fooling? Your household must have stockpiled quite a bit. After working in the warehouse for so many years, I refuse to believe your hands are clean. Her conviction stemmed from the fact that Zhang Yi had frequently assisted his neighbors in purchasing discounted goods from Walmart's warehouse, such as items with damaged packaging and near-expiry foods, all sold at remarkably low prices. As an insider, he enjoyed the privilege of priority purchasing rights. Occasionally, the warehouse would even distribute such items as employee benefits. With a grim expression, Aunt Lin clenched her teeth, unwilling to concede defeat. She had fixated on Zhang Yi as a lucrative target. If only she could pry open his lips, she and her daughter could secure a substantial cache of supplies, enough to sustain them for at least another week. Aunt Lin took a deep breath and spoke with a tone that was gentle yet tinged with severity. Xiao Zhang, do not jest with me. It is well known that you are the supervisor at the Walmart warehouse. Surely, you do not lack for provisions at home? This is an order from the organization, and you must comply. Your contributions are recognized by everyone, and the organization will remember your merits. Be obedient and deliver all the supplies from your home to me. Set an example. Zhang Yi picked up a toothpick to dislodge remnants of the roasted lamb leg he had for lunch, speaking in a languid tone. I am not joking. My pantry is completely bare. In these times, even the landlord's household has no surplus. He continued, Aunt Lin, do send me a few packs of instant noodles. As a member of the residence committee, you ought to lead by example and exhibit some spirit. Zhang Yi's sarcasm was evident. Realizing that a gentle approach was futile, Aunt Lin intensified her tone, her voice becoming grave. Zhang Yi, is it impossible to have a reasonable conversation with you? Do you think I am speaking as an individual? I am representing the organization. Zhang Yi scoffed. Representing the organization? You truly mistake a feather for a talisman. You are merely a clerk in the residence committee. You are not even a civil servant, let alone a professional staff member. You can fool those elderly folks, but do not come here and put on airs with me. Bring your authority if you can. I will be waiting at home. Zhang Yi ruthlessly unveiled the true nature of Aunt Lin. The community workers were merely social workers, lacking formal positions and certainly not civil servants. Moreover, Aunt Lin was nothing more than a menial staff member at the community committee, not even a minor leader. Of course, even if she held a high office, in such a situation, Zhang Yi would not pay her any heed. After berating Aunt Lin vehemently, he decisively hung up the phone and subsequently blocked her, for such a shrewish old woman relished in public disputes, and he had no time to engage with her further. His actions nearly drove Aunt Lin to the brink of apoplexy. Time and again, Zhang Yi opposed her, relentlessly rubbing her nose in the dirt, leaving her, who prided herself as a leader in the community, unable to tolerate it. Zhang Yi, you wretched scoundrel. I truly wish to end your life. Aunt Lin, filled with righteous indignation, shouted vehemently. However, she could only utter a few curses. In reality, she was scarcely able to secure her own position and could not truly retaliate against Zhang Yi. She contemplated expelling Zhang Yi from the owner's chat group, but soon realized that such an action would not inflict any real harm upon him. She also considered rallying the group to collectively condemn Zhang Yi, yet she feared that such a move would reveal his refusal to contribute supplies. If everyone followed suit, she would be unable to deceive them further. Regardless of her thoughts, she found herself powerless against Zhang Yi. The more she pondered, the more infuriated and distressed she became. Yet, she had no recourse but to swallow her frustration. At this moment, her utmost priority was to deceive others, seizing the opportunity to acquire their supplies before they regained their awareness. In the following 2 days, Aunt Lin employed both coaxing and intimidation, successfully procuring supplies from several households. However, not everyone was gullible. In the face of the apocalypse, individuals instinctively prioritized the survival of themselves and their families. Some chose to ignore Aunt Lin, adopting a cold indifference, while others, with more confrontational temperaments, outright scolded her and sent her away. Those like Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao, who were not easily trifled with, were met with her trepidation, rendering her hesitant to approach them. Zhang Yi observed all these events clearly through the surveillance cameras. Yet he continued to indulge in his own pleasures, deeming it unnecessary to meddle in the affairs of others. Now, 5 days had elapsed since the onset of the snowstorm. Typically, a household would stockpile only 3 to 5 days' worth of provisions. However, due to the employment of some individuals at the large warehouse, their resources were slightly more abundant. Nevertheless, the extreme cold necessitated fuel and food for heating, leading to a rapid depletion of supplies. Over the past few days, a palpable sense of resentment began to permeate the chat group. Initially, the homeowners patiently awaited official rescue, but as the lack of heating and food took its toll, their mental states began to shift. Particularly, those families who had been deceived by Aunt Lin into relinquishing their supplies could no longer contain their frustrations and started to question her in the group. Aunt Lin, you promised that the supplies would be distributed uniformly after being collected. Our food has run out. It has been 2 days. Please, could you spare us some? Indeed. The promise of equitable distribution was made, ensuring that everyone would have something to eat. The homeowners began to clamor, including those who had previously refrained from taking anything. Now eager to partake in the bounty. She was certainly aware of these developments. However, at that moment, she had no intention of relinquishing any supplies. Within the entire building, only she and Zhang Yi truly understood the gravity of the situation. Outside, chaos had ensued. Survival depended on the availability of resources, for without them, one could only await demise. Chapter 26. The Dark Side of Deception. In an instant, the chat group was filled with affectionate greetings directed at Aunt Lin. Yet, from the moment she resolved to deceive her neighbors, she had long since relinquished any concern for her reputation. Their scorn did not faze her. Nevertheless, someone had set their sights on the ill-gotten supplies she possessed, notably the societal figure Chen Zhenghao. Although the apocalypse had descended for 5 days, the true state of the world outside remained unknown to most. Consequently, the desperate scramble for resources had yet to commence. In Zhang Yi's recollections, Chen Zhenghao later led a band of followers, plundering and even resorting to murder. However, at this juncture, he had not yet contemplated seizing the supplies from his neighbors through theft. After all, not all individuals in society were devoid of sanity. He possessed a modicum of reason. Even Zhang Yi, who had previously shot off one of his legs, refrained from attempting to breach Zhang Yi's doorstep without absolute certainty of success. Presently, their household supplies had dwindled significantly. Such individuals typically lacked the habit of hoarding provisions at home. While their refrigerator was stocked with beer, it had long since frozen over. It could neither stave off hunger, nor could they enjoy it without resorting to smashing the ice. However, the actions of Aunt Lin sparked an idea in him. Aunt Lin had proclaimed her intention to gather supplies for a unified distribution. Although he initially scoffed at her words, it became evident that she had acquired a portion of her neighbor's resources through deceit. This provided him with a legitimate rationale to reclaim what was rightfully his. Even when the ice thawed and matters escalated, Aunt Lin, aware of her dubious methods, would likely hesitate to retaliate. With this thought in mind, Chen Zhenghao picked up his phone and dialed Aunt Lin. At that moment, Aunt Lin was at home, blissfully enjoying cookies with her grandson, Little Tiger. Instant noodles could only be prepared during the brief window of daily power, making the wait for hot water a challenge. Just then, the phone rang urgently. "Grandma, it's a call." Little Tiger pointed at his phone, and Aunt Lin let out a cold snort, her eyes filled with disdain. She believed that the call must be from those neighbors who had been deceived out of their supplies. As for those fools, she felt no remorse in her eyes. They were merely simpletons. However, when she picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, a look of fear crossed her face. Chen Jinghao? What could he want from me? Chen Jinghao was notorious in the area, not only commanding a legion of underlings but also rumored to possess formidable connections far beyond the reach of someone like her, a mere community worker. Aunt Lin answered the call. Chen Jinghao's voice came through. Hello, Aunt Lin. You truly possess remarkable skills. You've managed to gather all the supplies into your hands. Upon hearing the word supplies, Aunt Lin immediately became alert. She cleared her throat and replied, cough, cough. As a community worker, it is my duty to manage the supplies for everyone. Chen Jinghao let out a cold chuckle. Perfect. Our family is currently in dire need of supplies. You should send them over quickly. Aunt Lin's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated that this ruffian would come to extort her supplies. Although she dared not provoke Chen Jinghao, she was unwilling to relinquish the supplies she had secured for the sake of her own survival and that of her grandson. Gritting her teeth, she said, I still need to manage these supplies further. Additionally, some families have yet to submit theirs, so distribution cannot proceed at this time. Chen Jinghao had grown somewhat impatient. This Aunt Lin truly did not understand the gravity of the situation, attempting to deflect him with such feeble words. He scolded vehemently, You old hack. Do not mistake my patience for weakness. I presume you have pocketed everything for yourself, haven't you? Let me be clear. Hand over what is rightfully mine, and we can avoid further complications. Otherwise, I assure you, I shall retrieve it myself. Aunt Lin, pale with fright, trembled, at a loss for words. She had always been one to bully the weak and cower before the strong. When dealing with ordinary residents, she was obstinate and arrogant. Yet, she had no inkling on how to handle someone like Chen Jinghao. Summoning her courage, she stammered, What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am an official of the neighborhood committee. Chen Jinghao laughed even more heartily. What utter nonsense. Do you truly believe you hold any power here? If you refuse to comply, I will simply come and take it myself. With that, he abruptly ended the call. In recent days, the bitter cold had prompted him to summon several of his subordinates to his home. Not only would their presence provide warmth, but many had fallen ill after Zhang Yi's icy treatment, necessitating care. Moreover, as a man of the streets, Chen Jinghao possessed a modicum of insight. He recognized the unsettling shift in circumstances and thus gathered his men. Should the need arise, having a loyal crew at his disposal would grant him undeniable leverage. Nevertheless, amidst the throngs of people, the necessity of sustenance remains undeniable. He terminated the call and summoned his subordinates, leading a formidable group towards the residence of Aunt Lin. Chen Jinghao leaned upon a mop, wielding it as a makeshift cane, while grasping a baseball bat in the other hand, advancing menacingly to Aunt Lin's doorstep. This entire spectacle was observed in meticulous detail by Zhang Yi through surveillance cameras. Ah, it appears that a spectacle of dog-eat-dog is about to unfold. Zhang Yi remarked with a gleeful smile. It was merely the 5th day since the onset of the apocalypse, yet such an entertaining drama was already in the making. With both parties being individuals he held in contempt, Zhang Yi's spirits soared with delight. Suddenly, he recollected the foolish neighbors who had fallen prey to Aunt Lin's deceit. Based on his memories from a past life and his understanding of these neighbors, he knew that even after this incident, more would inevitably be ensnared. It was an unfortunate reality. Humans are often driven by a sense of luck, and due to millennia of Confucian philosophy, the people of Huagua instinctively tend to comply with Aunt Lin, who represented the neighborhood committee. Thus, they were systematically exploited by her. Zhang Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. What would transpire if I were to share the events unfolding here in the group chat? A wicked smile crept across his lips. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle worth witnessing. He pressed the record button. After Chen Jinghao brought his men to Granny Lin's home, he began to shout loudly, demanding that she open the door. The Yualu community is a mid-range residential area where every household is equipped with security doors. However, it is well known that these doors are designed to deter petty thieves, and they prove ineffective against determined intruders. Granny Lin's home was not like Zhang Yi's. Despite her desperate attempts to block the door, the sturdy locks could not withstand the onslaught of the envious ruffians. Armed with baseball bats and steel rods, they forcefully smashed the locks, quickly rendering them useless. It was evident that such acts were not new to them. Once the lock was broken, the table and sofa that Granny Lin had used to barricade the door offered no resistance. Through the camera, Zhang Yi witnessed the terror etched on Granny Lin's pale face. Chapter 27. A powerful kick to Lin Xiaohu. Before long, Zhang Yi heard Granny Lin's blood-curdling screams. After Chen Jinghao stormed into the room, he delivered a harsh slap to her face. You deceitful old hag, This is justice served. He cackled. Granny Lin fell to the ground, dazed and unable to speak. Chen Jinghao commanded his subordinates, "Search this place. Take everything edible and drinkable. This is all that the neighbors have painstakingly gathered. We cannot let her benefit from it." The subordinates, with smirks and sly glances, infiltrated both the kitchen and the bedroom, rummaging through every conceivable hiding place within Aunt Lin's home. Soon, they unearthed a considerable stash of instant noodles, bread, cookies, bottled water, and other provisions. Aunt Lin, in tears, crawled over and clutched Chen Jinghao's leg, pleading, "You cannot take everything. What about the supplies my family has stored? If you take it all, how will my grandson and I survive?" Chen Jinghao, with a cold glare, scoffed, "I couldn't care less. Get lost." With that, he delivered a powerful kick with his uninjured leg, striking Aunt Lin squarely in the face. A piercing scream escaped Aunt Lin, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, as she fell backward. At that moment, a shout erupted from the bedroom. "You scoundrels, get out of here." It was her grandson, Xiao Hu, who, upon discovering that his secretly hidden chocolate cookies had been uncovered, was filled with rage. In a fit of fury, he grabbed a fruit knife from the drawer and plunged it into the backside of a young thug. In such extreme cold, any injury could prove fatal. The thug cried out in pain, only to turn and see that it was a mere child who had attacked him, igniting his anger further. "If word of this gets out, how will I ever survive in this world? Damn it." Furious, the thug retaliated, delivering a full-force kick to Xiao Hu's stomach. A full-force kick from an adult is simply beyond the capacity of a 6-year-old child to endure. He emitted a piercing scream, soaring through the air before crashing violently against the wall, collapsing onto the ground like a discarded rag. There is a saying that goes, "Striking someone is akin to painting a picture," and this scene mirrored that phrase so closely that Chen Jinghao and the others erupted in hearty laughter. "Ha! Lao Wu, when did you hone such impressive leg skills? You actually sent that little rascal flying. Remarkable." The one nicknamed Lao Wu, the small Karami, proudly withdrew the knife from his backside and declared, "Aren't I impressive? You should have captured that moment on film." Aunt Lin, nursing her own injuries, initially intended to lie on the ground feigning death. However, upon witnessing her beloved grandson being struck so brutally, she cried out in despair, "Xiao Hu, my grandson," and rushed toward him. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao pointed at Aunt Lin, speaking with righteous indignation, "This is the price you pay for deceiving your neighbors. I am merely executing justice." After the words were spoken, a group of individuals erupted into laughter, departing from Aunt Lin's residence with their spoils. This brutal scene caused Zhang Yi to raise an eyebrow. Witnessing the despicable and shameless Lin family being beaten, Zhang Yi felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction, devoid of any sympathy for them. However, this moment also signified the beginning of fractures in the once civilized social order of the entire residential building. In the days to come, acts of savagery would only become more frequent. After all, a mere crack in a pristine ice surface can rapidly expand. Alas, such matters hold little relevance to me. Observing them fight fiercely over scant resources while I languish at home in boredom, Zhang Yi reclined on an imported sofa, smiling as he sighed. In the Owner S group chat, those who had been deceived continued to berate Aunt Lin mercilessly. They watched in glee as the video displayed Chen Jinghao and his associates smashing into Aunt Lin's home, where she and her grandson were ruthlessly beaten, their ill-gotten provisions seized. The owners were instantly elated. "Ha ha ha, what a fraud. She deserves it. This is the price of deceit." They laughed. How amusing it is when one attempts to steal and only ends up losing. Although the deceived owners understood that the provisions taken by Chen Jinghao would never be returned to them, they nonetheless rejoiced at Aunt Lin's beating. In a surprising twist, some even hailed Chen Jinghao as a hero, singing his praises. Brother Hao is formidable, truly a social leader, filled with a sense of justice. If it weren't for Hao, we would truly have no means to deal with such a shameless scoundrel. Hao, be cautious. This old wretch is exceedingly unscrupulous, so beware that she might report you to the authorities. Some individuals have even begun to express concerns for Chen Jinghao, devising strategies on his behalf. Zhang Yi observed the homeowners' discussions with a dismissive smirk, shaking his head in derision. These homeowners remain oblivious to a significant issue. If Chen Jinghao could brazenly invade Aunt Lin's home today to commit robbery, it follows that he may similarly intrude upon their residences one day. As people's hope in the external world wanes, such occurrences will inevitably manifest with alarming rapidity. However, the fact that the homeowners continue to engage in lively conversations within their chat group serves as evidence of a prevailing circumstance. It suggests that they still possess a modicum of resources. The majority of households do not face the dire straits they claim to be in. Many residents of Yuelu community are employed in the warehouse district, fostering a habit of stockpiling supplies at home. Even those not working in the warehouse sector acquired discounted goods through various channels for their domestic reserves. Consequently, while it may currently be exceedingly challenging to secure ample sustenance and warmth, Zhang Yi had managed to endure for an entire month in his previous life before being overwhelmed by starving neighbors who stormed his door to share his provisions. The principle of safeguarding one's wealth is understood by all. Their lamentations of poverty are primarily driven by a fear of others seeking to borrow resources from them. Of course, they are merely struggling to survive, and the quality of life is a matter that bears little relevance to their current existence. Zhang Yi ceased to monitor the messages in the chat group. He retrieved a target from his otherworldly space and affixed it to the wall. Then, he grasped his hand crossbow and compound bow, embarking on a practice session to refine his shooting skills. Even though his safe house stands as an impregnable fortress, complacency is a luxury that cannot be afforded in a post-apocalyptic world. It is only through relentless daily practice of survival skills that one can hope to endure until the end. Furthermore, practicing marksmanship serves as a delightful form of entertainment for Zhang Yi. As for firearms proficiency, he deemed it unnecessary to practice. He possesses a membership card from the Design Association, which grants him knowledge of firearm usage. While he may not be an expert marksman, the mere presence of a firearm in one's hand exudes an immense aura of intimidation. Chapter 28. A packet of instant noodles costs 2,000 yuan. Aunt Lin found herself robbed of her household supplies by Chen Jinghao, and both she and her grandson, Little Tiger, suffered a brutal beating. Despite her frail condition, she managed to muster the strength to move. However, her 6-year-old grandson, Little Tiger, had been mercilessly kicked in the stomach by a henchman named Karami. The impact was too much for the child to bear, resulting in severe internal injuries. In a state of desperation, she turned to the community group, pleading for assistance to save her grandson. Unfortunately, her previous deceit in acquiring supplies had left the community with a bitter distaste for her, and no one was willing to extend a helping hand. I know I was wrong in the past, but my grandson is innocent. He is just a child. Please, save him. Aunt Lin cried out in anguish within the group, her voice laced with despair. Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears, met instead with ridicule. Who can tell if this is even true? One member scoffed. Besides, we are not doctors and lack the means to help you. If you hadn't deceived everyone for supplies, would Brother Hao have harmed your grandson? You brought this upon yourself. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Aunt Lin lamented, I am to blame for everything. I would bow down to you if only you could save my grandson. Just then, a woman named Zhou Kuer sent a message. Let me take a look at the child. However, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to heal him. Upon receiving a message from Zhou Kuer, Zhang Yi immediately envisioned an elegant woman with a long ponytail and a tall, statuesque figure. Zhou Kuer is a physician at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In her previous life, she utilized her medical expertise to save numerous lives, standing out as one of the few altruistic individuals among her neighbors. Generally, she maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor and seldom engaged in conversations within the residents group. However, upon learning that Xiao Hu was in grave danger, she stepped forward to voice her concerns. At that moment, old Madame Lin recalled the presence of such a doctor in the community and hurriedly expressed her gratitude as she sent her child for assistance. After half an hour, old Madame Lin's anxious voice once again resonated in the group chat, pleading for help. Does anyone have hemostatic agents, shock-resistant medications, or antibiotics? My Xiao Hu requires surgery. I implore you all to assist. I bow to you in gratitude. Xiao Hu was severely injured, with a kick having ruptured his liver. Although Zhou Tuan was a doctor, her household lacked the necessary medications. The other residents, upon hearing old Madame Lin's desperate plea, merely chuckled in silence. After all, who would keep such medications at home? Chen Jinghao even made a sarcastic remark in the group. How are you going to bow? In the group chat? This elicited a flurry of laughter from the participants. Old Madame Lin's voice quivered with emotion. If you can help, I shall bow right now. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he possessed all these medications in his alternate space, yet he would never bring them forth to aid Lin Xiaohu. Firstly, in this apocalyptic world, medicine was as vital as food. Exposing his supplies was not an option. Secondly, he harbored a profound disdain for Aunt Lin and that spoiled little brat. Moreover, with such severe injuries, even if he managed to save the child, survival through the relentless winter would be unlikely. It was far more prudent to reserve these medicines for his own use. Subsequently, regardless of how much Aunt Lin pleaded in the group, no one stepped forward to assist her. After a considerable time, Dr. Zhou Tuaner finally posted a message in the chat, stating that she had temporarily stabilized Lin Xiaohu's condition. But it was merely a stopgap measure and could not last long. He would need to undergo surgery at a hospital to survive. She further indicated her willingness to assist anyone with urgent medical needs. Almost immediately, a torrent of flattery ensued. Even Chen Jinghao and the wealthy heir Su Hao praised Dr. Zhou Kuer with fervor. In the past, the group had shown little interest in this aloof female doctor, yet in such dire times, fear of death compelled them to curry favor with her. Zhang Yi remained silent in the chat, quietly observing the unfolding events. In recent days, Fang Yuqing had not attempted to contact him, much to Zhang Yi's delight, as he relished the tranquility. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that this so-called White Lotus would soon approach him for help. Her current silence was merely a fade to preserve her fragile vanity. She had always believed herself to be a woman of high stature, never willing to bow to a man, except, of course, for the wealthy. But what of the future? The heavy snow continues to fall, completely submerging the ground floor. At this moment, it is not merely a matter of leaving the neighborhood. Even approaching the community gate necessitates confronting snowdrifts towering 4 to 5 meters high. The depletion of supplies is an inevitable reality. In due time, this delicate flower of a person will undoubtedly come seeking Zhang Yi for provisions. A week has elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. 7 days may not seem extensive, yet for those enduring the bitter cold, confined to their homes, it feels more protracted than 7 years. Initially, they were filled with hope, but now nearly everyone has come to recognize the harshness of reality. The prospect of awaiting rescue has dwindled to a mere whisper, for they have learned through the internet that the entire globe is grappling with an unprecedented snow calamity of immense proportions. The world lies submerged beneath the relentless blizzard. In some northern cities, temperatures have plummeted to over 100 degrees below zero, with many places entirely engulfed by the snowfall. Although officials still strive to encourage solidarity and mutual support through limited channels, the sight of the frozen city outside has left everyone's spirits utterly crushed. As the scarcity of resources escalates into a pressing crisis, the situation grows increasingly dire. Aunt Lin's household provisions have been completely plundered by Chen Jinghao, while her grandson lies on the brink of death in bed, driving her into a frenzied state. She frantically clamors in the group chat, asserting her authority as a leader of the residence committee and demanding that everyone surrender their supplies to her. However, at this moment, the community has seemingly become more astute, as no one pays her any heed. In the Owner S group, a mother residing on the 12th floor, Xieli Mei, suddenly sent a message. Does anyone have any food left? My child and I haven't eaten for 2 days. I can pay a high price. This message sparked a subtle shift within the group. Previously, everyone believed that the calamity would soon pass and the city would be restored to normalcy. Consequently, while food transactions were occurring, the prices were merely a few times higher than usual. Yet now, an increasing number of households had depleted their supplies. At such a time, food became synonymous with life, a beacon of hope for survival. Shortly thereafter, someone remarked, I still have a few packs of instant noodles at home. I can sell them to you if you need. However, each pack will cost you 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan for a single pack of instant noodles. Such a notion was unimaginable in the past. They perhaps did not foresee the profound impact this transaction would have on the entire residential building. Zhang Yi propped his chin on his hand, gazing at his phone, and remarked nonchalantly, a fascinating turn of events is about to unfold. At least for now, people still clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that the snow disaster would eventually subside. After all, life would continue, and the need to earn a living would persist. Just then, the wealthy heir Su Hao, who had long been silent in the group, suddenly chimed in. I'll offer 2,000 yuan per pack. How many do you have? I'll take them all. Chapter 29, the 10th day. Su Hao's declaration sent the entire chat group into a frenzy. What? A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? Am I hearing this correctly? Hey, please do not engage in such price gouging. I'm starting to feel a bit apprehensive. Some individuals spoke tremulously. The snow disaster will surely pass, right? There's truly no need for this. Yet, the incident involving the mother, Xieli Mei, and the wealthy heir, Chen Hao, hoarding food at exorbitant prices, deeply unsettled the already fragile hearts of many. Someone feigned composure, saying, Don't be ridiculous. A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? Do you truly believe it's the end of the world? Ha! It's merely a bit of heavy snowfall. Winter has simply arrived earlier this year. It's not like we're facing a zombie apocalypse, is it? Zhang Yi, upon seeing this news, chuckled softly and shook his head. A zombie apocalypse? One should not trivialize such a lowly notion in comparison to this icy cataclysm. Though zombies may be terrifying, they remain a threat that humanity can contend with. However, when confronted with the natural calamities wrought by nature, humankind appears as insignificant as insects against the vast forces of the universe. Little do they know what dreadful disaster lies ahead. Su Hao boisterously declared in the group, Don't concern yourselves with so much. I have money anyway. Can I simply buy peace of mind? If you're willing to sell, message me privately. If not, then forget it. Su Hao feigned indifference, yet Zhang Yi saw through the facade. His nonchalance was but a disguise, for he was already gripped by fear. Otherwise, he would not have dared to offer such an outrageous price for a pack of instant noodles. This matter is not difficult to contemplate. Although Su Hao is immensely wealthy, possessing a fortune in the billions, in the face of the impending apocalypse, he finds himself unable to indulge in the luxurious lifestyle of the affluent. Unable even to order a meal. The rich are not necessarily benevolent, but they are certainly not foolish. Recognizing the gravity of the crisis, Su Hao begins to procure supplies from his neighbors at exorbitant prices. The distressed mother, Xiaolime, exclaims, "How can you do this? Our family has nothing to eat." Purchasing food is a matter of life and death. Su Hao, with an air of indifference, responds, "I am not robbing you. I am merely offering a higher price. It is their freedom to whom they choose to sell." Seeing Su Hao's disregard for her plight, Xiaolime turns to the group chat, pleading, "Please help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, I cannot produce milk for her. We are both on the brink of starvation." Within the homeowners group, silence envelopes her words. At this moment, the selfish nature of humanity is starkly revealed. Su Hao is offering a staggering price of 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles, while Xiaolime's offer is merely half that amount. It is important to note that the average salary in Tianhai City is only 5,000 yuan. Who would willingly sell their hard-earned supplies at such a discount? Many individuals have privately approached Su Hao for conversation, subsequently initiating discussions about transactions. Xiaolime seems to have realized what is transpiring and continues to lament in the group, beseeching assistance from everyone. However, not a single person has spoken up, not even one to offer her solace. After all, if one were to speak, Xiaolime might perceive it as a sign of weakness and cling to them tenaciously. The helpless mother, overwhelmed with urgency, wept inconsolably. Burdened with an 8-month-old child, she struggled to care for herself, let alone a wholly dependent infant. Zhang Yi's mind was flooded with memories of Xiaolime from his previous life. His impression of her was rather faint, as she had always presented herself as a fragile mother, garnering sympathy to procure resources for survival. Yet, there was an intriguing detail in Zhang Yi's recollections. Both she and her daughter seemed to have thrived in the end. This thought sparked a glimmer of insight in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman was undoubtedly more complex than she appeared. Beneath her facade of softness lay a darker reality. After his own demise, it was highly probable that she had also reaped some benefit. Zhang Yi understood that in the apocalypse, a martyr's heart could be the greatest cause of death. Thus, he remained silent, choosing instead to observe Xiaolime with a detached gaze. The number of casualties during the apocalypse was staggering. His priority was to safeguard himself, indifferent to the fate of others. However, Xiaolime's pleas eventually bore fruit. As the compassionate security guard, Uncle Yu relented and agreed to share some provisions with her. She expressed her profound gratitude to Uncle Yu, vowing never to forget his kindness throughout her life. Through surveillance, Zhang Yi noted that Su Hao had leveraged his financial acumen to acquire supplies from numerous neighbors. While the quantity was not substantial, it would suffice for him and his girlfriend to sustain themselves for several weeks. Zhang Yi scoffed, remarking that this was the last flicker of power that money could exert in a world gone awry. It won't be long before people, as resources dwindle, realize that money has become nothing more than worthless paper. It is the tangible goods that reign supreme. At that moment, countless individuals will undoubtedly regret their decision to sell their supplies. It must be said that Su Hao has indeed set a poor precedent within the homeowners group. Moreover, given that many residents in the community of 25 apartment buildings are friends or colleagues, Su Hao's extravagant purchases have impacted everyone around him. Once he established exorbitant prices for supplies with real currency, it dawned on everyone just how scarce these resources have become. Each person now clutches their possessions with greater urgency. At the onset of the snow disaster, some would still share amicably with their neighbors, exchanging items. But now, they have grown more miserly than Scrooge himself. Even when faced with the request from their closest friends to borrow food, they concoct all manner of excuses to refuse. On the 10th day of this frigid apocalypse, within the homes of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, supplies have nearly run out. Once connoisseurs of fine cuisine, the two now find themselves quarreling over a mere packet of instant noodles. The food previously stocked and the meager offerings from the love-struck Zhou Peng are now dwindling. If the situation continues as it is, they will be facing starvation within a week. Wrapped in blankets, they sit on the sofa, their complexions pale and drawn. With a single unopened packet of compressed biscuits resting on the coffee table, Lin Caning glances at the biscuits and turns to Fang Yuqing, saying, "Yuqing, this is our last packet of compressed biscuits." Fang Yuqing's eyes were filled with anguish. In the past, She would never have permitted such coarse food to enter her delicate throat, even at the cost of her life. Yet now, she consumed every morsel without hesitation. Unwilling to discard even the crumbs that fell to the floor, determined to pick them up and eat. Chapter 30. The quality spare tire. Lin Canning continued. There are 5 packs of instant noodles and 3 bags of dry noodles left. The kitchen has half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma. But we've long exhausted the steamed buns and noodles. Fang Yuqing clutched her head in torment. Instant noodles? They are hardly filling. Lin Canning fixed her gaze on her. Yuqing, the situation outside is dire. Do you think this heavy snowfall will ever cease? Fang Yuqing paused, then dazedly turned her head towards the window. Through the frost-laden glass, she could faintly see the snowflakes swirling down from the sky. For 10 days, the snow had fallen relentlessly without a moment's respite. The second floor was completely submerged, making it impossible to step outside. The streets beyond lay in eerie silence, devoid of any sound from official snow removal vehicles. Fang Yuqing's heart sank into despair. Overwhelmed by uncertainty about how long this snow disaster would continue, or if it would ever end, she covered her eyes and cried out in anguish. Ningning, what are we to do? If this continues, we will starve. Lin Canning clenched her teeth and asked, is there any food left with Zhouping? Fang Yuqing shook her head, saying, I have inquired about him several times, even feigning a desire to befriend him. However, he has truly been drained by me, leaving not a single drop behind. The last time he delivered 2 packets of instant noodles, that was his final sustenance. He is now as emaciated as a zombie, and surely there is no food left for him. Lin Canning, clenching her fists in frustration, replied, then, are there others we might attempt? Look at us, both so beautiful. With just a little effort, surely there will be men who would be moved by us. Fang Yuqing cast her a disapproving glance and retorted, are you foolish? Everyone now regards resources as precious as life itself. Even if they were to be attracted to us, it would not be so simple for them to part with their supplies. Moreover, with the weather being so frigid, even if we offered ourselves to them, they would likely be willing yet unable. As Fang Yuqing spoke, a flicker of anguish crossed her gaze. Lin Canning was unaware that Fang Yuqing had long since attempted such a method, seeking to barter her beauty for material gain with men. However, her standards were excessively lofty. She insisted on a partner who stood at least 185 meters tall, was a civil servant, and earned a monthly income of 50,000. Only then would she consider engaging in a romantic liaison. In the end, even the 60-year-old neighbor lamented, you arrived too late. Had you come a fortnight earlier, I might have been able to make an attempt. Lin Canning bit her lip, feeling a profound sense of trepidation. As a woman with a modicum of charm, she had intended to rely on her beauty as her last bastion of survival. Yet, it was evident that the temperature was an excellent remedy for abstinence. Suddenly, a man's silhouette emerged in her mind. She turned to Fang Yuqing and inquired, by the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten that you still have a devoted admirer? Fang Yuqing was well aware of whom Lin Canning referred to. She pressed her lips together, her expression resolute as she declared, that despicable man. Unless he comes to me on his knees begging for my forgiveness, I shall never reach out to him. Previously, she had approached Zhang Yi several times, hoping to offer him a chance to bring her supplies and win her favor. However, Zhang Yi's demeanor had been excessively aloof, even going so far as to send her provocative photographs. This infuriated Fang Yuqing, and she vowed to make Zhang Yi come crawling to her, begging for her attention. If she were to initiate contact now, would it not tarnish her image as the aloof goddess? No, such a notion was utterly unacceptable to Fang Yuqing. Her reputation tarnished. How could she ever pursue a wealthy heir again? Lin Canning remarked, have you forgotten? Zhang Yi's family had stockpiled quite a bit of food. Even after a month, they must have more than an ordinary household. She continued, as soon as you reach out to him, he will undoubtedly agree to deliver the food to you right away. Upon hearing about the food, Fang Yuqing felt a flicker of temptation but hesitated, saying, but he was so aloof when I approached him before. Lin Canning replied, you're being foolish. He likely believes he is unworthy of you, hence his desire to withdraw. After all, you have been rather indifferent towards him recently. Fang Yuqing immediately grew animated, exclaiming, well, that's entirely his own doing. He is merely a small middle-class individual pretending to be a rich heir, causing me to squander so many emotions. With a playful smile, Lin Canning said, yet he still qualifies as a quality backup, doesn't he? The purpose of a backup is to be utilized when needed. Just extend him a hint of warmth, and you will reignite the flicker of hope within him. Then he will be at your beck and call. Chapter 31. Zhang Yi's family is affluent. By Lianhua is craving after listening to Lin Canning's advice. Fang Yuqing found it quite reasonable. The most significant reason, however, was her overwhelming hunger. The mere recollection of the images Zhang Yi had sent her, those steaks, Australian lobsters, and delectable fruits, made her mouth water profusely. All her reservations could be momentarily set aside in pursuit of a delightful morsel, to alleviate the tedium of this interminable time. Her phone chimed. Zhang Yi glanced at the screen and saw it was Fang Yuqing. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips. This woman's meager pride had finally crumbled. He tapped on the voice message and was immediately greeted by Fang Yuqing's quivering, playful tone. Humph, Zhang Yi, you wretched little brother. After so many days without a chat. You are truly incorrigible. Just because I scolded you a few days ago, I regretted it at that moment. But being a girl, I felt too shy to reach out first. You inconsiderate little brother, have no idea how to cherish me. As a quintessential green tea white lotus, Fang Yuqing had mastered the art of coquetry and charm. Otherwise, in her past life, she would not have been able to leave Zhang Yi utterly bewildered. It must be said, upon hearing her sultry voice, Zhang Yi felt his resolve weakening. He grit his teeth. If not for the knowledge of her malevolent nature, he would have been tempted to indulge her whims. Recently, he had not been well, likely due to illness, which rendered him disinclined to check his WeChat messages. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing quickly inquired, Are you ill? Have you caught a cold? In such weather, one must surely take precautions against the chill. No, I have heat stroke. Zhang Yi replied. Fang Yuqing stared blankly at the message he had sent. Heat stroke? Are you joking with me? The temperature in their home had plummeted to a frigid -50 or 60 degrees. Each day, they had to wrap themselves in blankets, huddling with caning for warmth, struggling to sleep soundly in the biting cold. You claim to have heat stroke? Zhang Yi, please, do not jest. How could one possibly suffer from heat stroke in this bitter cold? Zhang Yi sent a curious emoji in response. Is it cold? Oh, I have a fireplace in my room, so I don't really feel it. He continued. Once it gets going, the heat can be quite unbearable. Perhaps I caught a chill from dozing off in front of the fire a few days ago. As he spoke, he snapped a photograph of the roaring flames in the fireplace, inadvertently capturing his bare legs and the piles of snacks strewn across the coffee table, along with remnants of lamb chops and chicken legs. He then sent the picture to Fang Yuqing. Upon viewing the image Zhang Yi had sent, if the previous photos had merely stirred a sense of envy within her, this one ignited a blaze of jealousy in her eyes. A fireplace. It is indeed the ultimate tool for warmth. Even in the far north, having one of these in the home renders the outside temperatures, no matter how frigid, utterly inconsequential. Its heating prowess surpasses that of central heating, as it allows one to bask in the warmth so closely. In the past 10 days, Fang Yuqing felt as though her entire body had succumbed to a numbing chill. A few days prior, she and Lin Caning had resorted to burning a chair in their home for warmth. Although the flames provided only a fleeting heat that lasted mere minutes, the intensity of the fire moved her to tears. However, there were scarcely any other items in the house that could be sacrificed for warmth. Once the chair had burned out, all she could do was reminisce about that fleeting sensation. Who would have imagined that Zhang Yi possessed a fireplace in his home? Tianhai City is a southern locale where winter typically does not necessitate the wearing of down jackets. Who would install a fireplace in their residence? Fang Yuqing had no time to ponder this conundrum. Her eyes fixated on the photograph before her, her mind consumed by a singular desire to visit Zhang Yi's home. Observing Zhang Yi, lounging with his bare legs and surrounded by an abundance of food on the table, he had become Fang Yuqing's greatest hope. Meanwhile, Lin Caning, nestled under her blankets, noticed the shift in Fang Yuqing's expression. Leaning in for a closer look, she soon found herself equally astonished, exclaiming, My goodness, this photo cannot be real. How could anyone be living such a luxurious life at a time like this? This place is nothing short of paradise. In that moment, Fang Yuqing experienced a sudden realization. Indeed, while everyone else was enduring hunger and cold at home, what right did Zhang Yi have to live so comfortably? Perhaps this photograph, along with others from before, had been digitally altered. In a moment of inspiration, she decided to video call Zhang Yi, for the truth would reveal itself with just a glance. Lin Caning leaned in closely, her gaze fixed intently upon the screen. Upon seeing the call invitation, Zhang Yi wore a somewhat mocking expression. He was quite eager to witness the pitiful sight of this white lotus beseeching him. If he could not behold her despairing demise, how could he reconcile with the tragic end he faced in his past life? Thus, he reached out to accept the call. As the connection was established, both parties beheld each other's circumstances. Zhang Yi had just finished his workout, languidly reclining on the sofa with his bare torso exposed. The room was brightly lit, with fitness equipment arranged in the background, and a glimpse of the kitchen revealed an abundance of ingredients. Occasionally, he would prepare some meals for himself, considering it a leisurely pastime. Consequently, the kitchen was casually stocked with boxes of dried scallops, fish maw, and abalone, alongside instant noodles and gourmet canned delicacies such as caviar and truffles. To him, these items were merely occasional treats. But for the two women on the other side of the screen, they represented the most exquisite culinary dreams. In stark contrast to Zhang Yi's comfort and ease, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining appeared quite disheveled on the other side of the lens. The two were bundled in thick blankets, and due to the frigid temperatures, many cosmetics were rendered unusable, leaving them looking somewhat haggard and far from their usual exquisite selves. Upon seeing Fang Yuqing, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. The goddess he had once fervently pursued was revealed to be merely average without makeup, at best a 6 out of 10. Reflecting on his long obsession with Asian sorcery, he inwardly cursed, "Shake it off, old horse." The two women were oblivious to Zhang Yi's expression, as their attention was entirely captivated by the comforts of his home. The bare upper body indicated that the indoor temperature at Zhang Yi's residence was undeniably pleasant. The bright lights, a luxury in a world where power outages lasted less than an hour daily, were something they could scarcely fathom. After all, regulations prohibited the use of high-power appliances, with strict penalties for violations, including enforced power cuts. Particularly in the kitchen, the towering piles of food ignited a glimmer of envy in the eyes of the two women, who had been subsisting on compressed rations for far too long. Chapter 32. The White Lotus Soft Persuasion Through the Video Call. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining glimpsed Zhang Yi's current lifestyle. The pleasant warmth and abundance of food left them utterly astonished, as if they were witnessing paradise itself. They could hardly imagine that, 10 days after the apocalypse had struck, there were still individuals living in such comfort. Zhang Yi casually inquired, "How have you been lately? Seeing that you all have lost weight, congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining were inwardly cursing. Did they wish to shed pounds? No, it was all due to hunger. Now, they dared to consume only a single packet of instant noodles each day. Otherwise, their household supplies would have been depleted long ago. Lin Kainen's eyes were fixated hungrily on the food in Zhang Yi's home, and she swallowed hard, greedily inquiring, "Zhang Yi, how does your family possess so much food? Did you stockpile those items when we shopped together last time?" Zhang Yi glanced towards the kitchen and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, those are merely junk food. I eat a bit when I'm too lazy to cook. Generally, I don't move much." Zhang Yi spoke nothing but the truth. Within his alternate space, delectable delicacies were piled high, for he had ordered countless gourmet dishes from various renowned restaurants. Furthermore, within the vast resources of the Walmart warehouse, there existed hundreds of thousands of food varieties. His casual remark, however, was sheer ostentation in the eyes of Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. After all, a single packet of instant noodles had been inflated to 2,000 yuan within their community group. Zhang Yi could distinctly see the way their throats convulsed, evidently swallowing saliva. Yet, he chose to remain silent, quietly reveling in the longing glances they cast. "Zhang Yi, your home has such an abundance of food. How impressive. Many outside are struggling to find a meal. Hee, you're so clever. No wonder you bought so many things. It appears you had plans all along." Fang Yuqing laughed playfully, addressing Zhang Yi as brother Zhang Yi, a remarkable shift in her manner of address. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Oh, it's nothing special, merely a stroke of good fortune," he replied. Fang Yuqing inquired, "Brother Zhang Yi, your home appears so warm and inviting. Moreover, it's not even the time for power supply. How is your house so bright?" Her question revealed her deepest curiosity. Nothing is more yearned for than warmth amidst frigid cold. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, turning his phone camera towards the fireplace. "We have a fireplace installed. It radiates considerable warmth, making the indoors quite uncomfortably hot." He added teasingly, "By the way, you seem rather chilly. Is it really that cold outside? I haven't ventured out in over 10 days, so I am unaware of the current conditions." This remark could only be described as a masterstroke of provocation. How could he possibly be oblivious to the external situation? Just by observing the conversations in the homeowners chat group, he could discern the dire circumstances and the frigid temperatures others were enduring. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining felt a pang of resentment. They knew Zhang Yi was being deliberately provocative. However, they could hardly bear it, given that he resided in a veritable paradise, possessing the luxury to indulge in such banter. Fang Yuqing's singular desire was to move into Zhang Yi's home, for the abundance of food and the cozy environment he enjoyed was undeniably enticing. Fang Yuqing immediately donned a feeble and pitiful demeanor, fluttering her eyelashes and sweetly exclaiming, "Brother Zhang Yi, you are truly remarkable. I admire you so much. May I visit your home? It has been so long since I last saw you, and I miss you dearly." Fang Yuqing believed this tactic would undoubtedly prove effective, for in the past, she had relied on such charms to compel many admirers to obey her every whim. Moreover, Zhang Yi had once pursued her as well. Once she managed to cross the threshold of his abode, she was confident she could devise numerous ways to stay with him unabashedly. After all, A little sweetness could easily be offered to him, couldn't it? Aren't all men of such a nature? However, she did not anticipate that Zhang Yi, observing her coy behavior from a distance, would be overwhelmed by a wave of revulsion. He began to question whether he had been afflicted with a lapse in judgment in the past, wondering how he could have relentlessly pursued such a woman for 2 long years. In the past, they all worked in the warehouse area, where female employees were already scarce. Fang Yuqing, with her charming demeanor and fashionable appearance, gradually became Zhang Yi's goddess in his eyes. Under the influence of infatuation, she transformed into his idealized white moonlight. However, ever since his betrayal and demise in his previous life, that idealized perception vanished entirely. Now, gazing at the unadorned Fang Yuqing through the lens, Zhang Yi felt not a single ripple in his heart. Instead, he found her pretentiousness utterly distasteful, sending shivers down his spine. A subtle smirk of derision curved his lips as he leaned back on the sofa, propping his chin lazily with one hand, and remarked, on such a cold day, "It is better to stay home and rest rather than running around. Though, I must admit, I am unsure just how cold it truly is outside. But judging by your appearances, it must be rather frigid." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canaan were likely unprepared for Zhang Yi's rejection. Both were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Fang Yuqing's gaze was particularly filled with shock and grievance. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was merely a suitable backup. She believed that with a mere flick of her finger, he would eagerly come to her aid. Now, having taken the initiative to suggest visiting Zhang Yi's home, she was met with an outright refusal without a second thought. This severely undermined her confidence. What troubled her further was Zhang Yi's condescending tone. No, she could not accept such an outcome. Knowing that there exists a warm and bountiful paradise just within her own apartment building, yet being forced to endure hunger at home, she found it utterly intolerable. After all, she was a goddess. Fang Yuqing's expression momentarily stiffened before she managed to conjure a smile once more. "Brother Zhang Yi, please do not jest with Yuqing. Weren't you always the kindest to Yuqing in the past? How is it that now, when I wish to see you, you refuse?" "I am not asking for anything else." She pouted, her face adorned with a look of grievance, truly a sight that would evoke sympathy from any man, compelling him to succumb to his chivalrous instincts and readily acquiesce to her request. Zhang Yi, however, was an exception. Ever since he had been betrayed by Fang Yuqing, his feelings for her had been overshadowed by resentment alone. Zhang Yi remarked, "Every time I invited you to my home in the past, you always concocted various excuses, claiming that as single individuals, it would not reflect well if it got out. I believe you were right. Since we share no relationship, maintaining a distance is indeed prudent, lest others gossip." In the past, when Zhang Yi pursued Fang Yuqing, he would invest considerable effort into arranging an outing, preparing gifts, and orchestrating surprises, all to secure a chance to dine or watch a film with her. Yet, whenever he sought to take a step further by inviting her to his abode, she would invariably produce an array of excuses. Now, Zhang Yi playfully returned her earlier sentiments to her. Chapter 33. The frenzied slap in the face. Fang Yuqing's expression shifted slightly. After all, she was somewhat aware of her past actions. However, how could the little fairy feel any embarrassment, especially when faced with the backup suitor she believed she could manipulate at will? Even though Zhang Yi's demeanor remained cold towards her, Fang Yuqing was convinced that he was merely employing a strategy of feigned indifference. She firmly believed that Zhang Yi harbored feelings for her, and with a little more effort on her part, she would surely win him over. Thus, she pouted playfully, saying, "I did it all for your sake in the past. Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Just consider it a mistake on my part, all right? I'll go over and apologize to you now." As she spoke, she gently bit her lip, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "I could even massage your legs and shoulders if you'd like." Zhang Yi couldn't help but mentally exclaim in disbelief. In such cold weather, it was rare for her to display such remarkable acting skills, embodying the essence of a bashful maiden. It truly was a shame for such talent not to be recognized in the film industry. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was not swayed by her charms. "That is out of the question. We are not in a romantic relationship, so I cannot accept such intimate gestures," he stated firmly, his expression serious. "I am a traditional person." Fang Yuqing was nearly incensed to the point of explosion by Zhang Yi's words. She was practically offering herself on a silver platter. Yet he still insisted on maintaining his aloof facade. Did she need to be any more explicit? "As long as you allow her to reside in your home, abundant benefits and advantages will surely follow, and even the possibility of intimacy is not entirely out of the question." She felt that perhaps her previous expressions were not sufficiently clear in her quest to enter Zhang Yi's household and experience a life akin to paradise. She disregarded the presence of Lin Canaan and directly approached Zhang Yi, saying, "Brother Zhang Yi, I've always harbored a special fondness for you. The prospect of a romantic relationship is not something we should dismiss for the future. After all, love often blossoms over time. With that, she feigned shyness, covering her face and exclaiming, "Oh dear, how embarrassing. Do you truly require me to be more explicit?" Her coy demeanor, coupled with her flirtatious glances, was indeed quite alluring. Had it been the Zhang Yi of the past, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to impulse and welcomed her into his home. One must acknowledge that the art of seduction is not easily mastered. It requires years of practice to perfect. Zhang Yi found himself quickly contemplating whether to permit Fang Yuqing, this seemingly innocent flower, to cross the threshold of his home. Do not misunderstand him. He is not some kind-hearted saint. He merely believed that having pursued her for 2 years, should the opportunity arise for intimacy, it would serve as a form of closure for the past. However, this fleeting thought was promptly dismissed as he resolutely rejected it. In these apocalyptic times, he recognized that he must eliminate any potential risks entirely. Therefore, he would not open his door, allowing others to enter his fortress-like residence. Living is of paramount importance. Zhang Yi let out a cold chuckle, his gaze towards Fang Yuqing brimming with mockery. "Fang Yuqing, have you perhaps misunderstood something?" He leaned closer to the camera, a teasing expression adorning his face. "Surely you do not believe that I harbor any fondness for you?" For an individual who is brimming with confidence, this remark wielded considerable impact. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Fang Yuqing's expression faltered dramatically. Lin Caning, standing nearby, discreetly cast a glance at her, a subtle glimmer of delight evident in her eyes. Truly, best friends often resemble plastic flowers, outwardly concerned for your well-being, yet inwardly relishing in your misfortunes. Fang Yuqing confronted him. "Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Did you not once claim that you adored me?" Zhang Yi scoffed. "Do not misunderstand. You possess a certain charm, undeniably a beautiful young woman. However, I have never intended to pursue a romantic relationship with you. At most, it would be a fleeting amusement. You, where do you find the audacity to presume that I am desperately pursuing you?" Zhang Yi appeared to struggle to contain his laughter. His words rang true. As a local resident of Tianhai City, he held a household registration there, with a property valued in the millions, substantial savings, and a stable job that afforded a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, coupled with his tall and handsome appearance. He was undoubtedly a prime candidate in the matchmaking market of Tianhai City. Otherwise, Fang Yuqing would not have considered him her first choice following her failure to catch a golden turtle. Had Zhang Yi not been so innocent and kind in his previous life, he would have undoubtedly changed women countless times by now. His words struck Fang Yuqing like daggers, piercing directly into her heart. For a self-proclaimed goddess like her, the most unbearable truth was the lack of recognition for her allure, as it constituted the very essence of her existence. In the past, she regarded Zhang Yi as merely a backup, a devoted admirer. She could dangle him along while seeking wealthier suitors among the affluent second-generation elite. Yet in the end, Zhang Yi revealed to her that she was merely a fish in the pond. This revelation was something Fang Yuqing could not fathom. Her voice, now laced with fury, transformed. "Zhang Yi, you are going too far." Zhang Yi smirked, intensifying his remarks. "Enough of your innocent facade. I have seen through you. You are nothing but a gold digger, always on the lookout for a wealthy husband. Do you think the rich are fools? By the way, let me share another piece of information with you. You are infamous in the circles of the wealthy second generation in Tianhai City. One day, you're flattering young Master Zhang, and the next, you're chasing after young Master Li. They merely indulge you for a few days. Do you really believe you can become the young mistress of a wealthy family? Do you know how they refer to you behind your back? Public bus, public socket." Zhang Yi mercilessly mocked Fang Yuqing, who believed her allure was significant enough to captivate him, enticing him to welcome her into his home for a life of luxury. Fang Yuqing's complexion turned ghostly pale, her body trembling with rage. When had she ever been subjected to such open humiliation? Moreover, it was delivered by the very person she regarded as a mere backup, a sycophant, offering a scathing rebuke that ground her self-esteem into the dust. "Zhang Yi, silence yourself," Fang Yuqing shouted angrily. Zhang Yi retorted with a scoff. "Am I not merely speaking the truth? Why are you so agitated? Aren't these actions your own doing? Truly, you embody hypocrisy." Without allowing Fang Yuqing a chance to retaliate, Zhang Yi abruptly severed the call. Chapter 34. The mischief of the unattractive Zhang Yi unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Fang Yuqing, exposing her true nature as a gold digger with the facade of a pure-hearted woman. His words struck a deep chord within her, shattering her confidence. Despite her materialistic tendencies, promiscuity, and manipulation of men's emotions, she fancied herself a good girl. Zhang Yi's derision left her feeling utterly diminished. If someone like him could hold her in such disdain, It was a clear indication of her lack of charm, extinguishing any hopes of entangling herself with a wealthy heir to become a prosperous matron. After the call ended, Zhang Yi soon received a barrage of voice messages from Fang Yuqing, undoubtedly filled with vitriol directed at him. Yet, did Zhang Yi truly care? He certainly does not care. Beneath the apocalypse, this white lotus will wither away day by day in the biting cold and gnawing hunger. Zhang Yi merely toys with her, relishing her plight. How could he possibly be angered by a corpse? On the contrary, witnessing the white lotus in her frantic state brings forth an overwhelming sense of satisfaction within him. Ha! Zhang Yi laughed heartily as he made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of Roman Econi from the refrigerator. This exquisite wine was valued at 200,000. Meticulously preserved in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet while in storage at Walmart. Such a rare vintage was a luxury he possessed only in limited quantities. With merely a few dozen cases to his name, in a celebratory mood today, he decided to indulge. His home was well equipped. Having undergone renovations that connected it to a backup power source and a silent generator, ensuring an uninterrupted energy supply, he entered the living room. Setting an elegant table adorned with a sumptuous feast, French escargots, tomahawk steak, stargazing delicacies, and Jinling salted duck, all paired with a bottle of the illustrious Roman Econi. In this apocalyptic world, the customary rules of society were swiftly dissolving. Zhang Yi, unconcerned with etiquette, relished his meals as he pleased, freely experimenting with pairings. He could even enjoy caviar as a staple. This opulent lifestyle was, perhaps, unparalleled in the current global landscape. As the abrupt onset of the apocalypse left even the most powerful and wealthy individuals scrambling to prepare. Take Su Hao, for instance. His father was a renowned tycoon in Tianhai City. Yet, in Zhang Yi's recollections, his father perished merely 2 weeks into the apocalypse, as his wealth had turned to worthless paper, and that corpulent old man lacked the essential survival skills necessary for such dire times. At this moment, in the shared apartment of Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning, Fang Yuqing's demeanor was crumbling. She furiously smashed objects, hurling curses at Zhang Yi. Under ordinary circumstances, she might not have reacted with such rage, but at this juncture, witnessing the idyllic happiness emanating from Zhang Yi's home felt like a glimpse into paradise. The warm, comfortable atmosphere and an abundance of gourmet food were the most coveted treasures amidst the frigid apocalypse. Paradise was tantalizingly close, yet she found herself unable to step into it. A reality she simply could not bear. Zhang Yi, that wretched scoundrel. Who do you think you are to insult me? If it weren't for the current snowstorm, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Fang Yuqing spat with gritted teeth. Lin Canning, seated nearby on the sofa, regarded her with a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. Is it not because you indulged too much in the past that we are deprived of the exquisite delicacies and the warmth of the fireplace in Zhang Yi's abode? Fang Yuqing snorted coldly. What is he really? Merely a man with a house and some savings. I, Fang Yuqing, aspire to marry into a wealthy family, to become a lady of leisure. Lin Canning furrowed her brow. Yet Zhang Yi possesses an abundance of food and the comfort of a fireplace. This certainly surpasses that of a rich second generation. She gazed out the window, where the snow fell incessantly, showing no signs of abating. The news from the outside world, relayed through her phone over the past couple of days, indicated that the entire globe was enveloped in a blanket of snow and ice. With a hint of worry, she remarked, "Will this snowstorm persist indefinitely?" On the television, the few remaining official channels continued to encourage the populace. Experts, clad in thick down jackets, shivered as they assured viewers that the disaster would soon pass. We, the people, are resilient. Perseverance is victory. Yet, in the present moment, there was no sign of the catastrophe abating. Lin Canning wrapped her arms around herself, contemplating that if the snow continued unabated, we would either perish from the cold or starve within our homes. Lin Canning's words instantly transformed Fang Yuqing's internal rage into fear. They had been confined to their homes for 10 days, an eternity that felt longer than a decade. Without experiencing such a predicament, one cannot fathom the torment it entails. It could even drive a person's mind to the brink of chaos. Despite being a duo of superficial charm, both women in their 20s harbored profound vulnerabilities. Faced with the relentless snowfall, whose cessation remained uncertain, thoughts of mortality haunted them. Fang Yuqing curled up on the sofa, memories of Zhang Yi's warm and bountiful home flooding her mind. In despair, she lamented, "This is so unjust. Why does Zhang Yi get to live so comfortably while I, despite my beauty, endure such hardship?" Lin Canning cast a sidelong glance at Fang Yuqing, but remained silent. Wrapping herself in a blanket, she retrieved her phone and sought out Zhang Yi in her contacts. Soon, Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Canning. As he savored a glass of exquisite red wine accompanied by a lavish feast, The arrival of a notification brought a smirk to his face. In this apocalyptic scenario, witnessing the struggles of women like them was far more riveting than any cinematic experience. Zhang Yi glanced at the message Lin Kainin had sent. Zhang Yi, I just saw you berate Fang Yuqing, and I couldn't be happier for you. I've always hoped you would see through her true nature one day. Wonderful. Congratulations on your awakening. Zhang Yi chuckled, amused by the rapid betrayal. Such plastic sisterhood, selling out Fang Yuqing so swiftly. Nevertheless, this is quite normal, as the saying goes. Like attracts like, and people tend to associate within their own circles. Lin Kainin and Fang Yuqing are hardly virtuous individuals. Lin Kainin continued, in the past. Watching you pursue Fang Yuqing has truly pained me. Zhang Yi, the truth is, I have always liked you, did you know? Now that you no longer want Fang Yuqing, let us be together. Zhang Yi nearly spat out the red wine he had just sipped. Goodness, this girl is remarkably direct. He shook his head, clicking his tongue in disbelief. It seemed that her past 10 days had been rather miserable. Previously, Lin Kainin had shown Zhang Yi nothing but disdain. Despite her own lackluster qualities, it did not diminish her self-perception as a goddess. Now, witnessing Zhang Yi's rejection of Fang Yuqing and observing the high quality of life in his household, she was eager to seize the opportunity. Chapter 35, Plastic Sisterhood. Zhang Yi sighed, pondering whether this woman genuinely believed he was a mere scavenger. While Fang Yuqing may be a manipulative darling, at least she understood the art of seduction and knew how to adorn herself. What did Lin Kainin have to offer besides her self-indulgent narcissism? Yet, out of sheer amusement, Zhang Yi mischievously replied, "Oh, is that so? But I just gave Fang Yuqing a thorough scolding. You two are such close friends. If you were to pursue a relationship with me, wouldn't it jeopardize your bond?" Lin Kainin's eyes brightened, sensing a possibility. Without hesitation, she declared, "Friends? We are merely cohabitants sharing a space." In order to gain Zhang Yi's trust, she divulged all the scandalous details about Fang Yuqing. "You cannot fathom my disdain for her. This woman is exceedingly lazy. These past few days, she claimed to be cold and refused to even visit the restroom. She resorts to using a mineral water bottle for urination, which utterly revolts me. Despite her facade of innocence, she frequents nightclubs in search of men. If she encounters a wealthy heir, she will go to great lengths to ingratiate herself. When funds run low, she resorts to selling herself. Otherwise, with a mere monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, how could she afford all those cosmetics and designer handbags? Earning 500 yuan in a night is quite debasing. Humph. I hold her in utter contempt." He clenched his teeth, increasingly convinced of the absurdity of this world. Fortunately, he was not foolish. Although he pursued Fang Yuqing, he was not like Zhou Peng, a pitiable sycophant. Lin Kainin continued to expose Fang Yuqing's sordid secrets to gain Zhang Yi's trust. Despite her pretensions of purity, she has terminated several pregnancies. During her university years, she had been supported by several contractors for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently observed, recording her words. Lin Kainin clearly harbored a strong resentment towards Fang Yuqing, who was not only more charming but also more beautiful, relegating Lin Kainin to the role of a mere backdrop. In this world, how many women willingly accept the role of someone else's supporting character? Otherwise, do you think that in university, the friends of those ethereal goddesses are often unattractive and overweight? After Lin Kainin vented her emotions towards Fang Yuqing, she continued to confess her feelings to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, do you have any idea how heart-wrenching it has been for me to watch you pursue Fang Yuqing all these years? Now, I finally have the opportunity to confess my feelings to you. Please let me be your girlfriend. I promise to love you wholeheartedly." At that moment, she hinted to Zhang Yi that having a woman by his side could bring him comfort and assistance in many ways. However, it was unfortunate that Zhang Yi held no interest in her at all. He swiftly forwarded their conversation to Fang Yuqing and said to Lin Kainin, "Although I am touched, let's put an end to this matter." Undeterred, Lin Kainin pressed on. "Why? Don't you need a woman right now?" Zhang Yi, suppressing his nausea, replied through the phone. "I do like women, but you are simply too unattractive." After saying this, he silenced his phone and tossed it aside. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice message, Lin Kainin's face flushed with anger. How could he say she was too ugly? This was a grave insult. Every time she posted her edited photos online, countless admirers praised her beauty. Just as Lin Kainin was seething with indignation, an enraged scream pierced through the air. "Lin Kainin, you wretched woman!" Fang Yuqing, having seen Lin Kainin's derogatory remarks, erupted in fury. The two women clashed, pulling each other's hair and grappling fiercely. They continued to strike until exhaustion rendered them incapable. Yet their eyes remained fiercely fixed upon each other. Were it not for the biting cold that necessitated their cohabitation under a single roof, their hearts would have long harbored the intent to annihilate one another. Lin Canning was acutely aware of the unfolding events and harbored an intense loathing for Zhang Yi. However, much like Feng Yuqing, her feelings of envy towards Zhang Yi perhaps outweighed her hatred. At that moment, if Zhang Yi were to permit them entry into the room to partake in some sustenance, they would readily forsake their dignity and crawl towards him like desperate hounds. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to lead a simple, yet monotonously affluent life. Every evening, he would switch on the television to watch news segments he had previously disregarded. Although the reports were still rife with exaggeration, they provided glimpses of the outside world. The Tianhai city authorities issued a notification stating that to meet the public's demand for electricity, power would be supplied daily from 1 to 2 p.m. High-powered appliances were prohibited from use. Only low-power devices such as kettles and mobile phones could be utilized. Currently, all major power stations were inactive, leading to a scarcity of electricity, and the authorities urged citizens to conscientiously reduce their consumption to prevent widespread, prolonged blackouts. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow upon reading the news. Over the past few days, he had received a steady stream of calls, each lasting no more than an hour, and at times, the power supply was available for merely a few minutes. In these instances, the authorities still made an effort to provide electricity to the general populace, albeit for fleeting moments. Perhaps this was their utmost endeavor. With the majority of power plants across the globe rendered inoperative, energy resources diminished as the Ice Age loomed ever closer. However, what captured Zhang Yi's attention was not the content of the news itself, but rather the tone of the female anchor and the manner in which the report was delivered. This time, the anchor's demeanor was notably grave, and the broadcast shifted away from merely comforting the public. This signified that the authorities had relinquished their attempt to conceal the extent of the national disaster. In the face of helplessness, they could only release information comprehensively, urging everyone to confront the harsh reality and seek ways to rescue themselves. As expected, upon opening his phone, Zhang Yi found the various chat groups in a frenzy. Some were vehemently condemning the government's inaction, others expressed their despair through tears, while many were engaged in purchasing supplies at exorbitant prices. The cost of instant noodles had skyrocketed from 2,000 yuan per pack 2 days prior to an astonishing 5,000 yuan per pack. Zhang Yi remained speechless, acutely aware of the unabashed nature of human greed. Even in the face of an impending apocalypse, when the value of money is rendered virtually meaningless in the short term, people still willingly barter their food and drink for currency. Zhang Yi uttered not a word, adopting the stance of an observer, detached from the chaos surrounding him. Life must go on, even in the absence of hope. After all, no one desires death, and even the mere act of survival holds value. Thus, despite the cursing and the clamor, the following day, they would continue to struggle desperately for existence. Chapter 36. The Cruel Woman with the Water Pipes Frozen. Access to water within the community became a significant dilemma. To quench their thirst, residents had to brave the frigid temperatures of over -70 degrees outside, venturing to the ground floor to collect snowmelt. The indoor temperature hovered around -50 to 60 degrees, rendering solid ice as unyielding as concrete. Some residents, driven to desperation, resorted to licking the ice with their tongues, only to have them painfully frozen in place. During these days, Zhang Yi, through the surveillance cameras, observed that Chen Jinghao's subordinates came daily to spy on him. Clearly, they believed Zhang Yi would eventually emerge to fetch water, planning to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. However, after several consecutive days, they had yet to witness Zhang Yi stepping outside his door. Little did they realize the abundance of resources available to Zhang Yi within his home. As long as he wished, he could live in comfort and security within those walls until his last breath. Was Chen Jinghao still alive? He certainly displayed remarkable endurance. Zhang Yi murmured to himself, reflecting on the fact that Chen Jinghao had been struck in the calf by an arrow. Without effective treatment, it was certain that his leg would be rendered useless, and due to the infection, he might even lose his life. Moreover, in such extreme cold, even the slightest injury could trigger a high fever. Surviving under these conditions would be nothing short of a miracle. Could it be that the frigid temperatures had rendered the virus incapable of survival, thus sparing him from death? Zhang Yi, lacking knowledge in medicine, found himself puzzled by the reasons for Chen Jinghao's continued existence. However, he was not particularly concerned. The lives and deaths of others held little significance for him. The demise of Chen Jinghao was merely a matter of time. The following morning, upon awakening, Zhang Yi, still bleary-eyed, reached for his phone. His greatest pleasure in this apocalyptic world had become checking the group chat messages and browsing the forum for news from the outside. Observing others struggling in the depths of despair amidst the biting cold, while he himself relished a life akin to paradise, filled him with immense satisfaction. This stark contrast alleviated his inner boredom and occasional loneliness. Compared to those who perished from the cold or starved to death, he felt profoundly fortunate. As he unlocked his phone, he was surprised to find messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Fang Yuqing wrote, "Zhang Yi, I apologize. I may have been too cold yesterday, which affected my mood. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. You were right, in the past. I was too naive and lacked understanding, failing to recognize who truly cared for me. Only now do I realize that the person who has treated me the best is you. In truth, I hold a deep affection for you within my heart. Will you forgive me? Let us strive to live together harmoniously from now on. I wish to be your woman. Living alone can be quite lonely, don't you think? I can fulfill many of your needs. Hee hee. You know what I mean." Zhang Yi felt a twinge of emotion as he observed Fang Yuqing, who had previously exuded an air of aloofness, finally casting aside all her dignity and pride in the face of disaster. Even when subjected to Zhang Yi's merciless ridicule, she was compelled to forego her pride and choose to fawn over him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhang Yi shook his head, reflecting on his past naivety. Had he known she was such a woman, he would have seized the opportunity without hesitation. Fang Yuqing, of her ilk, resembled those who, despite being able to settle for a mere 800, demand an exorbitant dowry of 880,000 before agreeing to marriage. Despite their obvious lack of virtue, they feign purity. He is a man with ancestral skills at his disposal. If all else fails, there are plenty of tools available in the alternate realm. It is a luxurious item. A fully simulated product developed by the land of cherry blossoms, capable of heating and equipped with voice features. Alas, it is not what Zhang Yi desires. The sheer variety within the depths of Walmart's warehouse is overwhelming. After closing Fang Yuqing's chat interface, Zhang Yi opened Lin Kaining's. This woman is even bolder than Fang Yuqing. Perhaps she is aware that her beauty pales in comparison to Fang Yuqing's, rendering her competition futile. Consequently, she boldly sent several selfies, each more daring than the last. Compared to Fang Yuqing, she is far more unrestrained. Had this been in the past, such audacity would have led to her social demise. Yet, he chose to disregard her. He understands that these two women, having glimpsed the splendor of his home, would stop at nothing to gain entry. But what does it matter? Zhang Yi has invested a fortune to transform his abode into an impregnable fortress, prepared for any eventuality. They have cast aside all semblance of dignity, humbly beseeching Zhang Yi, particularly Lin Kaining, who has exhausted every possible angle and pose for her photographs. Zhang Yi bluntly remarked that she was too dark. What a humiliation. Though he spoke a semblance of truth, the darkening of those areas is irreversible. What options remain for her? The two women grew increasingly resentful. Their current existence akin to a hellish ordeal, enduring not only hunger, but also the biting cold. Zhang Yi's home stands as their final beacon of hope. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, a fierce determination igniting in her eyes. If all else fails, she would storm into his home. I must reside in their home. I can no longer endure the pangs of hunger. If necessary, I would not hesitate to eliminate Zhang Yi. As long as I can enter Zhang Yi's abode, I would be willing to do anything. Though such thoughts cross my mind, I am, after all, a woman. If I were to confront Zhang Yi at his door, I would surely be no match for him. With this realization, Fang Yuqing cast a cold, steely gaze toward the neighboring house. She and Lin Kaining had severed their ties. The once inseparable sisters of convenience had completely torn apart their facade. However, at this moment, Fang Yuqing was in dire need of assistance. Thus, she approached Lin Kaining and declared, "That despicable, wretched Zhang Yi stands idly by as we suffer from hunger and cold, refusing us entry into his home. We cannot remain passive any longer. Such a splendid residence is unworthy of him. Let us devise a plan to seize his house." Upon hearing Fang Yuqing's proposal, Lin Kaining's eyes sparkled with ambition. Pleading with Zhang Yi had proven futile. Thus, they must resort to cunning and theft. Very well, I concur with your sentiment. That scoundrel Zhang Yi has no right to dwell in such opulence. He deserves to be cast out, to perish from the cold or be devoured by wild dogs. It is only fitting that we occupy his home. Chapter 37. The assault driven by their animosity towards Zhang Yi and an insatiable desire for his possessions. The two plastic sisters temporarily united in a common cause. However, when deliberating on the means to seize Zhang Yi's residence, they realized that confronting him directly was not within their capabilities. They would require external assistance to prevail. Even under normal circumstances, they would struggle against Zhang Yi, and now, weakened by hunger and cold, they stood little chance against him, who was full of vigor and lacked for nothing. Lin Kaining gritted her teeth and suggested, "What if we enlist a few neighbors to join us?" Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glare. "Are you out of your mind? Even if Zhang Yi has ample resources, it wouldn't suffice to satisfy so many." Thus, it was prudent to keep the matter confined to as few individuals as possible. Anxiously, Lin Kaining inquired, Then what do you propose we do? With a triumphant smirk, Fang Yuqing replied, we can summon Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng was her devoted admirer, always compliant with Fang Yuqing's wishes. While Zhang Yi had also once vied for Fang Yuqing's favor, he possessed enough intellect to avoid being manipulated by her. In stark contrast, Zhou Peng was utterly devoid of critical thought. He would likely go to extremes for Fang Yuqing, even if it meant risking his life. Thus, Fang Yuqing devised a plan to enlist Zhou Peng's help in seizing Zhang Yi's home. Lin Canning clapped her hands in delight. What a splendid idea. That loyal admirer is indeed quite useful. Fang Yuqing immediately dialed Zhou Peng's number. At that moment, Zhou Peng was utterly famished, his body a mere shell. As a warehouse employee, he originally had plenty of food at home, but most of it had been given to Fang Yuqing. Unbeknownst to him, she was merely toying with his affections, while he remained blissfully self-deceived, believing that his sacrifices would surely lead to her eventual hand in marriage. Upon seeing Fang Yuqing's call, he was so elated that he momentarily forgot his hunger and the chill in the air, hurrying over with great enthusiasm. When he arrived at Fang Yuqing's residence, she immediately approached him, her face a picture of distress as she recounted how Zhang Yi had treated her so lightly. Oh, Zhang Yi is simply despicable. I merely asked him for a bit of food, and he suggested I sleep with him. Zhou Peng, you know I am not that kind of woman. Seeing Fang Yuqing's tear-streaked face and recalling how she had sought him out in her time of need filled Zhou Peng with immense joy. Look at that. Why does she come to me when she has troubles? It signifies my unique place in her heart. This must be love. Zhou Peng thought this was the moment to showcase his masculinity. Perhaps, with a surge of courage, he could win her over entirely. Thus, he thumped his chest and declared, Zhang Yi is utterly contemptible. How dare he treat you this way? I shall not rest until I have dealt with him. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning exchanged a glance, silently agreeing that the sycophant was indeed easily deceived. They had initially prepared an array of persuasive tactics, yet before they could employ any, Zhou Peng had already taken the initiative to deal with Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing grasped Zhou Peng's arm, casting him a seductive gaze. After all, Zhang Yi's household was stocked with a plethora of delicacies, and his home boasted a fireplace, radiating warmth. How could such a despicable person reside in such a splendid abode? Zhou Peng, let us devise a plan to seize his house. In the future, we could reside there together. What do you think? Zhou Peng had long harbored disdain for Zhang Yi, as the latter was not only more handsome, but also wealthier. Both had once vied for Fang Yuqing's affections, yet she had always shown Zhang Yi more favor. Now, with Fang Yuqing's arm around him, Zhou Peng felt a subtle thrill through the layers of clothing. A sense of triumph swelling within him. He exclaimed, aha, sure. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. Upon hearing Zhou Peng's agreement, Fang Yuqing continued, however, you must exercise caution. Zhang Yi is a selfish and shameless individual. Should we attempt to seize his property, he may retaliate. Therefore, we must arm ourselves and strike preemptively. Lin Canning chimed in, I say we should simply eliminate him. Her animosity towards Zhang Yi ran deepest, for after she had shared intimate photos with him, he had not only remained unmoved, but had also cruelly remarked that she was too dark. If this matter were to leak, she would feel as if death were the only escape. Thus, Zhang Yi must perish. Upon hearing this, Zhou Peng hesitated slightly. Taking a life is a matter that sounds simple in words, yet we have all lived in a civilized society for over 20 years. To initiate such an act is far from straightforward. When Fang Yuqing noticed Zhou Peng's uncertainty, she immediately darkened her expression. What, do you disagree? Zhang Yi has already bullied me so much, and you still show him mercy. It seems your previous declarations of love for me were nothing but falsehoods. Humph. Seeing Fang Yuqing's anger, Zhou Peng's submissive nature resurfaced. No. Yuqing, please don't be upset. I will listen to you. Is that not enough? For the chance to win Fang Yuqing's affection, he would even resort to murder. After all, we are now in an apocalyptic world, where moral principles are gradually eroding. Fang Yuqing asserted, very well, time is of the essence. Let us proceed at once. At that moment, they devised a cunning plan to deceive Zhang Yi into opening the door. The moment he did, they would. She gestured dramatically, as if to slit a throat. Lin Kai-ning then produced the tools they had prepared, 2 kitchen knives and a steel pipe, which she had detached from a clothes rack. Zhou Peng retrieved one of the kitchen knives and concealed it within the thick layers of his down jacket. Once they were fully prepared, they approached Zhang Yi's residence with an air of menace. Upon reaching the threshold, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning, armed and lurking in the shadows, ensured they remained hidden from Zhang Yi's view through the peephole. They exchanged a knowing glance, signaling Zhou Peng to knock on the door and lure Zhang Yi outside. Zhou Peng nodded, his hand brushing against the knife hidden in his coat, instilling him with confidence. He rapped on the door and called out, Zhang Yi, are you home? It's Zhou Peng. Upon hearing the voice from outside, Zhang Yi felt a flicker of curiosity. Zhou Peng? Although he and Zhou Ping both worked in the warehouse, their relationship was far from amicable, particularly due to their past rivalry over Fang Yuqing, which had led to several conflicts. This individual, seeking him out, surely bore no good intentions. After all, in this apocalyptic world, one could hardly expect any favorable news. Zhang Yi refrained from opening the door. Instead, he turned on the television to monitor the situation outside. Indeed, he soon beheld a chilling sight. Two women lurking on either side of the door, brandishing knives and steel pipes, their faces betraying a murderous intent. A shiver ran down Zhang Yi's spine. Despite being fully prepared, the ruthlessness of these women still took him aback. Do they think they can kill me? Zhang Yi scoffed, a cold glint of malice spreading through his dark eyes. Who will kill whom remains to be seen. Chapter 38. A deluge of golden liquid. Zhou Peng, noticing the silence, knocked even more fervently on the door. Zhang Yi, it's Zhou Peng. Please open the door. I have something crucial to discuss with you. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh as he retrieved his gun, the safety clicking off with a decisive sound. He approached the door, inquiring, who is it? Yet, the thought of eliminating Zhang Yi and taking residence in his warm, comfortable abode, replete with ample provisions, steeled their resolve. Zhou Peng pleaded, Zhang Yi, it's Zhou Peng. Our supplies have run out. As colleagues, could you spare me some food? He bore an expression of desperate pleading, yet his hand stealthily descended, poised to draw his blade at any moment. Zhang Yi leaned against the doorframe and spoke coolly. We have nothing to eat at home either. I cannot assist you with this matter. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning silently cursed him, thinking, how could you possibly have nothing to eat? There are 7 or 8 boxes of provisions in your kitchen, including dried scallops, conpoy, and abalone. Are those mere illusions? However, they were already prepared for such a situation. Zhou Ping clenched his teeth and retrieved a box of medicine from his pocket. Zhang Yi, I won't take your goods for free. I will exchange a box of ibuprofen for your assistance. In the bitter cold, many were succumbing to colds and fevers. In such circumstances, medicine could be a lifesaver. It's worth rivaling that of food. To entice Zhang Yi to open the door, Zhou Peng presented his cherished ibuprofen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, concealed behind the door, contemplated how to handle them. To eliminate them? That would be straightforward. Whether with a gun or a crossbow, their demise could be assured. Yet, the thought of simply killing them seemed exceedingly dull. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, death was a release, while survival felt akin to an unending hell. He certainly would not grant these scoundrels an easy fate. After a moment of contemplation, a plan began to form in Zhang Yi's mind. He approached the garbage bin and retrieved a pulsating bottle. Having just consumed several cans of beer, the urge to relieve himself struck him at that moment. He directed the bottle's opening and let the contents flow freely. Ibuprofen? That seems quite appealing. Allow me a moment to consider. As Zhang Yi leisurely engaged in conversation with Zhou Peng while releasing water, a few individuals outside caught the faint sound of flowing water, yet remained oblivious to Zhang Yi's actions. However, upon sensing the hopeful tone in his voice, excitement flickered across their faces. Zhou Peng hastily exclaimed, Yes, open the door, and let us exchange. I don't require much, just 2 packets of instant noodles. Given the current prices in the neighborhood, ibuprofen could easily be traded for 5 packets of noodles. Zhou Peng deliberately offered a low price to coax Zhang Yi into opening the door. 2 packets of noodles? I fear you might be at a disadvantage. That would be rather embarrassing, Zhang Yi replied. After finishing his task, he held a bottle of chilled iced tea, brimming with frothy liquid. Zhou Peng, sensing Zhang Yi might be on the verge of yielding, leaned against the door and said, It's all right. I'm absolutely famished. Since we are colleagues, why not extend the favor to you rather than to others? Please, open the door quickly. Zhang Yi climbed onto a stool to peer through the peephole, then poured the warm, fresh iced tea onto the 3 individuals outside. Startled by the sudden deluge, Zhou Peng and his companions were taken aback. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning let out a simultaneous shriek. What is this? Hey, it's hot water, still steaming. Initially, they felt a moment of warmth and delight, but within seconds, a pungent odor reached their noses. This is urine. As urine cascaded down, the 2 women emitted screams akin to those of slaughtered pigs, immediately collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. Meanwhile, Zhou Peng's eyes blazed with fury as he pounded on the door with a fervent intensity. Zhang Yi, get the hell out here, I will end you. Yet, the formidable alloy door remained impervious to his assault. Instead, Zhou Peng's hand throbbed painfully. From within the room, Zhang Yi's boisterous laughter echoed. How does my urine smell? Is it palatable? A bunch of fools, thinking they could ensnare me. Do you even deserve it? In that moment, Zhou Peng and his companions realized they had been discovered by Zhang Yi. Overwhelmed with a mix of shock and rage, They unleashed a torrent of invectives at Zhang Yi from outside the door. Zhou Peng exclaimed, "Damn it, I shouldn't have wasted my breath on you. Just wait. I will make sure to finish you off once I get in." No longer pretending, he withdrew a kitchen knife from his clothing and viciously struck the door. Ordinary doors are typically wooden, breach the lock, and one can easily gain entry. However, Zhang Yi's door was crafted from a single piece of alloy, resilient enough to withstand even an RPG's assault. When Zhou Ping brought the knife down, it was as though he was striking steel. And the door did not yield an inch. The immense recoil sent the knife flying from his grasp. The kitchen knife sliced through Zhou Peng's scalp, leaving a deep gash, while his palm was also struck, causing blood to pour forth. A small piece of biological knowledge reveals that human skin is more fragile in winter, and the sensation of pain is heightened. Zhou Peng was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Had the knife been angled even slightly differently, it would have cleaved into his face. However, his stupor was abruptly shattered by the intense pain. "Ah!" Zhou Peng cried out in agony. The two women, witnessing the scene, were overtaken by terror, abandoning Zhou Peng to flee in haste. Zhang Yi observed the unfolding chaos from within the room, weighing the pistol in his hand and contemplating whether to step outside and deliver a bullet to each of them. While he did not wish to necessarily kill them, inflicting a wound would ensure they suffered in this frigid apocalypse. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he abandoned this notion. Why? Because outside lurked 3 rabid dogs. Although there was a significant chance he could injure them upon exiting, there remained a slight probability of being killed in return. Zhang Yi would never gamble with his own life. Indeed, he was the king of survival. His own comfortable existence was far too precious to jeopardize on a whim. Never mind, I shall outlast them here. Let us see how many days they can survive in this desolate world. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped death, and the memory still haunted him. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing noticed the urine dripping from him onto the sofa and immediately shrieked, "Ah! Get off! Who told you to sit on my sofa?" Chapter 39. The stench bomb. Fang Yuqing felt a pang of sympathy for her sofa, while simultaneously recoiling in disdain at Zhou Peng, who was drenched in urine. After all, he had been the one most affected at the door. She immediately shouted at him, instructing him not to sit on the sofa. Zhou Peng felt a profound sense of grievance. He had only sought out Zhang Yi to confront him at Fang Yuqing's behest. Now, he was soaked, shivering from the cold, and nursing injuries, and Fang Yuqing treated him in such a manner. Nevertheless, being a devoted admirer, Zhou Peng reconsidered. Fang Yuqing's reprimand held merit. He had failed to assist her properly, and being filthy, he had no right to tarnish the sanctity of her home. The more he pondered, the more he felt that her scolding was justified. He promptly stood up and offered an apology. "I'm sorry, Yuqing. It is entirely my fault. Please don't be angry." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, in a hurry to change clothes, waved him off. "You need to leave quickly. We need to get changed." Zhou Ping dared not protest and swiftly exited Fang Yuqing's residence. However, once they had changed, the pungent odor still lingered. It was not only on their clothes. Their hair and skin had absorbed quite a bit, even trickling down their necks. With the frigid weather, taking a shower felt like a death sentence, and they were too fearful to attempt it. Thus, they had to endure the nauseating sensation. Having failed in their mission and now being subjected to this humiliation, the two women harbored even greater animosity towards Zhang Yi. What to do? Zhang Yi was far too cunning. He was not easily dealt with. Damn it, no matter what, I shall seize his house. Let us devise a plan. I refuse to believe he possesses no vulnerabilities. Just as the two women were strategizing on how to deal with Zhang Yi, he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. "This time it's urine. Next time, I shall douse you with excrement." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining turned pale at the thought. The mere idea of being splattered with filth was enough to drive them to despair. Zhang Yi then closed the chat, ignoring the messages from Fang Yuqing. Although he had muted the notifications, the number of unread messages was swiftly accumulating, and it was evident that they contained no pleasant sentiments. He glanced into the homeowners group and was greeted by a spectacle. Ever since her home had been usurped by Chen Zhenghao, old Lady Lin's mental state seemed to have deteriorated. Now, she incessantly bombarded the group with voice messages, demanding that everyone deliver their supplies to her. "I am the head of our community committee. Who dares to defy my orders? I shall have you all arrested once the snow melts." Days passed, and everyone became acutely aware of the current dire circumstances. The authorities could hardly attend to each individual's plight, and Lin's so-called committee was utterly inconsequential. She could not intimidate anyone and instead became the target of mockery. "Damn old hag, could you hurry up and die? You deceived us out of a box of instant noodles, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Some individuals have once again brought up the initial events surrounding the snow disaster. "Had you not assured everyone that there was no cause for alarm and discouraged us from stockpiling supplies, we would not be facing the current predicament." The mere mention of this matter instantly ignited the fury of all. When the snow first began to fall, despite the biting cold outside, some still wished to venture out for shopping. However, at that time, Aunt Lin continuously reassured us in the group that the snow disaster would soon pass, even warning that anyone caught hoarding supplies would face repercussions. Consequently, no one dared to go out. Days later, the heavy snowfall rendered all roads impassable, making it impossible to leave home. Had it not been for her, we could have at least stocked up on supplies for an additional 2 weeks. That wretched old woman. Do you see the chaos you have caused? It is all your fault. The neighbors hurled insults at Aunt Lin. Meanwhile, the wealthy heir Su Hao appeared in the group, offering exorbitant prices for supplies, be it food or drink. I will pay 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles and 5,000 for a bottle of mineral water. The price of instant noodles had skyrocketed to 10,000 yuan. Su Hao was truly desperate, for if he did not utilize his money now, it would soon become worthless. Zhang Yi shook his head, lamenting the fact that even at such a time, some were still contemplating purchasing goods with their wealth. Just as Zhang Yi finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in. I have some food at home that I can sell to you. Zhang Yi was momentarily rendered speechless. It appeared that, regardless of the circumstances, there would always exist those whose avarice drove them to risk their lives for the sake of money. Even in the face of seemingly insurmountable hope, there were individuals wagering that this snowstorm would not endure for long. Yet, only Zhang Yi was aware that this tempest would persist for an interminably lengthy duration. Even after the snow ceased to fall, the world would require a protracted period to recuperate. Money, in its essence, was rendered less useful than mere scrap paper. At least the latter could serve the purpose of wiping oneself clean. As this thought crossed his mind, a rather morbid curiosity emerged. His stockpile of toilet paper was ample, enough to last indefinitely, yet he suspected that his neighbors were not so fortunate. If their supply ran out, what would they resort to for their hygiene? He quickly shook his head. With their daily struggles to secure food, they likely had little need for such luxuries. Nevertheless, this foreshadowed the imminent disruption of the fragile harmony that barely held. Zhang Yi understood the terrifying transformation that would occur once the food supply was entirely depleted. People could devolve into savage beasts. The following day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining returned to Zhang Yi's residence, knocking on his door. They pleaded desperately from outside, imploring him to allow them entry, claiming that they were on the verge of freezing to death. Zhang Yi, however, paid them no heed. Freezing to death? It was precisely what Zhang Yi had hoped to witness. Through the surveillance camera, he beheld them approaching with umbrellas in hand. It seemed that the incident from the previous day, when they had been doused with urine, had left an indelible psychological scar. However, Zhang Yi was not foolish enough to open the door for them. If his conjecture was correct, they were likely armed with knives, poised to take their own lives should the opportunity arise, all in an attempt to seize his residence and supplies. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yi opened his spatial dimension. Inside the warehouse lay a plethora of miscellaneous items, typically gathering dust and serving no purpose. He had collected them haphazardly, confident in the ample space of his dimensional realm. Free from concerns of clutter, little did he expect that they would prove useful at this very moment. He retrieved 2 stink bombs from the toy section, designed for pranks. Once ignited, they emitted an exceedingly repulsive odor, nearly impossible to eradicate with water and detergent. As he listened to the voices of Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining outside, a mischievous smile crept across his face. He grasped the stink bombs and made his way over. Chapter 40. Gunfire. Zhang Yi ignited the stink bombs and swiftly hurled them through the shooting hole above the door. Upon hitting the ground, the bombs released a thick cloud of black smoke, and the acrid stench rapidly permeated the corridor. Upon inhaling this foul odor, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining were overwhelmed, feeling as if they had just opened a decade-old can of excrement, and immediately began to retch. What is that? Ugh, Zhang Yi, how utterly despicable. The stench in the corridor grew increasingly unbearable, prompting 2 women to hastily flee. Although the air was still able to circulate, the building had been equipped with a specialized air filtration system designed to prevent any unpleasant odors or harmful air from infiltrating. Through the surveillance cameras, Zhang Yi witnessed the disheveled sight of the 2 women as they stumbled along, retching. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, his amusement was short-lived as he soon received a complaint from his next-door neighbors. Zhang Yi, what have you thrown outside your door? It reeks. Please consider the feelings of your neighbors. His neighbors, a young couple who had moved in 2 years prior, had little interaction with Zhang Yi, aside from the occasional nod in the elevator. At such a time, he could hardly be bothered to maintain any semblance of neighborly relations. In this apocalyptic world, his every action was solely focused on his own safety. The plight of others was of no concern to him. It could even be said that as long as he could live safely and comfortably, he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who stood in his way. In this dystopian reality, any semblance of a nurturing disposition was to be eradicated at once. "Come and challenge me if you dare," Zhang Yi declared, promptly blocking his neighbor. As always, he was disinterested in engaging in futile arguments. Before long, he discovered his neighbors disparaging him in a large group chat, but alas, others were far too preoccupied to care about their trivial grievances. Zhang Yi chuckled softly. It was rather exhilarating to be devoid of moral restraint. That afternoon, Zhang Yi was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a loud bang. A resounding bang echoed through the corridor, swiftly reverberating throughout the entire apartment building. Zhang Yi's expression turned grave, for the sound resembled that of a gunshot. Was it possible that someone in their community possessed a firearm? Uncertain whether it was a gun or merely firecrackers, he hurried to the living room to check the surveillance footage. The scene that unfolded before him caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. Before the door of the third-floor residence, Chen Jinghao, with a severed leg, clutched a black gun in his hand. The chilling gleam of the weapon was enough to instill a tremor in the hearts of onlookers. The door of that apartment stood ajar, and from the surveillance angle, 2 human legs could be faintly discerned. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao's minions emerged, jovially brandishing food, candles, and other supplies. It was evident that the residents of the third-floor apartment were either dead or, if still alive, would not last long after sustaining a gunshot wound and losing all means of sustenance. The community had come together, attempting to raise the temperature in the corridor to stave off the biting cold. In a world where survival depended on access to water, this daily endeavor was crucial. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Jinghao had begun his murderous spree, robbing others of their resources. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi glanced at his device. The message was from the group chat. A heavy snowfall had sealed off the city, leaving them reliant solely on themselves. I, Chen Jinghao, shall take on the responsibility of the building leader for Block 25. From now on, all matters here will be under my authority. If you comply, I can ensure your survival. But woe to anyone who dares to stand against me. Immediately afterward, Chen Jinghao sent 2 images. One depicted the firearm gripped tightly in his hand, while the other revealed the harrowing sight of a resident on the 3rd floor, collapsed in a pool of blood. The once boisterous crowd, filled with chatter, now fell into an eerie silence, utterly stunned by the brutality of the scene before them. It is certain that the hearts of the majority of the residents were overwhelmed with fear. In times of peace, when have they ever encountered such a sight? It was beyond their wildest imaginations. Yet now, the stark reality lay bare before them. Within this apartment building, ensconced in the relentless snowstorm, others had become a manifestation of hell. No one dared to challenge Chen Jinghao. The fear of death loomed large. Zhang Yi, reclining on the sofa, could not help but exclaim, Chen Jinghao is truly remarkable. No wonder he thrives so effortlessly in society. Chen Jinghao employed a dual strategy, neither wholly resorting to intimidation nor solely relying on threats against the residents of the building. He possessed but a single firearm, and the precise number of bullets remained an enigma to all. However, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that the count was likely minimal, given the stringent regulations surrounding such items domestically. Despite having expended a considerable sum, he had only managed to procure a mere 100 rounds. Moreover, Chen Jinghao's small cadre of thugs comprised only 5 or 6 individuals, with over 50 households and more than 100 people residing in the building. Should the residents unite in their defiance, a mere limping man like Chen Jinghao would stand no chance. Thus, employing both coercion and persuasion, painting grand illusions while simultaneously instilling fear, was the most effective means to ensure compliance among the homeowners. Human nature has always been governed by a fear of death. Even though they understood that Chen Jinghao could eliminate the residents of the 3rd floor today, tomorrow it could well be their turn, yet they clung to a glimmer of hope. For instance, those on the higher floors might believe that if Chen Jinghao dealt with the 3rd floor today, he would tackle the 4th floor tomorrow. And perhaps if they were to be targeted, it would not be for another fortnight. Consequently, they felt no need to resist, confident that the residents below would certainly fight back. Conversely, the occupants of the 4th floor speculated that Chen Jinghao might not adhere to any sequential order in his brutalities. Thus, they feared that any act of defiance on their part would lead to their demise, preferring instead to remain submissively sheltered at home, hoping others would perish first. Zhang Yi shrugged. These matters bore no relevance to him. While others trembled before Chen Jinghao, he harbored no fear of him whatsoever. Should Chen Jinghao dare to appear at his doorstep, his fate would rest entirely in Zhang Yi's hands. As for the survival or demise of his neighbors, it mattered not a whit to him. They chose to bury their heads in the sand, unwilling to resist, and Zhang Yi had no inclination to play the martyr, sacrificing himself to save others. At that moment, his phone suddenly erupted with a flurry of urgent notifications. Zhang Yi picked it up and was immediately greeted with an influx of several hundred new messages. He found himself drawn into a new group. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yi entered to take a glance and discovered that it was a newly formed chat for the residents of the apartment building. However, notably absent were the associates of Chen Zhenghao. It appeared that the death threats instigated by Chen Zhenghao had compelled some individuals to seek solidarity for protection. Zhang Yi remained silent, for his own safety was assured. He was simply curious to observe what actions these individuals might undertake. Chapter 41. Neighbors who only shout slogans. As soon as the new group was established, homeowners and tenants alike began to frantically converse. Chen Zhenghao was nothing short of a demon. He had invaded 3 households, breaking down their doors. In apartment 301 on the 3rd floor, 2 young residents, fiery in spirit and intent on resistance, were shot dead without hesitation. The other 2 households, 302 and 401, under such intimidation, meekly surrendered their provisions. Alas, living in such conditions, with no food or drink at home, seemed tantamount to awaiting death. One individual, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "We must unite and collectively stand against the tyrant Chen Zhenghao." Another responded, "Indeed, with so many households, can we truly fear just 5 or 6 of them? As long as we stand united, he poses no threat." Yet, some voiced their concerns. "But he possesses a gun." To which another retorted, "What of his wealth? How many bullets can one gun hold? If we charge together, he simply cannot withstand our force." With a swift left kick followed by a powerful right whip kick, I am certain he will tumble to the ground. His leg is already injured, rendering him hardly a threat. Without a firearm, I could easily handle him alone. The mere mention of confronting Chen Zhenghao ignites a fervor among us, as if we could rush to his residence and execute him on the spot. However, at that moment, someone interjected, inquiring, "When shall we take action?" This question ushered in a brief silence. While it is easy to speak of valiant intentions, the reality of engaging in a life-or-death struggle tends to dissuade many. Everyone understands the logic, yet no one wishes to be the one at the forefront, facing the bullets. Such eloquence often serves to rally others to shield oneself from danger. Nevertheless, this is not a trivial matter. He is a desperate man, accompanied by a few ruffians. We must proceed with caution and strategize wisely. Indeed, recklessness is the folly of brutes. We must triumph through cunning. Zhang Yi scoffed. Having just proclaimed Chen Zhenghao a negligible adversary, while others were eager to unleash their kicks upon him. Now that the moment has arrived for action, the call for wisdom emerges. It is utterly laughable. We cannot allow Chen Zhenghao to continue his reign of terror. If this persists, we shall all meet our demise. Even if we are not shot, the depletion of our food and resources will lead to our downfall. I am willing to take the lead. Let us unite and teach these scoundrels a lesson. Uncle Yu is typically not one for many words. A veteran, he possesses a straightforward demeanor and an impassioned spirit, earning him considerable respect within the community. Faced with the shameless scoundrel Chen Zhenghao, a villain who tramples on human life, his heart burns with fury. Oh, Uncle Yu is truly formidable. He exemplifies the essence of a soldier of the people, impressive indeed. Uncle Yu, I stand with you. Do you require a weapon? Our kitchen knife is at your disposal. I also have a long quan sword that I purchased during my travels last year. I can lend it to you. Chen Zhenghao is nothing but a cripple. Uncle Yu, if you seize an opportunity to ambush him from behind, do not grant him a chance to retaliate. The gathering of residents fervently praised Uncle Yu, each offering their own suggestions. Yet, not a single person volunteered to accompany him in confronting Chen Zhenghao. Uncle Yu was left somewhat speechless. Chen Zhenghao and his group numbered 5 or 6, armed with guns. It would be futile for him to confront them alone. At the very least, we need a dozen young men to accompany me for safety. Having served in the military, I possess some skills and can lead the charge. The adult males in the household fell silent, while the women, such as Fang Yuqing, who lacked adult males at home, became invigorated. Yes, we women may be perceived as delicate and powerless against such rogues. It is time for the men of Building 25 to demonstrate your masculinity. The men of our floor are remarkable. You must succeed. The moment to showcase your gentlemanly grace has arrived. I hope you achieve success swiftly in safeguarding us. The gentle women, the adult men among the homeowners, however, are understandably displeased. Some of them are unmarried, living alone, or sharing accommodations with friends. While they might be capable of risking their lives to confront villains, the attitude exhibited by the female homeowners resembles that of militant feminists, as they seem to perceive the perilous task of battling evildoers as solely their responsibility. This has understandably led to discontent among these men. How can you expect them to comply? Previously, you advocated for female precedence in all matters, yet now, when faced with danger, you demand that we step forward first. What justification do you have for that? We now seek equitable treatment, asserting that if action is to be taken, it should be a collective endeavor. You boast of your prowess in online debates. Why not direct that energy towards confronting Qin Zhenghao and his ilk? I am not unwilling to risk my life, but my duty lies in protecting my wife and children. When the female homeowners witnessed the men's reluctance to confront Qin Zhenghao, they swiftly turned hostile, questioning their manhood. Is this not the very moment for men to step forward? To demand that women take on such risks is utterly shameful. You are truly despicable. It repulses me. I vow that I shall never consider marrying men of your ilk in the future. The originally established group of new homeowners was intended for discussions on how to address the risks posed by Qin Zhenghao. However, inexplicably, a quarrel erupted regarding who should confront Qin Zhenghao, ultimately evolving into a battle of the sexes. Zhang Yi observed this with great exasperation. The scenario mirrored his previous life. This is precisely why Qin Zhenghao, in his past existence, had mercilessly eliminated half the residents of the building, yet still managed to enforce control over everyone with a mere firearm. In their final moments, they merely closed their eyes, scarcely daring to resist. Seeing the turmoil, Uncle Yu anxiously urged in the group for everyone to cease the bickering, emphasizing that addressing Qin Zhenghao was the foremost concern. Among the residents, there was a female homeowner living on the 7th floor named Lu Tiantian. She was a key instigator in the gender dispute, a 22-year-old fresh graduate, radiating youthful exuberance. At that moment, both sides in the group were fired up, and whenever Lu Tiantian noticed a male participant speaking, she would unleash a torrent of criticism. Even when well-meaning Uncle Yu attempted to intervene, she quickly typed out a response with her 2 fingers. Uncle Yu, what are you pretending to be a good person for? You served in the military and are capable of fighting. In situations like this, you should be the first to charge forward. With so many men in our building, a one-for-one exchange would ensure the safety of others. In today's society, women are undeniably more important. The sole role of men is to serve us women. I hope the male members of this group remember this point and refrain from making me repeat it. Chapter 42. Food reserves. Lu Tiantian's remarks were met with scorn from a group of male homeowners. It's the end of the world, and who still indulges you little fairies? Huh? Do you really believe you are that important? We risk our lives to protect you, and you think you deserve it? Uncle Yu, who was the target of their derision, found himself at a loss for words. He could not comprehend why, despite his good intentions for everyone, they responded with such disdain. Naturally reserved, he could not retort effectively and chose to remain silent. Zhang Yi observed the lively exchanges within the group, finding it rather amusing to witness the spectacle. After all, the avenues for entertainment were rather limited these days. In conclusion, his summary can be distilled into a singular notion. The overwhelming majority of individuals within this homeowners group are deserving of their fate. The verbal skirmishes within the chat have intensified. Perhaps due to prolonged repression, the members have finally discovered an outlet for their pent-up frustrations, leading to an outpouring of venomous and sordid language that is quite unbearable. In the end, they seem to have forgotten the original purpose for which the group was formed. Zhang Yi set his phone aside and made his way to the kitchen. Although the otherworldly space was replete with ready-made dishes, he occasionally yearned to prepare a meal himself, savoring a slice of life. He retrieved fresh ingredients from the otherworldly space: potatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic, all appearing as if they had just been unearthed. The beef brisket was equally tender, the vibrant red meat immensely appetizing. Indeed, Walmart lives up to its reputation as the world's premier supermarket brand, with products of unquestionable quality. Zhang Yi simmered a pot of potato and beef brisket stew and, emulating the method for cooking clay pot chicken, adhered some flatbreads to the sides of the pot. Once cooked, the bread soaked up the broth, becoming utterly delectable. Picking up his phone, he discovered messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, replete with desperate pleas. They were sobbing profusely, evidently shaken by the recent murderous actions of Qin Zhenghao. These 2 social climbers possessed neither the fortitude nor the cunning to resist a villain, making them likely candidates for Qin Zhenghao's next target. Especially after witnessing the formidable security of Zhang Yi's home, they perceived it as a veritable sanctuary, yearning to seek refuge within. Zhang Yi, regardless of our past conflicts, at the very least, you once held affection for me, did you not? You cannot simply stand by and watch me perish, can you? I recognize that, despite your outward bravado, your heart is tender. I implore you, save me. Lin Caning possesses even fewer scruples than Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I do not wish to die. If you would allow me to reside in your home, I would willingly serve as your meat puppet. You may toy with me until my last breath, but please, do not let me succumb to those wretched individuals. Zhang Yi could sense the profound fear within them. To be candid, had his home not been reinforced, his despair in this cold, food-deprived abode would be no less than that of these 2 women. Yet, would he feel pity for them? Certainly not. After all, this scene is precisely what he yearns to witness. The more desperate they become, the more exhilarated Zhang Yi feels. In the video, before him simmers a large pot of beef brisket and potatoes, while the fireplace nearby crackles with a roaring flame. The atmosphere within the room is one of warmth and tranquility, creating a stark contrast to the swirling snow and howling northern winds outside. For these two women, this is undoubtedly a tremendous provocation. After all, they are not merely deprived of a hearty meal, their very survival hangs in the balance. The two continued to plead, beseeching Zhang Yi to permit them to join him in the warmth of his home. Zhang Yi chose to disregard their entreaties, neither acquiescing nor rejecting their pleas. He merely wished to leave them with a shred of hope, a cruel awareness that, though hope was scarce, they must still come to him, groveling for his favor. Thus, the day passed in a monotonous haze. After Chen Zhenghao and his associates managed to seize a certain amount of supplies, they were not in a hurry to continue their actions. They understood that if they pushed their agenda too far, the property owners would unite against them. However, that night, Zhang Yi noticed through surveillance that Chen Zhenghao and his crew were acting suspiciously. Throughout the entire Tian'ai city, the power was out, leaving only Zhang Yi's home illuminated. Although the residents of the same building remained oblivious to this, Zhang Yi observed several of Chen Zhenghao's subordinates carrying two corpses out of the door. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the two individuals, as he was familiar with nearly all the residents of the building. Yet, their appearances were clearly not those of his neighbors. Thus, they could only be other subordinates summoned by Chen Zhenghao after the snowfall. On the day Chen Zhenghao assaulted Zhang Yi's home, Zhang Yi had repelled them with a powerful jet of water. In such frigid temperatures, plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees, survival was exceedingly precarious. It was apparent that these two individuals had succumbed to the cold. Under low temperatures, ailments such as colds and fevers could easily lead to death if one lacked a comfortable environment and access to medications like ibuprofen. This raises the question of why the average lifespan was so short in ancient times. The two bodies had been stripped of all their clothing and discarded at the stairway entrance. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, initially perplexed by their motive for such actions. If their intent was merely to dispose of the bodies, they could have simply thrown them out the window, as the heavy snowfall would cover everything. Why then had they chosen to leave them at the door? In the tumultuous whirl of his thoughts, Zhang Yi was suddenly struck by a terrifying notion, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. Could it be that Chen Zhenghao had left their corpses behind as a reserve for sustenance? This grim realization sent a shiver coursing through Zhang Yi's body, raising the hairs on his neck in dread. Yet, this interpretation seemed the most plausible. The frigid air enveloped them like an immense refrigerator, alleviating concerns about food spoilage. Modern interpretations of apocalyptic scenarios are often shaped by films depicting such themes, where cannibalism is not an uncommon occurrence. Throughout the annals of human history, during times of great calamity, there have been harrowing accounts of people resorting to the consumption of one another, as well as the unsettling records of famine-induced horrors. Perhaps the years of peace had caused some to forget the stark realities etched in black and white. Until the advent of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and the rapid beating of his heart soon steadied. Compared to the average person, he adapted to this grim reality with greater swiftness. After all, he had once experienced an apocalypse himself, having been consumed as food. He understood that when desperation reaches its zenith, human beings are capable of committing the most atrocious acts, devouring anything that can be eaten. Chen Zhenghao is undeniably ruthless. Although Zhang Yi held a disdain for that societal figure, he could not help but marvel at the harsh truth. Many comprehend the rationale, yet few could actually regard their brother's corpse as a means of sustenance before the food supply is utterly depleted. Such an act is nearly devoid of humanity. Chapter 43. Her anxiety after Chen Zhenghao murdered the resident of Unit 301. The atmosphere within the entire building became exceedingly tense. The once boisterous crowd was now silenced, with no one daring to utter a word. Chen Zhenghao seemed to have realized the shift, as the residents discreetly formed a new group without his knowledge. However, such matters are inherently uncontrollable. His only recourse was to resort to various threats and coercions within the residents' group. The current situation was dire. Everyone was simply striving to survive, and no one wished to resort to violence. Had it not been for that fellow from Unit 301 attacking my people first, I would not have been compelled to take his life. After all, I am not a monster. I sincerely hope that we can coexist harmoniously in the future. And during our times of need, you might lend us a bit of sustenance. As long as you comply willingly, I assure you that we can all live in peace. Once these words were uttered, it indeed led some individuals to lower their guard, with even a few considering the possibility that, as Chen Zhenghao suggested, the demise of the 301 homeowner was a consequence of his own actions. The The Stockholm Syndrome aptly describes such individuals, in the depths of despair brought by death. A mere gesture of goodwill from their aggressor elicits their gratitude. Zhang Yi remained an observer, watching coldly, neither commenting nor participating. Yet, within his heart, he harbored an increased wariness towards Chen Zhenghao. Despite the comprehensive defenses established within his home, the few men accompanying Chen Zhenghao, armed with a mere broken gun, posed no genuine threat of intrusion. Nonetheless, in a world teetering on the brink of collapse, an extra measure of caution is always prudent, if truly provoked. I shall seize an opportunity to eliminate him, Zhang Yi remarked indifferently. However, this fleeting tranquility was shattered the following day. Although every household refrained from venturing outdoors out of fear of Chen Zhenghao, survival necessitated that they descend to chip ice for water. Thus, some individuals stealthily opened their doors, intending to excavate snow while the coast was clear. Unfortunately, they fell prey to those sent by Chen Zhenghao, who lay in wait. The supplies pillaged on the first day had been devoured by the ravenous thugs, and now, with bloodshot eyes, they regarded the entire building's residents as their quarry. Anyone they captured would find no mercy. They would be stripped bare. In the new group, an urgent cry for help pierced the air. Zhang Yi opened the chat and was immediately amused. The one in distress was none other than Lu Tiantian, who resided on the 7th floor. Chen Zhenghao lived just below her, on the 6th floor. That morning, she had planned to stealthily descend in the dark to collect snow for water, only to be caught red-handed. Living alone, her tidying up required minimal effort, and she was already the target of Chen Zhenghao and his companions. After nearly half a month of confinement, Chen Zhenghao and his gang felt stifled and sought a woman for release. With limited options, they became less discerning. Thus, the group of ruffians approached with wrenches and iron bars, their faces adorned with malicious grins. Lu Tiantian hastily shut her door, and in her desperation, she thought to call for help from her neighbors. Please, everyone, come to my aid. They are breaking down my door. I implore you. I fear for my life. Uncle Yu, please save me. Aren't you a veteran? They surely cannot overpower you. This group is utterly untrustworthy and exceedingly brutal. We must stand together. If something were to happen to me, you would be next. Lu Tiantian, with a quivering voice, anxiously sent message after message in the group. However, just yesterday, her tone was quite the opposite as she arrogantly confronted a group of male property owners. Although Uncle Yu is kind-hearted, he would not recklessly sacrifice himself. Chen Zhenghao, armed with 5 or 6 men and firearms, poses a threat that even a former soldier like him cannot contend with. Had everyone reached a consensus yesterday and formed a protective squad, there might have been hope to deter them. Upon reading Uncle Yu's words, Lu Tiantian felt a chilling void inside her. She cried out, "You can't do this. As a vulnerable woman, can't you protect me? What kind of men are you? If I die, I will haunt you all as a ghost." Initially, there was a flicker of sympathy for her. But as they recognized her shameless attempt to morally manipulate them, their anger began to rise. Coupled with the grievances from yesterday when Lu Tiantian had insulted all the men in the building, old and new resentments converged into a single storm. Ah yes, we are all useless. Oh, celestial maiden, you are so capable. Surely, you do not need our assistance. They mocked. Haha, can the celestial maiden fight? Go ahead and defeat those men. Yesterday, you were so loud. We thought you were formidable, yet here you are, begging us mere mortals for help. Perhaps it would be better if you just perished. Your death would bring happiness to countless families. The group was filled with cheerful laughter, with no hint of sympathy for Lu Tiantian's dire predicament. Rather, there was a sense of schadenfreude. Since Lu Tiantian's home had been robbed, at least they felt secure for the time being. Upon witnessing the cold ridicule directed at her, Lu Tiantian sank into utter despair. She turned to plead with the other female homeowners for assistance, but they merely expressed their helplessness in such a situation. Sisters, stay strong. I offer you my spiritual support. You must endure. Otherwise, if they break in, who knows what they might do to you. Indeed, with so many of them, they could ruin you. Some offered perfunctory consolation, while others indulged in dark humor to frighten Lu Tiantian. After all, human sorrow and joy do not resonate with one another. Prolonged confinement and the looming threat of death had twisted the hearts of many. As more people joined the chat, the conversation took a sinister turn. Haha. I suggest you take one of them down. It would be a service to the community. Exactly. Since your home has been robbed, you likely won't survive anyway. You might as well take someone down with you. Lu Tiantian trembled with indignation, wanting to voice her thoughts, when suddenly the door was violently kicked open. Inside Zhang Yi's home, he watched the surveillance footage as Lu Tiantian let out a shriek, only to be seized by several small thugs who dragged her away. Even on such a frigid day, they still find time for exercise. Your vigor is quite overwhelming. Zhang Yi expressed such a sentiment, which is indeed reasonable. In the current situation, no one knows when their life might come to an end. As creatures approach their demise, their foremost thought is often to pass on their genetic legacy. Zhang Yi took a bite of a chocolate bar and remarked at the surveillance screen, "At this temperature, any exposed inch of skin poses a mortal danger." Chapter 44. Why should I be compelled to give? Although everyone has not witnessed Lu Tiantian's fate firsthand, one can easily surmise the outcome. A young girl, ensnared by a pack of wolves, what fate could await her? Even if Chen Jinghao and his associates spared her life, she had lost all the resources upon which she relied for survival, leaving her with nothing but the inevitability of death. However, the others felt little sorrow. Instead, they exhaled a long sigh of relief. Lu Tiantian could at least sustain Chen Jinghao and his group for a while. Nonetheless, this incident served as a harbinger for the other property owners. If this situation persisted, they feared their own demise would not be far off. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself unexpectedly drawn into a chat group. He let out a bemused chuckle. In such an unstable environment, the atmosphere of suspicion grew ever heavier, and the emergence of small factions became increasingly common. It seemed that by banding together, they believed they would gain strength. Zhang Yi glanced at the members in the group and recognized 6 or 7 individuals: Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, Lin Caning, and a few other neighbors. A frown creased his brow as he pondered their intentions. Soon, someone reached out to him. "Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, it's too dangerous out there. Sooner or later, Chen Jinghao and his men will come after us. We must unite." Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "It's all right. I'm quite comfortable on my own." Lin Caning retorted, "That's not the point. You are alone, while Chen Jinghao has 5 or 6 men at his disposal, not to mention firearms. Thus, your safety is also in jeopardy." Zhang Yi smirked. "Why don't you ask Chen Jinghao who it was that broke his leg?" Until now, Chen Jinghao has not dared to seek revenge. He knows that Zhang Yi is a tough nut to crack. Zhang Yi inquired, "What do you all intend to do?" Fang Yuqing hastily replied, "It is exceedingly perilous for everyone to live separately. Therefore, we have decided to move in together. This way, we can present a united front even in the face of Chen Jinghao." Zhang Yi chuckled at this notion, questioning, "So, you believe that by gathering together, you will be unafraid of the gun in Chen Jinghao's possession? How absurd. If sheer numbers truly held power, the 50 or so households in this building, comprising over 100 individuals, could easily crush Chen Jinghao with a mere kick each. Everyone here is cowardly. Congregating only serves to provide a semblance of comfort." Another voice chimed in from the group, Sun Jichao, whom Zhang Yi recalled as a financial professional. "With more people, at the very least, they will think twice. Moreover, we can unite to barricade the doors, rendering us less vulnerable to their intrusion. What we currently lack is a solid stronghold." Fang Yuqing quickly added, "Zhang Yi, your home has a balcony, and the security door is exceptionally sturdy, making it an ideal location to withstand Chen Jinghao's assaults. Thus, we hope that you will join our team in standing against him." At this point, Zhang Yi began to grasp the situation. It was clear that Fang Yuqing had informed these individuals about the advantages of his residence. It is highly likely that they are already aware of the impeccable insulation system and the ample food supplies in his home. With a cold smirk, Zhang Yi thought to himself, "Their scheme is so loud that I can hear it from 10 floors away." Zhang Yi spoke without any reservations. "I have no need for that. Thank you. I am quite comfortable living alone at the moment. If you wish to cohabitate, you should find a place on your own. What a ridiculous notion, cramming 7 or 8 people into my home. At this point, it is impossible to discern who is human and who is not. Is that not inviting danger upon oneself? Moreover, Zhang Yi does not owe them anything. So why should he?" After Zhang Yi's refusal, the members of the group were evidently displeased. Sun Jichao remarked, "Zhang Yi, everyone is in peril. You can't afford to be so short-sighted. Only by staying together can we survive." Another group member, Wang Min, added, "It is merely because your floor has a balcony, making it convenient to collect snowmelt water, that everyone has chosen your home. Do you think we are taking advantage of you? In reality, we can also protect you." Zhang Yi's smile twisted in disbelief. He sent a message in the group, "Protect me?" The string of question marks reflected his inner mockery. "Do you have any idea what kind of life I am currently living? And you dare speak of protection? How shameless." Cowering under her covers, Fang Yuqing pressed her lips together and then began to unleash her verbal assault. She was well aware that Zhang Yi despised her and would not allow her into his home, which is why she was now leveraging the group to morally coerce him. She believed that life was of utmost importance, and even though she, along with Lin Caning and Zhang Ping, had previously wronged him, Zhang Yi should exhibit some generosity. Lin Caning interjected, "Zhang Yi, fine. I admit we are in need of your assistance. However, consider this. If you merely allow us refuge within your home, you could preserve the lives of 7 or 8 individuals. Can you bear to watch us fall victim to Chen Jinghao? We have been friends and neighbors for many years. Among those 7 or 8, Zhang Yi is indeed familiar with them, as well as a few with whom he shares amicable relations, including a colleague from work. They all implored Zhang Yi to take their past camaraderie into account and let them in. Unfortunately, having endured persecution and death in a previous life, Zhang Yi is no longer the soft-hearted individual he once was. Most of those who once shared in his fortunes now stand before him, and in this apocalyptic reality, what talk of humanity remains? The only principle that holds true is the survival of oneself. Thus, he declared, at this point, whether or not we survive is a matter of individual merit. You hold no value for me, so why should I be obligated to protect you? After uttering these words, Zhang Yi promptly chose to exit the group. To think they could exploit him is but a fanciful dream. Only those devoid of morality would remain unscathed from abduction. After their conversation, Zhang Yi retrieved a box of potato chips from an alternate dimension. He approached the window and settled into a plush imported recliner, savoring the chips while gazing at the scenery outside. Setting aside the extreme chill that permeated the air, the snowy landscape was truly breathtaking. The earth was cloaked in a pristine white, devoid of any blemishes, offering a delightful sight to behold. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a swaying dark figure on the 18th floor, accompanied by a piercing scream filled with despair. Zhang Yi focused his gaze and realized that a person was plummeting from the sky. In an instant, they vanished into a snowdrift that was 6 or 7 meters deep. With the temperature outside plunging to over 70 degrees below zero, entrapment in such a thick layer of snow meant certain death. It appeared that the situation in other apartment buildings was similarly dire. As resources dwindled, a fierce struggle for survival erupted, with individuals resorting to violence and murder for the sake of sustenance. In every location where humans gathered, the descent into a hellish existence was unfolding. While munching on his chips, Zhang Yi contemplated the unfolding circumstances in his mind. It seemed prudent not only to remain wary of the neighbors in his building, but also to exercise caution against the survivors outside. In this apocalyptic era, any calamity could transpire. Chapter 45. The decision to launch a strong offensive within the confines of Building 25, Chen Jinghao and his companions had brazenly invaded several households, directly and indirectly resulting in the demise of 5 individuals. This alarming situation prompted numerous residents within the apartment complex to band together. Their proposed solution was to remain united, residing in close quarters, and to barricade their doors with heavy objects to thwart any further incursions by Chen Jinghao and his associates. As for procuring water, they resorted to using the windows. Certain floors boasted balconies that could catch the falling snow. On the side of Fang Yuqing, Shi and Lin Caning had relocated to the home of Wang Min on the 18th floor. Wang Min, the cousin of Zhou Peng, was an independent businesswoman engaged in the cosmetics trade in Tianai City, possessing a measure of wealth. Her residence comprised a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, identical to that of Zhang Yi. The others present were her colleagues and close friends, for in these apocalyptic times, one could only trust those who were reliable. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were allowed to stay because Zhou Peng had vouched for them. The matter of loyalty was naturally tied to the circumstances at Zhang Yi's home. At that moment, a group of individuals sat in the living room, bundled in thick down jackets, their necks wrapped in scarves, wishing to conceal themselves entirely from the outside world. Zhang Yi's refusal to share living quarters had cast a shadow over the group's spirits. Wang Min turned her gaze towards Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, speaking in a measured tone. The promise to allow you to stay was made out of consideration for my cousin. You also assured me that you would persuade Zhang Yi to let us take refuge in his home. Currently, Zhang Yi is entirely opposed to the idea. What do you all propose we do about this matter? Zhou Peng is a sycophant, yet Wang Min is astute, quickly discerning that these 2 young women are not easy to deal with. Thus, had they not invoked Zhang Yi's name, Wang Min would never have considered allowing them to join. Fang Yuqing hastily interjected, Wang Jie, please listen to me. Zhang Yi's household is exceptionally well-stocked, and he has even installed a fireplace. If we could merely reside in his home, our future would undoubtedly be quite comfortable. After facing repeated rejections from Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing and her companions no longer harbored any illusions about him. Consequently, they divulged all the intelligence they had gathered about Zhang Yi's household, including the photos and videos he had shared with them. Lin Caning added, indeed, you have all seen the videos and should comprehend how comfortable Zhang Yi's home currently is. Let us all strive together to secure our place in his residence. Not only could we stand against Chen Jinghao, but we would also enjoy a more pleasant existence. Upon hearing this, Wang Min and the others could not resist pulling out their phones to view the videos Fang Yuqing had shared. The footage showcased Zhang Yi's home and was exceedingly captivating, making their eyes gleam with desire. Wang Min furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. However, his stance is quite clear. He is utterly unwilling to let us stay. At that moment, Sun Jichao, who wore glasses, adjusted his golden-rimmed spectacles and spoke in a low tone. He is undeniably selfish, showing no regard for the well-being of others. As soon as Sun Jichao's words were uttered, everyone's gaze shifted towards him. Clearly understanding the implication behind his statement, to invade Zhang Yi's home and compel him to relinquish his property. His friend Lu Tao vocally supported the notion, exclaiming, "I believe this is an excellent strategy. Such selfish individuals only consider their own interests and lack the capacity for empathy. Why should he reside in such a splendid house?" Wang Min furrowed her brow slightly, pondering that according to Zhou Ping, their security door was quite formidable. "We are not like Qin Jinghao and his ilk. We are not adept at such matters." Zhou Peng concurred, adding, "Indeed, and Zhang Yi is particularly unscrupulous. The last time we knocked on his door, he had the audacity to douse us with urine from above." The mere recollection of that incident made Feng Yuqing and Lin Kainan feel nauseous, nearly on the verge of retching. Even now, they could still detect the lingering scent left by Zhang Yi on their hair and skin. Were it not for the cold weather causing nasal congestion, the odor might have overwhelmed them entirely. As for breaking down the door, he glanced at Lu Tao with a mischievous grin. Lu Tao cleared his throat and replied, "I once worked at a locksmith company. I am quite familiar with these matters. I can unlock any of the commonly used locks on the market." Upon hearing Lu Tao's declaration, Feng Yuqing and the others were so exhilarated that they nearly leapt from their seats. "This is wonderful. As long as we can unlock their security door. With so many of us surging in, I wonder how Zhang Yi, that scoundrel, will manage to resist." Feng Yuqing seethed with anger, cursing under her breath. Previously, she had implored Zhang Yi to allow her entry, yet he had obstinately refused, subjecting her to a myriad of humiliations that ignited a deep-seated hatred within her. Once inside, she vowed to submerge his head in the toilet, forcing him to swallow the filth. Beside her, the sycophant Zhou Peng eagerly chimed in, offering, "I'll take care of that." His crudeness irked Feng Yuqing, but recognizing her need for his assistance, she smiled and replied, "Sure, just make sure to consume plenty of soy products and onions." The group appeared to revel in their camaraderie, convinced that their collective efforts would overwhelm Zhang Yi. Thus, they procured umbrellas, ensconced themselves in layers of clothing, and armed with tools for breaking in, they made their way to Zhang Yi's residence. Zhang Yi's home was equipped with an alarm system. Any disturbance on his floor would trigger an alert. Consequently, as the group ascended the stairs, Zhang Yi was promptly made aware of their approach. Observing through the surveillance cameras, he noted their obscured figures, mistakenly believing that Qin Jinghao had come with a posse. A sardonic smile crept across his face. Yet he had no intention of eliminating Qin Jinghao just yet. If Qin were to perish, who would handle the insufferable neighbors in their apartment building? Such a spectacle would be utterly absent. This group of individuals was wrapped up quite snugly, and upon arriving near Zhang Yi's residence, they promptly unfurled several umbrellas. Consequently, regardless of whether Zhang Yi employed water spray or noxious gas grenades, he would be unable to disperse them in the short term. All of this information was provided by Feng Yuqing. Chapter 46. High voltage. The individuals had reached the threshold of Zhang Yi's home, holding their umbrellas aloft. However, the Dragon Security Company had installed an abundance of pinhole cameras on this floor, capable of capturing the intruder's actions from various angles. As the group approached the door, Zhang Yi observed one of them extracting several glimmering metallic tools from his pocket, which he proceeded to insert into the keyhole of the anti-theft door. Lockpicking? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, but remained indifferent. If their anti-theft door were so easily breached, then the professionals at Dragon Security Company would have little merit. This door not only boasted a safety rating on par with the world's finest, akin to a bank vault, but it also featured 5 layers of additional defense. To unlock the outermost lock, one would need to be a master locksmith of the highest caliber. Not to mention, it was further reinforced with physical levers. The more intricate the mechanism, the simpler the method to unlock it. It is often the straightforward that proves most challenging to circumvent. For instance, Zhang Yi's door was secured with a steel rod of 10 centimeters in diameter, firmly wedged in place, as he had no intention of venturing outside. Unless one employs a vehicle for incessant collisions, human strength alone is utterly inadequate for such a task. Moreover, Zhang Yi had anticipated the possibility of others attempting to pry open the door, which prompted him to install a unique defensive mechanism. As he observed the surveillance footage on the television, he retrieved his mobile phone and opened the control software for the safe house, deftly pressing a button. Instantly, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through the security door. Lu Tao, engrossed in his lock-picking endeavor, emitted a harrowing scream as the potent current surged through his entire being. The individuals nearby turned pale with fear, hastily retreating. "Help! Help me!" Lu Tao cried out, his face contorted in agony, desperately seeking assistance from his companions. The relentless electricity gripped him like a vice, rendering him incapable of escape. Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, and others stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the unfolding scenario. Nor did they possess suitable insulating tools to intervene. Soon, smoke began to rise from Lu Tao's body, accompanied by the acrid stench of charred flesh. Boom. He collapsed to the ground, his clothing reduced to tatters, while the skin on his arms and face had already carbonized, leaving no doubt of his demise. Ah! Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan shrieked in horror, witnessing the death of another before their very eyes, a jarring impact that weighed heavily upon them. Meanwhile, within the room, a faint smile curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth, inexplicably savoring a sense of satisfaction. Yet, who could they blame? To conspire against Zhang Yi was a transgression deserving of such a fate. A chill ran down Wang Min and the others' spines. And their plan to pry open the door had come to an abrupt end. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao, longtime comrades, were engulfed in fury upon witnessing their brother's tragic demise. Zhang Yi, you scoundrel, come out here, he bellowed, brandishing the shovel in his hand and striking violently against Zhang Yi's imposing door. The resounding clang echoed through several floors. However, the massive iron door remained impervious, showing neither dent nor damage. The flaking paint revealed the sturdy alloy beneath. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands tucked casually into his pockets, a mocking expression gracing his features. You wish to batter down my door? Are you seeking death? He shook his head, lamenting. Isn't living a better option? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's derisive tone, those outside were struck with a mix of astonishment and rage. Wang Min shouted, Zhang Yi, we initially intended to approach you amicably regarding cohabitation. How could you resort to murder? You are even more vile than Chen Zhenghao. You are a true fiend. Upon recognizing a woman's voice, Zhang Yi realized that the group outside was not led by Chen Zhenghao. Yet, he felt no remorse for having killed Lu Tao. Such individuals, in his view, deserve their fate. A thought then struck him. He recognized the group as Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining's entourage. After all, they were the only ones privy to the comforts of Zhang Yi's abode. With a grim expression, Zhang Yi unabashedly retorted, Are you attempting to play the fool with me? You came to my home to smash down my door, seeking to seize my property. Your demise is well-deserved. How dare you come here barking like a dog? It truly amuses me. Sun Jichao feigned composure. Zhang Yi, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to converse with you. However, you took the liberty of taking our dear brother Lu Tao's life without even a word. This is utterly outrageous. Do you not intend to provide us with an explanation? Zhang Yi erupted into laughter. You merely wish to chat? Inviting yourselves over and directly forcing your way through my door is what you call a conversation? Humph. After breaking in, your next step would likely be to either eliminate me or cast me out to fend for myself. Then you would revel in the safety I painstakingly prepared, wouldn't you? The group exchanged glances, acknowledging that this had indeed been their original intention. Sun Jichao's brow furrowed deeper. The brutal death of his close friend ignited a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Yi. Yet, at this moment, the priority was to breach the door. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Zhang Yi, we offer you one final opportunity. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Fang Yuqing joined in from outside. Zhang Yi, we mean you no harm. We all simply wish to share this space and face the impending disaster together. Do not be so blind to goodwill. Lin Kaining chimed in, indeed. At the very least, we can let you stay in the master bedroom and ensure you have first access to supplies. They were all immensely agitated, for merely a wall separated them from paradise. A long-awaited reunion. Zhang Yi scoffed at their words. Have you all lost your minds? This home was originally mine. Yet you all presume to act as the owners and dictate its distribution. If you possess the ability, then by all means, demonstrate it. I shall see if you can breach this place. As he spoke, Zhang Yi was not idle. He had already chambered a round in his handgun and held a crossbow in his hand. The moment of the hunt was imminent. Through the surveillance, he could clearly observe everything outside and even hear their hushed conversations. Sun Jichao and his companions huddled together, deliberating their next course of action. Among them, the most timid, Gu Jiaoyang, anxiously inquired, What should we do? Now that Lu Tao is dead, no one can unlock the door. Shall we retreat? It would be disastrous if we attract Chen Zhenghao's attention. However, Sun Jichao rebuked, What are you afraid of? We are on the 24th floor. It would exhaust Chen Zhenghao and his crew to climb up here. Even if they intend to commit murder and robbery, they would first target those on the lower floors. Wang Min, with a grave expression, remarked, Indeed, Zhang Yi is formidable. He appears as though he anticipated the apocalypse, being exceptionally well equipped. Chapter 47. The Arrow of Tetanus indeed. Some individuals are beginning to recognize Zhang Yi's strangeness. In this frigid post-apocalyptic world, everyone is suffering from hunger and cold. Even those who typically stockpiled supplies are struggling immensely. Yet he, on the other hand, is well-fed and warmly clothed, even opting to install a fireplace in Tianhai City, a southern locale. Moreover, the robust security door evidently serves as a precaution for such circumstances. Zhou Peng curled his lip in disdain, expressing his indignation. If that is the case, then Zhang Yi is even more detestable. He clearly knew that a snow disaster was imminent, yet he selfishly prioritized his own interests, failing to notify the neighbors in advance. Bah! He spat vehemently, fueled by personal animosity towards Zhang Yi, seizing every opportunity to malign him. Wang Min and the others remained furrowed in thought, choosing to disregard Zhou Peng's outburst. After all, if they were in his position, their primary concern would undoubtedly be the safety of themselves and their families, indifferent to the fates of others. The pressing question now is, what should we do next? Is prying the door open no longer an option? And would forcibly breaking it down be feasible? Wang Min spoke, casting his gaze towards Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang. These three were among the few men in their team, and if they were to forcibly breach the door, they would be the key players. The group murmured amongst themselves for a while. Through the surveillance monitor, Zhang Yi observed them leaving the staircase. With a gun in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, he leisurely watched them depart. Zhang Yi could have taken action and eliminated two of them. Yet he felt no urgency. Life had become exceedingly mundane, and he yearned for some excitement. Therefore, he chose to observe how they intended to force the door, also preparing himself for more challenging adversaries in the future. This time, they brought a large, sturdy piece of wood, evidently dismantled from a bed. Several women stood nearby, holding umbrellas to shield themselves from the cold water Zhang Yi might douse them with. The three men positioned the wood and charged towards the front door with a resounding thud. The sound was thunderous, and Zhang Yi could feel the walls trembling. However, he remained unperturbed. A 20-centimeter thick steel plate would not be easily breached, unless the opposing team harbored a hulk among them. Sun Jichao, Gu Jiaoyang, and others were desperately slamming against the door, while Zhang Yi sat comfortably on the sofa, his gaze fixed on their futile attempts to breach the entrance, simultaneously monitoring the structural integrity of his abode through a specialized app designed by the Zhanlong Security Company. This application enabled real-time observation of the house's overall condition. He remained vigilant, his weapon firmly in hand, ready to respond should any signs of trouble arise. Yet, after relentless assaults by Sun Jichao and his companions, the entire building reverberated with their efforts, yet the door stood resolute, displaying merely a few white marks, devoid of even a dent. As 5 minutes elapsed, the group was left utterly dumbfounded. Just how thick was this door? Surely, even the vault doors of a bank could not boast such fortitude. Who amongst them could afford such a door for their home? Sun Jichao and his comrades were nearly engulfed by despair, their frustrated roars echoing the sentiments of both indignation and hopelessness. Observing this scene through the surveillance feed, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile, feeling a profound sense of reassurance regarding the quality of his safe haven. It was time to impart a lesson to them. Zhang Yi rose to his feet, tucking the handgun into his pocket before unearthing an iron box. Within this box lay 20 crossbow bolts, yet peculiarly, they were all beset with rust. Ordinarily, such alloy bolts would resist corrosion, but these 20 bore the marks of decay, as though they had languished in a damp environment for several years. In truth, the rust was a deliberate fabrication by Zhang Yi. A mere scratch upon the skin could unleash the peril of tetanus. In this inhospitable setting, while not immediately fatal, it would lead to infections and ultimately festering wounds. For those struck by his bolts, the grim choices were either to undergo amputation for survival or to languish in excruciating agony while awaiting death. This sinister knowledge was gleaned from his experience with Qin Zhenghao. Although Qin's leg was rendered useless, he had managed to survive through various means. A devilish grin crept across Zhang Yi's face as he ascended to the shooting aperture. Fang Yuqing and her companions, sheltered by umbrellas, could scarcely discern the situation below. Unperturbed by their ignorance, Zhang Yi aimed beneath the umbrellas and released a bolt. Should they perish, it would be deemed fortunate. If they survived, so much the better. Whoosh! The arrow of tetanus pierced through the umbrella, followed immediately by a chilling scream. Zhang Yi, not waiting for their reactions, swiftly nocked a second arrow. There was no need for aim, as they were clustered together. He released another shot, and another anguished cry echoed in the air. Zhang Yi quickly reloaded, drawing his bowstring taut. It was only then that the group realized the peril they were in, shrieking as they scattered in all directions. Zhang Yi remained calm and composed, taking careful aim before releasing another arrow, intentionally avoiding vital areas, targeting their arms and thighs instead. Among the remaining 6, 3 were struck by arrows, and 1 unfortunate soul was hit twice. However, due to the slow reloading speed of the crossbow, before Zhang Yi could take another shot, they fled into the shadows of his vision. Zhang Yi shrugged. It mattered little. For those few were already doomed to die a painful death. As for the others, he had ample time to play with them at his leisure. After all, time was on Zhang Yi's side. It must be said that he remained remarkably composed. Even in such dire circumstances, he refrained from rushing out to deliver the killing blow. One might question his steadiness. Even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of injury, Zhang Yi would never take that risk. The consumption of crossbow arrows was a significant concern as well. Furrowing his brow, he began to contemplate the long term. Initially, he had purchased 300 crossbow bolts and 300 arrows. Though a considerable number remained, one must heed the wisdom that without foresight, one may suffer immediate woes. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi suddenly had a brilliant idea. He opened the alternate dimension and began to rummage through it, quickly discovering the object he sought. The storeroom was filled with numerous marbles intended for bearings, which could also be launched by a hand crossbow. There were also those toy glass marbles. Although their lethality was not as formidable as that of steel rods, when shot from a professional-grade crossbow, their power was still quite impressive. Even if the crossbow bolts ran low, there were plenty of metal items within that could be dismantled and repurposed. Zhang Yi felt an immediate sense of relief. With these resources, I could sustain myself for a lifetime. He was indeed at ease. Yet for some others, the situation was dire. Fang Yuqing and the other 6 had initially intended to leverage their numbers to seize Zhang Yi's residence, not daring even to retrieve Lu Tao's body. Chapter 48. Without medicine. One can only await death upon returning to the house and closing the door. The group was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, particularly for the injured. They grimaced in pain, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrows had struck Sun Jichao, Zhou Ping, and Gu Jiaoyang. After all, they were the primary assailants, closest to Zhang Yi's doorstep. Consequently, among the 7 who had ventured forth, 4 men either perished or were inflicted with tetanus arrows. Due to the frigid weather, they initially did not perceive much discomfort. However, upon viewing their wounds, their faces turned pale. If it had been ordinary arrows, they might have simply extracted them, disinfected with alcohol, and taken some anti-inflammatory medication. But these arrows were coated in rust. In a world devoid of antibiotics, once infected, one can only await a grim fate. A fate that is nothing short of excruciatingly tragic. How could this be? Sun Jichao's pupils constricted as the harrowing implications dawned upon him. A shroud of fear enveloped him in an instant. With a sharp crack, Wang Min, consumed by rage, struck Fang Yuqing across the face. The injured were none other than her close friends and family, all due to Fang Yuqing's instigation of their reckless attempt to seize Zhang Yi's property. Could she possibly contain her fury? You wretched creature, it is all your doing. Did you not claim that his home was merely sturdy at the door? Why then were there arrows? Did you already possess this knowledge, prompting your retreat? Why are you unscathed? Wang Min, possessing a stature considerably taller than Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, instilled fear in Fang Yuqing with her slap, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Covering her face, Fang Yuqing shed tears of injustice. Zhou Peng, struck by an arrow, rushed over to shield Fang Yuqing, desperate to defend her from his cousin's wrath. Cousin, please. Not like this. I can attest, Yuqing truly had no idea. Witnessing her cousin's foolishness, Wang Min's heart burned with frustration. Then why are both of them perfectly fine? She retorted, pointing at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. I saw them retreat far away just moments ago. Lin Caning, displeased, muttered under her breath, were you not also uninjured? How dare you criticize us? In a fit of rage, Wang Min lashed back. That was mere luck. I simply was not struck. Now we, the afflicted, are at the mercy of you all. You should leave us. Yet, Sun Jichao interposed, gesturing subtly to Wang Min. We are all injured. Someone must tend to us. He murmured. He was not yet ready to embrace death. It was imperative to extract the arrows and pray against infection to survive. Wang Min's chest heaved violently as she cast a venomous glare at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Why aren't you helping? Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning averted their gazes, a flicker of malice glimmering in their eyes, yet they proceeded to attend to the wounded. Upon unfastening their garments and witnessing the devastation wrought by the arrows, their faces promptly drained of color. Zhang Yi's crossbow bolts were of professional grade, designed for hunting wild boars and coyotes. Once embedded in flesh, they sank deeply. Lacking any professional medical personnel or adequate equipment, they were utterly ill-equipped to address such injuries. A misstep could lead to catastrophic hemorrhaging and death. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Min declared, we must summon Dr. Zhou for assistance. The Dr. Zhou she referred to was Zhou Ke, who had once saved Lin Xiaohu's life when his liver was ruptured. Wang Min stepped aside to call Dr. Zhou. In due course, Zhou Ke arrived. Wang Min approached her, gripping her hand with fervor. Dr. Zhou, our lives depend entirely on you. Zhou Ke donned a long black down coat that enveloped her entirely, yet it could not conceal her tall and slender figure. She carried a metal medical box on her shoulder. Upon entering the room, her gaze fell upon the injuries of several individuals, and she immediately furrowed her brow. Another arrow wound? Wang Min inquired with curiosity, blinking her eyes. Who else has been struck by an arrow? A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Zhou Ke's face. No, it's from a patient at the hospital previously. Wang Min felt a sense of unease, but there was no time to ponder. Dr. Zhou, please attend to them quickly. Zhou Ke refrained from further chatter and approached to assess the injuries. By now, the victims' faces had turned alarmingly pale. The arrows remained embedded, preventing any chance of stemming the bleeding. In temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees, this was inherently life-threatening. Zhou Ke examined the wounds and remarked with concern. Their injuries are too severe. Unless we have specialized equipment, I cannot guarantee a successful surgery. Wang Min hastily urged, Dr. Zhou, given the circumstances, please proceed. We have faith in you. Zhou Ke shook her head. The arrows are rusted, which could lead to infection. I can only remove the arrows, but without antibiotics. Infection is inevitable. At that point, she left the thought unspoken, yet everyone present understood the grim implications. Under such conditions, once infected, survival was a certainty long lost. Tears streamed down Wang Min's face as she mourned the loss of her closest friends, including her cousin Zhou Peng. In this apocalyptic world, a sense of insecurity looms heavily over everyone. To lose so many loved ones in a single day is undoubtedly a harrowing experience that could shatter anyone's spirit. How cruel Zhang Yi must be. Surely, it was intentional. How could he be so malicious? Even if we have taken his property, there was no need to take lives. Wang Min lamented bitterly. Zhou Ke, upon hearing Zhang Yi's name, recalled her fleeting encounters with him. She remembered him as a charming and dashing young man. However, due to her reserved nature, their interactions had been few. In any case, without medication, merely extracting the arrows would still pose a significant threat to life. I hope you can comprehend this, Zhou Ke stated matter-of-factly. At this point, she no longer felt the need to hold back. In this world of chaos, one must be prepared for the inevitability of death at any moment. Suddenly, Fang Yuqing seemed to have an epiphany. With excitement, she exclaimed, Medicine? I recall that Zhang Yi has some. Chapter 49. Boldly asking Zhang Yi for medicine. Upon hearing that Zhang Yi possessed medication, Wang Min and Sun Jichao were instantly filled with hope. When facing death, one would grasp at any lifeline available. Sun Jichao struggled to inquire, is this true? Does he really have medicine? Wang Min fixed her gaze on Fang Yuqing, imploring her, don't lie to us. Because of you, several of us have sustained serious injuries. Upon hearing the name Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing expressed her lingering trepidation, stating, it was merely a month ago that he seemed to undergo a complete transformation. He began hoarding supplies at home with fervor. I could almost daily witness delivery trucks bringing him goods. Just the other day, 2 large boxes were carried into his residence. Surely, they contained pharmaceuticals. Zhou Ke, upon hearing this, added, antibiotics are not particularly rare medications. If he indeed foresaw the impending disaster and stockpiled supplies, he must possess a substantial quantity of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. As a physician, I am profoundly convinced of this. Sun Jichao, as if grasping at the hope of survival, exhibited a glimmer of wild desperation in his eyes. Quickly, go find Zhang Yi. Urge him to bring the medication to save my life. My injuries were a result of his actions, so he must rescue me. Wang Min clenched her teeth, her expression fraught with conflict. But given the recent events, he likely harbors resentment towards us. Why would he provide us with medication? Gu Jiaoyang, unable to endure the pain any longer, lay on the sofa, incessantly groaning in agony. Oh, I feel as though I am on the brink of death. You all must devise a plan. Plead with Zhang Yi. He must save us. Fang Yuqing interjected. We have not harmed him, and we even intended to leave some supplies for him after we breached the door. Instead, he has repaid our goodwill with violence. We are the just ones in this scenario. What do we have to fear? Upon hearing the remarks of these individuals, Zhou Ke quickly grasped the situation, her eyes momentarily reflecting a sense of exasperation. Nevertheless, this matter did not concern her, and she refrained from offering further commentary. Instead, she opened the medical kit and retrieved some gauze to staunch the bleeding of a few individuals. The kit was nearly depleted. The supplies she kept at home were merely for emergencies, thus limited in quantity. Furthermore, in recent days, she had assisted several neighbors in need of medical attention, naturally leading to a dwindling stock. If Wang Min and the others were unable to procure medicine, Perhaps her only recourse would be to help remove the arrows and provide rudimentary bandaging. At the very least, it would allow them to suffer less in their final moments. The group spoke eloquently, yet even now, they believed themselves blameless. They asserted their actions were merely for survival. What fault could there be in that? They could only blame Zhang Yi for his selfishness. Why should he enjoy such favorable living conditions all to himself? After pondering for a moment, Wang Min suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing and declared, "You shall handle this matter." She continued, "I know Zhang Yi pursued you in the past, so you are the most suitable for this task." Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoyang weakly expressed their agreement. After all, it was Fang Yuqing who had instigated this entire situation. Had she not informed them about Zhang Yi's family circumstances and confidently asserted that their defenses were weak and easily breached, they would not have been so foolish as to risk such a venture. Although Zhou Peng was somewhat reluctant to let Fang Yuqing approach Zhang Yi, the intense pain in his arm and the looming threat of death compelled him to side with Wang Min. He addressed Fang Yuqing, saying, "Yuqing, we are a collective, are we not? This matter requires your forbearance. It is only by our collective survival that we can safeguard you." Fang Yuqing wore an expression of deep conflict, her heart brimming with reluctance. After all, she had previously endured humiliation at the hands of Zhang Yi. Yet, she found herself with no alternatives. It was solely through her connection with Zhou Peng that she managed to integrate into this collective. Otherwise, as a delicate woman, she would wield little influence against the tyrants such as Chen Jinghao. Other teams would not consider her for inclusion. Even if she were permitted entry, she might merely become a plaything. Women, particularly those who possess no skills beyond charm and beauty, are rendered exceedingly cheap in the apocalypse. Zhou Kuter grasped the scalpel. Constrained by limited resources, and sanitation was beyond her reach. Even with an alcohol lamp, the heat would cause the alcohol to congeal. Moreover, in the absence of medicinal supplies, any attempt at sterilization was rendered futile. She instructed Sun Jichao to bite down on a towel and commenced the grim task of extracting the arrowhead. In a surgery devoid of anesthesia, the air soon filled with cries reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, and the towel in Sun Jichao's mouth was on the verge of being bitten to shreds. The room was filled with an eerie tension, compelling Fang Yuqing to urgently seek medication from Zhang Yi. With a heavy heart, she steeled herself and dialed Zhang Yi's WeChat voice call. The phone rang. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was at home, preparing to have a bite to eat. Curiously, despite having committed murder for the first time, he felt an unexpected sense of tranquility. There was no fear. Instead, he experienced a thrilling satisfaction from his successful act of vengeance. This mindset was essential for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. He had genuinely feared that he might succumb to nausea or insomnia, having endured more perilous situations than anyone else present. At that moment, the phone rang. Intrigued, Zhang Yi glanced at the screen, and, upon seeing it was Fang Yuqing calling, his eyes widened in surprise and a smile crept onto his lips. "Oh, after being so thoroughly beaten by me, is she now calling to berate me?" Without hesitation, he answered the call, reveling in her misfortune. He activated the speakerphone while continuing to prepare lunch in the kitchen. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Zhang Yi's voice was remarkably gentle, as if he had not just killed Lu Tao and shot arrows at Sun Jichao and others. Yet, the more soothing his tone, the more unnerved Fang Yuqing and the others felt. Under their watchful gazes, she spoke into the speakerphone, pleading, "Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead. Zhou Peng and the others have been hit by your arrows and are close to death." She wept pitifully, seemingly seeking to elicit sympathy from Zhang Yi. However, he merely replied indifferently, "Oh, if they have died, then so be it. Whether early or late, death is inevitable." Holding a knife, he leaned closer to the microphone and ominously declared, "Surely, you do not believe that you can survive this snow disaster?" His voice resonated like an echo from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spines of Wang Min and the others. Zhang Yi articulated their deepest fears. The heavy snowfall had isolated their city, transforming their building into a desolate island. Even if they clung to life now, their supplies would soon dwindle. Whether by the hands of Chen Jinghao or by the cruel embrace of frost and hunger, death loomed ahead. Fang Yuqing trembled as she wept, "Zhang Yi, I realize I was wrong. It was entirely my fault for not accepting your pursuit. But now I wish to amend my ways. Can you find it within yourself to forgive me?" Chapter 50. Mocking the White Lotus, Zhang Yi responded coolly, "What do you think?" Beside Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and the others nudged her, urging her to address the matter at hand. Sniffling, she continued with tearful urgency, "Zhang Yi, Zhou Ping and the others have been gravely injured by your arrows. They lack medicine at home and are at risk of infection. Did you not purchase a considerable amount of medicine before? I implore you to lend us some. I promise I will never disturb you again." Zhang Yi paused in his cooking, momentarily thrown off by Fang Yuqing's illogical reasoning. Fang Yuqing, do you truly wonder why I chose to shoot them with rusted arrows? To see them suffer and perish after being infected is precisely my intent. How dare you come to me for medication? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yi scolded with a smile. Did Fang Yuqing and the others not grasp this? Yet now, if they did not muster the audacity to approach Zhang Yi, they could only watch helplessly as their companions succumbed. The three men, Zhou Ping and his companions, represented their hope for survival. Given the current harsh circumstances, it is only right that we assist one another. Must you remain so callous? Would their demise truly bring you joy? Before Fang Yuqing could finish her words, Zhang Yi interjected resolutely. Yes, I find great delight in it now. Fang Yuqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Min hurried over and addressed Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, I am Wang Min. Do you recall that I once treated you to a meal? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes in response. Previously, when Wang Min sought his assistance to acquire goods at a low price from the warehouse, he had dined with her, but ultimately helped her earn a considerable profit. Do you find this conversation amusing? Zhang Yi retorted with a cold laugh. Wang Min swallowed hard, her ears catching the sounds of Zhou Ping's anguished cries from the living room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi wore a look of satisfaction, wishing he could witness their pitiful state. Wang Min urged, Zhang Yi, everyone is precariously positioned now, especially with the tyrant Chen Jinghao endangering lives. Leaving a glimmer of goodwill might prove beneficial in the future. On this occasion, you have provided us with medicine. I, Wang Min, will remember your kindness and repay you in the future. Zhang Yi retorted disdainfully. Kindness? Do you take me for a fool? Those individuals were injured by me, and one of them even died right at my doorstep. Regardless of my actions, this vendetta shall remain unresolved. Assisting you merely sets the stage for your future retaliation against me. It's utterly laughable. Wang Min attempted to clarify. We are not that kind of people. Enough. Zhang Yi interrupted, clearly unimpressed. Whether you are that kind of people is irrelevant to me. What matters is that I do not believe you are. Hence I will not offer my aid. To save those who would harm themselves? That would be an act of pure naivety, no matter how grandiose the promises may sound. I remain unmoved. Seeing that Zhang Yi was impervious to their pleas, the group grew increasingly anxious. Wang Min, her brows furrowed in frustration, warned, Zhang Yi, do not push us to our limits. If you insist on driving us toward death, we cannot predict what actions we may take. In response to Wang Min's threat, Zhang Yi scoffed. Haven't you already exhausted all the measures at your disposal? If you possessed the capability, you would have stormed into my home, killed me, and seized everything I own. I am not easily intimidated. This tactic will not work on me. Fang Yuqing seized the phone and, with tears in her eyes, implored Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, must we truly reach this impasse? Remember how well we got along in the past. Why can't we relinquish our preconceived notions of one another and start anew? In truth, Qing'er has always held you dear in her heart. At that moment, next door, Zhou Peng, biting a towel as he performed surgery, was taken aback by these words, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief, and he whimpered even more intensely. Faced with such a scheming woman, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration. Her audacity was thicker than the walls of a fortress. However, given the current circumstances, it was no surprise. Zhang Yi was akin to a wealthy magnate, and the tenacity of a gold digger in pursuit of a rich man was unparalleled. Suddenly, an insidious thought crept into Zhang Yi's mind. He was aware that others were not far off, and Zhou Peng could indeed overhear their conversation. Thus, Zhang Yi deliberately remarked, Yuqing, I must confess that I still harbor feelings for you. However, the pain you inflicted upon me in the past has left me unable to let go. This statement was like a match igniting a glimmer of hope in Fang Yuqing. Ignoring the furious glares from those around her, she trembled with excitement and exclaimed, Zhang Yi, I knew you could never stop loving me. You're so foolish. I've always adored you. Those previous incidents were merely tests of your feelings. Oh dear. How can you be so oblivious to my feelings? The onlookers, including Wang Min, found the display nauseating, while Zhou Peng was nearly driven to faint from anger. Yet, everyone understood that if Fang Yuqing truly managed to ensnare Zhang Yi, she might have a chance to acquire his estate and resources, so they remained silent. Zhang Yi, please allow me to move into your home. From now on, Qing'er shall be yours. Whatever you desire her to do, she will heed your wishes. Is that agreeable? Zhang Yi offered a faint smile. Very well. Fang Yuqing leapt up in excitement, even more exhilarated than after sipping soy milk. Lin Caning, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, Take me along, please take me. Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glance, inwardly scoffing. Zhang Yi's icy voice echoed from the phone. However, Yuqing, the one I love is solely you. Thus, I can only permit you to come. As for those who are less than reputable, you must ultimately keep your distance from them. The circumstances are exceedingly challenging. We cannot afford to have a crowd dragging us down. Would you not agree? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically among the gathered crowd. They had initially hoped that Fang Yuqing's connection with Zhang Yi would benefit them all. Yet Zhang Yi's words indicated a desire to sever ties instead. At this moment, Fang Yuqing was overwhelmed with excitement, barely acknowledging those around her. She nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing. Yes, yes, everything shall be as you say, brother. I will listen to you. Then come to me now, disregarding the others. I shall come right away. Brother, please wait for me. Fang Yuqing's excited visage was flushed with a deep crimson. The mere thought of escaping her current hellish existence rendered her mind blank. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the door. Wang Min and the others were seething with indignation, their anger reaching a boiling point upon witnessing Fang Yuqing's determination to abandon them and seek refuge with Zhang Yi. Lin Canning swiftly grasped her arm. But as soon as she spoke, Wang Min's heavy hand struck Fang Yuqing's face with a resounding slap. You shameless wretch. You've led us into such dire straits and now wish to abandon us. There's no way you're leaving. In Chapter 51, No Medicine, Await Infection. The fury of Wang Min and her companions was palpable. It was Fang Yuqing who had initially lured them into attacking Zhang Yi's household. Now, with some dead and others injured, she sought to forsake them for her own comfort. Not a chance. Meanwhile, Zhou Peng, who was amidst a surgical procedure, was consumed by rage upon hearing Fang Yuqing's intentions to seek out Zhang Yi. Yuqing, how could you do this to me? Did you not profess your disdain for Zhang Yi? Do you remember your promise to be mine? Stinging from Wang Min's slap, Fang Yuqing cradled her face but defiantly retorted. Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? My time with you is merely temporary. Once we exhaust our supplies, we shall all meet our demise. Zhang Yi's home is a sanctuary. There is food and drink, and no threat of freezing. What is wrong with me going to him? She gazed at Zhou Peng, her expression imploring him to understand her plight. Zhou Peng, you are a good man, and you have always treated me kindly. To love someone truly is to wish for their happiness, is it not? Although you have assisted me in the past, you should not hinder my pursuit of a better life. Can you offer me more than what Zhang Yi has provided? Zhou Peng's complexion was ashen, rendering him nearly unrecognizable, as he stammered, unsure how to retort. Zhou Kuer furrowed her brow and commanded, do not move. Otherwise, if you sever an artery, you shall surely perish. Wang Min, feeling a surge of anxiety, rushed over to restrain Zhou Peng. Cousin, do not allow this wretched woman to provoke you to such extremes. Preserving your life is paramount. She inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed intently upon Fang Yuqing, declaring, Fang Yuqing, should you wish to depart, we shall not impede you. But only if Zhang Yi brings the medication in exchange. Lin Canning stood resolutely at the door, lifting her chin defiantly, adding, Fang Yuqing, if you are to leave, we shall leave together. Fang Yuqing glowered at them, and with a sense of resignation, turned to Zhang Yi, saying, Brother Zhang Yi, you have heard them. They refuse to let me go. Perhaps you could offer them some medication? Zhang Yi, observing the unfolding drama from the kitchen, smiled slightly upon hearing Fang Yuqing's words, responding, medication is indeed quite precious. How can I trust that they are not deceiving me? It is also possible they are misleading you. They might even take you hostage to coerce me into giving them something. Chinger, we must not fall into their trap. Their conversation was broadcasted through the speaker, ensuring that everyone overheard every word. Zhou Peng continued to shout in agitation, Yuqing, do not believe him. He is merely toying with you. Indeed, this is the perception held by outsiders. However, those enmeshed in the situation often find themselves perplexed. Moreover, under such circumstances, Fang Yuqing's mental state has long been somewhat unstable. Zhang Yi offered her a glimmer of hope, and she clung to it like a drowning person grasping at a straw. Even though her reason dictated that it could not save her, she held on tenaciously, reluctant to let go. She nodded repeatedly, affirming, yes, yes, Brother Zhang, your words hold merit. Following this, she dashed towards Lin Canning, who stood blocking the doorway. Vile woman, step aside. Do not obstruct me. In an instant, the two women were embroiled in a fierce struggle. In her desperation to reach Zhang Yi's home, Fang Yuqing had completely lost her senses, her eyes blazing with fury. She clawed at Lin Canning's hair and bit at her arm with fervor. Lin Canning, in pain, retaliated with equal fervor. The two tumbled to the ground, resembling two madwomen in a chaotic frenzy. Wang Min, unable to bear the scene, noted that several patients were undergoing surgery nearby. Their brawl could potentially disrupt the delicate procedures. Thus, she joined the fray, teaming up with Lin Canning to subdue the frenzied Fang Yuqing. After considerable effort, they finally managed to restrain her. Let me go? You must release me. Allow me to leave. Fang Yuqing screamed, her voice hoarse and wild. Wang Min frowned, raising her hand and delivering several swift slaps to Fang Yuqing's face, delivering 6 or 7 blows before the latter was stunned into silence. Wang Min scoffed. You wish to leave? Dream on. She picked up Fang Yuqing's phone and stepped aside to call Zhang Yi. Hello, Zhang Yi. At present, Fang Yuqing is in our grasp. If you genuinely wish to rescue her, then bring the medicine for exchange. Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, There are too many of you. I fear for my safety. What if you take this opportunity to eliminate me? Thus, dear Yuqing, although your brother yearns to share a life with you, they will not permit it. Please do not hold it against him. Zhang Yi deliberately raised his voice, ensuring Fang Yuqing heard every word. In response, she let out a tortured scream. Her gaze towards Wang Min and the others brimming with venom. Zhang Yi, seizing the moment, ended the call, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The most cruel act in this world is to offer a glimmer of hope to the despairing, only to render that hope perpetually out of reach. He certainly could not allow that manipulative vixen to enter, as he merely sought to irritate those around him. If necessary, they could eliminate Fang Yuqing. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing lamented for an extended period, her cries eventually morphing into a fit of sorrowful weeping. Yet, her ire was not directed at Zhang Yi, rather, it was aimed at Zhou Peng and Wang Min. She believed that had it not been for Zhou Peng and Wang Min's interference, she would now be in Zhang Yi's home, savoring exquisite dishes and basking in the warmth of a fireplace. Wang Min scoffed at Fang Yuqing, casting a glance at Lin Canning, whose recent conduct had pleased her. At least she was not allied with Fang Yuqing. Truly, a good friend, willing to betray one another in times of peril. You see, this woman is solely self-serving, completely disregarding others. If you wish to remain part of our team, you must keep a close watch on her. Do not let her escape. Wang Min coldly instructed Lin Kai-ning. Lin Kai-ning nodded vigorously. Sister Wang, I will certainly heed your words. She cast a glance at the weeping Fang Yuqing on the floor, her eyes brimming with animosity, and declared emphatically, I will never allow her to flee alone. If we are to suffer, let us all suffer together. Why should you alone enjoy the fruits of comfort? In the living room, Zhou Kuer performed a rudimentary surgical procedure on the 3 individuals. Unfortunately, there was not even a disinfected cotton ball available, as the frigid weather had caused the medical alcohol to freeze. The sole silver lining was that the extreme cold prevented them from experiencing the agony of consciousness. However, the adverse effects were starkly apparent. Under such extreme low temperatures, the body was prone to necrosis. After concluding the surgery, Zhou Kuer wiped the blood from her hands, closed the toolbox, and addressed Wang Min and the others. This is merely a temporary measure. Without medication, there is a significant risk of infection. Therefore, you must prepare yourselves mentally. The eyes of Wang Min and her companions were filled with helplessness. Zhang Yi refused to engage with them. How could they possibly procure any medication? Chapter 52. The exposure of wealth. Zhou Kuer extended her hand towards Wang Min naturally. She would not assist without compensation. Wang Min understood the unspoken rules and produced a packet of biscuits, handing them over. While it was a meager offering, if rationed, it would sustain her for 2 days. Zhou Kuer felt a semblance of satisfaction before departing. Once she left, the atmosphere in the room became unbearably oppressive. The pain from the wounds continued to throb, leaving the 3 men sprawled on the sofa, cocooned in their blankets, reluctant to move. Zhou Ping gazed at Fang Yuqing on the floor, his eyes filled with sorrow, while the others regarded her with expressions replete with malice. Sun Jichao took a deep breath and declared, We cannot simply await our demise. We must procure medication from Zhang Yi. If the wound becomes infected, we shall all meet a dreadful end. He turned to Wang Min and Lin Canning, his voice grave. You must comprehend that surviving in this apocalyptic world is exceedingly difficult without a man to protect you. Wang Min and Lin Canning's faces fell, for they understood the truth in Sun Jichao's words. Otherwise, Wang Min would not have chosen to team up with them from the onset. However, they lamented, We have no means to confront Zhang Yi. Wang Min inhaled deeply, her expression one of resignation. After their failed assaults, which had cost them dearly, what other options could they possibly have? Sun Jichao gritted his teeth, the agony coursing through his body rendering him desperate. I do have a potential solution worth considering. The others perked up, their eyes alight with curiosity. What is it? If there is even a glimmer of hope, we must pursue it. Indeed, he continued. Continuing down this path only leads to death. We might as well take a gamble. Zhang Yi possesses a fireplace, indicating he has stockpiled a substantial amount of fuel. Furthermore, from his videos, it is evident that he has an abundance of food. Currently, this news is known only to a few of us. Yet, it is evident that we cannot breach the Zhang family's defenses on our own. It may be wiser to disseminate this information, allowing the entire apartment building to become aware of it. Sun Jichao's gaze was as venomous as that of a cobra. If we are unable to handle him, how could a multitude of hundreds fail? Not to mention the rabid Chen Jinghao, who wields a firearm. That group is notorious for their malevolence. They are capable of murder and will undoubtedly target Zhang Yi. When the time comes, all we will require are some medicines and provisions, which should not pose a significant challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiaoyang excitedly declared, "This idea is splendid. I am in favor." The others hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement, for they had no better alternatives at present. However, Fang Yuqing suddenly erupted in outrage, chastising the group. "You are utterly shameless. How can you even consider such an act? I am to live alongside Zhang Yi. If you destroy him, what will become of me?" Wang Min, her expression icy, approached and delivered a harsh slap across Fang Yuqing's face, leaving it swollen and resembling that of a pig. Wang Min seized Fang Yuqing by her hair, dragging her to the bedroom amidst her screams. Then, Wang Min called out to Zhou Peng, "Zhou Peng, come here and take care of her for me." Zhou Peng's injury was to his arm. In truth, the severity was not overly grave. After all, Zhang Yi had not aimed for a vital spot. His intention was to let these individuals succumb to infection and pus. Hence, after the extraction of the arrow, Zhou Peng was still capable of engaging in physical activity. Upon hearing Wang Min's words, Zhou Peng was momentarily taken aback, hesitatingly replying, "Cousin, is this really appropriate? I genuinely care for her. How could I possibly harm her?" Fang Yuqing, trembling on the bed, pleaded, "You cannot treat me this way. Zhou Peng, did you not profess that you loved me the most?" Wang Min spat dismissively, "You little vixen, you've caused us such misery. Merely sharing a bed with my cousin is a privilege you do not deserve." Turning to Zhou Peng, she admonished, "Silly brother, do not be so foolish. This woman is of disreputable character, likely having shared the company of countless others. To put it plainly, you simply wish to sleep with her, do you not? Here's your chance to fulfill that desire. After this, let's see how she continues to deceive you." Wang Min, well aware of how to handle Fang Yuqing, understood that once Zhou Peng had spent a night with her, his infatuation would likely diminish. Enraged, Zhou Peng stormed into the bedroom and forcefully pushed Wang Min aside, exclaiming, "Do not speak of her in such a manner. My feelings for Yuqing are genuine. I would never coerce her." Zhou Peng asserted defiantly. Wang Min glared at him, pointing an accusatory finger, speechless with anger. "You pathetic sycophant," she finally managed to exclaim, underestimating the loyalty of a devoted admirer. Zhou Peng retorted, "No, I am not a sycophant. Yuqing is truly a good woman to me. I firmly believe that if I take the time to touch her heart, sooner or later, she will come to love me. Fear not, for I am here." He still recalls the moment he first arrived in this unfamiliar city, young and lost, with only a middle school education, looked down upon by many around him. Yet, it was Fang Yuqing who offered him a warm smile and even kindly asked Zhou Peng to assist her in moving her belongings. In his moments of solitude and loneliness, Fang Yuqing provided him with the opportunity to treat her to a meal. This sense of being trusted has remained a comforting presence in Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather inflict pain upon himself than ever harm Fang Yuqing. Even when she uttered those words, he believed it was Zhang Yi's fault, convinced that Fang Yuqing had merely been deceived. Indeed, as long as he patiently waits, one day Fang Yuqing will surely come to realize that he is the best man for her. Fang Yuqing felt a sense of relief upon observing Zhou Peng's foolish grin. Although allowing him a moment of indulgence was not a grave concern, she had always held a disdainful view of his character, which left her feeling somewhat repulsed. The others in the room were equally perplexed by Zhou Peng's sycophantic behavior. However, their collective focus was now directed towards uniting the residents of the entire building to confront Zhang Yi, rendering Zhou Peng's antics inconsequential. Wang Min and her companions resolved to disseminate information regarding the abundant resources available in Zhang Yi's household to everyone, leveraging their combined strength to breach his residence. Only by doing so could they seize the medications necessary to save the lives of Sun Jichao and others. Consequently, Wang Min shared previously recorded videos and photographs of Zhang Yi in the community group chat. The intention behind this was clearly to ensure that Chen Jinghao would also take notice. Wang Min, dear neighbors, it has come to my attention that some live such blissful lives. This selfish behavior is utterly shameless. The videos depict the life Zhang Yi has been living these past few days. Reflect on the hardships we have faced recently compared to his circumstances. Is this fair? The group, which had been largely silent for some time, was suddenly stirred. Only Chen Jinghao occasionally made threats towards the neighbors. Thus, Wang Min's barrage of videos and images instantly captured everyone's attention. As the neighbors began to click on the videos, their astonishment grew, nearly driving them to madness upon witnessing the enviable lifestyle depicted within. How can one possibly wear pajamas indoors? In our home, the temperature has plummeted below 70 degrees. How do they manage to keep warm? Their lights remain illuminated at night. Where does their electricity come from? Is this truly a video filmed recently? Could it not be from the past? Many have raised doubts. It is incomprehensible that while we endure hunger and the biting cold, others indulge in sumptuous, warm meals and dwell in cozy, comfortable homes. Chapter 53. The neighbor's frantic plea for Zhang Yi. Wang Min immediately asserted, I can assure everyone that these videos were indeed recorded recently. Zhang Yi's household has long been stocked with various supplies, both food and fuel. Hence, his current life resembles that of paradise. Lin Kaining also spoke up. Indeed, I can attest to that. When he went shopping at the supermarket, I was the one assisting him. Their family purchased an abundance of goods. Have you all forgotten? Lin Kaining's words stirred the recollections of many. Yes. Zhang Yi's home was bustling with deliveries every day. I had no inkling of his intentions. Did he foresee the impending snow disaster? How utterly shameless. He didn't even bother to inform us. Zhang Yi is utterly inhumane. How could he engage in such unethical behavior? We have been neighbors, sharing our lives for many years. His selfishness knows no bounds. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, attributing all their current suffering to Zhang Yi. However, they failed to consider whether they would have believed Zhang Yi if he had warned them of an impending apocalypse. Naturally, this thought did not cross their minds. They simply felt that Zhang Yi owed them. Someone immediately proclaimed, Zhang Yi must take responsibility for this. Indeed, why should we endure such misery while he alone enjoys a life of comfort? His household is replete with food, medicine, and energy. He must share these resources with us all. If we are to suffer, he must bear the brunt of the blame. All the neighbors were incensed, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. If everyone were equally miserable, it might be bearable, but why should we live in such dire conditions while he revels in luxury? No, if there is to be suffering, let it be shared by all. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao and others observed the videos circulating in the group. And Chen Jinghao's eyes filled with rage. Zhang Yi, you wretched scoundrel, how can you live so comfortably? One of Chen Jinghao's legs was already crippled, a consequence of Zhang Yi's actions, making him the person Chen despised most in the entire building. The only reason he refrained from taking further action was that Zhang Yi's residence was difficult to breach, having suffered a setback before. He would not confront Zhang Yi unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he was entirely unaware of the abundance of resources Zhang Yi possessed. Otherwise, even if it requires every ounce of effort, he will persist in assaulting Zhang Yi's household. Within the group, the chat records surged past 100 messages in an instant. Numerous individuals began to tag Zhang Yi, demanding an explanation from him. Zhang Yi, given the current plight we are all enduring, on the brink of freezing and starving, you possess an abundance of food and fuel for your fireplace. Kindly share a portion with us. Indeed, everyone will remember your kindness. I hope you do not fail to recognize the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yi, we have been long-standing neighbors. You cannot turn a blind eye to our suffering. Zhang Yi, I am Aunt Wang from the 20th floor. I even lent you 2 scallions previously. Given our amicable relationship, you must provide us with some supplies. Brother Zhang, I am your brother Lu Wenxiang. We are as close as kin. How about I stay at your home? The situation is perilous, and I could protect you. There were those who employed moral coercion, those who pleaded, and those who reasoned. All sorts of individuals emerged, united by a singular objective, to compel Zhang Yi to distribute the supplies from his home. The messages continued to flood in, and Zhang Yi, naturally, took notice. Everyone in the group was demanding that he share his resources. However, Zhang Yi remained aloof, observing with detached interest. He wished to discern just how amusing these individuals truly were. Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi, I am the chairperson of our community committee. She promoted herself, which is quite amusing. Moreover, I am an elder of our building. I have authority here. Bring forth the supplies, and I shall distribute them to everyone. Mother Xiaolime, Zhang Yi, my child and I are on the verge of starvation. Previously, did you not praise our little one? Please help us. I can allow my child to acknowledge you as a godfather. Even if you have other demands, that can be accommodated. The affluent heir Su Hao declared, Zhang Yi, if you permit me to reside in your home, I would be willing to relinquish all my assets to you. No, my father has passed away. Our family's wealth, amounting to billions, is yours. Zhang Yi observed the spectacle for a while before leisurely typing a single character. Oh? His solitary response instantly heightened the excitement among the crowd, as moral coercion persisted and pleas for charity continued unabated. After a considerable time, Zhang Yi casually inquired, Are we well acquainted? On what grounds should we share our possessions with you? At that moment, despair loomed over everyone, as reasoning with them proved utterly futile. In their quest for survival, they would abandon every moral principle. Zhang Yi, of course, understood that engaging in rational discourse with these individuals was not his intention. Rather, he sought to toy with them. His gaze turned somewhat sinister as the frenzied neighbors reminded him of a scene from his previous life. Once, out of goodwill, he had opened his door, only to have these very neighbors storm into his home, brandishing an axe. Eager to feast upon him before he met his demise, they had hastened to dismember him. He yearned for vengeance. Thus, he reveled in the opportunity to play with these pitiable yet detestable pests. Within the group, someone grew impatient, exclaiming, "Zhang Yi, are you speaking human language? After all these years as neighbors, shouldn't we assist one another? What purpose does your existence serve?" Young individuals should not solely aspire to a comfortable existence, but rather grasp the essence of altruism. Were it not for your concealment of information and your clandestine stockpiling of resources, we would not find ourselves in such dire circumstances today. Indeed, the suffering that envelopes us now is entirely your fault, and you must seek redemption. Zhang Yi. Oh, and then, below. A multitude of voices clamored for mercy and issued threats, their vitriol akin to passengers adrift in a shipwreck, submerged in the frigid, unforgiving waters of the Arctic, with sharks circling menacingly. Yet, in that moment of despair, they spotted a small fishing vessel nearby, where the captain relished a hot pot meal, serenading joyfully as he leisurely glided past them. Thus, they exerted every ounce of strength to swim towards him, yearning for a lifeline. As one teeters on the precipice of hopelessness and yearning, the human psyche becomes increasingly fragile, revealing their most grotesque visages. Observing their contorted expressions, Zhang Yi smiled as he retrieved a bottle of exquisite Australian yellowtail from his temperature-controlled wine cabinet, alongside a serving of the finest French foie gras. The marriage of red wine and foie gras is unparalleled. The bitterness of the foie gras harmonizes beautifully with the tannins of the wine, enhancing the overall flavor. This exquisite pairing allows even those unaccustomed to red wine to savor its delights. As Zhang Yi indulged in foie gras and sipped his wine, he reveled in the captivating performance of his neighbors. Some even sent him private messages and made voice calls. Zhang Yi, intrigued, opened them one by one. A desperate mother, Xieli Mei, implored, "Zhang Yi, I beseech you, save me and my baby. As long as you allow me to reside in your home, you may do as you wish with me." Young university student Zhang Xiyu implores, "Brother Zhang Yi, I am still young. I do not wish to perish. Please take me. I only ask for a morsel to eat." Many other female residents have sent private messages, a considerable number being married. They are acutely aware of the current market conditions and understand that monetary offerings will not sway Zhang Yi. Consequently, they have collectively proposed to exchange their bodies for his protection, hoping at the very least to secure some sustenance. Chapter 54. Zhoukuter. What is Zhang Yi's attitude towards the messages from these female proprietors? Naturally, a few daring souls have sent him private selfies. Zhang Yi glanced at them briefly, yet found little intrigue. Primarily, these women exude excessive confidence. While a few are passably attractive, the majority possess only average looks. Unlike certain female streamers on popular platforms who have honed their skills in allure, these women lack any captivating appeal. Is this truly a test of a man's resolve? What man could withstand such a trial? As for the ulterior motives of some male residents, they are even more straightforward. They either address him as brother or big brother, beseeching Zhang Yi for assistance, or they are elderly gentlemen employing moral coercion, demanding his care. The most repugnant of all is the presence of an individual of dubious orientation. As for the demands he proposed, Zhang Yi was reluctant to discuss them. After surveying his surroundings, he found himself growing bored. He located a phone holder, positioned his device before him, and awaited the emergence of some innovative inspiration. Then, he reclined on the sofa, sipping red wine and savoring foie gras, while admiring the enchanting snowfall outside his window. A fortnight had elapsed, yet the snow continued to fall relentlessly. The entire city lay shrouded beneath a thick blanket of snow. According to Zhang Yi's recollection, this snowfall would persist for a month, submerging everything below the fourth floor. As for how much longer it would last, he remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he recognized that there was little necessity for him to venture outside. The purpose of going out was to seek a glimmer of hope for survival, yet no one, save for Zhang Yi, knew where such hope might be found. Resting his chin on his hand, Zhang Yi mused lazily. Staying cooped up indoors can be rather tedious. Perhaps I should consider venturing out sometime. He reflected that once the inhabitants of the building had perished in sufficient numbers, he could explore the surroundings. Suddenly, he recalled that he had several snowmobiles stored in his warehouse, originally intended for delivery to a nearby city for a man-made ice and snow park. Thus, even with 10 meters of snow blanketing the exterior, he would still possess a means of escape, while it was impossible for him to leave his room at present. This newfound method provided him with the prospect of stepping outside for a breath of fresh air, provided safety could be ensured. Zhang Yi found himself somewhat intrigued. Feeling a sense of ennui at home, he considered that venturing outside might prove to be a delightful respite. Equipped with a nationally recognized professional-grade winter coat and a snowmobile, he felt undaunted even in temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees. Zhang Yi continued to idly peruse the messages from his neighbors. Yet one particular message captured his attention. Zhou Kuo had reached out, not to elicit sympathy or share intimate photographs, but rather with a composed request for an exchange. Mr. Zhang, our supplies of food and medicine are dwindling. I hope you might extend a helping hand. In return, I can offer you assistance in medical matters. Zhou Kuo? Her image swiftly materialized in Zhang Yi's mind. She was a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City, a 26-year-old woman with a tall and slender figure, standing at least 175 centimeters. What left the most profound impression on him was not merely her cool, aloof beauty, but rather her striking physique, boasting a 36D bust. Particularly in winter, when she donned a black sweater that accentuated her form, he found himself unable to resist stealing glances whenever they encountered each other in the elevator. Truly, as a medical professional, she exhibited remarkable rationality. Rather than soliciting pity and charity, she sought a mutually beneficial exchange, did she not? Zhang Yi harbors a certain admiration for Zhou Kuo. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, only those of value possess the right to survive. Zhou Kuo has demonstrated her worth through her exceptional medical skills. After all, without a certain level of capability, it would be impossible to secure a position at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In such dire times, medical expertise is an invaluable asset. However, he has not yet become so arrogant as to believe he can confront every ailment alone. The presence of a physician would undoubtedly provide significant assurance for his survival in the impending apocalypse. Moreover, Zhang Yi has scrutinized Zhou Kuo's character. In his previous life, her demise stemmed from her act of kindness in sharing food with Xie Lihua. Whether it was born from utter despair or genuine benevolence, Zhang Yi, at the very least, perceived the radiance of humanity within her. He placed his left hand on the root of his thigh, adjusted his position, and cradled his chin with the other hand. Musing aloud, perhaps I should keep her around to tend to me and my dear brother. Although he currently enjoys a degree of comfort, his brother's plight is rather grim. Presenting a dilemma, Zhang Yi, being a young man full of vigor, does not shy away from such matters. Furthermore, in an era where morality and law have disintegrated, humanity need not live in excessive restraint. It suffices to confront one's desires with honesty. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, striking the armrest as he exclaimed, I must admit, I am somewhat tempted, but alas, what a pity. He gazed at the ceiling and, with a contemplative tone, remarked, but I am quite afraid of death. Although Zhou Kuo is a viable option, I cannot allow her entry without absolute certainty of control. Let us observe the situation further. Survivors will undoubtedly emerge in the future. With our advantageous circumstances, is there any reason to worry about finding competent doctors and remarkable women? If you seek an exchange, you must at least present something of current value to me. Regardless of your beauty or brilliance as a physician, I will not be taken advantage of. When has old Zhang ever engaged in a losing deal? Consider it a prepayment for medical services, shall we? I truly cannot persevere any longer. Zhou Kuo's tone was laced with hesitation and a hint of shame. It was evident that she would not beseech a man she barely knew unless absolutely compelled to do so. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yi said to her, I can offer you food and medicine, but you must assist me in return. What sort of assistance? Zhou Kuo inquired. Zhang Yi replied, It seems these neighbors intend to make a move against me. If you learn of their plans, please inform me. Zhang Yi was aware that these deranged neighbors would inevitably attempt to assault his residence, yet he remained undaunted. When he constructed this iron fortress, he invested a considerable amount of money and meticulously selected numerous features, all in anticipation of this very day. At this moment, his home resembled a war fortress with diminished firepower. Even a cadre of armed soldiers would find it impossible to breach his residence without heavy weaponry, let alone the gaunt, half-dead neighbors who had endured hunger and cold for a fortnight. His proposal was merely a pretext to provide an excuse for Zhou Kuo, as having an insider would ultimately serve as an additional layer of security, allowing him to prepare in advance. Chapter 55. The neighbors conspire against Zhang Yi after much hesitation. Zhou Kuo ultimately acquiesced. Her morals and conscience would not permit her to act as a base individual. However, the neighbor's choice to rob Zhang Yi out of jealousy seemed far more reprehensible in her eyes, prompting her decision to assist him. Zhang Yi stated, Very well. I must first see your valuable information before I grant you what you desire. From here on out, your performance will dictate the outcome. Zhou Kuo replied, Understood. She was a woman of kind heart, yet certainly not naive enough to demand Zhang Yi's unconditional assistance. Their conversation concluded at this juncture. Zhang Yi cast a glance at the group chat, where the messages continued to flood in, 99 unread notifications, as they engaged in moral coercion and intimidation. Zhang Yi, where have you vanished? Provide us with an answer. Will you surrender the supplies in your possession or not? Impatience was beginning to brew among them. A cold smile curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth. It appeared they were preparing for an aggressive assault on his home. Go to hell. Instantly, the group erupted in a cacophony of curses, unleashing the most vile words imaginable. Zhang Yi remained unfazed, challenging them. If you have the guts, come at me. Having already tasted the act of murder, he felt no remorse and was indifferent to the prospect of taking more lives. Very well, Zhang Yi. This is a predicament of your own making. Do not dare claim that we did not offer you a chance, you selfish and despicable wretch. From this moment forth, you alone shall bear the consequences of your actions. The cacophony of insults gradually diminished. It was evident that they had, like before with Qin Jinghao, formed a separate group to plot their assault on Zhang Yi's home. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of tension and exhilaration danced in his eyes, and his body began to tremble with excitement. Even though he was aware that his residence was an impregnable fortress of steel, the thought of facing an onslaught of over 100 individuals could not help but stir a sense of anxiety. Yet, that exhilarating feeling ignited the fervor within him. He had longed to personally teach a lesson to the scoundrels who had once feasted upon his misfortunes. A glimmer of white light flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes, and soon his arsenal materialized in the living room. 5 precision steel crossbows, 3 high-grade composite bows, over 290 crossbow bolts, and 300 arrows. Additionally, there were 2 substantial iron boxes containing steel columns, a large 1.2-meter pry bar, a baseball bat, and a hunting knife. All these weapons were displayed upon the table, each a formidable tool for taking life. Beyond these physical armaments, there were also wolf-repellent sprays, electric batons, gasoline, a plethora of chemical reagents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails crafted from bottles, cloth strips, and gasoline. Zhang Yi's gaze bore a chilling luminescence, inviting any adversary to come forth. As Zhang Yi had anticipated, the neighbors, realizing he would not relinquish his supplies, were incensed. Sun Jichao established a new group chat, inviting all surviving homeowners except Zhang Yi. They even included Qin Jinghao in the discussion. Upon seeing Qin Jinghao, an uneasy chill swept through the group. However, Qin Jinghao boldly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, our primary objective now is to confront Zhang Yi. The resources he possesses likely exceed the sum of all we have combined. If we can bring him down, we will acquire a vast amount of supplies. Therefore, rest assured, I shall not turn against anyone else at this time. Yet, I must assert that I want half of the spoils from this endeavor." Qin Jinghao had previously suffered losses at the hands of Zhang Yi, recognizing the formidable defenses of Zhang Yi's household, complete with crossbows. Thus, he hesitated to launch a direct assault and instead resolved to rally the expendable individuals in the building to join him. He reasoned that with over 100 people, they could surely breach Zhang Yi's stronghold. "Zhang Yi, how many weapons can you possess? How many can you fell?" he mused. Despite the fact that Qin Jinghao and his companions were merely 6 in number, they audaciously demanded half of the supplies. Strikingly, no one deemed this unfair. Rather, they viewed Qin Jinghao as a benevolent figure. He possesses firearms, yet is willing to share half with us. What a commendable soul. As these 2 leaders incited the crowd, the others eagerly joined in. Upon witnessing the living conditions of Zhang Yi's household, jealousy ignited in their eyes, burning with a desire to eliminate Zhang Yi and seize the comforts he currently enjoyed. Weapons in hand, follow me. We shall slay Zhang Yi and claim the resources. Let us vanquish that shameless, selfish wretch. The crowd roared with fervor, save for a few silent individuals, such as Uncle Yu and Zhou Kuo. The rest, even those who had previously maintained amicable relations with Zhang Yi and had benefited from his kindness, cast aside those memories. Nothing was deemed more paramount than survival. For the sake of life, they were prepared to forsake all ethics and morals. Zhang Yi meticulously polished the firearm in his possession, an object with which he was quite familiar, having frequently utilized it at the shooting range. In fact, in the month leading up to the onset of the current crisis, he had intensified his training regimen. Hitting a target at close range posed no challenge for him. At that moment, a message from Zhou Kuo arrived, informing him that they intended to visit his residence. She tightened the 2 layers of blankets enveloping her and instinctively tucked her snow-white feet further inside. It seemed that every household had received the news. They had watched his video and had become utterly frenzied. "Aren't you going to devise a plan?" Zhou Kuo pondered that. Under such circumstances, the most rational course of action would be to relinquish a portion of resources to quell the anger of the masses. Otherwise, no matter how formidable an individual might be, it would be impossible to contend with such a multitude. Over 100 people could easily dismantle a house. Zhang Yi smiled, offering little explanation. He merely stated, "Remember, you must not come here this time. I will only remind you once. Just wait and observe the unfolding drama." Zhou Kuer furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with curiosity. She could not fathom the source of Zhang Yi's confidence in his ability to confront an entire building of over 100 individuals single-handedly. This was no trivial matter. Should his door be breached, the frenzied crowd would surely take his life. Was it possible that he was mad? Zhou Kuer murmured to herself. Yet this is Zhang Yi's own choice. There is little she can do. Indeed, she adhered to Zhang Yi's counsel and refrained from joining the throng in their assault on his home. She possessed a moral compass. Unwilling to partake in the bloodshed of others, be they Zhang Yi's or those of the other neighbors. Chapter 56. The strong offensive Zhang Yi sat quietly at home, patiently awaiting the arrival of his frenzied neighbors. His countenance was serious, surrounded by an array of weapons. At that moment, he received a message from Uncle Yu. The doorman. Xiao Zhang, you should run. They are coming for you, armed. A warmth flickered in Zhang Yi's heart. It was rare to encounter kindness in such turbulent times. He replied with a smile. Uncle Yu, rest assured, I can handle this. Uncle Yu fell silent for a moment, seemingly realizing that at this juncture, fleeing was not a viable option. Resistance was his only recourse. Feeling a deep sense of shame, Uncle Yu reflected on the debt he owed Zhang Yi. It was Zhang Yi who had advised him to stock up on supplies, leading him to gather ample instant noodles and sausages at home. Now, his standard of living was decent, yet witnessing Zhang Yi besieged by so many, he felt utterly helpless. Zhang Yi calmly remarked, Your decision not to join them already speaks volumes about your integrity. Do not worry, I can manage on my own. Uncle Yu's choice was undoubtedly the wisest. Had he rushed to aid Zhang Yi, he would likely have been met with the wrath of over 100 homeowners. One must always guard against betrayal. Regardless of who the adversary may be, he would not place his trust completely in anyone. Before long, Zhang Yi felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by a resounding rumble from outside. They are coming, Zhang Yi remarked casually. He was well aware that the sound emanated from hundreds of individuals surging up the staircase. After all, he resided on the 24th floor. With the elevator out of service, those making their way up the stairs would undoubtedly be exhausted. However, the approaching crowd was not solely from downstairs. At the very least, Zhang Yi could see, through the expansive screen monitoring the entire building, that his neighbor from 2402 had emerged wielding a kitchen knife and a wrench. Next door lived a young couple, with the woman clutching a kitchen knife while hiding behind her partner. Their eyes glinted with an eerie green light as they gazed longingly at Zhang Yi's door. It was apparent that upon learning of their neighbor's blissful existence over the past fortnight, their hearts had succumbed to envy. As the throng continued to gather, the corridor in front of Zhang Yi's home became utterly congested. A few individuals raised umbrellas overhead, presumably to shield themselves from any cold water Zhang Yi might pour down upon them. Soon, someone could no longer contain their impatience and rushed forward to pound on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yi, you better come out, if you wish to avoid death. This is your final opportunity. Do not wait for us to break in. It will be too late to say anything then. Zhang Yi, through the surveillance, did not observe the presence of Sun Jichao and his companions, let alone Qin Zhenghao. The actions of these individuals in smashing the door led him to ascertain a crucial point. Sun Jichao and Qin Zhenghao had utterly failed to inform them of the true circumstances at home. In essence, their intent was to use the other neighbors as mere pawns, allowing them to endure Zhang Yi's crossbow assaults and high-voltage electric attacks first. Zhang Yi, unperturbed, decided not to extend them any courtesy. He had ample energy resources at his disposal and was not in the least bit concerned about a trivial amount of electricity. With a swift motion, he activated the high-voltage switch. In an instant, the young man who had been furiously banging on the door was seized by the electric current. His face contorted in agony. The most terrifying aspect was that, due to the throng of over 100 people congesting the corridor, the electric shock spread to the multitude behind him. It's high voltage, retreat quickly. The individuals at the back, as if bitten by a ferocious beast, hastily released their grips. Had they not been clad in numerous layers, escape would have been impossible. Everyone experienced the jolt of the high voltage, their muscles convulsing in pain. The unfortunate young man and the 7 or 8 individuals beside him suffered the most. Without an opportunity to flee, they were rendered charred by the electric surge. The surrounding onlookers gazed at them in horror, yet not a single soul dared to assist. After a tense silence of several seconds, Zhang Yi severed the electric current. 9 individuals emitted wisps of smoke, and the air became saturated with the acrid scent of charred flesh and burnt fabric. Bang! 9 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies charred beyond recognition, leaving their fate ambiguous. Yet, an unspoken understanding lingered among the onlookers, even if these souls still drew breath. In the face of such dire circumstances, they were as good as deceased. Eyes widened in horror, The crowd gaped at the ghastly scene before them, unable to fathom the sudden demise of so many right in their midst. The expressions of those who had perished from the electric shock were grotesque, their eyes bulging in terror. Several women in the throng, overwhelmed by the sight, could no longer contain themselves. They screamed and doubled over, only to retch bile from empty stomachs. Fear gripped some hearts, prompting thoughts of escape. Yet, as they approached the staircase, they discovered that the passage had been effectively sealed by Chen Jinghao and his subordinates. With a gun in hand, Chen Jinghao spoke with a sinister tone, declaring that their deaths were fortuitous, as it would grant him the legitimacy to seize the resources they had possessed. Sun Jichao and several others, though physically weakened, stood at the scene, their faces betraying a chilling indifference. Clearly, they shared the same ulterior motives as Chen Jinghao and his cohorts. Observing the growing trepidation among the crowd, Sun Jichao shouted vehemently that despicable Zhang Yi is nothing but a beast. He has slain his own neighbors. Brothers and sisters, we must avenge them by eliminating Zhang Yi. Fear not. Let us strike the door with wooden implements, but avoid the door itself. Once we breach this barrier, a warm hearth and an abundance of food await us. Sun Jichao's invigorating words brought tears to many eyes. They had endured over half a month of hunger and cold, ready to sacrifice anything for a morsel of food and a moment of warmth. Soon, someone fetched a piece of wood, seemingly taken from a wardrobe or a bed. Brothers, charge. Break down the door and eliminate that scoundrel Zhang Yi. A group of individuals, clutching the wood, began a frenzied assault on Zhang Yi's door. Bang, bang, bang. The violent impacts caused the cups on Zhang Yi's coffee table to tremble. Yet, Zhang Yi felt unsatisfied. He retrieved a large Sennheiser speaker from another dimension, connected it to his phone, and played his favorite tune, Making Love While Doing. Outside, the assailants battered the door, while inside, the lively music blared, inciting their fury even more. Zhang Yi, you arrogant fool, we'll make you pay dearly. You shall die today, avenging my brother. They lifted the wooden post and intensified their assault. However, after dozens of strikes, they sorrowfully realized that the door had not budged an inch. A dozen grown men exerted their strength, combining for over 1,000 pounds of force. Yet all that remained on the imposing black iron door were a few white marks and nearly imperceptible dents. The neighbor's heart sank. What kind of door is this? How can it be so resilient? At this rate, how long will it take to break it down? Everyone was panting heavily, enduring the frigid temperatures that plummeted below -70 degrees, while grappling with the exhaustion of insufficient sustenance. After a prolonged struggle, many found their legs weakened, necessitating a rotation among them. However, given the current pace, it seemed that fatigue would claim them all without yielding any significant progress. At that moment, an individual approached, gazing intently at the door for a while before exclaiming, This is the bank vault's security door. This person, employed at the bank, quickly discerned the significance of the door. Upon hearing this revelation, despair enveloped those nearby. Could this formidable barrier truly be impervious? The bank staff shook their heads in resignation, stating, not even a wooden battering ram would suffice. This is a top-tier security door. Even explosives would fail to breach it. Without a key, only the most elite locksmith in the world might possess a glimmer of hope to unlock it. At that moment, Zhang Yi, wielding a crossbow, had already reached the shooting aperture. Chapter 57. Heavy casualties. As he observed the gathering outside, chattering aimlessly about strategies, he noted that they were merely distant neighbors. Killing them would carry little consequence. If they survived, they would inevitably succumb to infection in a few days. Given the indiscriminate nature of the shooting, Zhang Yi's speed intensified. With one hand swiftly loading a bolt into the crossbow, he drew back the string and released. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by a piercing scream. A man clutched his neck, eyes wide with terror, as he slowly collapsed to the ground. The onlookers turned to see a rusted bolt protruding from his neck. He possesses a weapon. Caution! The surrounding crowd screamed in terror, hastily attempting to disperse. However, the narrow corridor offered little space, and with hundreds squeezed together, movement was nearly impossible. In their panic, the throng stumbled over one another, toppling in a chaotic heap. Zhang Yi, undeterred by the chaos, focused solely on two tasks, loading and firing. The formidable power of the professional crossbow, combined with the tetanus-tipped arrows, left little chance of survival for those struck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed like a death knell, sending chills down the spines of each onlooker. The wails of the wounded filled the air, blood gushing from their wounds as they collapsed to the ground. This only intensified the fear among the others, who desperately pushed towards the staircase. Some fell and were trampled by those behind them, their cries echoing in the turmoil. Chen Jinghao stood at the foot of the stairs with a gun raised, aiming at those attempting to flee. What are you afraid of? It's just one man. Charge at him. His icy gaze and the ominous barrel of his firearm deterred the would-be escapees. Meanwhile, Sun Jichao and his companions, intent on survival, kept their distance, avoiding the arrows. Zhang Yi unleashed dozens of crossbow bolts. In such a densely packed crowd, nearly every shot found its mark, signifying that at least several lives were hanging by a thread. Nevertheless, the potential of individuals in desperate circumstances is formidable. Someone soon identified the source of the shots, exclaiming, "There's a hole in the door. He is shooting from there. We just need to block it." Immediately, individuals raised their mops and brooms to obstruct the shooting hole above the door, while others attempted to hurl objects into Zhang Yi's room. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi swiftly closed and secured the iron gate behind the shooting hole. It could only be opened from within, rendering it impervious to external breaches. In this decisive moment, Zhang Yi had eliminated dozens of adversaries, leaving the ground in disarray, with many struck by arrows, their injuries varying in severity. 3 individuals bore wounds to their necks and heads, succumbing instantly. However, when the neighbors beheld the rust-laden arrows of tetanus, a wave of despair washed over them. They understood that survival for those struck would be a rare occurrence. Some mourned their lost loved ones, weeping bitterly while vociferously cursing Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you despicable scoundrel. You shameless fiend. Come out. If you dare, I challenge you to a duel. You, the murderer, I shall confront you. Zhang Yi, I will slay you." Only after love is experienced do we comprehend its profound depths. Only in loss do we realize what should be cherished. Outside, the cacophony of curses persisted, while inside, the revelry of song continued, a blatant provocation from Zhang Yi to all. Indeed, this was the case. Having released dozens of crossbow bolts, his hands slightly fatigued, Zhang Yi retreated to the kitchen, retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, and guzzled it down. "Ah, refreshing." Zhang Yi gazed intently at the screen, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the crowd outside. Meanwhile, as they realized that the entrance to Zhang Yi's home was as impenetrable as a fortress, the neighbors were engulfed in anxiety and despair. What could they possibly do? At that moment, Sun Jichao called out, "Everyone, do not panic. I have a solution." The crowd turned towards the voice, noticing Sun Jichao, who limped towards them, clutching his injured leg. He pointed towards the wall of Zhang Yi's residence and exclaimed with a grin, "The door is made of alloy, and we cannot break through. However, this wall is merely brick and cement. I refuse to believe we can't smash it." Upon hearing his words, the crowd's eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom. Indeed, why hadn't they thought of that? If the door was unyielding, they could demolish the wall. With their numbers, it would not take long to shatter it to pieces. "Huh, Zhang Yi, you rogue. You never anticipated we would resort to this tactic." Inside the house, Zhang Yi noticed the sudden uproar of joy among the neighbors and raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The music was blaring too loudly for him to discern their words. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, opting to observe the unfolding situation. After a month of relentless effort, he had constructed this impregnable fortress, and if it were to be easily breached, then he, Zhang Yi, would deserve his fate. Armed with tools, the neighbors quickly formed a line before the outer wall of Zhang Yi's home, brandishing hammers and axes, and commenced their vigorous assault. Bang! A robust man, exerting every ounce of strength, brought his hammer down forcefully against the wall. Instantly, cracks emerged, and white dust cascaded down. The onlookers' eyes gleamed with excitement, believing they had discovered a breach in Zhang Yi's residence. They redoubled their efforts, striking even harder. However, as the man swung the hammer for a second blow, a resounding clang echoed, a sound akin to metal colliding with metal. Simultaneously, he let out an anguished cry, the hammer slipping from his grasp and crashing to the ground. He staggered back, collapsing onto the floor, revealing long gashes across his hands, blood gushing forth and quickly congealing in the frigid air, presenting a chilling sight. Perplexed, the crowd pondered what manner of wall could withstand such a mighty blow. One individual stepped forward, brushing aside the outer layer of dust, only to be met with a shocking revelation. This wall was forged from steel. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the assembly as they gathered around to inspect. Indeed, upon removing the outer layer of white dust, they uncovered a thick, black metallic substance, identical to the door's material. One person could not contain their frustration and bellowed to the heavens, "Why is this so? Who constructs a house with steel walls?" Another, overwhelmed by despair, seized the hammer once more, attempting to strike at other locations. Several joined in, hoping to uncover a weakness in the formidable barrier. Yet, no matter the angle from which they attacked, they ultimately discovered nothing but the steadfast, impenetrable steel wall. In the living room, Zhang Yi disdainfully curled his lip, remarking, The questions you all can conceive. Do you think I couldn't have anticipated them? I apologize, but my house is constructed with walls forged from 20 centimeters of high-grade steel. Not even a cannonball could breach it. Why would I fear your feeble hammers and axes? Zhang Yi's greatest virtue was his fear of death, which compelled him to address every conceivable issue. During the initial inspection, he meticulously examined every inch, striking the surfaces with a hammer until he felt assured. The haunting trauma of having his door forcibly breached in a past life loomed large in his psyche. He had no desire to relive that experience. The relentless clamor from outside persisted, prompting Zhang Yi to activate the room's noise cancellation feature, a precaution against potential assaults masked by the din. After approximately 20 minutes, the cacophony finally subsided. The residents of the entire building gazed vacantly at the imposing metallic wall before them, their hearts colder than the ice and snow outside. It resembled a merciless fortress, severing their hopes of acquiring resources. How could this be? Why would anyone construct such a dwelling? Some covered their faces, despairingly exclaiming. The young couple living next to Zhang Yi lamented, I was aware of their renovations, but I never anticipated it would culminate in this. Surely, there could not be many normal households in this world that would fashion such a house. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyan's eyes were bloodshot. If the residents of the entire apartment complex were unable to breach Zhang Yi's home today, they would be left to await their demise. Sun Jichao bit his lip, so fiercely that he drew blood without even realizing it. Zhang Yi, he had long anticipated the impending snow disaster. Everything he did was to protect us. Sun Jichao pointed at Zhang Yi's house, shouting furiously. The neighbors glanced at him, weeping as they vehemently cursed Zhang Yi. Despicable scoundrel Zhang Yi. Only concerned with his own survival, disregarding the rest of us. If we all perish, what significance does your solitary existence hold? Would you not feel isolated, being the sole survivor in a desolate world? One day, you shall find yourself engulfed in endless remorse and self-reproach for failing to warn and aid us. Can you truly sleep at night? Do you not feel a pang of guilt? Some, seeing their futile attempts against Zhang Yi, began to console themselves with a spirit reminiscent of AQ. Humph, one day, the heavens will make you pay, Zhang Yi. If we die because of you, you shall bear the burden of a troubled conscience and live in anguish. Little did they know how blissfully Zhang Yi lived within his own abode. Chen Jinghao stood behind with a gun, supervising. Upon seeing the all-metal wall, he sensed the complexity of the situation. At that moment, he had lost interest in everyone else, fixated solely on seizing Zhang Yi's residence. What are you all so anxious about? This is merely the beginning, even if their walls are forged from iron. What of the ceiling? The floor? I refuse to believe he has concocted a mere tin box. Chen Jinghao coldly addressed everyone. Zhang Yi, having heard Chen Jinghao's words through the surveillance, nodded in approval, acknowledging the cleverness of the individual. He then sighed and shook his head, remarking, however, it is a pity that I am not foolish. Upon hearing Chen Jinghao's statement, the neighbors rushed to the upper and lower levels of Zhang Yi's residence. Wielding hammers to smash, axes to chop, chisels to carve, and wooden sticks to strike, they were a mere 20 centimeters away from their hopes for survival, their singular objective being to shatter that distance. Yet, they soon found themselves engulfed in a deeper despair as they realized that Zhang Yi's home was indeed an iron fortress. Every angle, top, bottom, left, right, and front, was sealed with thick iron plates. In this powerless environment devoid of electricity, lacking tools such as chainsaws and drills, their only hope of breaching these walls lay in the grim prospect of laboring tirelessly for an entire year without sustenance. Chapter 58. Despair. Chen Jinghao and the others surrounded Zhang Yi's house, demolishing the walls, and toiled diligently for an entire morning. However, after peeling away the wall's surface, floor, and ceiling, they discovered a formidable barrier of thick steel plates. A 20-centimeter thick steel barrier was akin to a nightmare for them, if solely relying on human effort. The hope of breaking through appears utterly non-existent. After all, working in sub-zero temperatures while lacking sufficient energy to replenish their waning strength only accelerates their demise. Many have collapsed to the ground, the sound of labored breaths filling the air. They caress their emaciated bellies, hunger threatening to conquer them entirely. Yet, the remnants of food are alarmingly scarce. Some individuals, glancing at their neighbors, catch sight of pallid flesh peeking through the fabric of their clothing. A horrifying thought suddenly floods their minds. Is this not meat? As this dreadful notion arises, a chilling fear envelopes them, compelling them to banish such thoughts from their consciousness. However, the emergence of this idea inadvertently presents them with a grim option in their desperate situation. Deep down, they likely comprehend that if the day ever arrives, the phenomenon of cannibalism will inevitably occur. Is there truly no escape from this fate? Sun Jichao's face is etched with anguish. He feels as though his arm has begun to fester and decay. Lacking antibiotics and even ordinary anti-inflammatory medication, he is unable to effectively cleanse his wounds, which still bear the remnants of rust. Under such circumstances, death seems almost unavoidable. Damn Zhang Yi, why must you be so cruel? How can your solitary existence hold more value than the lives of so many? What is the harm in sacrificing yourself? What is the harm? Sun Jichao let out a roar towards the heavens, despair twisting his spirit beyond recognition. At that moment, Zhang Yi's neighbor unexpectedly emerged. Perhaps you could attempt to access the balcony, they suggested. During their renovations, the balcony had been transformed into a grand floor-to-ceiling window, largely composed of glass. There might be a chance to break in. While the other residents could not see the back of Zhang Yi's home, this neighbor had a clear view. Building 25 had some floors with balconies, and coincidentally, the 24th floor where Zhang Yi resided had a modest platform, which he typically used for planting flowers and airing out bedding. Upon hearing the neighbor's suggestion, a group of nearly hopeless individuals suddenly lifted their heads. Windows? Huh, indeed. Since his home has windows, there must be an exit. It cannot be completely sealed. As long as there are windows, they could burst in. Without further ado, the crowd surged into the neighboring apartment. There was actually about a 15-centimeter gap between the two balconies, separated by a fence. However, such barriers were no match for the frenzy of the moment. Unlike the hallways, which had been barricaded by the residents, the outside was exposed to the howling north wind and swirling snow, capable of freezing a person in mere hours. Yet, Chun Jinghao and the others paid no heed to these dangers. As long as they could break into Zhang Yi's home, everything would be within their grasp. A throng of individuals, howling like lunatics, leapt onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Zhang Yi, of course, perceived this spectacle. In less than a second, their gazes met, and then the neighbors brandished their implements with fervor, frantically assaulting the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi leisurely dragged his white recliner to the window. Reclining with a calm demeanor, pouring himself a steaming cup of coffee, the modest balcony quickly became crowded with over a dozen people. Their pallid faces resembling that of the living dead, compounded by their frenzied, contorted expressions, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Zhang Yi mused that if zombies were to exist, they would likely embody such a state. Bang, 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 clatter. The low, relentless sounds echoed against the glass, braving the biting wind and snow. This rabble persisted in their futile assault on the window. Even when they accidentally struck their own hands, they felt no pain, allowing blood to flow freely, only to congeal in due course. Just moments ago, during their attempts to breach the wall, their yearning had not been sufficiently palpable. However, now, with only a pane of glass separating them, they gained a clearer insight into the opulence of Zhang Yi's existence. Inside, a fireplace roared with life, while Zhang Yi lounged in mere attire, akin to a feudal lord, sprawled upon his white recliner. Beside him rested a freshly brewed cup of coffee, still steaming, its froth suggesting a cappuccino. The coffee table was cluttered with an array of weapons, yet this was not the focal point. The crux lay beneath the table, where a veritable mountain of half-consumed snacks lay discarded: potato chips, hamburgers, cola, pizza, roast chicken, Peking duck, and even oil-splashed noodles. It is precisely these matters that have driven the neighbors on the balcony to the brink of madness. After merely a fortnight's absence from their presence, they were as exuberant as though they had reunited with a long-lost father. Their cries echoed with fervor, their excitement rendering them momentarily speechless, resorting instead to primal screams to convey their exhilaration. In a fervent frenzy, they pounded against the windows with all their might. Zhang Yi, cradling a cup of coffee, observed this spectacle with a bemused detachment. He remarked nonchalantly, "Who says glass is inherently more fragile than metal?" The cost of this wall was exorbitantly high. For the sake of quality of life, Zhang Yi had declined the proposal from the Dragon Security Company, opting instead to invest a substantial sum in custom-made bulletproof glass for the floor-to-ceiling windows. He recalled the words of Wu Huiren, the manager of Dragon Security, who had asserted that such a thick barrier was designed not merely to withstand bullets, but even cannon fire. The bulletproof glass used in the official vehicles of Western leaders is crafted from a similar material, yet its thickness is scarcely half that of Zhang Yi's wall. Indeed, as the group continued their relentless assault, they soon realized something was amiss. They had assumed it to be acrylic, believing a few forceful strikes would shatter it effortlessly. However, after several individuals had struck for an extended period, not a single crack had appeared. What manner of glass was this? Could it be bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass? The word emerged hoarsely from the throat of a bespectacled man, imbued with a profound sense of despair, as if it were an echo from the depths of the inferno. "If I can withstand artillery, surely I can prevail against your handiwork," he exclaimed. "No, I refuse to believe it." a young man cried out to the heavens, declaring, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. I shall shatter this barrier. If I break it, the hearth and the provisions within will belong to me. I must break it." Perhaps it was the extreme cold that numbed their minds, caught in a tumult of hope and despair, leading them to abandon reason and resort to desperate measures in pursuit of a future. Zhang Yi applauded their fervor, moved by their determination. Yet, he felt a pang of hunger creeping upon him. Thus, he retrieved some sustenance from his space, such as succulent braised pork, caramelized bananas, and an assortment of snacks. Indulging in exquisite cocoa butter chocolate. Chapter 59. Strike with all your might. Have you not dined? Just a pane of glass separated them. Outside, the individuals braved the biting wind and snow, their expressions contorted as they desperately pounded against the window. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yi reclined leisurely in his chair, savoring his delectable fare. This stark contrast ignited a frenzy of jealousy among the neighbors outside. They hurled curses with hoarse voices, their eyes ablaze. "Zhang Yi, just you wait. I will soon make an end of you. The moment I shatter this glass, your downfall will be sealed. You wretched, selfish scoundrel. Your time to boast is running out. Today shall be your demise. All this delicious food and hot coffee, they are all mine, all mine." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi raised the coffee cup in his hand, gesturing for them to persevere. "Keep going, you can do it." Soon, the group outside began to falter. After all, they were on the 24th floor, where the wind howled fiercely and the snow fell heavily, causing their body temperatures to plummet. They had to rotate every 10 minutes, yet half an hour passed, and the glass only bore a few minor scratches. Despair settled deeper in their hearts. However, through the transparent barrier, they witnessed Zhang Yi's comfort, igniting their jealousy and compelling them to persist. After another half hour, they continued their efforts. Among the crowd, Zhang Yi spotted several of Qin Zhenghao's underlings, who clearly could not remain idle at such a time. Zhang Yi sensed the moment had arrived. He rose from the recliner and approached the coffee table to retrieve a bottle. The glass outside was coated in frost, and the neighbors initially speculated that Zhang Yi held a beverage. But in the next instant, they watched as he produced a lighter and set something ablaze. Instantly, a gap opened above them, and a burst of fire erupted from within. The bottle arced through the air in a yellow trajectory, landing with a resounding crack. Then, a roaring flame ignited. This is a makeshift Molotov cocktail crafted by Zhang Yi. Even in the frigid cold, gasoline ignites with fervor, releasing a torrent of heat. The gasoline splatters everywhere, igniting into a fierce blaze. The balcony, already cramped, becomes engulfed in flames as the down jackets and padded trousers of the dozen individuals catch fire. A mocking smile spreads across Zhang Yi's face as he lights another cocktail, casting it into the outside world. Fire, fire. The crowd, huddled together, finds escape to the neighboring balcony nearly impossible due to the separation. They cannot flee, their bodies consumed by the encroaching flames. Zhang Yi watches as they morph into writhing, burning spheres. Some attempt to roll on the ground, hoping to extinguish the flames with snow, but the effect is tragically ineffective. Gasoline burns even in the presence of water. Others futilely attempt to climb to the adjacent balcony, but in their haste, they lose their footing and plummet from the 24th floor, accompanied by a long, anguished scream. There is a resounding crash. From such a height, it remains uncertain whether the snow below can mitigate the impact. However, according to the principles of physics, even if he survives, he would likely suffer broken bones and ruptured organs, a fate akin to death. Zhang Yi chuckles. At least dying from a fall is preferable to being burned alive. Suddenly, a grotesque face slams against the glass, contorted in terror, staring fiercely at Zhang Yi. "Help me! Help me!" In the throes of excruciating agony, he emitted a desperate cry for help directed at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi merely raised his coffee cup in acknowledgement, dismissively retorting, "I won't save you, you worthless fool. Go perish." The unfortunate soul, engulfed by flames, let out a sound of utter despair, completely consumed by the inferno. On the adjacent balcony, a group of 60 or 70 individuals awaited their shift, their faces paling at the sight of this hellish scene. "Help! Please, save me. I do not wish to die. I implore you." The man, his body ablaze, attempted to crawl over, grasping the railing with desperation. At that moment, one man on this side did not hesitate. He delivered a brutal kick to the man's hands. "Get lost. Just go away. You are beyond rescue. Do not drag us down with you." With each kick, the fiery figure clung on, teeth gritted in defiance, but the other man intensified his assault, kicking relentlessly until he even severed the man's fingers. The individual struggled for a while, ultimately gazing at them in despair before slowly collapsing before the fence. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. In a brief span, all of these dozen or so people met their demise. Some, who had initially suffered only minor burns, attempted to flee, yet were thwarted by their neighbors, paralyzed by the fear of flames engulfing themselves, thus choosing to condemn others to death. Others, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, leapt from the 24th floor. The fat within their bodies served as excellent fuel, and the roaring flames provided an oddly comforting warmth they had long forgotten. Gradually, they approached, extending their hands towards the fire, wearing faint smiles that betrayed their fear of being discovered. The inferno raged on for over 20 minutes before finally subsiding. The neighbors gazed at the charred remains on the ground, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. In their efforts to confront Zhang Yi, they had already lost 30 or 40 lives. With no opportunity left to breach the doors from any angle, they pondered how they might seize the resources Zhang Yi held. The young man, who had gone 2 days without food, inhaled deeply. Suddenly, he found the scent of burning fat to be tantalizing, reminiscent of his fondest memories of indulging in all-you-can-eat barbecues. With this thought, his gaze involuntarily drifted to the charred corpses strewn across the ground. He swallowed hard. The sound of saliva being swallowed echoed in the air. The young man looked astonished at the crowd, where he observed more than one gaunt and numb face betraying a desire to eat. Yet, the overwhelming presence of others stifled their remaining vestiges of moral restraint, preventing them from acting on their cravings. If they had been alone, it was likely they would have succumbed to their hunger. Suddenly, a woman burst into tears. "I can't take it anymore." After a long day of toil, they had hoped to easily breach the Zhang family's stronghold, but the outcome had left them in despair. So many had perished, and not a single crack marred the walls or windows of the Zhang residence. She dashed forward, climbing onto the balcony of the Zhang home. Just as Zhang Yi anticipated another assault on the glass, she suddenly collapsed to her knees before it. "Zhang Yi, I am on the brink of starvation. Please, I beg you, save me. Even a morsel of bread would suffice." She was not alone. One by one, others approached, bowing before Zhang Yi, weeping and pleading for a scrap of food. The scene was heart-wrenching, inciting sorrow in those who beheld it. Most of those bowing were women, desperately seeking to elicit Zhang Yi's compassion. Chapter 60. The bounty on Chen Jinghao. The mournful cries from outside persisted endlessly, the women prostrating themselves until their foreheads bled, an image of profound despair. Zhang Yi sighed deeply and approached the window, saying, "Please, do not act this way. It pains my heart to witness your suffering." As he spoke, he lifted a steaming bowl of noodles. "In times of distress, I find solace in food." With a slurp, Zhang Yi devoured the noodles, eliciting envious glances from his neighbors, who could only swallow their saliva in longing. Upon hearing his words, the wails intensified, and their prostrations became even more fervent. "Zhang Yi, we were wrong. All we desire is to survive. Please, grant us a morsel of food, allowing us to live like dogs. We shall obey whatever you command in the future. Is that acceptable?" Zhang Yi lowered his gaze and continued to relish his meal. In moments of hunger, being able to feast upon noodles is an unparalleled joy. After finishing half a bowl, he carelessly placed the remainder before the floor-to-ceiling window. Before the eyes of his neighbors, separated by a mere pane of glass, they could see but not touch. Each person pressed their face against the glass, as if that act alone could enable them to partake in the meal. "Do not blame me for not offering you an opportunity. Whoever dares to fetch Chen Jinghao's head for me, I shall provide enough noodles for him to feast upon for an entire week." Zhang Yi certainly harbored no sympathy for these individuals. However, their incessant banging on walls and chiseling of windows was undeniably irksome. Thus, it would be far more entertaining to let them indulge in a dog-eat-dog scenario, engaging in mutual annihilation. As he uttered these words, he simultaneously shared them in a group chat, conveying his sentiments to everyone in the building. The neighbor by the glass window, upon hearing his remarks, displayed a hesitant expression. Chen Jinghao possessed a firearm and sought his demise, perhaps at the cost of his own life. Yet, if they found it challenging to deal with Chen Jinghao, how could they hope to confront Zhang Yi? The gruesome sight of 30 to 40 corpses lay scattered around Zhang Yi's residence, attesting to the fact that he was far more formidable than Chen Jinghao. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao observed the unfolding events from his adjacent balcony, his brow furrowed in contemplation of his next move. 2 of his men had perished this time. To maintain control over the entire building, he needed to replenish his ranks. As he pondered, an unsettling sensation akin to being pricked by needles coursed through his back, raising the hairs on his neck. "What do you intend to do?" The crowd, upon seeing the weapon, hesitated and instinctively retreated. "Get away from me," Chen Jinghao bellowed. The onlookers regarded him with peculiar, even eerie, expressions, as if they were not looking at a person, but rather at potential prey. A chill ran down Chen Jinghao's spine, prompting him to hastily exit the scene with a few of his subordinates. "What about Zhang Yi's residence?" Sun Jichao inquired from the side. After speaking, he cursed and departed from the window of Zhang Yi's residence. The two groups, one begging for mercy and the other contemplating breaking the window, could no longer endure the bone-chilling wind and snow, and gradually left. Zhang Yi lay comfortably in his warm abode, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. After all, this incident had resulted in approximately 40 casualties in the apartment building, with nearly everyone having participated in the invasion of his home, leading to significant exhaustion of their physical resources. This scarcity of supplies intensified the ensuing conflicts among individuals. Before long, Zhang Yi began receiving numerous private messages. Following this confrontation, the neighbors had utterly surrendered. Their limited stamina was nearly depleted, rendering them incapable of launching large-scale assaults on Zhang Yi's residence. Faced with the impenetrable defenses of his home, they had also lost hope. Consequently, many began to implore Zhang Yi for mercy or proposed exchanges of favors. For instance, the wealthy heir Su Hao offered to present his girlfriend to Zhang Yi, stating, "Zhang Yi, I can give you my woman for your enjoyment. I only ask for some food in return. She is a renowned model in Tianhai City. Just look at her stunning figure and those long legs, sufficient to entertain you for an entire year." Zhang Yi recognized the model without a doubt. Su Hao purchased a house here solely to keep her. She often adorned herself provocatively, reminiscent of a seductive vixen, perpetually exuding an aura of temptation. In the past, she scarcely spared a glance at the men around her, maintaining an air of haughty indifference towards Zhang Yi. However, now, Su Hao was intent on selling her for just a few meals. This woman appeared notably haggard, seemingly quite willing to be exchanged. At the very least, she was aware that Zhang Yi's home was stocked with ample food, which prompted her to put in considerable effort during the shoot. What a disgraceful wretch! Zhang Yi scoffed. It is undeniable that this female model possessed a figure that could rival luxury automobiles, promising an exhilarating experience. Yet, Zhang Yi resolutely refused to allow such a shameless woman into his home. He feared that while he slept, she might take advantage of the situation, perhaps even attempt to harm him and seize his residence. A woman willing to barter her body for monetary gain clearly lacks any moral boundaries. Zhang Yi disdainfully watched her video 5 times before contemptuously closing the chat window. There were few messages from other men, after all. They lacked the means to exchange food with Zhang Yi. Only Uncle Yu congratulated him cheerfully for repelling his adversaries. Conversely, he received several messages from women. For instance, Fang Yuqing excitedly exclaimed, "Zhang Yi, you are amazing. I knew you would be fine. I am currently unable to leave. They are insufferable, keeping me locked at home. Rest assured, Qing'er will certainly come to find you." Zhang Yi scoffed, disregarding the comment. Zhou Ku'er also sent a brief congratulatory message, her tone cool and detached. But Zhang Yi understood it was simply her nature. The skies soon darkened. Nightfall now arrived around 5 o'clock each day, leading to shorter days and longer nights. As evening approached, temperatures would drop by another 10 degrees or so. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the authorities, the snow disaster in our country has been effectively alleviated. Everything is progressing steadily and positively. According to statistics, the death toll in Tianhai City due to the snow disaster was just 1 yesterday. Zhang Yi found the current news far more amusing than any skit. Nevertheless, he was curious about where these television stations had relocated and how they managed to continue their operations. While listening to the absurd news, Zhang Yi perused the chat records, finding great amusement in the anguished messages from his neighbors, filled with curses, pleas, and cries for mercy. Most of those who vented their frustration were mourning the loss of family members. In a rather cheerful mood, Zhang Yi would even extend his blessings to them, exclaiming, "Congratulations to those of you who have lost loved ones. You can now enjoy barbecued meat at the funeral and mix ashes with your rice." After all, there were over a dozen souls who perished in the flames. Zhang Yi mockingly teased them, provoking even harsher curses from the onlookers. However, he suddenly noticed some commotion on the balcony. Curiously, he approached the window, and due to the heavy snowfall outside, the light was exceptionally bright. To his astonishment, he observed individuals stealthily transporting the charred remains. More precisely, they were the scorched corpses. These figures were wrapped tightly, and upon realizing Zhang Yi was watching, they were taken aback. "Zhang Yi, we mean you no harm. Please don't misunderstand. We are merely here to retrieve the bodies," they stammered, their voices trembling. Unable to meet his gaze, a subtle smile played on Zhang Yi's lips. "Oh, transporting the dead? Are you their relatives? And surely, to bury them. It suffices to toss them below. Do you intend to build a tomb at home? Well, you have no use for these corpses anyway, so please disregard us." With steely resolve, they hurriedly dragged the bodies away. Zhang Yi waved at the glass. "Enjoy your meal." Chapter 61. Zhou Ku'er could not endure the following day. Zhang Yi was startled by the sound of gunfire echoing through the corridor. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out, reminiscent of two large firecrackers. Undoubtedly, it was Chun Jinghao who had taken action. Clearly, Zhang Yi's words from yesterday had begun to bear fruit. In the face of imminent peril, the terror of death gradually dissipated among the people. The promise of a week's worth of all-you-can-eat noodles from Zhang Yi wielded an irresistible allure over them. Zhang Yi activated the surveillance. Witnessing the eruption of conflict, two men lay sprawled on the ground, wielding wrenches and kitchen knives, their blood staining the corridor. However, Chun Jinghao was not in a much better position. He leaned against the wall, gun in hand, looking visibly shaken. They would intercept those coming for water here, and naturally, others could seize this opportunity to retaliate against them. A handgun was firmly gripped in his hand. This was now his last bastion of hope. Soon, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within. Chun Jinghao's gaze was cold and calculating. Sitting on the frigid sofa offered him little warmth, igniting his fury. He considered himself the hunter, with Zhang Yi merely the prey. How could prey dare to retaliate against the hunter? Yet, he underestimated the madness that desperation could incite. Early this morning, two despondent young men had come seeking his demise, which instilled a sense of crisis within Chun Jinghao. Yet, simultaneously, it drove him to greater madness. Let them perish. I shall slay you all. If you wish for my death, you shall meet yours first. Chun Jinghao roared in anger. After relaxing, he suddenly felt a pain in his back. One of his underlings glanced at him and exclaimed, "Brother Hao, you've been stabbed in the back." A 30-centimeter gash marred Chun Jinghao's down jacket, the blood barely visible against the dark fabric, only discernible upon closer inspection. The intense cold outside and the adrenaline coursing through his veins had masked the pain until now. Hearing his subordinate's words, he cried out in agony, "Those two scoundrels. Make sure to chop them into pieces." Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he hastily grabbed his phone and called Zhou Kuo. "Dr. Zhou, I've sustained an injury. Please come quickly to help me bandage it." Shortly thereafter, Zhou Kuo arrived at Chun Jinghao's residence, carrying a medical kit. Looking at this ruthless villain, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Yet, in order to preserve her own life, she had no choice but to tend to his wounds. In truth, the reason Chun Jinghao's previous arrow injury had not flared up was due to her having treated it. Although she was unwilling, facing the barrel of a gun, she had no alternatives. "I will not assist you for free," Zhou Kuo remarked coldly. Chun Jinghao chuckled slyly, pointing toward the kitchen. "I shall give you a piece of the meat later." Zhou Kuo wrinkled her nose, catching the acrid scent of blood. Her expression shifted. Having worked in a hospital for years, she was all too familiar with the source of that odor. Battling the urge to vomit, she replied icily, "No need." Chun Jinghao chuckled. "What time is it? Dr. Zhou still holds such high ideals? Sooner or later, you will have to eat. If not, you shall perish." "I would rather die," Zhou Kuo frowned. "How could I bear that?" She continued, "In this world, having a doctor by your side is of utmost importance." Chun Jinghao sighed, reflecting on how Zhou Kuo had tended to his leg injury back when he could have lost not just a limb, but his very life. "Rest assured, if a day comes when I must consume you, I will ensure you are the last to go." He gazed intently at Zhou Kuo, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes. He had long coveted this enchanting beauty. Had it not been for her current utility, he would have acted upon his desires long ago. Zhou Kuo furrowed her brow and fell silent, attending to his wound instead. Before long, the injury was simply bandaged. As she lifted the medical kit, preparing to depart, Chun Jinghao signaled to his subordinate, who promptly blocked the door. Zhou Kuo's heart raced. "What do you intend to do?" Chun Jinghao replied, "Nothing much, but until my injury is healed, you cannot leave." At this moment, Chun Jinghao felt a profound sense of fear, acutely aware of the numerous individuals who sought his life. Lacking medication, he found solace only in the presence of a doctor nearby. Dismissing Zhou Kuo's resistance, he resolutely insisted on her remaining with him. Shortly thereafter, one of his subordinates presented a plate of boiled meat. Upon noticing a severed finger atop the dish, Zhou Kuo nearly retched. Fortunately, her experience working in a hospital, often dealing with the deceased, spared her from succumbing to horror. Chun Jinghao urged her to partake in the meal, but she staunchly refused. He scoffed at her defiance. Believing she was merely feigning propriety, he was certain that when hunger became unbearable, she would inevitably relent. Continuing down this path was untenable. The cattle and horses now dared to resist, putting them at a disadvantage. The only solution was to eliminate Zhang Yi and seize his family's residence to ensure their safety in the future. His home resembled a fortress, stocked with ample supplies, sufficient to sustain them for several months. Perhaps by then, the snow disaster would have abated. Therefore, it was imperative to devise a strategy to deal with Zhang Yi. Chun Jinghao addressed his subordinates, who exchanged glances, recognizing the challenge at hand. His residence was akin to a turtle shell. Penetrating it seemed impossible. Chun Jinghao asserted, I refuse to believe their home bears no vulnerabilities, nor that he never ventures outside. Let us relocate next door to keep watch over him, taking turns. As soon as an opportunity arises, we shall eliminate him. Moreover, residing on a higher floor offers greater safety. A group of individuals, in a state of utter disarray, found themselves nodding in agreement to whatever Chen Zhanghao proposed. Zhou Ke, having listened intently to their exchange, seized the opportunity to excuse herself under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. She discreetly messaged Zhang Yi, informing him of the situation. Upon receiving her message, Zhang Yi chuckled dismissively. The notion of them venturing outside was utterly implausible. Now that you are aware, continue to monitor the situation from your location, he instructed. As a doctor, Zhou Ke was not in immediate danger, for Chen Zhanghao would not harm her, thus her life remained secure for the time being. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to take action. He had set a bounty, and soon enough, there would be those reckless enough to attempt to eliminate Chen Zhanghao. After gathering their supplies, Chen Zhanghao and his group made their way to the 24th floor. The young couple residing next door to Zhang Yi were alarmed upon learning of Chen Zhanghao's arrival. Chapter 62. A feast broadcasted to the neighbors. Open the door. Open the door. This is Chen Zhanghao. I demand to swap rooms with you. Hurry and let me in, or I shall resort to gunfire. Inside the room, the terrified couple clung to one another in fear. What do we do? They are here to seize her home. We may not even be able to keep the little food we have left, the wife lamented, her expression filled with despair as she gazed at her husband. The husband, a bespectacled clerk, comforted his wife. Do not be afraid. Everything will be all right. If they want our room, we shall acquiesce. Now, quickly hide the remaining food on your person. Two individuals concealed the scant remaining food within their garments and, trembling, opened the door to confront the menacing figures of Chen Zhanghao and his associates. The man swallowed hard and, bowing slightly, declared, Brother Hao, this house shall henceforth belong to you. We shall depart immediately. As he prepared to leave with his wife, before they could take more than a few steps, one of Chen Zhanghao's henchmen let out a derisive snicker and raised the steel pipe in his hand. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed to the ground, darkness engulfing him. Even in unconsciousness, disbelief lingered in his eyes. He could not comprehend why, despite his compliance and surrendering the house, they still resorted to violence. The woman, in sheer terror, watched as her husband lay bleeding on the floor, the crimson liquid rapidly turning to black. Ah, she gasped, covering her mouth with a scream. Another blow struck her head, and two brutish figures approached, dispensing with any pretense of dialogue, delivering blow after blow upon their heads. Zhou Ke clamped her hands over her mouth, paralyzed by fear. Chen Zhanghao merely cast a fleeting glance her way, sneering, It's quite cold, after all. One must stockpile provisions to avoid famine. Having taken many lives, he had altogether forsaken reverence for existence. Beneath his bravado lay an unacknowledged fear that had taken root within him after being targeted by Zhang Yi's bounty and subsequently ambushed. Thus, he felt compelled to suppress the property owners with increasingly brutal measures, ensuring their subjugation. Zhou Ke suppressed her nausea, remaining silent as Chen Zhanghao swaggered into the room, instructing his lackeys to dispose of the two individuals. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yi was invariably greeted by the clattering sounds emanating from next door. He discerned that Chen Zhanghao and his cohorts were probing for vulnerabilities in his abode. These men took turns surveilling both the front door and rear window of Zhang Yi's residence. Chen Zhanghao presumed that Zhang Yi would at least venture outside to discard the trash or collect melting snow. Believing that seizing a single opportunity to eliminate Zhang Yi would grant him access to everything that rightfully belonged to him. Little did he realize that Zhang Yi possessed a vast alternate space, rendering the issue of water utterly inconsequential. However, Zhang Yi found it inconvenient to open the window to dispose of refuse. Considering that Chen Zhanghao wielded a firearm, he was unwilling to take such a risk. Yet, for a reclusive individual, having a bit more garbage at home was hardly a concern. During bouts of boredom, he would engage in video games or indulge in films and shows he had pre-downloaded. Within the homeowners group chat, daily pleas echoed relentlessly, accompanied by frenzied tirades of anger when their requests went unfulfilled. Zhang Yi, you are a heartless bastard. You are destined for a life of solitude. Do you not possess a heart? By refusing to assist us, you will live the latter half of your life engulfed in guilt and regret. In the face of his neighbor's vitriol, Zhang Yi's response was straightforward. He chose to live-stream his meals in the group chat, documenting his life for them to witness. Greetings, dear family members. Today, I shall prepare a dish of braised pork. Upon uttering those words, a hefty slab of pork belly, weighing no less than 10 pounds, was unceremoniously cast onto the chopping board. The neighbors within the group were incensed, their eyes gleaming with desire. How could one possibly require such an abundance of pork belly for braised meat? If you cannot finish it, do not squander it. Share it with me, I implore you. They lamented. Zhang Yi, you are inhuman, a mere beast. You are unworthy of that piece of pork belly. Zhang Yi, I have not tasted anything oily or fishy for an entire week. I beg you, allow me a morsel of the skin. Just a sip of the fat will suffice. Surely, that is something you can spare, right? Please, I beseech you. Those who are starved to the core possess no resistance to such high-fat delicacies. Zhang Yi, with a flurry of activity, seemed to conjure the aroma of braised pork that wafted through the screen, tantalizing the senses of his neighbors. However, after a brief period of cooking, Zhang Yi's brow furrowed in dismay. He sampled a piece of the pork belly, only to expel it into the trash bin. Too much soy sauce. Alas, this pot of meat is ruined. Although Zhang Yi frequently prepared meals, he was accustomed to crafting elaborate dishes, yet the flavor of this concoction fell woefully short of his usual standards. How can one possibly consume this? What a waste and utter waste. Shaking his head in disappointment, Zhang Yi discarded the entire pot of pork into the garbage. Instantly, the group erupted in chaos, the neighbors driven to frenzy. Do not throw it away. Please, do not. My mouth can serve as the trash bin. I am right here. They cried. What a sin. Why must you dispose of it? Why? Hurry and toss out your refuse. I shall rush to retrieve it. Master, I have arrived late. May I inquire if you still require a dog? One that assists in waste disposal. Some individuals were so infuriated by Zhang Yi's actions that they nearly fainted on the spot, their hearts bleeding in despair. In the biting cold, with the gas supply to their homes cut off, they found themselves utterly unable to prepare even a simple meal. The desire for a warm bite had become a monumental luxury, let alone the indulgence of braised pork, a dish they could scarcely bear to dream of consuming. It was utterly lamentable. I might as well settle for some ready-made food. As the scene shifted, a table in Zhang Yi's home appeared immaculate and well-arranged, adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes. The warm glow of the yellow lamps illuminated the table, rendering the food even more enticing. Zhang Yi enthusiastically pointed out each dish, exclaiming, "Look, tonight's dinner comprises sauteed prawns, braised sea cucumber, exquisite tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9-tern intestines, marinated fish slices, sweet and sour tenderloin, black fish roast soup, and candied yam. My friends, all the dishes are ready. Let us feast." Zhang Yi propped up his phone, resembling a culinary live streamer, and joyfully began to savor his meal. The neighbors in the group were in a frenzy, bombarding him with messages. Zhang Yi, share a bite with me. I bow to you. Zhang Yi, let my child have a morsel of fish, even if it's just the tail. Zhang Yi, you are my father, and I am your son. Just let me have a sip of soup. The cacophony of pleading voices was relentless, with some individuals frantically attempting to call Zhang Yi. Yet, he paid them no mind, relishing his meal with sheer delight. Observing the frantic expressions of his neighbors, Zhang Yi found that this dinner was all the more delectable. Chapter 63. Infection. Zhang Yi's ostentatious display of wealth caused the owners of the entire apartment building to feel an acute sense of loss. Even the refuse discarded by Zhang Yi had become a delicacy in their eyes. Yet, he showed no inclination to share it with them. At the homes of Sun Jichao and his companions, the aftermath of their failed assault on Zhang Yi's residence had left them bereft of the antibiotics they so desperately sought. Nearly 2 days had passed, and the repercussions began to manifest. The 3 injured individuals felt an unbearable itch at their wounds, surrounding the bandages. The blood took on a peculiar hue, an alarming shade of yellow. Unable to contain himself, Sun Jichao tore away the gauze, yearning to ascertain the condition of his injury. To his horror, he discovered that the wound had begun to fester. A nauseating stench, reminiscent of decaying animal carcasses, assaulted his senses. No, not like this. I do not wish to die yet. Sun Jichao cried out in terror, tears and snot streaming down his face. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Peng and Gu Jiaoyang were gripped by fear. They too removed the gauze from their wounds, praying fervently to avoid the same fate. Unfortunately, while their hopes were filled with optimism, reality proved to be merciless. Had their injuries merely been superficial, perhaps they could have healed on their own. However, they bore grievous puncture wounds, inflicted by rusted crossbow bolts embedded deep within their flesh. The combination of their injuries, bacterial infection, and the absence of adequate nutrition and medication rendered the deterioration of their wounds inevitable. The anguished cries of the group echoed through the room, their madness palpable. In another corner, Fang Yuqing trembled uncontrollably, clutching her phone as she messaged Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, they have all gone insane. I am so frightened. Please come and rescue Qing'er, would you? Once she arrives, she will certainly obey. Whatever you ask her to do, she will comply. Qing'er, it pains me to see you in this state. However, I am unable to venture outside, for Qin Jinghao is just next door. Perhaps you could come over. But do exercise caution on your way to avoid any unfortunate encounters. Yesterday, my neighbor was tragically slain by them, and with your delicate frame, you might easily attract their attention. Over there, Zhang Yi wears a mocking expression as he gazes upon Fang Yuqing, the embodiment of innocence. His sole intention is to torment her relentlessly, ensuring that she meets her end in agony and despair. Indeed, upon hearing that Chen Jinghao is adjacent to Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing is overwhelmed with trepidation. Chen Jinghao has taken far too many lives. She lacks the courage to take such a risk. Brother Zhang Yi, I am frightened. Could you please come and fetch me? Don't you possess a weapon? Zhang Yi inwardly curses, you wretched girl. How dare you demand such a thing? I would like nothing more than to assist you, but I was unnerved by them a few days ago, and am feeling rather unwell. Let us leave it at that. I am somewhat fatigued. Farewell. Fang Yuqing listened to the anguished cries outside, her face ashen. However, when she attempted to message Zhang Yi, he no longer paid her any heed. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi's life remained opulent and leisurely, with no obligation to work. He slept and rose at his own whim, unburdened by the necessity to toil for a living or to appease anyone. Meanwhile, his neighbor, Chen Jinghao, was consumed with thoughts of how to eliminate him and seize his property. Yet, after several days, he had not seen Zhang Yi emerge. As long as Zhang Yi remained indoors, Chen Jinghao had no opportunity to confront him. Ironically, due to the bounty placed on his head by Zhang Yi, Chen Jinghao lived in constant trepidation. He could scarcely trust even his own subordinates, clutching a gun as he slept. Before long, his nerves began to fray. After a period of deep contemplation, Chen Jinghao finally discerned his next course of action. Zhang Yi had been vigilantly monitoring the entire building through surveillance, ensuring that any presence in the hallway was within his sight. Recently, he had observed that Chen Jinghao seemed to be concocting some scheme. Gradually, individuals began to enter Chen Jinghao's residence. Young, vigorous men, predominantly single and living alone. Some came voluntarily, while others were coerced by Chen Jinghao at gunpoint. Slowly but surely, Chen Jinghao's ranks swelled to 10, more than before. Zhang Yi understood the situation. Chen Jinghao was gripped by fear, prompting him to gather a following in a bid to safeguard himself from being hunted down for the bounty on his head. However, in Zhang Yi's view, this approach is merely a futile attempt to quench thirst with poison. Over 40 residents within the building have fallen victim to his hand, leaving the remaining population at approximately 70. According to the predictions from his past life, the majority of families are on the brink of depleting their supplies. Consequently, the next source of sustenance will inevitably be human flesh. Chen Jinghao has gathered a group of followers and is poised to initiate a massacre of others. Yet, this also signifies that Chen Jinghao must provide sustenance for 10 individuals. Thus, even amidst their mutual slaughter, survival cannot be sustained for long. Moreover, everyone harbors their own ulterior motives. Chen Jinghao, the cripple, clings to his power by the tenuous grip of a firearm. Yet it is likely that his ammunition is nearly exhausted. Zhang Yi sent a message to Zhou Kuer, inquiring about the situation with Chen Jinghao. Chen Jinghao and his group have descended into madness. They have consumed all their food and have begun to resort to cannibalism. I haven't eaten anything in 2 days and feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. This revelation did not surprise Zhang Yi. If the day ever came when he faced starvation and cannibalism became his only means of survival, he would likely choose death over such a fate. Naturally, being well-fed and comfortable at present, he is able to entertain such notions. Should he ever find himself in an extreme shortage of food, he cannot predict what actions he might take. Zhou Kuo continued to relay information to Zhang Yi. In recent days, they have been venturing out daily in search of others. They attack any house where they find people, slaughtering them without mercy. It is quite absurd that everyone is out of supplies. The numerous lives you extinguished have indeed granted a reprieve to many others. However, they too have faced resistance, and those who remain have banded together, suffering their own casualties. After a considerable passage of time, Zhou Kuer sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Upon reading her words, Zhang Yi felt the vulnerability of this seemingly aloof female doctor. It appeared that she harbored little hope in him, for in such dire circumstances, when everyone teeters on the brink of despair, who possesses the capacity to safeguard another's existence? After much contemplation, Zhang Yi ultimately reached a resolution. Zhou Kuer, this woman, still held value, and he could not permit her to perish so easily. Finding a chief surgeon at a tertiary hospital is no trivial feat, especially one with whom he has a prior connection. Assist me in a task, and upon its successful completion, I shall ensure your survival. Chapter 64. The thrill of being the sixth. Zhang Yi could accept Zhou Kuer, but she must first present a declaration of loyalty. His demands were straightforward, useful, non-threatening, and, above all, devoid of any sanctimonious pretense. In the preceding 2 points, Zhang Yi felt confident. However, he was curious whether Zhou Kuo could be resolute at a critical moment. Thus, he assigned her a task. Zhang Yi was not anxious. After all, time was on his side. Should Zhou Kuo fail this test, he would decisively abandon her. After all, Zhang Yi was in good health, with a low probability of falling ill, and he would not recklessly expose himself to danger, minimizing the risk of injury. Yet, the longevity of Zhou Kuo remained uncertain. The following day, Zhang Yi rose at 10 in the morning after a long slumber. He threw back the velvet covers and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Afterward, he donned his exercise attire and commenced his workout on the treadmill. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing a robust physique is of paramount importance. Only with a strong body can one better cope with impending dangers and evade illness. He perspired profusely on the treadmill, running for an hour before finally halting. He then indulged in a hot shower, during which a sense of pride enveloped him. It is essential to recognize that such luxury is a rare indulgence for many in the current times. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds erupted from outside. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly wrapped himself in a towel and ventured out. He soon discerned a cacophony of curses emanating from Zhou Peng. Upon accessing the surveillance footage, he observed Zhou Peng outside his door, wielding 2 kitchen knives and furiously hacking at the entrance. Zhang Yi, come out. You spend all your time hiding in your house. You're nothing but a cowardly turtle, a useless waste. Zhang Yi curled his lips in a sardonic smile. Ah, indeed. You are absolutely right. And then what? It's truly laughable. A worthless wretch who cannot even sustain himself, yet dares to employ provocations against Zhang Yi. It appears you are the one who is more anxious now. Zhang Yi observed that when Zhou Peng slammed the door, he exerted force with his left hand, while lifting his right arm seemed an arduous task. It was evident that Zhou Peng's arm had succumbed to infection. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern the swelling of his arm. Approaching the door, hands tucked into his pockets, Zhang Yi remarked coolly, Zhou Peng, the sensation of infection is quite unbearable, isn't it? During my biology lessons, our teacher once enlightened us about the perils of wound infections. When the tetanus bacteria from rust infiltrate your injury, it proliferates with the fervor of maggots upon a decaying corpse. Your arm's wound must be at least several centimeters deep. Outside, the temperature is frigid, yet your flesh is warm. The bacteria thrive in that fertile ground, voraciously consuming your flesh. Soon enough, the wound begins to fester, oozing dark fluids, while the bacteria multiply exponentially, causing your injury to expand. Ultimately, they will traverse through your bloodstream, spreading throughout your entire body. As Zhang Yi vividly illustrated the scenario, Zhou Peng felt a surge of pain radiating from his arm. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, and he sensed an overwhelming presence of bacteria, as if they were intent on devouring him whole. Though he recognized that Zhang Yi was deliberately attempting to instill fear, the terror within him proved insurmountable. Ah, Zhang Yi, I will kill you. Zhou Peng had indeed lost his mind. His arm had rotted away, and he was acutely aware of his impending demise. Thus, he resolved to make one last desperate attempt. However, this endeavor was destined to be in vain. In the adjacent room, Chen Jinghao's subordinates heard Zhou Peng's frantic cries and inquired, should we eliminate him? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jinghao replied, have you not heard that he is on the brink of death from infection? Would you dare consume the flesh of a dying pig? The group exchanged glances, ultimately deciding against taking such a perilous risk. Zhou Peng pounded on the door for a while, unleashing a torrent of curses, but eventually fatigue overcame him, and he collapsed before Zhang Yi's door, sobbing as he implored for mercy. Zhang Yi, in a somber tone, remarked, you are as good as dead, your wounds are festering, and it is terminal, there is no saving you. Perhaps it would be better to seize the opportunity while you still draw breath to accomplish that which you had dared not attempt while alive. Tears filled Zhou Peng's eyes, and upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he sank deeper into despair. Was it truly his fate to perish? Fear enveloped him like an abyss. Yet it was swiftly followed by a surge of rage, unrestrained fury. With death looming, he pondered, what was there left to fear? He struggled to rise, delivering a fierce kick to Zhang Yi's iron door, intending to curse vehemently, but the hardness of the door caused him pain so intense that he nearly fainted. Upon returning to his dwelling, his gaze became vacant, and he vaguely perceived Sun Jichao roasting a knife over a candle, subsequently applying it to his own wounds. The sound of sizzling fat accompanied by curling blue smoke ensued, as Sun Jichao's eyes bulged, his muffled cries of agony escaping even through clenched teeth. He seemed to believe that this would annihilate all the bacteria, a notion both ignorant and pitiable. Cousin Wang Min watched Zhou Peng with a heavy heart, uncertain how to provide solace. She understood that Zhou Peng's days were numbered. The stench of decay from several bodies permeated the room daily. Though he had yet to perish, his body was already deteriorating, an agony so profound that ordinary minds could scarcely fathom. Zhou Peng disregarded Wang Min and charged towards the room where Fang Yuxing was confined. Upon seeing Zhou Peng, Fang Yuxing screamed in terror, Zhou Peng, what are you doing? He approached her, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon her. Yuxing, would you marry me? This pitiful suitor, even as his life approached its end, harbored the singular wish of marrying Fang Yuxing. In the midst of this apocalyptic world, such a request seemed both ludicrous and profoundly humble. Fang Yuxing furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with disdain. Instinctively, she pinched her nose and replied, no, I do not wish to. Zhou Peng's heart shattered. He had sacrificed so much for Fang Yuxing, even risking his own life. Yet, Fang Yuxing had never harbored even a hint of affection for him. No, you do love me. I will possess you. Before I die, I will make you mine. Zhou Peng roared, tearing at Fang Yuxing's clothing. Those outside, hearing the commotion, did nothing. In their eyes, Fang Yuxing was the cause of their current plight. She deserved to die. Fang Yuxing struggled desperately, but she was no match for the crazed Zhou Peng. He ripped open her down jacket and eagerly tore off his own clothes. No, stay away. You reek, it's disgusting. Fang Yuxing screamed. You dare call me foul? Zhou Peng raged. He tore off the bandage on his arm, revealing a swollen, blackened, and purplish wound, festering horribly. In a chilling act, he clawed at the decaying flesh, stuffing it into Fang Yuxing's mouth. Curse me again, curse me again. Fang Yuxing gagged, but Zhou Peng forced the handful of rotten flesh into her mouth. Zhou Peng grinned fiendishly, reveling in the sight of his goddess being defiled. He felt an unprecedented sense of perverse pleasure. Chapter 65. Zhou Kuer's decision. Zhou Peng forcefully tore off Fang Yuxing's clothing, disregarding the frigid temperature of the room, which plummeted to over 60 degrees below zero. As he sought to engage in an intimate encounter, Fang Yuxing lay there, utterly unable to resist, her eyes vacant. However, as Zhou Peng removed his trousers, he was confronted with a harsh reality. He was utterly incapable of rising to the occasion. The extreme cold of minus 60 or 70 degrees aside, his physical condition was woefully inadequate. Even if given the opportunity, he would still prove ineffective. Get up, you must get up, Zhou Peng exclaimed, desperately employing various methods. Yet none yielded any results. It seemed as though he had lost all feeling. Observing this, Fang Yuxing sneered mockingly. You truly are useless. After a night of deep contemplation, Zhou Kuer ultimately provided a decisive answer to Zhang Yi. She recognized this as a test imposed by him. Although it was fraught with peril, she understood that if she did not take this risk, it would not be long before she met her demise at the hands of Chen Zhenghao and his associates. She had to take a chance. That evening, Chen Zhenghao and his men were seated in the living room, instructing a subordinate to prepare a meal in the kitchen. Zhou Kuer, watching them from the corner, suddenly stood and declared, I will assist him. Chen Zhenghao's icy gaze turned towards her, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Ha ha. I knew you couldn't resist. Zhou Kuer felt a jolt of fear, her blood nearly freezing in her veins. Chen Zhenghao continued, 2 days without food, and even the strongest will falter. Do not fear. Once you have tasted it, you shall become addicted. The flavor of that meat is exquisitely delightful, surpassing any meat I have ever savored in the past. Zhou Kuer felt a slight sense of relief in her heart and, biting her lip, declared, I do not wish to perish. I desire to live. Chen Zhenghao assumed that Zhou Kuer had come to an understanding, nodding in agreement. That is for the best. You still hold some value to me. Initially, he had contemplated using her as a source of sustenance should she refuse to consume meat. Zhou Kuer inhaled deeply, silently turning towards the kitchen to lend assistance. The kitchen was a gruesome sight, stained with splattered blood and littered with unprocessed limbs and severed arms, resembling a hellish landscape. Even with her nasal passages blocked, the overwhelming stench was unmistakable. She stifled her discomfort and approached the cook, who appeared utterly numb. Saying nothing but merely gesturing towards an axe and the shattered furniture, instructing her to chop wood for the fire. Zhou Kuer obediently complied. In these times of scarce resources, cooking necessitated burning furniture for fuel. A makeshift stove had been hastily constructed in the kitchen, upon which a cast iron pot rested. Once the fire ignited, the snow began to gradually melt, transforming into water. However, this melted snow was far from clear. It was particularly murky, containing various impurities. Yet, in this dire situation, having something to eat was a blessing, and no one bothered to scrutinize its quality. Zhou Kuer remained fixated on the cook, while simultaneously observing the commotion outside the kitchen. Beads of perspiration began to form on her palms, for should her next actions be discovered, her fate would be sealed. After a while, the young man finished chopping the meat and casually tossed it into the pot, adding some seasonings without a thought. He coldly uttered a remark before leaving the kitchen. Zhou Ke waited for a long time, ensuring the coast was clear before she reached into her pocket and retrieved a small vial. In a flurry, she unscrewed the cap and poured a generous amount of white powder into the broth. At that moment, her heart raced like a single-cylinder engine, and her legs trembled from the overwhelming tension. She swallowed hard, took a ladle, and stirred the powder into the pot. Although the process was fraught with peril, no unforeseen incidents transpired. This was not a film, after all, and life had dulled their senses to such extremes. They could scarcely fathom that Zhou Ke would dare to drug the meat soup. When lunchtime arrived, Zhou Ke brought a large pot of meat soup to the table, and they immediately rushed over, their eyes gleaming with hunger, eager to indulge in the savory dish. No one paid her any mind. All they desired was to partake in something warm. A hot meal equated to life itself. Each additional bite represented a greater hope for survival. And so, she began to wait in silence. The substance she had added to the broth was a sleeping medication, nearly half a vial's worth. The sedative takes effect swiftly. After consuming a single pill, one can succumb to slumber within 30 minutes. This is particularly true after a meal, when blood naturally congregates in the stomach, rendering a person susceptible to drowsiness. Such a substantial dosage would incapacitate even an elephant, inducing a deep stupor. As a physician, Zhou Ke comprehends precisely the extent of unconsciousness this quantity could induce. Unless subjected to an exceptionally intense stimulus, awakening within a short span is virtually impossible. It wasn't long before Zhou Ke was greeted by the rhythmic symphony of snores emanating from the living room. Cautiously, she approached the area, discovering all present sprawled across sofas and chairs, lost in sleep. Holding her breath, she sent a message to Zhang Yi. I administered a significant amount of sedative. They have all succumbed to sleep. What do you intend to do next? Just a wall away lay Zhang Yi's abode. He had been awaiting Zhou Ke's update to ascertain her success in fulfilling the task. Only by demonstrating her worth would she be transformed into a pawn in Zhang Yi's strategic game. Upon reading her message, Zhang Yi arched an eyebrow and instructed her, drag them out to the balcony. He would not approach, wary of falling into a trap set by the opposition. Zhou Ke bit her lip and ultimately responded, all right. For an ordinary person, this situation would undoubtedly be terrifying, as the sudden awakening of Qin Zhenghao and his companions would likely result in dire consequences for her. However, Zhou Ke, a skilled physician, possessed a profound understanding of the effects of medication. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she methodically dragged Qin Zhenghao and the others out one by one, discarding them onto the balcony. Despite the biting cold outside, they would remain in a deep slumber for the foreseeable future. Individuals ensnared in such profound unconsciousness often experience a natural decline in body temperature as a means to prolong their existence. Zhang Yi observed all of Zhou Ke's actions from his vantage point by the window, fully aware of the number of individuals under Qin Zhenghao's command. Nothing could escape his keen gaze, honed by surveillance. It was only after witnessing Zhou Ke, breathless from her exertions, successfully remove all those individuals that he nodded in satisfaction. What shall I do next? Zhou Ke inquired, her voice trembling. That will suffice. Please wait for a moment, Zhang Yi replied. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a thick, insulated suit from an alternate dimension and donned it. He also took out 10 ropes, each the thickness of a child's arm, and secured them around his waist. In his left hand, he held a well-strung crossbow, and on his back rested a formidable machete. Zhang Yi contemplated further, feeling that his preparations still lacked a sense of security. Only after this meticulous arrangement did he begin to experience a profound sense of safety. Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window. For the first time since the apocalypse, he reached out to unlock the door. The process was intricate. The lock comprised 3 layers, a fingerprint scanner, an electronic lock, and a physical lock. Upon successfully disengaging the locks, he stepped onto the balcony. The biting cold wind swept past him, yet through the insulated suit, the chill did not penetrate deeply. Zhang Yi could not help but marvel at the excellence of professional-grade cold-weather gear. Zhou Ke stood by the window, arms crossed, trembling as she gazed at him. Are you going to kill them? Zhang Yi smirked, raising the gun in his hand, aiming it at the thugs below, subtly directing the aim towards Zhou Ke as well. He casually tossed the ropes at her feet, declaring, It's not me, it's you. Chapter 66. The blood oath. Qin Zhenghao and his lackeys lay on the adjacent balcony, appearing as though they had fainted. However, Zhang Yi could not ascertain whether they were truly unconscious. What if this was a trap devised in collusion with Zhou Ke, intended to lure him into a precarious situation? It was entirely possible that the moment he approached, they would rise and overpower him. Moreover, a distance of several centimeters separated the 2 balconies, with a stainless steel railing that became particularly treacherous on snowy days. Should she attempt to climb, A mere push from Zhou Qiwer could send him plummeting from the 24th floor. Thus, Zhang Yi directed his firearm towards Chun Jinghao and the others on the ground, commanding, "Bind their hands tightly with these ropes. Additionally, I recall that Chun Jinghao possesses a firearm. Hand it over to me as well." Zhou Qiwer wore an expression of exasperation. Having gone 2 days without sustenance and only sipping a modicum of water, she had dragged 10 individuals onto the balcony and found herself utterly fatigued. Witnessing Zhang Yi's extreme caution, unwilling to assist, she bit her cracked lips and indignantly remarked, "Aren't you being overly cautious? Better safe than sorry." "I will not take any risks," Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. With no alternative under the threat of his weapon, Zhou Qiwer complied with his instructions. She seized the ropes and securely bound the hands of the captives behind their backs. As she retrieved the handgun from Chun Jinghao's pocket, Zhang Yi aimed his gun at her head, instructing, "Detach the magazine and toss it over here." Gazing at Zhang Yi, Zhou Qiwer suddenly bit her lip and inquired, "How can I trust you? What if, after I do all this, you turn against me?" Zhang Yi responded, "At this moment, trusting me is your only option. Only through trust can you hope to survive in this dire situation." Zhou Qiwer pondered for a moment, fully aware that her only recourse was to place her faith in Zhang Yi. She could not bring herself to breach her moral boundaries by resorting to cannibalism. Thus, her fate was inevitably sealed to perish from starvation. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she detached the magazine from the handgun and discarded it at his feet. A sense of unease gripped her heart, yet, as Zhang Yi had asserted, she was devoid of alternatives. He retrieved Chun Jinghao's firearm from the ground, inspected the magazine, and noted that it still contained 3 rounds. He then aimed it towards the group of individuals gathered on the balcony. With a resounding splash, water erupted from the pipe, cascading over the heads of Chun Jinghao and his companions from a distance of 3 to 4 meters. The stark contrast between the indoor temperature of over 20 degrees and the frigid outdoor air, plummeting to below -70 degrees, created an almost 100-degree temperature differential. As the initially warm water erupted, it was accompanied by steam, but upon contact with their bodies, it instantaneously began to freeze. Inside the room, Zhou Qiwer witnessed this scene unfold and instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. To perish in such a manner, frozen to death, was undeniably a cruel fate. At that moment, the icy deluge gradually roused the group from their stupor. The freezing water had seeped into their bodies, encasing them in ice. A young man, his lips turning an ominous shade of purple, let out a terrified scream as he struggled to rise, only to discover that his hands were tightly bound behind him. The ground was layered with a thick sheet of ice, causing him to slip repeatedly, rendering him unable to stand. Chun Jinghao was likewise jolted awake by the icy water splashing across his face. Bewilderment washed over him, quickly followed by the horrifying realization that he had been drugged. However, at present, he had no time to investigate who had administered the drug. The relentless cold water cascading over him made him feel as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. The sensation akin to 1,000 needles piercing every pore of his body. Everyone had awakened, emitting terrified cries. Yet their desperate struggles proved futile as they were unable to rise. 10 individuals crammed onto the balcony, hindering one another's movements. Zhang Yi. Chun Jinghao spotted Zhang Yi on the adjacent balcony, the water pipe spraying them, and let out a furious roar. Zhang Yi finally emerged from the room. A small gap opened in the otherwise impenetrable window. Unfortunately, his hands were bound, and his life seemed all but lost. "You have caused enough commotion. It's time to meet your end," Zhang Yi said coldly. Chun Jinghao and the others had nearly exterminated half the neighbors in the building, almost matching Zhang Yi's own count. Allowing him to live would ultimately lead to a confrontation with Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi feared nothing, it was prudent to eliminate him for safety's sake. Zhang Yi would never gamble with his own life and fortune. What could be safer than the absence of life itself? Chun Jinghao and others struggled with their last ounce of strength, their anguished cries echoing in the air. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they could not rise. Chilling water cascaded over their faces, pouring into their mouths and down their collars. Their garments became drenched, solidifying into rigid blocks of ice. 2 minutes later, they lay on the ground, devoid of sound, their bodies twitching, mottled with shades of blue and purple. After 3 minutes, they were utterly immobile, transformed into 10 formidable ice sculptures. 5 minutes later, these icy figures fused together, growing into a colossal mass of solid ice. Then, he shed his heavy winter attire and called Zhou Qiwer. "You have passed the trial. You may come over." In the adjacent room, Zhou Qiwer heard Zhang Yi's voice, and the weight on her heart finally lifted. Trembling, she replied, "All right, I will come immediately." Grabbing her medical kit, she hurriedly opened the door, escaping from that hellish chamber. Zhang Yi unlocked the 4 heavy bolts of the secure door, stepping back 2 paces while raising his handgun towards the entrance. He cast a glance at the surveillance monitor to ensure Zhou Kuo was unharmed before using his mobile app to disengage the final electronic lock. "You may enter." Outside, Zhou Kuo heard the voice and raised her cold, pale hand, pushing against the door with all her might. The door was formidable, and she exerted tremendous effort. However, as a sliver of light emerged through the gap, a warm current surged forth, enveloping her. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Zhou Kuo's eyes. It had been far too long since she had felt such warmth. She exerted greater force to push the door open and stepped inside. In that moment, as she crossed the threshold, her sensations transformed, akin to entering a realm of paradise. The icy chill that had enveloped her body was swiftly dissipating, replaced by an intoxicating warmth reminiscent of a soothing bath. Gradually, she began to feel an unbearable heat, especially considering she was clad in 6 layers of clothing, with 2 of those being down jackets. In the stifling warmth of room 27 at Zhang Yi's residence, she found the heat unbearable. Thus, disregarding the gun Zhang Yi aimed at her, she hurriedly began to remove her garments. Chapter 67. Prove you mean no harm. Zhou Kuo quickly shed her clothing, leaving only her pink thermal underwear. Her disheveled attire lay strewn across the floor as she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The tears glistening in her eyes reflected the tumult of her emotions. It was only then that she remembered the man before her. Zhang Yi's gun remained steadfastly aimed at Zhou Kuo. She mustered a faint smile, remarking, "You certainly are cautious." As she raised her hands, she added, "Look at me. In this state, I could hardly conceal any dangerous weapon, could I?" Zhang Yi's expression remained impassive as he waved the gun slightly, replying, "You must be completely honest with me if you wish to gain my acceptance." Zhang Yi is indeed a man of great caution. However, whether there lie other intentions within him, only Zhang Yi himself can truly discern. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Kuo instinctively bit her lip. Her head lowered as a blush crept across her cheeks. The thought of bearing herself before a man she barely knew filled her with profound shame. Yet, she also recognized that she was in no position to negotiate. Zhang Yi's home radiated an overwhelming warmth, a stark contrast to the environment she had previously inhabited, one that felt akin to paradise. She understood all too well that to attain certain desires, one must be willing to pay a commensurate price. "Very well, I shall undress." Zhou Kuo summoned her courage, trembling as she raised her arms, beginning to peel away her pink thermal undergarments. Zhang Yi's gaze was fixed upon her, vigilant against any sudden emergence of a lethal weapon, strictly for the sake of safety. A man of his integrity would harbor no ulterior motives. However, as she lifted her garment, revealing her pristine abdomen, Zhang Yi felt a tickling sensation in his throat. Zhou Kuo's skin was exceptionally fair, rivaling the snow outside, a natural beauty that could not be altered by mere artifice. Her complexion was as smooth and pure as milk, radiating a somewhat sacred halo under the soft glow of the room's lighting. She gradually raised her clothing above her head, beneath which lay a delicate black lace bra. Zhang Yi recalled a saying from the internet. Women who wear black lingerie tend to possess a certain allure. After removing her top thermal shirt, Zhou Kuo reached for her waist, bending slightly as she slowly slid down her thermal leggings. Regularly engaging in fitness, her figure was superb, long, and well-proportioned, with fullness where it should be and slenderness where necessary, devoid of any excess flesh around her waist. Even a simple bend could evoke endless fantasies. This angle provided Zhang Yi with an exquisite view. He had once caught a glimpse of Zhou Kuo in a sweater and had been astonished by her alluring dimensions. Now, he realized he had underestimated her physique. Those astonishing curves were both ample and rounded, captivating to behold. Zhou Kuo sensed Zhang Yi's gaze upon her, her face flushing as though it might bleed from embarrassment. Yet, she persevered against her inner shame, continuing to shed her garments. She tossed her clothes to the floor, carefully nudging them aside with her foot, her expression rife with bashfulness. After all, it had been half a month since her last bath, and she worried about any odors that might repel Zhang Yi. Now, was this acceptable? Her alabaster arms cradled her curves, and in her shyness, she averted her gaze from Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply and resolutely stated, "Of course not. Who can assure that there are no concealed lethal weapons beneath your garments?" A gentleman at heart, Zhang Yi would never take advantage of another's vulnerability. He merely expressed a prudent concern. Let it be clear, there should be no misunderstandings. Zhou Kuo trembled violently for a moment. After a brief silence, she ultimately chose submission. Thus, in Zhang Yi's presence, she unfastened her final defenses, revealing her pristine form entirely before him. You may proceed," she murmured, closing her eyes as if resigning herself to fate. In a world beset by chaos, modesty held no value. She was a wise woman, having come to a realization. However, at that moment, Zhang Yi did not pounce upon her like a beast. He glanced at the medical kit on the ground and then addressed Zhou Ke. I suggest you take a shower first. Zhou Ke's face flushed deeper. She hastily gathered her clothing and fled into the bathroom. Zhang Yi retrieved some women's attire from the other realm and tossed it outside the bathroom door. Here are some clothes for you to change into. Additionally, I picked out a piece of lingerie according to your measurements. Do try it on to see if it fits. Having overseen the warehouse for so long, he had developed a keen eye and could instantly discern that Zhou Ke was a 36D. Zhou Ke let out a soft sigh in the bathroom, followed by the sound of rushing water. Zhang Yi approached her medical kit, carefully opening it to inspect its contents. He discovered that it was nearly devoid of medication, containing only a few rolls of nearly depleted gauze and 2 unopened syringes. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up the syringes and discarded them into a different space before closing the medical kit. He settled onto the sofa with a calm demeanor, patiently awaiting Zhou Ke's completion of her bath. Inside the bathroom, as Zhou Ke activated the shower and felt the warm water cascade over her head, tears of joy welled in her excited eyes. It is only upon losing something that one truly comprehends the essence of happiness. In her previous daily life, she had failed to recognize the significance of the simplest comforts. Yet, in the face of impending doom, she came to appreciate the value of those once taken for granted possessions. Having evolved over thousands of years, human civilization has bestowed upon them conveniences that have rendered them increasingly fragile. After a fortnight without bathing, Zhou Ke was particularly meticulous this time. However, halfway through her cleansing ritual, she suddenly remembered that she was in Zhang Yi's home, prompting her to hasten her bathing process. After all, water resources had become exceedingly precious. Zhang Yi, however, refrained from voicing any objections or urging her to hurry, for he had ample reserves of water. Even in the most extreme circumstances, there existed abundant ice and snow outside to draw upon. Human activity had come to a standstill, and the natural snowmelt was remarkably pure, even potable. The bathroom door swung open, and Zhang Yi cast a glance over, only to see a delicate arm, steaming with warmth, reaching out from within to retrieve the clothes he had placed outside. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ke emerged, clad in a nightgown, her damp hair cascading behind her, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Yi could not help but widen his eyes. As the chief physician in the hospital, she was usually preoccupied, with little time for makeup or hairstyling. At most, she would apply a hint of light cosmetics. However, after her bath, her ethereal appearance, reminiscent of a water lily emerging from the depths, truly stirred something within Zhang Yi. Yet, that was where his feelings ended. His vigilance remained steadfast. He trusted no one but himself. Chapter 68. Today is settled. Noticing Zhang Yi's continued wariness towards her, Zhou Ke silently mused. No wonder he could navigate the apocalypse with such ease. Please, take a seat. Zhang Yi gestured towards the nearby sofa, his gun now in hand, though he could not recall when he had drawn it. Zhou Ke obediently settled onto the sofa, 2 meters away, her hands clasped neatly on her lap, resembling a well-behaved child. Listen closely. The reason I have allowed you to stay here is that you possess a certain value to me. However, you must always remember that this is my home. Your presence here is a privilege I bestow upon you. Therefore, you are obliged to obey all of my commands. Should you fail to comply, I will have no choice but to expel you. If you entertain any improper thoughts towards me, should I discover them, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Zhou Ke listened to Zhang Yi's indifferent remarks, inwardly mocking him for his cold-heartedness. Although she understood the reasons behind his words, she couldn't help but feel that a gentler tone might have evoked a touch of gratitude within her. Little did she know, Zhang Yi had once possessed warmth, but that tenderness had ultimately been squandered. Zhang Yi gestured towards a room, explaining that their residence was structured with 3 bedrooms and a living area. Aside from the master bedroom occupied by him, there were 2 additional guest rooms. You will reside in that room, he stated. But let me make this clear. Every corner of this house is under surveillance. Therefore, you will always be within my watchful eye, devoid of any privacy. The door was fortified, its materials slightly less robust than the main entrance, yet it was not something that could be easily breached by mere human strength. If you have any objections, he pointed towards the front door, you may leave at once. Zhou Ke had no intention of departing, even if Zhang Yi's terms were harsh. This abode stood as a sanctuary in contrast to the cruel world outside. She nodded, affirming, very well, I shall comply. Her submissive demeanor greatly pleased Zhang Yi. Indeed, she was a clever woman. Communication flowed effortlessly between them. Had it been someone like Fang Yuqing or Lin Caning, they might have resorted to tears and tantrums, destined to perish in this apocalyptic era. Zhang Yi holstered his firearm and adjusted the position of another. He regarded Zhou Ke, his tone softening just a fraction. You are quite astute. This will facilitate our interactions moving forward. You ought to comprehend the hell that exists outside. Apart from relying on me, you have no other means of survival. Thus, I am about to reveal a secret to you, so listen attentively. Zhou Ku'er widened her eyes in astonishment. A secret? You are willing to tell me? She believed that for someone as cautious as Zhang Yi, any secret he might divulge would undoubtedly be of great significance. Zhang Yi replied, the purpose of sharing this secret is to ensure your loyalty to me. However, if you were to disclose it, I would not be overly concerned. After all, in this world, everyone struggles to protect themselves, and I am not afraid of anyone posing a threat to me. He shrugged. Those who previously sought to harm me have already been eliminated, as you have witnessed. Zhou Ku'er nodded, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yi. Eager to hear what secret he was about to share, Zhang Yi, with a leisurely demeanor, continued, the cause of this snow disaster, I believe you have seen online, is due to the explosion of a supernova, which has resulted in a gamma-ray burst. Such rays can have a certain impact on the human body and may potentially lead to mutations. Ignoring Zhou Ku'er's astonished expression, Zhang Yi continued. The reason I have been able to live so freely to this day is that my space contains a vast array of resources. Otherwise, as you can see, my apartment alone cannot store much. Therefore, my survival allows you to partake in those resources alongside me. Only then can there be food to consume and warm water for bathing. If I were to perish, this house would soon become indistinguishable from any other. You would still face starvation. Zhang Yi did not place complete trust in Zhou Ku'er. Even though he was aware of her benevolent nature, he held faith only in self-interest, not in humanity. For human nature can be easily distorted, often with little effort. It was only by conveying to Zhou Ku'er that his survival ensured hers that she would fully become part of his shared interests. To establish her trust, Zhang Yi promptly produced a long sandwich from an alternate dimension and tossed it to Zhou Ku'er. Witnessing Zhang Yi's seemingly magical act of conjuring food from thin air, a flicker of trust finally appeared in Zhou Ku'er's astonished gaze. Superpowers? Could such a phenomenon truly exist? Gazing at the sandwich in her hands, she swallowed hard, hesitant to take a bite, instead awaiting Zhang Yi's command. Such a sizable sandwich, if placed outside, would be sufficient to sustain 2 families. Not to mention, she had gone 2 days without food. Zhang Yi spoke softly, eat, it is for you. Zhou Ku'er could no longer contain herself and took a hearty bite. Observing her eat so eagerly, Zhang Yi, fearing she might choke, poured her a glass of water. Zhou Ku'er devoured the sandwich with fervor. A fast food item she had once scorned now brought her to tears of gratitude. Oh my, how could a mere sandwich taste so exquisite? Zhang Yi softly articulated the rules of residing here, expressing his lack of trust in her, thus urging her to be more prudent. Maintain cleanliness and prepare meals without my prompting. The drainage has long since frozen. You will need to use a specially designed plastic bag when using the restroom and dispose of it through the hidden door in the window. Henceforth, this task will also fall upon you. In other words, you shall be my maid, exchanging labor for a comfortable living environment and sustenance. Do you understand? In Zhang Yi's household, there was no room for idleness. Zhou Ku'er devoured her food ravenously, nodding repeatedly. I understand, master, she shyly addressed him. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, finding her rather adept at navigating the situation. No wonder she had achieved the position of chief physician at such a young age. Observing her satiation, a smile crept upon his lips as he rested his chin on his hand, his gaze lingering on her alabaster neck. Do you know why? Among so many people in this building, I chose you, despite our not being the closest. Zhou Ku'er bit her lip, responding, because I am a doctor. You lack for nothing, yet cannot guarantee you will not fall ill or sustain injuries. Zhang Yi acknowledged with a slight nod. That is one reason. Although I am in good health, it is always prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. He retrieved an unfinished bottle of red wine from beneath the coffee table and, as if performing magic, produced 2 elegant wine glasses. He poured the wine and slid one glass toward Zhou Ku'er. Now, do you know what the second reason is? Zhou Ku'er took the red wine, hesitating for a moment before taking a sip, and a glimmer of understanding appeared in her eyes. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, for I am a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. This woman possesses a profound self-awareness. Zhou Ku'er set down the goblet in her hand and rose to her feet. Before Zhang Yi, she unfastened her bathrobe. Zhang Yi, shedding any pretense of virtue, sought an outlet for the pent-up desires that had accumulated over the past fortnight. Thus, he surrendered to his impulses. Chapter 69. A restful slumber this night was destined to be exceedingly lengthy. By the time it concluded, dawn had already arrived. Zhou Ku'er lay languidly on the bed, utterly devoid of strength to move. Zhang Yi gently covered her with a blanket, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. He secured the door from the outside, Pocketing the loan key. Business is business. Fundamental principles must be upheld. Although Zhang Yi recognized Zhou Kuer as a kind-hearted individual, permitting her entry and allowing her to survive was already a tremendous act of mercy. In the foreseeable future, he could not afford to lower his guard. After a lengthy slumber, Zhang Yi awoke refreshed, his eyes sparkling with an unusual brightness. Indeed, the teachings of Taoism have not deceived me. The harmony of yin and yang is profoundly beneficial to one's health. Such advantageous exercises should be practiced regularly. Upon reviewing the surveillance, Zhang Yi noted that Zhou Kuer remained deeply asleep upon the bed. He had indeed been rather demanding yesterday, leaving her somewhat chastened. Dressed and ready, Zhang Yi made his way to the living room. As he passed the sofa, he noticed a pool of blood, which evoked memories of her pained expression from the previous night, leaving him slightly astonished. A 26-year-old female doctor, and yet still a novice? From another realm. Zhang Yi retrieved some sustenance and placed it upon the coffee table. He then approached Zhou Kuer's door, unlocking it. He rapped gently on the door. Come out and have something to eat. It is rather amusing, for despite Zhang Yi having a clear view of everything within the room, he still knocked on the door out of courtesy. After all, if the two are to coexist for an extended period, a fundamental respect must be maintained. Zhou Kuer's voice floated softly from within, tinged with a hint of fatigue. All right, I will be there shortly. Zhang Yi approached the dining table, picked up a beef and cheeseburger, and munched on it as he made his way to the window. After a night had passed, the large ice mass next door appeared even larger, blanketed in fresh snow, and within it, the distorted forms of 10 corpses could be faintly discerned. Zhou Kuer emerged from her room, and upon seeing Zhang Yi, her complexion subtly flushed. As a distinguished medical doctor, graduated from a prestigious university, she had always held herself in high esteem, maintaining a certain aloofness towards men. Thus, she had remained chaste until now. For individuals of high society place great importance on such matters. Yet, unexpectedly, she had not bestowed her most precious possession upon her husband, nor even her lover, but rather, in this apocalyptic world, she had exchanged it for survival with a man she scarcely knew. However, gazing upon Zhang Yi's tall figure and his cold yet rationally handsome face brought her a peculiar sense of solace. Women often harbor a unique sentiment for their first man. Zhang Yi held a fondness for Zhou Kuer, drawn by her beauty. After all, what man could resist a stunning woman with an exquisite physique? However, when it comes to love, it is certainly not something to be discussed at present. Perhaps, in the future, when he has completely entrusted her with his feelings, he may gradually invest his emotions. After all, living alone in a post-apocalyptic world is exhausting. One inevitably craves emotional connections as a form of solace. Zhang Yi gestured towards the table where food was laid out for Zhou Kuer. Upon glancing over, she discovered a steaming array of hamburgers, fried chicken, and French fries, delicacies that Zhang Yi had ordered in abundance from fast food establishments such as KFC and McDonald's before the world changed. Thanks to the preservation capabilities of the alternate dimension, these items remained warm and inviting. Zhou Kuer swallowed hard, unable to resist the temptation, and walked over to seize a hamburger, devouring it eagerly. Once disdainful of such fast food, she now found it delicious enough to bring tears to her eyes. In less than 10 minutes, she had polished off the entire spread. Reclining in her chair, she let out a satisfied belch. Noticing Zhang Yi's amused expression, she shyly covered her mouth, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Zhang Yi, however, was unperturbed. He inquired, "Are you finished eating?" Zhou Kuer tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, "Not quite. But I shouldn't consume too much at once, or it might lead to gastroenteritis." "Then that means you're done? Come over and help out," Zhang Yi instructed, gesturing towards the outside. Obediently, Zhou Kuer made her way over. Zhang Yi retrieved 2 sets of winter clothing from the alternate dimension, causing Zhou Kuer's eyes to widen in astonishment. Although it was not her first encounter with such wonders, it still felt remarkably enchanting. Her resolve to follow Zhang Yi grew ever stronger. In a world ravaged by calamity, the number of survivors was alarmingly scarce. Only by following powerful individuals can one enhance their chances of survival. Zhang Yi tossed a set of cold-resistant clothing to Zhou Kuer, urging her to wear it while donning a suit himself. "What are we going to do?" Zhou Kuer inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhang Yi pointed to a large block of ice on the adjacent balcony. "Go smash that block of ice." Zhou Kuer shuddered at the thought. The bodies of those individuals had already merged with the ice. Should the ice be shattered, their remains would be dismembered as well. They must already be dead. Why take such action? She protested. Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps it's simply because I have a profound disdain for them. Seeing the astonishment in Zhou Kuer's eyes, he continued with a smile, "In this building, nearly everyone wishes to eliminate me and seize my room and supplies. I must do something to make them aware that I am not to be trifled with." He smirked, recalling how they viewed him as merely a timid turtle, content to remain indoors. Of course, their opinions of me do not concern me overly much. However, after a while, it becomes somewhat irksome. It would be beneficial for them to learn a lesson. There was another reason Zhang Yi withheld from sharing, for he was not inclined to divulge everything to Zhou Ku'er. Zhang Yi was a man who believed in settling scores. Chen Jinghao had made several attempts on his life, igniting a fierce anger within him. To merely allow them to freeze to death seemed too lenient of fate. Zhou Ku'er seemed to grasp the underlying tension, pointing to herself in disbelief. You can't possibly expect me to do it again, can you? She was utterly speechless. It seemed that from beginning to end, it was solely her efforts that had led to the downfall of Chen Jinghao and the others. Now that they were all dead, how could Zhang Yi still be so cowardly? Zhang Yi replied earnestly, "This is called being prudent." Nonsense. If I were to go over there and you shut the window on me, what would I do? Although Zhang Yi had his supplies stored away and wasn't worried about starvation, having grown accustomed to a comfortable life, who would wish to seek out hardship? Zhou Ku'er rolled her eyes, feeling both amused and exasperated, secretly lamenting how such a cautious person could exist. She was no fool. Why would she engage in actions that harmed others without benefit to herself? Ignoring her complaints, Zhang Yi made a gesture inviting her to proceed and handed her a baseball bat. Zhou Ku'er noticed that when Zhang Yi passed her the bat, he was clearly in a defensive posture. Infuriated by his excessive caution, she couldn't help but express her discontent verbally, yet her body obediently accepted the bat, and she climbed over the railing to the adjacent balcony. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi took out his phone and began recording. Chapter 70. Intimidation. Zhou Ku'er raised the baseball bat in her hand, gazing at the massive ice mound formed by the 10 corpses before her. Gritting her teeth, she decisively brought the bat down with force. Having studied medicine, her aversion to corpses was not particularly intense. With a crack, the ice mound shattered. The recoil from the impact stung her hand, and she exclaimed, dropping the bat. Frowning slightly, she rubbed her palm, thinking how solid it was. Indeed, this was quite effective. With unwavering determination, she spoke. Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment, realizing that he had perhaps underestimated the woman before him. Zhou Ku'er raised the hammer and struck down with great force. The layer of ice covering the body was not overly thick, and it shattered almost immediately. Accompanying the sound was the gruesome sight of the corpse breaking apart. Zhang Yi recorded the entire ordeal on his phone. After Zhou Ku'er delivered the first blow, her confidence grew, and the fear she once felt dissipated. As a series of cracking noises echoed, the ice fragmented into countless pieces, and the body encased within was similarly reduced to fragments. The more delicate arms and limbs broke cleanly in two, while the main trunk retained some resilience, merely crushed in parts, exposing a mixture of blood and flesh that resembled a mass of red and white Play-Doh, entirely frozen. What purpose does recording this serve? Zhou Ku'er inquired curiously as she began to remove her clothing. Zhang Yi smirked slightly, a mischievous grin on his face as he sent the footage to the homeowners group. Zhou Ku'er suddenly understood. You intend to establish dominance in the homeowners group, compelling them to refrain from bothering you in the future? Zhang Yi replied with a faint smile. Not only that, I aim to usurp Chen Jinghao's position in their minds. The neighbors feared Chen Jinghao far more than he feared them, for he wielded a firearm and would not hesitate to storm their doors, seizing their provisions. Yet, despite the multitude of lives Zhang Yi had extinguished, he was still perceived as a lecherous figure, lurking at home and resorting to ambushes. Zhang Yi sought to seize the initiative, preparing for the day he might venture outside. Zhou Ku'er nodded in agreement, supporting Zhang Yi's approach. Clad in their undergarments, they sat upon the sofa, with Zhou Ku'er gently leaning against Zhang Yi, her long, shapely legs resting beside him, her head nestled against his as they observed the reactions within the homeowners group. Their demeanor resembled that of a couple in the throes of romance. Zhou Ku'er's affection for Zhang Yi stemmed from a sense of dependence, a manifestation of the inherent allure women often feel towards the strong. However, for Zhang Yi, her current role was more akin to that of a tool. Matters of emotion could be addressed later. Should feelings develop, he would not object. Yet he anticipated they would remain minimal. It appeared that the heavy snowfall had adversely affected the surrounding communication towers. Nevertheless, as a nation renowned for its infrastructural prowess, Huahua maintained a top-tier standard in telecommunications. The neighbors, upon discovering the video, were intrigued and clicked to view it. When they witnessed the gruesome demise of Chen Jinghao and his cohorts, countless individuals erupted into laughter, tears mingling with their mirth. Chen Jinghao, the demon, had finally met his end. Xiaozie, you can now rest in peace. At last, he is dead. We can venture outside. How utterly despicable. May they meet their demise. Ha ha ha. Oh, how the neighbors harbor a profound loathing for Chen Jinghao. Had it not been for his instigation of this bloody turmoil, Many within this building would still be alive, their loved ones, friends, and partners brutally slain by Chen Jinghao and his associates, some even devoured. Such animosity is beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Zhang Yi shared a message in the group. Chen Jinghao is dead, and I, Zhang Yi, am responsible. Beside him, Zhou Kuo cast a lingering, resentful glance his way, thinking to herself, wasn't that my doing? Zhang Yi continued, from this moment forth. This building shall be under my dominion. Only then did the neighbors recall that it was Zhang Yi who had released the video, which also featured Zhou Kuo. Zhang Yi, did you kill Chen Jinghao? You are truly remarkable. Thank you for ridding us of that wretched demon. Zhang Yi, do you have any food at your place? I am on the brink of starvation, my son is dead, and my daughter has perished as well. Yet, I wish to survive. Zhang Yi, surely you must have some provisions? Please share a little with me. I would do anything you ask. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, the neighbors immediately began to plead fervently. To them, the name Zhang Yi was synonymous with abundant resources, a beacon of sustenance. Zhang Yi, somewhat speechless, noted their demeanor, which seemed to indicate a lack of fear towards him. He turned to Zhou Kuo and remarked, I have slain Chen Jinghao. Yet why do they not fear me? Zhou Kuo stated without hesitation, because compared to that lunatic Chen Jinghao, you are a good person. Zhang Yi, bemused, pointed at himself, a good person? Please don't flatter me. Zhou Kuo, however, replied earnestly, in my eyes, you are indeed a good person, because you have never taken the initiative to kill anyone. As for Chen Jinghao, he deserves his fate. Zhang Yi smiled silently. He did not consider himself a good person, but at the very least, he believed he was not yet a bad one. This was only because he had not been pushed to the brink of despair, allowing him to retain the fundamental moral compass of humanity. Zhang Yi, has Zhou Kuo moved into your home? Why is it that only she gets to stay while I am left out? Why can't I come in? She realized the glaring oversight. The Zhou Kuo in the video was aiding Zhang Yi, suggesting that they might indeed be together. Many were envious, their eyes turning green with desire. They dreamed of entering Zhang Yi's home, rumored to have a fireplace and to be a greenhouse with temperatures ranging from 20 to 30 degrees. It was said to be a haven, filled to the brim with supplies, enough to last a decade. In the past, they had attempted direct assaults, but ultimately failed. However, Zhou Kuo's situation sparked a flicker of hope within them. Zhang Yi, I can do what Zhou Kuo can do. Moreover, my skills are undoubtedly superior to hers. Please, allow me to enter your home. Zhang Yi, I must confess I have not mentioned that I work part-time at a bar. Don't you need a woman of exceptional talent? Zhang Yi, although I am a man, I would do anything for you. Zhang Yi found the situation utterly shocking, while Zhou Kuo stood in stunned silence, a flicker of anxiety creeping into her heart. In truth, whether as a doctor or a woman, she was not irreplaceable. At the very least, her skills in that particular area were rather lacking. What if, in the future, Zhang Yi encountered someone superior and neglected her? Zhou Kuo bit her lip, resolutely deciding to diligently improve her abilities in that regard. The neighbors looked upon Zhou Kuo with a mix of envy and jealousy, clamoring for Zhang Yi to include them in his activities. Particularly, Fang Yuqing was nearly driven to madness upon hearing the news. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, are you with Zhou Kuo now? Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Yet, Fang Yuqing grew frantic. At that moment, she was huddled in a foul-smelling room, disheveled and resembling a madwoman. Sun Jichao and Zhou Peng, along with Gu Jiaoyang, had been dead for several days. They had been deprived of sustenance, clinging to life merely by the presence of a few corpses. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope and brilliance still resided within Fang Yuqing. She firmly believed that one day she would find herself in Zhang Yi's home, relishing a life of comfort and joy. With trembling, cracked hands, she typed, Brother Zhang Yi, now that Chen Jinghao is dead, can Qing'er come to stay with you? Did you not say that we would build a wonderful life together? Did you not promise to ensure that Qing'er would live a life of warmth and happiness? You promised me. You must have me. You are not permitted to be with any other women. You are mine, and everything about you belongs to me. Zhang Yi was taken aback to discover that Fang Yuqing was still alive. He let out a cold laugh and retorted, You're still alive? Fang Yuqing's eyes sparkled with realization. So, Zhang Yi believed I was dead, which is why he allowed that wretched Zhou Kuo to reside in their home. Indeed, it must be so. Now that he knows I am alive, he will surely cast her aside. Her lips trembled with excitement as she spoke to Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, Qing'er is doing well. My body is functioning normally now. Please feel free to enjoy Qing. Choose me over Zhou Kuo, for I am the one who truly loves you. Drive her out of my home. At that moment, the disheveled Wang Min and Lin Kai Ning noticed Fang Yuqing's unusual demeanor. Upon seeing the gleam in Fang Yuqing's eyes, they immediately understood she was conversing with Zhang Yi. They rushed over, their expressions twisted with malice, and exclaimed, Fang Yuqing, do not think you can abandon us to live a good life on your own. The three of them fought over a single phone, desperately sending messages to Zhang Yi. Lin Kai-ning declared, "Zhang Yi, I am no less than Fang Yuqing. I can do everything she can do. Moreover, my endurance is remarkable. I can handle even the more unconventional aspects she cannot." Wang Min added, "Zhang Yi, while I may be a bit older, I possess great skill in attending to others. Young girls simply do not comprehend what it means to have expertise. Please give me a chance." Zhang Yichuan found himself in the midst of a theatrical performance, amused by the flurry of messages and the cacophony of disputes among them. Meanwhile, Zhou Kuer felt an intensified sense of urgency, tightly clasping Zhang Yi's arm, her ample figure pressing against him in various forms. Chapter 71. Do not contact me. I fear she may misunderstand. Zhou Kuer's proactive closeness stirred a ripple of emotions within Zhang Yi. Although he was not a man easily swayed by women, he was undeniably a normal man, and a normal man harbors an appreciation for beauty. Zhou Kuer's exquisite physique and striking visage held a potent allure for him, and he relished the intimacy of her advances. A mischievous thought flickered in Zhang Yi's mind as he placed his hand on Zhou Kuer's back, deftly unfastening her button. With a playful bounce, the restrained bear-like figure burst forth, and he affectionately enveloped her in his embrace, capturing a provocative photograph with the front camera. Subsequently, he sent the image to Fang Yuqing, declaring, "Qinger, you are a good person. Alas, you arrived too late. I have found someone better. You will wish us well." "One to you?" Fang Yuqing was still fervently vying for her phone. Ding dong. Upon hearing the news, the three individuals hurriedly turned their gaze. Each message from Zhang Yi represented a glimmer of hope for their survival. However, what they encountered was a sight that struck them with despair. Zhou Kuer, bare-skinned, was tightly embraced by Zhang Yi. Her alabaster skin and voluptuous form elicited a profound sense of inadequacy within them. Fang Yuqing, with her modest bust, relied on layers of padding to create an illusion of abundance. In stark contrast to Zhou Kuer, a paragon of natural beauty, jealousy ignited within her like a raging inferno. "Brother Zhang Yi, no, you cannot treat me this way. Qinger loves you. She loves you above all," she cried. "She must be a fraud, a mere pretender. Grant me a chance, test my worth." Zhang Yi replied, "I have already experienced her touch, and it is most delightful. Therefore, let us cease our correspondence. I fear she may misconstrue our relationship." Zhang Yi was acutely aware that his words would send Fang Yuqing into a frenzy, for he understood that he was her last beacon of hope in this apocalyptic world. To extinguish a person's hopes so completely was a twisted delight, especially in such a manner. Fang Yuqing had always perceived herself as a goddess, one deserving of adoration from men. Yet today, another woman had usurped what she believed was hers. The painful truth was that this woman was indeed her superior in both grace and beauty. This agony and despair were compounded. She lamented her fate, wishing to chastise herself for her past blindness in not marrying such a remarkable man as Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi had anticipated, Fang Yuqing was on the verge of madness, emitting a frenzied scream from her throat. "I can't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Zhang Yi, you were my devoted admirer for 2 years. Why, now that I am so proactive, have you ceased your affection? The wretched woman. Why did you seize what was mine? You truly deserve to be cursed." "Yes, Zhou Kuer, it is all because of that vile woman." Lin Kai-ning and Wang Min, upon seeing Zhang Yi's message, pointed at Fang Yuqing and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you foolish woman, this is merely your comeuppance. You fully deserve this fate." Lin Kai-ning, once her closest confidant, spat with clenched teeth, her eyes brimming with disdain. With reddened eyes, Fang Yuqing attempted to send another message to Zhang Yi, only to discover that she had been blocked. This signified that Zhang Yi had entirely chosen to disregard her. Soon enough, she would perish in this apocalyptic world, and Zhang Yi's torment and humiliation of her would bring him satisfaction. Zhang Yi set down his phone, a blissful smile adorning his face. The more anguish this wretched woman endured, the greater his joy. Zhou Kuer nestled closely against him, looking up at him with curiosity. Zhang Yi turned his head, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he grasped her hand tightly. "Do you think I am cruel?" Zhou Kuer's breath quickened, her face flushing. You must have your reasons for acting this way." Zhang Yi's gaze deepened as he recalled how he had been treated by Fang Yuqing in his previous life. He had devoted everything to her, only to be betrayed in the end. She had deceived him into opening his door, resulting in him being devoured by his neighbors. The excruciating pain he experienced is beyond human comprehension. After all, one must witness the act of others methodically severing one's limbs with dull blades. It is a truth that one must understand without further elaboration. Zhang Yi was reluctant to provide extensive explanations, as he found them futile. However, between a man and a woman, there are times when communication transcends mere words. Sophisticated individuals often prefer to engage in primitive forms of interaction. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Ke eliminated Qin Zhenghao, their surroundings became considerably quieter. At least, there were no longer daily disturbances from neighbors or spies sent to watch them. Qin Zhenghao himself was oblivious to the fact that the primary reason for his demise was simply his incessant annoyance. The atmosphere in the 25th district had relaxed somewhat. No longer as oppressive as before. Zhang Yi understood that this was merely a facade. As the apocalypse progressed, human nature became increasingly distorted. Even with Qin Zhenghao gone, those who had already tasted blood might still resort to murder. Yet, as always, one must ponder, what relevance does it hold for him? On that morning, after Zhang Yi rose from his slumber, he approached the door of Zhou Ke and assisted her in opening it. Zhou Ke, her cheeks flushed, hurried to the restroom before returning to prepare breakfast for Zhang Yi. Her culinary skills were rather modest, yet they surpassed Zhang Yi's own. Occasionally, when he craved freshly prepared dishes, he would request her to whip up a few meals. Naturally, prior to indulging in the feast, Zhang Yi would have Zhou Ke sample the food, ensuring its quality before he himself partook. During their mealtime, Zhang Yi would peruse WeChat and some ongoing news updates. Presently, a scant number of applications remained operational, primarily sustained by official intervention. In the bitterly frigid temperatures, the majority of individuals found it nearly impossible to survive. However, the higher-ups invariably possessed contingency plans to weather such calamities, ensuring the survival of certain so-called significant figures. Suddenly, Zhang Yi spotted a familiar face within the WeChat group, a face that had previously caused quite the stir, that of Aunt Lin. The snow disaster will soon pass, she proclaimed. My brother is a key figure in Jiangnan province. He informed me over the phone. You all must heed my words, or I shall see to it that you are all dragged out and executed. Did you hear me? Bring me food at once. Yet, her frantic declarations were met with utter silence from the group. She had lost her sanity. Nonetheless, her survival thus far was nothing short of miraculous. After all, it was Qin Zhenghao who had initially targeted her. Zhang Yi remarked nonchalantly. Seated across from him, Zhou Ke subtly betrayed a hint of sorrow upon hearing his words. When I went to treat Lin Xiaohu, I felt pity for them and offered them a little food. Chapter 72. Uncle Judas borrows medicine. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yi cast a glance in her direction. Zhou Ke, fearing that Zhang Yi might disdain her for her saintly demeanor, hastily clarified. At that time, the snow disaster had only just begun, and I thought it would pass swiftly. Zhang Yi, with a dismissive smile, placed his phone upon the table and interlocked his fingers. That is not the crux of the matter. The provisions you provided must have been consumed long ago. What has sustained you until now? With a piece of rib still in her mouth, Zhou Ke, upon hearing Zhang Yi's inquiry, silently returned the rib to her bowl. Lin Xiaohu passed away nearly 10 days ago due to the lack of medicine. Zhang Yi nodded, acknowledging the reasonableness of her statement. Suddenly, he chuckled. In the past, Lin Xuanxia always referred to Lin Xiaohu as her precious darling, wishing to keep him close. It seems she truly upheld her words. Zhou Ke, unable to contain herself, covered her mouth and playfully reproached Zhang Yi. I'm still eating. Ha. Zhang Yi, having witnessed the success of his prank, could not help but chuckle. He suddenly felt that sharing his life with a woman made it infinitely more interesting. At least there was someone to converse with, alleviating the tedium. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside. The two turned their gazes toward the window, where they beheld a naked man standing on the balcony of Building 18, approximately 40 meters away from their residence at Building 25. He raised his arms, shouting into the wind. Moments later, under their watchful eyes, he plunged downward like a diver. Zhou Ke furrowed her brow slightly and sighed. When will this snow disaster ever come to an end? In this apocalyptic era, many had chosen to end their lives due to the bleakness of a future devoid of hope. Zhang Yi shook his head, pondering, who can truly say? The fluctuations of nature are beyond the grasp of our current technological capabilities. As long as we can continue to survive, that is what truly matters. As the two conversed, Zhang Yi's phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was a call from Uncle Yu, the doorman. Drawing from his past experiences, Zhang Yi had come to trust only two individuals in this life, Uncle Yu and Zhou Ke. Both had made sacrifices for others, adhering unwaveringly to the moral principles of humanity until their last breaths. Thus, he permitted Zhou Ke to enter his home and serve him. Uncle Yu, on the other hand, was the second most resourceful person in the entire building, next to Zhang Yi himself. Even now, his supplies remained relatively abundant. Zhang Yi, a single man in his 40s with no children, answered the phone. Hello, Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi, are you doing okay? Uncle Yu stuttered, accompanied by an awkward chuckle. Having known him for many years, Zhang Yi recognized that such a demeanor usually indicated that Uncle Yu sought a favor, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Weighing the situation in his mind, Zhang Yi considered that if Uncle Yu needed supplies, he could certainly spare a little. After all, this doorman had served 5 years in the military and was quite capable. In the future, should any trouble arise, Zhang Yi could rely on him for assistance. Thus, he was more than willing to offer a few small favors. I'm doing well, Uncle Yu. It's just that I've had an extra mouth to feed at home, and our supplies are depleting rather quickly. He cast a glance at Zhou Ke, who, with a slight blush, continued to focus on her meal. Oh, that indeed poses a challenge. With the arrival of more people at home, the quantity of food increased, indeed. Uncle Yu's voice gradually diminished, seemingly hesitant to speak. However, after a moment of hesitation, he finally said, Zhang Yi, I wish to ask you something. Uncle Yu, there is no need for formality. Please, go ahead. As long as it is within my capacity to assist, I shall do my utmost, Zhang Yi replied. She was flushed with embarrassment, and both her mother and Zhang Yi were nearly frantic. Do you have any medicine left? Uncle Yu's voice trembled with a sense of urgency and plea. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a shocking revelation. To his surprise, Xieli Mei had found Uncle Yu as her partner. Her discerning eye was commendable, managing to select a prime candidate among the multitude of bachelors in the building, second only to Zhang Yi himself. However, recalling Xieli Mei's circumstances in his past life, Zhang Yi quickly came to terms with it. While she appeared pitiful, she ultimately outlived Zhang Yi, clearly not as innocent as she seemed. At just under 30, Xieli Mei possessed a modest beauty, scoring a 6 out of 10, yet her figure had become voluptuous after childbirth. Uncle Yu, having lived a lifetime as a bachelor, found it impossible to resist the allure of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi had no intention of meddling in others' private affairs. If Xieli Mei managed to entice a man to support her and raise her child, that was her own skill. Zhang Yi remarked, so that is the case, Uncle Yu. Congratulations. Uncle Yu, somewhat embarrassed, replied, what is there to congratulate? It's merely a matter of cohabitation. You are well aware of my situation. Were it not for the current snow disaster, I would have been unable to find a bride at all. Zhang Yi remarked, I still have a few boxes of medicine here. You can come by later to collect them. His tone was nonchalant. Yet the phrase a few boxes subtly revealed a crucial piece of information. He, too, possessed a limited supply of fever-reducing medication. Despite the frigid weather and scarcity of resources, he selflessly offered assistance to Uncle Yu. Reflect on this. Zhang Yi's loyalty and kindness towards you are profound. How could you possibly refrain from going to great lengths for him in the future? Indeed, Uncle Yu was so moved that he struggled to find his words. Zhang Yi, how can I ever repay you? You have come to my aid on 2 significant occasions. I, Yu Jiguang, vow here and now, should you ever need my assistance. If I were to utter a single refusal, I would not be deserving of being called a man. Uncle Yu's fervent declaration was met with a chuckle from Zhang Yi. Uncle Yu, your words sound quite formal. We have been acquaintances for many years, and in my eyes, you are akin to my own uncle. Spare me the pleasantries. Come and take the medicine. Across the table, Zhou Ke pouted playfully at Zhang Yi, making a silly face. It was then that she realized. Beneath Zhang Yi's composed and cautious exterior lay a rather mischievous side. He withdrew his foot from his slipper and playfully brushed against her long, slender leg, causing her to weaken at the knees, nearly collapsing onto the table. Just as she thought Zhang Yi was about to escalate the interaction, he calmly stood up and departed from the dining table, leaving Zhou Ke in a fit of frustration. Arsonist, she exclaimed, slapping the table in exasperation. She whispered angrily, her complexion reddening to the point of appearing as if it might bleed. Chapter 73, The Cunning Mother. After a while, Zhang Yi heard a knocking sound from outside. Following that was Uncle Yu's voice. Zhang Yi, it's Yu Jiguang. Are you home? Habitually, he glanced at the surveillance monitor. However, he quickly furrowed his brow, for standing at the door was not only Uncle Yu, but also a woman cradling a child. Though she was bundled in a thick down jacket, Zhang Yi recognized her as the mother, Xieli Mei. What could she possibly want? Zhang Yi held a favorable impression of Uncle Yu. Yet he had no acquaintance with Xieli Mei. Moreover, his past experiences led him to believe that this woman was not to be underestimated. Rising from his chair, Zhang Yi approached the door. Zhou Ke merely glanced over but made no move. After all, Zhang Yi was the master of the house. Reaching the door, he did not open it, but inquired, is it Uncle Yu? Feigning ignorance. Yes, it's me, Uncle Yu replied. At that moment, Xieli Mei interjected, Zhang Yi, our Tang Bao has a persistent high fever. Please help her. Her voice quivered with desperation. Zhang Yi retrieved a box of acetaminophen suspension and a box of little sunflower cold medicine he had prepared earlier, tossing them through the opening. Quickly take the medicine to the child. Illness is no trivial matter at such times. Uncle Yu hurriedly picked up the medications from the ground, his eyes brimming with excitement. Thank you, Zhang Yi. I'm extremely grateful. Xie Mei took the medicine over, and Uncle Yu had initially intended to take her away. Yet, a peculiar glimmer flickered in her eyes. I know you have a heater at home, which makes it relatively warm. However, our house is quite cold. The baby is currently ill, and I worry she might catch a chill. Could you assist us with this favor? Uncle Yu was momentarily taken aback. Xie Mei had not mentioned this matter to him upon their arrival. He felt somewhat awkward, as he had not communicated with Zhang Yi prior to coming here. Now, with Xie Hua suddenly bringing it up, he found himself caught in an uncomfortable position. However, upon seeing Xie Mei's sorrowful gaze, he was at a loss for words. In the room, Zhang Yi, upon hearing Xie Hua's words, slightly curved his lips into a smirk. Taking advantage of the situation? Is it Sister Xie? I sincerely apologize. But during such extraordinary times, I cannot permit anyone to enter. Moreover, our coal supply is nearly depleted. To be frank, the temperature indoors is not significantly warmer than outside. Zhang Yi was not swayed by her words. Xie Mei's pleas were beautifully articulated, all for the sake of the child. Yet neither he nor Zhou Kuer possessed any experience in childcare. Even if they did, he was disinclined to engage in such trivial matters. Thus, if he allowed the child to enter, Xie Mei might exploit this opportunity under the pretense of caring for the baby. Inviting a deity in is far easier than sending them away. Should she harbor any ill intentions, Zhang Yi would find himself on constant alert. He had no desire to exert such effort. Xie Mei wiped her tears and lamented, "What do you know, being a man? The baby is so small and exceedingly fragile." She spoke to Zhang Yi inside the door, saying, "Zhang Yi, I realize this request may be somewhat inappropriate. However, I am truly at my wit's end. My sister knows of your kind heart, which is why I have the audacity to make this request. Now that we have reached this point, I have also involved Uncle Yu. Generally speaking, if one is not particularly hardened, they would likely relent. When making a significant request, it is often wise to first propose a smaller one. Once the other party agrees to the minor request, it becomes difficult for them to refuse the subsequent larger one. This illustrates that this woman is not to be underestimated." Xie Hua deliberately refrained from discussing matters with Uncle Yu in advance, instead waiting until Zhang Yi had delivered the medicine before suggesting that the baby stay at his home. However, she underestimated the firmness of Zhang Yi's resolve. Leaning against the door with his arms crossed, he replied, "Sister Xie, if this request had been made before the apocalypse, I would have certainly agreed. But now, as you are aware, everyone in this building is vying for my home and my life. I am genuinely frightened and cannot allow strangers to enter. I trust you can understand my position, right? Uncle Yu, you must comprehend this as well." Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly, feeling quite awkward caught in the middle. Yet his gratitude towards Zhang Yi made him reluctant to further burden him. Indeed, Zhang Yi has already been exceedingly generous to us. Otherwise, who would be willing to provide us with medicine? Do you understand how difficult it is to obtain medicine these days? Xie Mei bit her lip, refraining from contradicting Uncle Yu, her eyes glistening with tears, presenting a pitiful appearance. However, had he not allowed Zhou Kuer to reside in their home? Zhang Yi sneered disdainfully and remarked, "Zhou Kuer is my girlfriend. Is there a problem with that?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuer, though aware that Zhang Yi was merely placating the other party, couldn't help but let a faint smile curve her lips. Women often place greater value on a man's sweet words than on the truth itself. Even when cognizant of their falsehood, they tend to engage in self-deception, believing in their authenticity. Xie Mei furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating her response, yet Uncle Yu was not as thick-skinned. He grasped Xie Mei's hand, his expression turning serious as he said, "Let us go. We shouldn't trouble them any further. Zhang Yi has been quite accommodating to us, so let's not overstep." Noticing that Uncle Yu was genuinely upset, Xie Mei quickly assumed a look of grievance. "I know, I don't wish to act this way either. It's all for the sake of the child." Uncle Yu addressed the room. "I apologize, Zhang Yi. Please don't hold this against her. We truly appreciate your help in this matter." Zhang Yi replied, "It's nothing. Such sentiments are understandable. Let us support each other." Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi observed Uncle Yu escorting Xie Mei and the child downstairs. Zhou Kuer nonchalantly stated, "Aren't there plenty of people like that?" Zhang Yi shrugged, "That's true. But I have a good relationship with Uncle Yu. I'm concerned that she may interfere with our relationship in the future." Uncle Yu is the ideal worker chosen by Zhang Yi, who wishes to keep any woman from whispering unfavorable notions in his ear. Zhang Yi harbors a growing wariness towards Xie Mei, for she undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives regarding his home and possessions. Chapter 74. The night raid on Zhang Yi's house. After closing the door, he expressed his displeasure, saying, "What was that you just said? How could you ask someone to help you with the child? The outside world is so chaotic, one can hardly discern friend from foe. If he can provide the child with medicine, It proves he is a trustworthy individual. How can you take advantage of that? Xiaoli Mei sat on the bed, cradling the child while administering the medicine, gently loosening her clothing to nurse the child, ensuring the medication went down smoothly. Instead of arguing with Uncle Yu, she spoke softly. Isn't everything I do for the sake of my child? You know that my only motivation for living now is the baby. If anything were to happen to her, what meaning would my life hold? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Uncle Yu turned and caught sight of her pale, delicate form, feeling a mix of compassion and resolve. His tone softened as he replied, I understand your feelings. However, one must at least acknowledge kindness and show gratitude. Reflecting on how Zhang Yi has aided me on 2 significant occasions, I cannot help but exclaim, were it not for Zhang Yi, I would never have considered stockpiling supplies in advance, nor would I have survived to this day. I, Yu Jiguang, am determined to find a way to repay this immense favor. At that moment, a soft voice reached his ears, Xiaoli Mei's gentle tones. Honestly, I don't think you need to be so grateful to Zhang Yi. At the very least, he is wary of you, isn't he? Uncle Yu was taken aback, his excitement bubbling over as he exclaimed, What do you mean by that? With a feigned frailty. Xiaoli Mei continued, Consider this. If he truly trusted you, he would have opened the door for us when we arrived, allowing us to sit and converse. Instead, the medicine was tossed out the window, and he didn't even show his face, which only suggests he is on guard against you. Uncle Yu frowned, his displeasure palpable. Do not speak so recklessly. He means well, yet you twist his intentions. Unfazed, Xiaoli Mei replied, maintaining her soft-spoken demeanor, I am not speaking without reason. While he has indeed assisted you, his losses are minimal. Perhaps he merely offers you small favors, hoping that one day you might become his enforcer. Unless he genuinely invites us into his home, I remain unconvinced of his benevolence. Besides, his house is spacious. Our presence would hardly be a burden. Before Xiaoli Mei could elaborate further, a thunderous voice interrupted her. Enough. Uncle Yu's face flushed crimson as he glared at her, startling Xiaoli Mei. The baby in her arms began to wail. Quickly, she embraced the child, her tone softening. I apologize. It was my mistake. My previous words were meant for your benefit. It is wise to be cautious during times like these. Uncle Yu retorted coldly. Do not utter such words again. I, Yu Jiguang, can discern right from wrong. If I were to harbor doubts about my benefactor, would I still be considered a person? Uncle Yu is simple-hearted and straightforward, yet simplicity and foolishness are not synonymous. Indeed, even if Zhang Yi's assistance is driven by ulterior motives, what does it matter? In this world, genuine kindness is rarely without reason. Having lived for over 40 years and served as a security guard for more than a decade, he has witnessed the intricacies of human relationships. How could he fail to grasp this truth? Xiaoli Mei recognized that Uncle Yu was angered and understood that further provocation would be unwise, so she chose to remain silent. However, this did not signify her resignation from persuading Uncle Yu. The warm home of Zhang Yi was her heart's desire. Xiaoli Mei cast a glance at her 8-month-old baby and resolutely made up her mind. My dear child, no matter the cost, I shall ensure our survival. On that night, the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the argent earth, imbued with a touch of desolation and solitude. The heavy snow had persisted for nearly a month, sometimes falling in torrents, at other times tapering off, yet never ceasing for a single day. The snow in the Yulu community had accumulated to the 4th floor, blanketing the ground in a pristine layer of white. Out of habit, most people still succumbed to slumber during this hour. However, the entrance door of Unit 25 was entirely obstructed by several tons of snow, rendering it impenetrable. Suddenly, the snow at the entrance seemed to shift slightly, causing a few shards of ice to tumble to the ground. But soon, a large mass of ice and snow bulged outward, forcefully pushed aside. From the newly formed aperture emerged a shovel, and the opening continued to expand. A dozen individuals, clad in heavy garments and wielding shovels, steel rods, and axes, crawled out. The leader, though diminutive in stature and gaunt in form, bore a pair of keen, chilling eyes. Upon entering the corridor, he lowered his voice and commanded, Let us go. Up. A group of individuals cautiously clutched their implements and ascended the stairs in a disordered yet determined manner, their formation surprisingly coherent, with some wielding wooden boards and frying pans as makeshift shields. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they unexpectedly encountered a resident stealthily descending to gather snow. Without uttering a word, a burly man swung his shovel directly at the unsuspecting individual's head. Blood splattered against the wall, and the unfortunate soul fell, without even having the chance to scream. The burly man gazed at the lifeless body on the ground and turned to the slender figure leading the group, saying, Uncle, what shall we do? The group obediently continued their ascent up the stairs, their objective being room 2401 in building 25. At that moment, Zhang Yi was deep in slumber, while Zhou Kuer was locked away in the adjacent bedroom. The intruders stealthily reached the 24th floor, their stamina seemingly unaffected despite the height they had climbed. Clearly, they were not ordinary individuals. They possessed special skills. The group arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep, yet none rushed to break down the door. The leading figure, Uncle, gestured for everyone to halt and called out softly, "Old donkey, come here." From the back of the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing a gray woolen hat approached. A gray backpack slung over his shoulders. "Open the door," Uncle commanded, pointing at Zhang Yi's entrance. Old donkey nodded confidently, saying, "Just watch me." He positioned himself at the door, set down his backpack, and swiftly retrieved an array of tools from within. The most conspicuous among them were detonators, alongside several rectangular objects wrapped in yellow tape. After a flurry of activity, everyone hurriedly concealed themselves in the stairwell. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the entire apartment building, jolting every resident from their slumber, Zhang Yi included. The blast occurred right before his door, leaving his ears ringing painfully, as if his eardrums were under immense pressure. Chapter 75. The power of white phosphorus. Zhang Yi reacted swiftly, descending from his bed clad only in his pajamas. He promptly retrieved a pistol from an alternate dimension, disengaged the safety, and held it firmly in his grasp. He activated his mobile device to scrutinize the surveillance footage outside. The living room appeared unscathed. While in Zhoukour's room, she was enveloped in terror, tightly wrapped in her blanket, cowering in the corner. With the interior secure, Zhang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then redirected his attention to the external monitors. To his alarm, he discerned a group of shadowy figures lurking outside, armed predominantly with shovels, along with steel bars, wooden planks, and axes. Notably, one of the wooden boards seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the common red composite board typically found at construction sites. Zhang Yi distinctly recalled that there were no construction workers within their building. However, in the adjacent building number 26, a contingent of over 20 workers from a nearby site resided in a company dormitory. As the dust settled, those individuals hastily converged at the entrance to ascertain the success of their explosive efforts. Their demeanor suggested they were well prepared, with a clear objective, directly targeting Zhang Yi. His gaze hardened with icy resolve. It was evident that the abundance of resources within his home had already been disseminated to the outside world. Beyond the door, his uncle and others stood agape before the sturdy metal barrier, astonished by its intactness. "Old donkey, what have you done? This contraption couldn't even breach a door." One of the workers chastised him angrily. Old donkey, equally taken aback by the outcome, responded, "This doesn't seem right. The explosives I concocted are sound. Perhaps they have been dampened." The old mule is quite adept at demolition within the engineering team, yet he relies solely on rudimentary methods. Consequently, while the explosives may produce a thunderous sound, their potency pales in comparison to those expertly crafted by professional demolitionists. Otherwise, even if they failed to breach the Zhang family's door, they could have easily obliterated the surrounding walls. In simpler terms, the damage is minimal. Yet the capacity to instill fear is formidable. Zhang Yi, upon verifying through a mobile application that his home remained unscathed, breathed a sigh of relief. However, simultaneously, a fierce rage ignited within him. These individuals intend to bring about his demise. Then let him be the one to send them to their end first. Outside the door, a group of individuals continued to voice their grievances, with some even resorting to striking the door with their shovels. They remained oblivious to the small window that had opened above them in the iron gate. Zhang Yi ignited a Molotov cocktail and hurled it outward, where it instantly ignited into a fierce blaze. Yet, his thirst for vengeance was not quenched. He retrieved several small white bottles from his space, containing a nearly translucent liquid. These were vials of white phosphorus dissolved in sulfur dioxide, representing the most rudimentary form of a white phosphorus bomb. Dubbed the fire of hell, a white phosphorus bomb burns at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, capable of annihilating all living beings within a certain radius. Upon detonation, it produces an intense illumination and scattering of burning fragments that are nearly impossible to remove once they adhere to the skin, leaving ghastly wounds that not only possess terrifying lethality but also exert a profound psychological intimidation. The use of white phosphorus bombs is internationally prohibited. As the Molotov cocktail struck the ground, a roaring inferno ensued. However, its lethality was relatively limited. The assailants, having trudged through the snow, found their garments dampened, rendering them difficult to ignite. Nevertheless, the flames from the Molotov cocktail caused sulfur dioxide to evaporate rapidly, igniting the dissolved white phosphorus. In that instant, a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees was generated in the air. Flames erupted onto their garments, proving impossible to extinguish, transforming the exterior corridor into a conflagration. Zhang Yi's actions surpassed the expectations of the assailants, who found themselves unable to react within the fleeting moments that ensued. Many were ensnared by the white phosphorus flames, their down jackets and cotton coats serving as prime fuel for the inferno. "Help! Save me!" The anguished cries echoed as if from the depths of hell. To be burned alive is arguably humanity's most agonizing demise. Even an ordinary person, if their finger were to be singed by a mere match, would feel excruciating pain. Imagine every inch of skin consumed by fire. Zhang Yi, feeling no sense of satisfaction, brandished his handgun and unleashed a barrage of shots into the fray. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, bodies fell to the ground. Out of the initial dozen assailants, only 8 corpses remained, while 5 or 6 miraculously escaped. Zhang Yi refrained from pursuing them, adhering to the principle of prioritizing safety. Once he confirmed the demise of the attackers, he closed the firing aperture and activated the air filtration system to prevent the noxious smoke from infiltrating the room. Gazing at his weapon, he noted that he had exhausted all ammunition. He could not help but shake his head. This firearm truly proved to be unreliable. Thankfully, I had not purchased a machine gun, or else a single volley would have depleted hundreds of rounds. It seems that I must find a way to acquire some advanced weaponry. Prior to this, his sense of crisis was not particularly heightened. In this apocalyptic world, those who manage to survive are far from ordinary. The individuals he will face in the future are all formidable characters. If one day, an engineer armed with a significant amount of explosives were to arrive, he could potentially obliterate this entire building. Of course, that is merely an exaggerated notion. Such an immense quantity is not something an average person could obtain. Nevertheless, this compels Zhang Yi to prepare for the worst. "These vile creatures, I shall ensure your demise." Zhang Yi cursed vehemently. He approached Zhou Kuo's room and opened the door. Zhou Kuo was curled up in the corner, tightly burying her head between her snow-white legs. "It's all right," Zhang Yi reassured her. Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Kuo felt an overwhelming sense of security. Although this man was excessively cautious and often appeared cold, at this moment, he represented the greatest warmth in Zhou Kuo's heart. She lifted her head to gaze at Zhang Yi and retorted, "I am not scared. I merely thought there was an earthquake, and hiding in the corner would be safer." Zhang Yi chuckled in disbelief. On the 24th floor, if there were truly an earthquake, there would be nowhere safe enough to escape being crushed. Zhang Yi sat upon her bed. Before Zhou Kuo moved in, the room was rather monotonous, devoid of even a quilt. However, with her arrival, the space was infused with a sense of warmth. A pink velvet blanket lay atop the bed, accompanied by yellow sheets. On the windowsill, her freshly washed black lace lingerie and stockings hung, revealing her exquisite taste. It was evident that she was a woman of refinement. Moreover, it wasn't just her personal space. The entire house, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, was meticulously cleaned by her every day. Zhang Yi mused to herself how fortunate it was to have a considerate woman by her side. Were it not for the apocalypse, such a woman would be unattainable without a bride price of 88 million. Chapter 76. The Harmony Gang of Building 26. Zhang Yi recounted the recent events to Zhou Kuo. It was the workers from Building 26. Nearby, a newly developed community had attracted numerous laborers seeking accommodation in the vicinity. Zhou Kuo expressed her curiosity. "Our community is considered mid to high-end. Would they truly spend so much?" Zhang Yi replied. "If 10 individuals share a single room, how expensive could it really be?" Zhou Kuo acknowledged this with a nod, but soon her expression turned serious. "In that case, they are even more perilous than Chen Jinghao." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Jinghao was merely a societal thug. In peaceful times, ordinary people refrained from provoking him out of fear. However, now that everyone faced uncertainty, if he were not wielding a gun, he would have long since been dealt with. However, these laborers are different. They toil daily, possessing far greater physical strength than the average individual, and their combat prowess is notably formidable. Moreover, they are all acquaintances, and their sheer numbers make any endeavor convenient. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, lamenting, "Fortunately, I eliminated that rotund explosives expert yesterday. Otherwise, I would have found little peace when trying to sleep at night." Zhou Kuo inquired, "What shall we do next? Should we seek vengeance against them?" Zhang Yi's brows furrowed in determination. "Of course we must avenge ourselves. However, it would be unwise to venture onto their territory. Just look at them. I've already dispatched a significant portion of their ranks." Zhou Kuo retorted, "But you possess a firearm. Having a gun is not sufficient." Zhang Yi replied with conviction. "Even if I were to eliminate them all, should I sustain just one injury, I would deem it a considerable loss." Zhou Kuo rolled her eyes. "You are excessively cautious, overly prudent. Yet, if you do not confront them, how can we exact our revenge? They do not appear to be individuals who fear death. They seem akin to desperate outlaws. After all, what sane person would engage in explosives within an apartment building? A single misstep could lead to their own demise." Zhang Yi stroked his chin, his mind already formulating a plan. It appears that to lead a stable life in the future, it is imperative to enlist some individuals as expendable assets. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone to access the homeowners group chat for Unit 25. The recent explosion had startled the neighbors, igniting a flurry of messages within the group. The noise had emanated from the upper floors. Could it possibly be a meteorite crashing down? It seemed plausible, after all. What other explanation could there be for such an unusual temperature fluctuation? Perhaps humanity might face extinction akin to the dinosaurs. The conversation was chaotic, with every conceivable theory being proposed. Zhang Yi interjected, "Just now, a group of workers from Unit 26 infiltrated our building with intentions to commit murder and seize supplies. Fortunately, I noticed their presence in time and managed to drive them away. However, Zhang Meng from the 16th floor has already been killed. The sound you heard was from their use of explosives." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's account, the neighbors were instantly filled with apprehension. "What? We just dealt with Chen Jinghao, and now those ruffians from next door have emerged?" One exclaimed. "They are ruthless. I've heard that fights break out frequently at the construction site over there. How did those from Unit 26 manage to get here?" Zhang Yi explained. "They excavated a tunnel beneath the snow, advancing from the ground floor up to us." An anxious voice soon followed. "We must collapse that tunnel and lock the doors immediately." Zhang Yi responded, "It's futile. Those doors shatter easily upon impact. Even if we barricade them, they can still enter through the windows on the 4th floor." The neighbors were gripped by fear. That night, had it not been for Zhang Yi's timely intervention, those intruders could have invaded their homes, leading to unimaginable tragedy. What were they to do? How can we possibly contend with those laborers? Half of the residents in our building have perished, and the remaining are predominantly the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Indeed, most of those who were once able-bodied have met their demise near Zhang Yi's residence. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Fortunately, we have Zhang Yi." "Zhang Yi, you are truly remarkable. You single-handedly drove away so many of them. With you around, our safety is assured. Zhang Yi, you are our hero." After the reminders from the few in front, the others suddenly realized that Zhang Yi is now the strongest fighting force in their building, and he possesses a firearm. It is undoubtedly the wisest choice to have him confront the workers from the adjacent building. Zhang Yi found this scene rather amusing. Previously, they would incessantly berate him in their group chat, accusing him of selfishness and shamelessness. Many had lost loved ones at Zhang Yi's hands, and their hatred for him ran deep. Yet now, they turned to him in desperation, hailing him as a hero. Did they truly regard Zhang Yi as a fool? With a smirk, Zhang Yi replied, "I have expended a considerable amount of weaponry to deal with them. It has become difficult for me to ensure my own safety. You may as well fend for yourselves. What folly! Why should I protect you? Whether you live or die bears no consequence to me." After uttering these words, Zhang Yi fell silent. The people in the group became agitated, pleading for Zhang Yi to intervene on their behalf. "Zhang Yi, you cannot stand idly by while we perish. If we all die, only the two of you will remain. Won't that leave you feeling isolated? We are all doomed, and sooner or later, you shall also become the target of scorn. One cannot fathom how many eyes are fixed upon you." Upon reading these words, Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy. The adage holds true. One cannot even imagine how many are watching him now. After all, the video Zhang Yi shared in the group must have been disseminated by the neighbors. To those outside, it may merely evoke a sense of jealousy. Yet those residing in the adjacent buildings have the opportunity to invade 25 and seize everything from him. However, he chose to remain silent. Conversely, Uncle Yu sent Zhang Yi a private message, expressing his concern and inquiring if he needed assistance. "I am acquainted with those rascals from 26. I had previously shared drinks with them. Those scoundrels dare to set their sights on you. I shall not let them off easily. Zhang Yi, if you have any thoughts, do let me know, and I shall help you deal with them." Zhang Yi chuckled. "Uncle Yu, they have quite a number, do they not?" Uncle Yu replied, "Indeed. They initially had over 30 members. However, about 10 have perished recently, leaving roughly 20 or so. I know their leader, Huang Tianfang. We were chatting not long ago. Yet, these wretches have caused the demise of many in 26. Bah, I would never align myself with such scoundrels." Uncle Yu and the workers hail from rural backgrounds. Yet while the workers navigate the underbelly of society, Uncle Yu has spent many years in the military, their mindset's not even remotely comparable. Chapter 77, Zhang Yi. "If you do not come out, I shall kill your neighbor." According to Uncle Yu's introduction, Zhang Yi gained a slight understanding of those individuals. This group of workers operates under a construction company known as Tianhe Group. They are not formal employees but rather hired by a contractor. Yet they boast of being employees of Tianhe Group to enhance their status. Consequently, they refer to themselves as the Tianhe Gang, led by the lean, short man Huang Tianfang. "Zhang Yi, do you have any plans regarding them? If you require assistance, feel free to let me know," Uncle Yu remarked. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, realizing that attacking this so-called Tianhe gang was out of the question. His greatest asset was this steel fortress. Once he stepped outside the room, confronting those 20 or so individuals, even with a gun in hand, would be exceedingly perilous. Uncle Yu, for the sake of safety, I currently do not have any plans for vengeance. It's primarily just me, and even with your help, victory is not guaranteed. Unless his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight, we can rally the neighbors from within the building. Uncle Yu understood Zhang Yi's implication. Are you suggesting that we, like Huang Tianfeng's group, unite to confront external threats? Indeed, that is the point, Zhang Yi affirmed. Uncle Yu replied, all right. I will propose this idea in the group and see how many are willing to join. Zhang Yi chuckled, Uncle Yu, there's no need for that. If you eagerly push them to join the group, they may perceive you as having ulterior motives or even take advantage of the situation. Uncle Yu inquired, then what should we do? Zhang Yi chuckled, we're not in a hurry, are we? We have ample resources at home. We can just wait. In due time, the neighbors in this building will naturally come to seek our assistance. Uncle Yu couldn't help but admire. Zhang Yi, you truly are remarkable. The two reached a consensus, deciding to temporarily disregard the members of the Tianhe gang. In the homeowners group, the neighbors still hoped for Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu to take the lead in dealing with the Tianhe gang. They were adept at moral coercion, praising Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu as virtuous individuals, though Zhang Yi felt this was a veiled insult, thinking to himself, you are the good person. Your entire family is comprised of good people, while making various excuses for himself, claiming a lack of food or strength to engage in conflict, or citing his status as an elderly person or a woman to avoid confrontation. Zhang Yi was all too familiar with the shamelessness of his neighbors. Consequently, he chose to disregard them entirely. After all, once the blade struck them, they would inevitably feel the pain. In the following 2 days, Zhang Yi began to gather intelligence from the outside world. He certainly would not inquire himself, as there were far too many individuals coveting the resources of his household, and the information they provided was likely to be deceptive. He enlisted the help of Zhou Kuer and Uncle Yu to gather information. One was a doctor, and the other a security guard, both possessing extensive networks. Zhang Yi sought to discern which individuals posed a threat to him among the 30 buildings of the Yuelu community. This intelligence was not difficult to procure. It was merely a matter of asking who had committed the most killings and who wielded the greatest influence. Zhou Kuer eagerly produced paper and pen to assist Zhang Yi in compiling a statistical chart. Zhang Yi glanced at it, noting the descriptions of the opposing factions' manpower and weaponry. After reviewing it, he felt a sense of reassurance. After all, Yuelu community was positioned as a mid to high-end locale, lacking in truly vicious individuals. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhou Kuer and Uncle Yu, the primary threats stemmed from two factions. One was the Tianhe gang from the neighboring Building 26, which was organized around a small engineering team under the Tianhe group, known for their formidable combat capabilities. Their primary weapons consisted of shovels and rebar, and they were not armed with firearms. The bomb used against Zhang Yi previously had been handcrafted by a worker in their company skilled in demolition, though its potency was limited. That worker, however, had since perished in a fire set by Zhang Yi, leaving them unable to continue producing homemade explosives. Nevertheless, it remained uncertain whether they still had any stockpiled. Be mindful. Seek opportunities to send a few expendables over there to deplete their reserves, Zhang Yi murmured to himself. Aside from the Tianhe gang, another faction had captured his attention. In Building 21, there exists a group composed of youthful individuals who refer to themselves as the Mad Wolves Gang. The name may sound rather juvenile, yet their combat prowess is not to be underestimated. According to intelligence gathered from Zhou Kuer, this group includes students as well as some idlers from the streets. With an average age around 20, their ranks comprise a dozen individuals, and the two leaders are named Wang Chong and Xiao Lu. Zhang Yi is familiar with both. They are notorious delinquents from the Yu Lu community. After graduating from a third-rate university, they have remained at home, relying on their families. Not quite wealthy heirs, but belonging to the middle class. Their refusal to seek employment has led them to associate with unsavory characters from the outside world. In the past, they would have been insignificant, barely worth comparing to Chen Jinghao, but in their building, they lack someone as ruthless as Zhang Yi, allowing them to grow in influence. For Zhang Yi, these two factions pose the only significant threats. In other buildings, some have dwindled to merely a handful of households, and many have succumbed to the terror of the apocalypse, choosing suicide when their mental state crumbled, while others resorted to brutal infighting over scarce resources, resulting in complete annihilation. Zhang Yi felt a surge of confidence. He told Zhou Kuer, continue gathering intelligence. It is imperative to ascertain all details and minimize risks, especially whether they possess firearms, as that is crucial. Zhou Kuer nodded gently, and then picked up her phone to continue inquiring about the news. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu reached a consensus, choosing to remain indoors and avoid venturing outside. The members of the Tianhe gang, having suffered a significant loss previously, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhang Yi. They had lost their brother over 8 years ago, and the remaining members bore the scars from the flames that had ravaged them. Such a loss was unprecedented for the Tianhe gang, and they vowed to exact a bloody revenge on Unit 25, determined to kill Zhang Yi in retribution for their fallen comrades. However, a twist emerged. The very person they despised most was also the one they feared the most, Zhang Yi. What could they do? They resolved to target the neighbors residing in the same building as Zhang Yi. Huang Tianfang's reasoning was clear. If he could not kill Zhang Yi himself, could he not take aim at his neighbors? When they witnessed the gruesome fate of those nearby, would Zhang Yi not feel a pang of guilt? How would he confront their accusations? By slaying his neighbors, Huang Tianfang believed he could deliver the most profound retribution. He possessed a certain audacity, understanding that one must choose the softest fruit to squeeze. After committing the heinous acts, he planned to write in blood along the corridor, proclaiming, "Zhang Yi, if you do not emerge, I shall eliminate all your neighbors." Chapter 78. The neighbors seek protection. Huang Tianfang, in his misguided cleverness, took the lives of 25 individuals, believing this would coerce Zhang Yi into action. If this were a film featuring a benevolent protagonist, one would expect them to step forward and negotiate with Huang Tianfang. Alas, Zhang Yi felt no remorse. Instead, he reveled in delight. His intention was to provoke Huang Tianfang into further acts of violence against the neighbors, instilling a sense of panic that would compel them to seek his intervention. Indeed, merely 2 days later, the neighbors could endure no longer. They beheld the bloodstained message left by Huang Tianfang and collectively concluded that only Zhang Yi could confront him to resolve the dire situation. Consequently, the group inundated Zhang Yi with fervent pleas, their private messages and voice calls flooding in incessantly. Zhang Yi glanced at the chat, noting the neighbors' reactions. "Zhang Yi, the chaos you have wrought is yours to rectify. The Tianhe gang was summoned by you, and their deaths are on your hands. What relation do we have to this? Yes, indeed, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. Surely, you cannot expect us to shoulder this burden for you?" They continued. "They have declared that as long as you remain hidden, their killing spree will persist. Zhang Yi, if you possess even a morsel of conscience, you must address this matter yourself. Can you truly bear to witness the demise of others because of your inaction?" Zhang Yi, upon reading the messages from these individuals, couldn't help but chuckle. He was not particularly angered, for he understood the nature of his neighbors all too well. He casually sent a few messages in the group chat, remarking, "It wasn't I who invited them. What? They came to kill me, and in turn, I defended myself, and now I am at fault? Your inability to resist them is of no concern to me. You yourselves have acknowledged that those people are exceedingly dangerous. Given this, I shall certainly not venture outside. My home remains the safest refuge." Hee. After sending this, Zhang Yi added a smiling emoji. This infuriated the neighbors in the building. "Zhang Yi, you might be safe, but what are we to do? Have you not put us all in jeopardy? The people you attracted, why should we bear the brunt of facing them on your behalf? Do you possess no sense of conscience?" In response to their accusations, Zhang Yi erupted into laughter. He was well aware of their shamelessness. With a cold sneer, he retorted, "What do I care about your plight? Whether you live or die bears no relevance to me. Do not speak to me of conscience. When they attacked my home, did any of your households remain uninvolved? It is only due to my magnanimity that I did not arrive at your doors armed, ready to eliminate each of you. Now you raise your voices, thinking you are entitled to speak of morality with me?" He spoke with a chilling tone. "Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to eliminate you?" It was then that they recalled that Zhang Yi was not one to be trifled with. How did Chen Jinghao meet his end? They were frozen solid and then shattered into fragments. This was the deed of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi ceased his words and sent a message to Uncle Yu. "It's your turn to take action." Uncle Yu replied, "Rest assured, I will handle it." In the owners group, the homeowners, having been scolded by Zhang Yi, were left in a state of confusion. The failure of moral coercion and the breakdown of negotiations merely indicated that they would still have to confront the Tianhe gang, whose violent intrusions were an ever-looming threat. With the casualties among the men of Unit 25, only Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu remained as viable forces. What are we to do now? We had believed that with Chen Jinghao's demise, we could survive. Yet, the members of the Tianhe gang proved to be even more brutal. Chen Jinghao killed to assert dominance and secure sustenance, whereas Huang Tianfang and his associates killed out of vengeance. They slaughtered indiscriminately, without a second thought. Must we truly await our demise? Cursed be this world for its current state. Is this barbaric society to become our new normal? The snow disaster shows no signs of abating, and we may all perish within its grasp. Many found themselves engulfed in despair, convinced that their days were numbered. At this critical juncture, the usually reticent Uncle Yu suddenly emerged. Everyone, do not panic. The Tianhe gang numbers only around 20. If we stand united, we can confront them. The appearance of Uncle Yu illuminated the eyes of many. After all, this veteran security guard exudes a sense of simplicity and reliability. Uncle Yu, how fortunate it is to have you here. You've been so quiet lately. I almost thought you had perished as well. It's truly wonderful that Uncle Yu is present. Everyone's safety is assured. Uncle Yu, please tell us what we should do. We shall surely lend our unwavering support. Upon hearing the neighbor's words, Uncle Yu felt his eyelids twitch involuntarily. Support me? Does that mean you want me to take the lead while you merely observe? He was utterly speechless. Uncle Yu sighed. Relying solely on myself is futile. Our supplies are depleted, and we haven't eaten for several days. I am too weak from hunger. I suspect many of you are in similar straits. In this condition, how can we possibly contend with the Heavenly Alliance? Some neighbors remained silent, while a portion of them had actually been enjoying decent meals, feasting on barbecued meat. Once your spirit has become numb, the taste of such food can still be quite delightful. Uncle Yu, what shall we do? Everyone is lacking food, and we cannot assist you. Just moments ago they professed their steadfast support, yet now they hesitated to part with even a morsel. If you have any suggestions, do share. We are all willing to follow your lead. The compliments resumed, and Uncle Yu stated, in order to stand against the other buildings, we can only rely on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi possesses a plethora of weapons within his abode, and he is well fed each day, granting him considerable strength. Thus, it is only fitting that he should lead us. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they had driven Zhang Yi away, and now they wished for him to guide them. Was this even plausible? Moreover, Zhang Yi had just proclaimed that we should fend for ourselves. He would not abandon that room, nor could we summon him. However, should he choose to lead us, it would indeed be the most advantageous outcome. They acknowledged that while Zhang Yi was infuriating, he was undeniably formidable. Half the residents of the building had perished at his hands. What of the vicious thug Chen Zhenghao? He, too, had been reduced to mere fragments by Zhang Yi's might. Uncle Yu suggested, how about this? I can converse with Zhang Yi for a moment. I shall seek him out and see if I can persuade him to emerge. The crowd eagerly responded, Uncle Yu, we are counting on you. Chapter 79. Subduing neighbors as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi observed the dialogue unfolding within the group. Uncle Yu turned to send a private message to Zhang Yi. What shall we do now? Zhang Yi replied, the time is nearly ripe. When the moment arrives, provide me with your support, ensuring that this group adheres to my directives. By employing both kindness and severity, we shall secure our safety within this building. Zhang Yi was uncertain about their safety, yet he was convinced that he would undoubtedly become more secure. Among these neighbors, many would likely be sacrificed by Zhang Yi to the front lines, as they all had family members who had fallen victim to him. When the opportunity arose, retribution was inevitable. Hence, it was best to eliminate them now. Uncle Yu feigned sincerity and tagged Zhang Yi, saying, Zhang Yi, we are all in dire need of your assistance. If you were the last one remaining in this building, wouldn't you feel lonely? Therefore, I implore you to show some compassion and lend us a hand. We would all be genuinely grateful. The neighbors chimed in eagerly, yes, indeed. If you could save us, we would be forever indebted to you. From now on, this building would be under your command. Zhang Yi, our family's fate rests in your hands. Flattering words poured in, yet Zhang Yi merely scoffed. I only came to converse with you out of respect for Uncle Yu. However, I have no interest in your plight. I am managing just fine on my own. Why should I concern myself with your troubles? To venture out and risk my life seems utterly unworthy. The more Zhang Yi expressed such sentiments, the more the neighbors felt a sense of dread. Zhang Yi, please. We will follow your instructions, whatever they may be. Just say the word. Clinging to survival. Even in the depths of despair, they couldn't fathom the thought of death as long as a glimmer of hope remained. Zhang Yi, smirking, inquired, oh, is that so? You would do whatever I ask. Do all of you agree? After a moment of hesitation among the neighbors, someone spoke up. As long as you are not sending us to our deaths, we can accept any other terms. Zhang Yi retorted, if I were to ask you to arm yourselves and fight the Celestial Alliance, would you do it? The group fell silent, each person waiting for another to take the initiative. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. So, you all wish for me to risk my life, correct? Very well. I shall disregard your pleas. When Huang Tianfang arrives with his men, you can simply extend your necks for them to strike. Farewell. Uncle Yu grew anxious. Zhang Yi, wait. We will certainly follow your lead. After all, death is inevitable. Fighting gives us a chance to survive. I am with you. He then began to rally the others. What are you still hesitating for? If we all fight together, there is still hope for survival. Do we really want to wait until our names are called? One by one, Uncle Yu's encouragement proved effective. Realizing that fighting together might offer a glimmer of hope, the group began to voice their agreement to follow Zhang Yi's command. Together, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu orchestrated the acquisition of control over the entire building. Zhang Yi calmly declared, "Very well, from this moment forth, all actions must align with my directives. The situation is dire, and the enemy may strike at any moment. Any signs of negligence or complacency will be regarded as treachery against the entire building's residents. At that point, do not blame me for taking lethal action against the transgressor." Zhang Yi's gaze swept across the list of group members, silently hoping not to discover any who were cowardly hiding away, unwilling to emerge and engage in the fray. Upon identifying one, he would eliminate them without hesitation. The notion of lurking in the shadows to reap the rewards was utterly unacceptable. Zhang Yi articulated this sentiment because he had roughly calculated that only about 20 individuals were actively participating in the discussion, clearly indicating that some were opting to bury their heads in the sand, expecting Zhang Yi to lead the charge. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, the neighbors who had agreed to stand with him against the adversary grew displeased. "Feng Lin, come out. I know you're alive. I saw you digging in the snow yesterday. Liang Yulu, where are you? Stop hiding and pretending you haven't seen the messages. We will come looking for you." With eyes ablaze, the neighbors tagged those who were evading confrontation. Human nature is inherently selfish. They had resolutely decided to risk their lives and were understandably unwilling to witness others shirking responsibility from the safety of the shadows. Reluctantly, those individuals began to show themselves. "I just fell asleep and only now saw the messages. It's not that I fear death, I simply didn't notice," a group of them sheepishly claimed. Zhang Yi paid no heed to their excuses. Ultimately, since the community had chosen him as the leader, they were obliged to follow his directives. Anyone who dared to cower in the rear was committing an act of betrayal against all homeowners and deserved to face dire consequences. The homeowners fell silent, acutely aware that Zhang Yi was capable of ending their lives. The 50-odd souls who had perished stood as bloody testament to his ruthlessness. After wielding his proverbial club, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, contemplating a morsel of hope to dangle before them. "Rest assured, I, Zhang Yi, am a benevolent individual, unwilling to watch you suffer from hunger. As long as you obey, I shall venture forth to procure supplies for you." Zhang Yi had previously entertained this notion. Given the construction team's propensity for explosive techniques, he could not guarantee that more formidable adversaries would not emerge in the future. Residing on the 24th floor, he understood that although his dwelling was constructed entirely of metal, a collapse below could significantly impact his residence. Thus, he sought to maintain a cadre of expendable individuals beneath him, to serve as his eyes and, when necessary, to sacrifice themselves on his behalf. Sustaining them would be impossible without provisions. Zhang Yi was reluctant to part with the resources within his own domain, hence the necessity to venture out in search of supplies. Moreover, the rapid depletion of his ammunition weighed heavily on his mind. During a recent skirmish, he had expended 20 rounds and needed to consider acquiring more weaponry. As for the mode of transport, the solution was straightforward. The snow outside lay thick, measuring over 10 meters, rendering vehicles obsolete. However, there existed a particular type of vehicle designed for traversing snowy terrain, the snowmobile. In Zhang Yi's space, there were 5 vehicles, 2 snowmobiles equipped with cabins and 3 compact snowmobiles. In this era of heavy snowfall that has immobilized the city, others find it an arduous task to venture outside their homes, yet he can traverse the city with ease. The homeowners group was currently in a frenzy. "Zhang Yi, can you go out to gather supplies? With such a thick layer of snow, how can you drive? Do you intend to wade through the snow? Wouldn't that lead to frostbite?" Zhang Yi responded, "No matter how harsh the conditions outside may be, for the sake of everyone, I must venture out and give it a try. Rest assured, I have spent several years in warehousing. I am well acquainted with the locations of warehouses, large shopping malls, and supermarkets in Tianhai City. Finding supplies will not pose a challenge for me." Chapter 80. Snowmobiles. The neighbors regarded him as a beacon of hope. Even those who had succumbed to despair, wrapped in blankets at home awaiting their fate, now had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. "If that is the case, we may survive." Although the blizzard had sealed off the city, the abundance of resources produced by our society over the past decades is indeed sufficient for us to survive. "Zhang Yi, I am truly deeply moved. In the beginning, we treated you this way, and yet now." Some individuals choked back tears. Originally, nearly all their family members had perished at the hands of Zhang Yi. Yet now, their animosity towards him seemed to evaporate, leaving only gratitude in their hearts. Zhang Yi spoke solemnly. "Since I have taken on the role of building leader, I must be accountable for each individual. Moreover, our supplies are dwindling. Venturing out in search of resources is our sole means of survival." Upon hearing this, the others felt a newfound sense of security. However, should you also have personal interests at stake, they would deem that entirely reasonable. After all, It has been nearly a month since the apocalypse began, and many neighbors have suffered the loss of loved ones to starvation. Thus, they reasoned that even if Zhang Yi hoarded an abundance of supplies at home, there would inevitably come a day when they would be exhausted. Furthermore, with only 2 individuals in his household now, the consumption of resources would accelerate. The neighbors regarded Zhang Yi with deep gratitude, extolling him in words that likened him to a deity. Indeed, Zhou even remarked with a smile, "If you were to establish a cult at this moment, you could easily become its founder." During times of disaster, religion flourishes rapidly, as people invariably seek a spiritual refuge. Zhang Yi merely smiled faintly, recognizing that there was no need to complicate matters with a group of expendable individuals. With just a moldy bun, I can evoke a fondness in them that surpasses even that of their own fathers. Zhou inquired curiously, "But are you truly planning to venture out?" Her gaze conveyed a hint of worry and guilt. Zhang Yi understood that she genuinely believed the supplies in his possession were dwindling and felt she was a burden to him. He playfully pinched her delicate cheek, squinting his eyes with a smile as he reassured her, "Rest assured, the resources at home are more than sufficient to sustain you. I merely seek an opportune moment to venture outside and assess the situation beyond our walls." Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yi would hesitate to step outside, fearful of being ambushed by deranged neighbors. However, now he had become the beacon of hope for everyone's survival, rendering him less susceptible to attack. Zhou nodded and declared, "Then I shall accompany you." Aware that Zhang Yi had not fully placed his trust in her, she proactively proposed to join him. Zhang Yi gazed deeply into her eyes, slowly yet resolutely shaking his head. "Given the nature of our relationship now, do you truly believe I would harbor doubts about you? A woman should remain at home, awaiting her man's return." He gradually rose to his feet, and Zhou's eyes glistened with emotion. Yet, this sentiment was short-lived. For Zhang Yi swiftly gathered the remaining food and coal from the house into his storage space. "I trust you completely," Zhang Yi remarked with a cheerful smile, while Zhou appeared utterly speechless. Moments ago, she had been moved by Zhang Yi, only for him to revert to his familiar demeanor instantly. This marked his first decision to leave the apartment building since the apocalypse. The heavy snowfall had enveloped the city, rendering the outside world devoid of life, and the danger level was relatively low. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, Zhang Yi donned a snug leather jacket, which could withstand a knife thrust unless applied with considerable force. After thoughtful consideration, he retrieved 2 frying pans from the alternate space, placing one in front and the other behind him. This precaution ensured that even if he encountered an armed adversary, a standard handgun would be incapable of inflicting critical harm. Lastly, he put on a winter coat, rendering his figure somewhat bulky, yet instilling a profound sense of security. Zhang Yi produced a pry bar over 1 meter in length and tested its weight in his hands. In the heat of battle, this hefty pry bar would prove more effective than a machete. A cut from a knife would not immediately incapacitate an opponent, but a strike from this bar would surely send them sprawling. He filled a handgun magazine to capacity and stowed it in his pocket. Fully equipped, he finally stepped out of his home. The temperature outside was frigid, even clad in professional-grade sportswear akin to that of the national mountaineering team. He could still feel a chill. However, this cold did not faze Zhang Yi. After engaging in some physical activity outdoors, he would soon warm up. Grasping the pry bar firmly, he descended the stairs at a measured pace, always taking a moment to assess his surroundings before proceeding. Caution begets safety. No incidents occurred along the way, as the reckless were indeed a rarity. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he found that, due to the actions of the Tianhe gang and others, most residents had vacated to the upper levels, leaving the lower 10 floors deserted. Zhang Yi pushed open the door, revealing a scene of disarray. The windows had been shattered, and even the flimsy security bars had been broken, leaving a gaping hole. The wind howled as it rushed through this aperture. Zhang Yi carefully crawled through the opening, his feet landing in snow that reached up to his knees. However, the increasing depth of the snow had compacted the lower layers, preventing him from sinking entirely. Yet, traversing the snowy terrain proved challenging. He lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. The expansive Yuelu community lay in eerie silence, with only the wind's whispers breaking the stillness. No prying eyes were in sight. From his alternate space, Zhang Yi summoned a snowmobile, which had been filled with fuel prior to his departure. Operating this vehicle was not overly complicated. After a brief contemplation and a glance at the user manual, he understood the controls. He mounted the snowmobile and turned the key, unleashing a roar from the engine. Guiding the snowmobile, Zhang Yi sped toward the outskirts of the community. As he exited the premises, he sensed some individuals peering at him through the windows. This was hardly surprising, as the absence of human presence outside made the sound of the snowmobile distinctly jarring. It appeared that others might soon harbor covetous thoughts regarding the snowmobile. A faint, Cold smile curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's lips. He was not deterred by the potential exposure of the snowmobile's existence. Too many had set their sights on it. In this current climate, it was not surprising to witness murder over something as trivial as a cookie. In Zhang Yi's own words, one could never be too cautious when burdened with debt. The heavy snowfall obscured numerous modest homes, rendering the streets virtually invisible. However, having lived here for over 20 years, Zhang Yi could navigate his surroundings by referencing the towering landmark buildings, eliminating any possibility of losing his way. Chapter 81. The armory of the police station in the silent city of Tianhai. The world was engulfed in a blanket of white snow. From a bird's-eye view, only the shadows of skyscrapers pierced through the endless expanse of pristine snow. Zhang Yi raced across the snowy terrain on his snowmobile, the wind howling past his ears. An exhilarating sensation beyond compare. Zhang Yi could not help but let out a series of howls. The noise of the motorcycle was particularly attention-grabbing. As he rode along, he caught glimpses of shadows flitting behind the glass of towering buildings. Even in this apocalyptic world, a resilient portion of humanity would inevitably endure, much like locusts. This frigid state resembled a landscape ravaged by pesticides, yet after this calamity, the survivors would gradually adapt. Zhang Yi felt a sense of security as he touched the gun in his pocket. Each individual still alive in this city could potentially pose a threat. In a world undone, one must never place faith in human nature. Zhang Yi's first destination was not the nearby supermarket. He sped directly towards the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, for it was certain to harbor weapons. He remembered the adage, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Therefore, weapons, especially firearms, were indeed to be amassed. After more than half an hour of riding, Zhang Yi arrived at the location of the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. At that moment, much of it lay submerged. The once six-story building had its lower 3 levels completely obscured. Fortunately, the police station was an independent structure, its single-story height exceeding that of residential buildings. Otherwise, had he arrived a mere 10 days later, nothing would have remained. Zhang Yi parked his motorcycle in front of a 4th-floor window. He dismounted, removed the key, and seized a crowbar to strike. Crash! The tempered glass lay shattered across the floor as Zhang Yi retrieved a firearm from his pocket and entered the building. Inside, darkness enveloped him, yet this posed no obstacle. He summoned a miner's lamp from an alternate dimension. This compact device, utilized by underground miners, emitted an extraordinarily bright light. Upon activation, it illuminated the surroundings like a miniature sun. Unfamiliar with the layout of the police station, Zhang Yi proceeded to search room by room. Upon reaching the snow-covered 2nd floor, he forcefully pried open a locked door, revealing a scene that stirred a flicker of emotion within him. In the corner of the room, 7 or 8 officers huddled together, swathed in thin blankets, their bodies pale as the snow surrounding them. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, a twinge of sorrow welling up inside him. These officers had been on night duty, caught unprepared by the onslaught of a blizzard, lacking even the most basic winter clothing. Their final moments suggested they had succumbed to the cold. Zhang Yi contemplated giving them a proper burial. However, after some reflection, he deemed that being interred in the very place they had dedicated years of service to might offer a sense of closure. He bowed his head in respect, silently mourning for those who had safeguarded the city, before continuing his search, circumventing the lifeless bodies. The police station was cluttered with numerous items, making the search time-consuming. Feeling fatigued, Zhang Yi procured a piece of pure cocoa butter chocolate from his spatial storage, consuming it heartily to replenish his strength for the continued endeavor. After nearly 2 hours, he finally located the armory, though it was secured with a hefty lock. Fortunately, he knew the key would be in the duty room, making it relatively easy to find. Once he acquired the key, he successfully unlocked the door. Upon entering the armory, Zhang Yi's eyes widened at the sight before him. The room was filled with an array of firearms, both handguns and rifles, totaling in the dozens. To his astonishment, he even discovered a formidable sniper rifle, especially the sniper rifle. This device is undeniably a top-notch treasure. In the future, employing it for stealthy ambushes will be immensely gratifying. Even if my marksmanship isn't impeccable, instilling fear is certainly achievable. Zhang Yi believed he possessed a natural talent for shooting, considering himself a semi-professional, particularly adept with handguns. After his rebirth, perhaps due to a more resolute mindset, his shooting became more decisive. When confronting the members of the Heavenly Harmony gang, he hardly missed a shot. "I am a shooting prodigy," Zhang Yi exclaimed with pride, which also seemed to serve as a form of self-deprecation. Subsequently, he discovered over 1,000 rounds of ammunition in the armory. Along with some antiquated firearms that had been confiscated, their operational status uncertain after years of neglect. Zhang Yi did not mind and collected them all. This outing proved to be immensely rewarding for Zhang Yi. In addition to the firearms and ammunition, He also found several bulletproof vests and a complete set of riot control equipment, including riot helmets, shields, and batons. With these resources, I will be well equipped to assemble a formidable team. Zhang Yi was elated. Securing these items made his efforts today worthwhile. At the police station, Zhang Yi experienced a bountiful harvest, further confirming that abundant supplies still exist outside. After all, on the midnight of December 12th, a heavy snowfall blanketed the ground, and by the following morning, the snow had accumulated to over a meter. The temperature plummeted to several degrees below zero. At that time, most people remained oblivious to the impending apocalypse and had not yet begun to frantically hoard supplies. By the time they recognized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late to venture outside. Zhang Yi, having found what he sought, departed from the police station. Outside, a thick layer of snow had settled on his motorcycle, and he suddenly realized he had been out for quite some time. It was time to procure some feed for the pigs. Reflecting on those despicable neighbors, he muttered softly to himself. He circled the vicinity and located a supermarket that had not yet been completely buried under the snow. Ingeniously, he accessed it by breaking a window. However, upon entering, he was met with the disheartening sight of nearly empty shelves, as if the store had just been cleared out. The floor was littered with frozen, spoiled vegetable leaves. Stroking his chin, Zhang Yi remarked, "Given its proximity to the residential area, it is unsurprising that this convenience store has been stripped bare. Nevertheless, the larger shopping malls in the city center and suburbs are likely untouched. Many newly constructed large shopping malls are typically situated at a considerable distance from residential areas due to the exorbitant costs of land acquisition." Zhang Yi, being an expert in warehousing, is well aware of which large shopping centers in Tianhai City are removed from the populace. Thus, he mounted his snowmobile and set off towards the economic development zone, where a Wanda Plaza was completed 2 years ago. The nearest residential buildings are located 3 kilometers away, significantly reducing the likelihood of being depleted. Chapter 82. Meals for the neighbors. Zhang Yi arrived at the Wanda Mall in the economic development zone. Upon his arrival, all he could see was a roof. He repeated his previous actions, shattering the glass above and using climbing ropes to hoist himself inside. Once within the mall, remnants of its former splendor were faintly visible. The circular mall housed an array of stores, each displaying exquisite merchandise, luxurious clothing, shoes, and various household items, now rendered worthless and easily taken. Zhang Yi selected a few useful shops and proceeded to stuff every item from the stores into his own space. The supermarket was located on the underground level. After casually gathering supplies, he made his way to the basement level. As he had anticipated, this area, being secluded from human presence, was still brimming with goods. However, the quality of the items left much to be desired. A portion of the mall had been collapsed by a snowstorm, allowing frigid air to seep inside, resulting in shelves coated in frost. The cold had thoroughly ruined the food stored here. Some puff snacks and biscuits were encased in layers of ice, particularly in the vegetable section. Although nothing had rotted or emitted foul odors, the produce had severely dehydrated, likely devoid of any flavor. The meat section fared somewhat better, with everything frozen into solid chunks, resembling true zombie meat. As for the fish tanks, they had burst from the ice, leaving any hope of consuming fish utterly dashed. In summary, the food here, in normal times, would have been discarded as refuse or perhaps delivered through connections to food processing plants to be turned into prepackaged meals. Zhang Yi shrugged, remarking, "I wouldn't consume any of this even if it were given to me for free." He could hardly be bothered to store them in his own spatial realm. After all, his resources were plentiful, and why would he desire such inferior goods? Yet, this was of little consequence, regardless of the subpar quality of the food. For the neighbors who had not tasted proper sustenance in a long while, it was a culinary delight of the highest order. Zhang Yi retrieved 2 large duffel bags from his space and carelessly tossed in some wilted vegetable leaves and desiccated meat, along with a few swollen loaves of bread and biscuits that had suffered from moisture. Soon, the 2 bags were filled to capacity. As for the other items, Zhang Yi decided to leave them untouched for now. Perhaps they could save someone else's life in the future. He certainly had no need to take them with him. After completing these tasks, Zhang Yi glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. This esteemed timepiece had been treated for cold resistance and could function even in extremely low temperatures. While it might not be perfectly accurate, it at least provided a rough estimate. The Rolex indicated that it was 3:30 in the afternoon. So Zhang Yi did not linger. He knew he would have ample opportunities to venture out again, and no one could contest him for it. The other locations could wait for future exploration. A thunderous roar echoed through the silence of the community. In room 26 on the 15th floor, Huang Tianfang, the leader of the Tiangi gang, squinted his small eyes, fixated on the brand-new snowmobile. Half of his face bore the scars of fire, rendering him even more fearsome. However, The flames had only licked at one side of his visage, resulting in his current appearance. Such a contraption existed. It could traverse the snow as well. Such a remarkable item. If only we could utilize it, we would no longer need to venture out in search of food. Why should we settle for that sour meat? A stout man beside him glanced over and remarked, "Second uncle, I am familiar with this. In our region, we refer to this contraption as a snow scooter." "This is an electric snow scooter." Huang Tianfang fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Yi's snowmobile and declared in a deep voice, "Regardless of what it is, we must devise a way to acquire it." Not only Huang Tianfang harbored such thoughts, every gaze fixated on Zhang Yi echoed the same sentiment. After more than half a month of isolation, many had succumbed to madness, while the rest teetered on the brink of insanity and death. Only time stood between them and despair. They yearned to escape this place, to seek sustenance and a semblance of survival. The once falling snow had hindered their efforts, yet Zhang Yi's snowmobile rekindled their flickering hope. Zhang Yi sensed the greed and blatant murderous intent woven into the multitude of stares directed at him. However, as his fingers brushed against the handgun at his waist, and he recalled the vast arsenal of weapons he had discovered that day, a profound sense of security enveloped him. Upon dismounting the snowmobile, Zhang Yi lifted his gaze to find the residents of Unit 25 watching him with palpable excitement. A smirk graced Zhang Yi's lips as he theatrically maneuvered the snowmobile into the underground garage, carefully circumventing the line of sight of onlookers. Before finally stowing it away in a secure space, with 2 heavy bags in tow, he trudged back, leaving deep impressions in the snow, much to the delight of the residents of Unit 25, who could hardly contain their enthusiasm, even leaning out of their windows to cheer. Meanwhile, Huang Tianfang and his companions watched with wide eyes, their excitement evident. "Uncle, could that be food?" the plump man exclaimed, pointing at Zhang Yi. Huang Tianfang retorted, "What a silly question. At a time like this, who would go out to look for anything but food?" The group of Tianhe gang workers, hearing this, collectively swallowed hard and gathered around, their anticipation palpable. "Is there food? Did he find food outside? This is wonderful. There is still food out there. We are saved. What more is there to say? Let us take him down. Seize everything, including his car." A group of individuals shouted, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Huang Tianfang pondered for a moment before coolly replying, "Hold on. This lad must be Zhang Yi, the one who eliminated Xinjiang Hao. He is quite ruthless, the last time. He caused the demise of so many of our brothers. We must tread carefully. Moreover, I've heard he is armed. If we are to act, we must do so discreetly." Huang Tianfang exhibited great caution. Though the 2 buildings were adjacent, a considerable distance of several dozen meters lay between them, with thick layers of ice and snow in between. Rushing across would render one a sitting duck. Yet, where there is calm, there often exists impulsiveness. Several workers, dissatisfied with Huang Tianfang's strategy, stealthily descended the building, concealing knives and wrenches. In truth, his admonitions were unnecessary, as Uncle Yu had already heard the commotion of the snowmobiles. Eagerly, Uncle Yu had hastened to assist Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you managed to gather so many supplies," Uncle Yu exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration as he beheld the 2 large duffel bags in Zhang Yi's grasp. Outside, the snow fell in thick swathes. For anyone else, traversing such conditions might render them lost. Indeed, specialized tasks are best left to the specialists. Chapter 83. The intruder. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "The supplies outside are indeed difficult to procure. Upon stepping out, I scoured all the nearby supermarkets and malls I could recall. However, the surrounding establishments had long been stripped bare, leaving nothing behind. Reluctantly, I found myself wandering through the city, eventually managing to procure a few items from a shopping mall." It was then that he messaged the group, calling the neighbors to come and collect the provisions. Before long, those neighbors flocked in droves, filling the stairwell, layer upon layer. These emaciated, famished individuals fixated their eager and covetous gazes upon the luggage bag before Zhang Yi. Some seemed restless, even contemplating a rush for the goods. However, upon catching sight of the dark iron object in Zhang Yi's right hand, their bravado swiftly turned to trepidation. With narrowed eyes, Zhang Yi chuckled. "It has taken considerable effort for me to acquire these supplies for you." He gestured for Zhou Kuer to open the luggage bag. Obediently, she unzipped it and emptied its contents onto the ground. With a clatter, a plethora of food items appeared before the crowd: vegetables, meat, bread, and biscuits. Although their quality appeared somewhat questionable, most of it would have been deemed unfit for even a dog in the past. Now, these long-starved neighbors gazed upon it with eyes alight with excitement. Uncle Yu raised his fist and shouted, "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi!" The neighbors quickly grasped the sentiment, raising their voices and fists in unison, chanting, "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, you are our great hero. Brother, from this day forth, you shall be my true brother. Allow me to bow in respect." Even now, Zhang Yi could command them to crawl like dogs, and they would obediently comply, for the allure of food was simply irresistible. Amidst the throng, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining struggled to extricate themselves, appearing quite disheveled, their hair greasy and unkempt, resembling two deranged women. As she gazed at the heroic figure of Zhang Yi, her heart swelled with delight. Convinced that he held deep affection for her, despite the presence of Zhou Kuer, believing he still harbored lingering feelings. Thus, with an abundance of food at hand, she was certain he would share a greater portion with her. Lin Kaining trailed beside her, pleading earnestly, "Yuqing, we are such good friends. When the time comes, could you please ask Zhang Yi for some extra food on my behalf?" Fang Yuqing shot Lin Kaining a disdainful glance, shoving her away with a hiss. "Get away, you wretched woman." The commotion drew Zhang Yi's attention, causing him to furrow his brow. Immediately, someone barked at them, "Stop causing a ruckus and listen to Brother Zhang Yi." The surrounding crowd glared at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, prompting them to quiet down considerably. Fang Yuqing muttered under her breath, "What are you glaring at? Do you know what my relationship is with Brother Zhang Yi?" His tone suddenly grew stern. "However, this is a time of peril, and I shall not support idlers. Anyone who consumes food must take up arms to combat our foes. Should anyone dare to eat without contributing, I assure you, they will regurgitate more than they have consumed." "Very well, let us proceed to allocate the food." As Zhang Yi prepared to call the roll, two arms suddenly emerged from the fourth-floor window. Several workers from the Tianhe gang burst in, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the abundant food spread out on the floor. "Brother Zhao, there is so much food. We've struck it rich," one worker exclaimed. "What else is there to discuss? Let us seize it." The four workers brandished their weapons and charged at Zhang Yi. These individuals were truly ruthless. Even in the face of dozens of others, they were undeterred. It was evident to them that the remaining crowd were mere sheep, with only a handful capable of putting up a fight. Zhang Yi's pupils constricted as he instinctively drew his gun, aiming it at them. However, in a sudden shift of resolve, he refrained from pulling the trigger and began to retreat, calling out, "This food is meant for you. Don't let them take it. I will reward anyone who kills a person with enough food for 5. At this declaration, the neighbors, initially paralyzed by fear and eager to flee, halted in their tracks. Indeed, this food was brought to them by Zhang Yi. If it were snatched away, what would they eat? Food was life. Without it, they were as good as dead. Moreover, Zhang Yi had promised that anyone who took a life would be rewarded with provisions for 5 individuals. The neighbors glanced around at one another. They numbered in the dozens. What was there to fear? A few young men, gritting their teeth, swiftly produced steel pipes and kitchen knives, charging forward with determination. Nowadays, it has become customary for individuals to carry weapons when venturing outside, a convenience that cannot be overlooked. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi retreated to the rear, his handgun aimed ahead, vigilant against those who might seize the opportunity to pilfer food amidst the chaos. The 4 members of the Tiangang gang were taken by surprise. They had anticipated that these seemingly timid individuals would flee in fear. Yet, inexplicably, they surged forward with the fervor of individuals invigorated by adrenaline. In the blink of an eye, a melee ensued. The confined space on the 4th floor became a tumultuous arena, with dozens of people jostling together. The clanging of shovels, steel pipes, and kitchen knives filled the air as desperation for sustenance drove everyone into a frenzy. The biting cold only intensified the situation, dulling the pain of injuries sustained in the fray. The sounds of combat echoed, thud, thud. In a swift turn of events, injuries ensued, blood splattering across the scene. Yet, even before succumbing to their wounds, they valiantly wielded their weapons with fervor. Uncle Yu emerged as the principal force in the fray, brandishing an iron rod with an air of ferocity, roaring as he struck down upon his adversaries. Although the 4 members of the Tianhe gang displayed a fearless demeanor, they could scarcely withstand the overwhelming numbers. Within mere seconds, they were toppled to the ground. Fearing for their survival, the onlookers continued their assault, the air thick with the echoes of their fury, a cathartic release of pent-up emotions. Thus, the swift dispatching of the 4 adversaries brought a sense of relief, significantly diminishing their trepidation towards the Tianhe gang. Upon the conclusion of the skirmish, 6 lifeless bodies lay strewn upon the ground. In addition to the 4 from the Tianhe gang, 2 neighbors from the building had also fallen victim, their heads and necks brutally struck by a shovel, resulting in a profuse loss of blood that rendered them motionless. Zhou Kuer, witnessing this grim tableau, furrowed her brow. As a skilled surgeon, she recognized that these individuals might still have a chance at survival, but it necessitated specialized surgical conditions, along with an ample supply of medications and blood transfusions. However, Zhou Kuer's expression soon settled into one of indifference. While their lives could be spared, the expenditure of substantial resources for their sake was deemed unnecessary by Zhang Yi. Chapter 84. I, Zhang Yi, Do not raise waste. Zhang Yi surveyed the neighbors before him, nodding in satisfaction. It was only after taking a life that these neighbors could be deemed worthy as capable vanguards and expendable pawns. This would facilitate his dealings with future assaults from other apartment buildings. The price he had to pay was merely a handful of discarded food and an array of empty promises. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yi beamed, applauding. Well done. Did you all witness that? As long as we stand united, what is there to fear from these individuals? He gestured towards two particularly zealous young men. You two, come here. With expressions of elation, the young men hurried forward, disregarding the blood smearing their faces. Zhang Yi reached down and seized a generous handful of food from the ground, thrusting it into one of their arms. One handful is not enough. Let us have another. The bulging bread, moldy biscuits, dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a sizable chunk of pallid, putrid meat. All these were indeed treasures from the wasteland. The other neighbors watched the scene unfold, their mouths watering with envy, yearning for the morsels that had been bestowed upon the two. Zhang Yi continued to load them with provisions, then patted their shoulders. Keep up this fervor, and I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. The two young men trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by the bounty that would sustain them for several days. Tears streamed down their faces. It had been far too long since they had tasted proper nourishment. Brother Zhang, we will certainly follow you and work diligently from now on. We are entirely at your disposal. You are like a brother to me. The two young men, Li Changbin and Zhang Lei, shouted with fervor, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, the other neighbors, witnessing a glimmer of hope, felt a twinge of regret for not exerting themselves more. This scene was precisely what Zhang Yi yearned to witness. Having rewarded the two most diligent individuals, Zhang Yi addressed the rest. Now, it is time to distribute the food. Step forward, one by one. He had keenly observed everyone's performance. Those who had exerted themselves would receive a larger share, while those who had not would receive less. Nevertheless, the majority ended up with merely a piece of bread or a couple of small packets of cookies, no bigger than a child's palm. Zhang Yi, having experience in raising dogs, understood a fundamental principle. If a dog is overfed daily, it becomes lethargic and less obedient. Thus, the optimal approach is to ensure it does not starve, yet remains in a state of hunger. Only in this way can one maintain the dog's compliance. The same principle applies to humans. Although the neighbors felt a sense of disappointment upon receiving their meager rations, they dared not voice their discontent. Zhang Yi had already presented two exemplary cases before them. If you claim your portions are insufficient, you have only yourselves to blame. Look at Li Changbin and Zhang Lei. Why do they receive so much? Stop seeking faults in others. Instead, reflect on your own efforts. Zhang Yi pointed towards the affluent Su Hao, who quickly approached, extending his hands and exclaiming, "Where is my food?" Zhang Yi looked at him with evident disdain, then scraped his foot against the ground a couple of times before casually placing a piece of fruit candy in his hand. "This is your sustenance." Laughter erupted from the neighboring onlookers. Even those who received meager rations felt a sense of balance in their circumstances. Look, although my share is small, there are others with even less. Ha ha, Su Hao's truly a pitiable soul. Su Hao's eyes widened, and a wave of intense humiliation engulfed him. He shouted in anger, "Are you joking? Why do I only get a single piece of candy?" Zhang Yi retorted with a cold laugh. "How dare you complain? When everyone else was taking action, you merely stood idly by. You didn't even dare to touch those few people. Granting you this piece of candy is an act of my benevolence." Su Hao, ever cunning, had previously shouted loudly while brandishing a stick, clamoring to kill them. Yet, despite his booming voice, he retreated honestly, unwilling to engage in the fight. In front of Zhang Yi, he truly treated others as fools. Su Hao protested with wide eyes. "Can you blame me? There were 4 of them, and they surrounded us tightly. I had no chance to step forward." Zhang Yi replied, "That is not my concern. I care not for the process. I only desire the outcome." Frustrated and unwilling to accept the situation, Su Hao shouted, "This is unfair. You are clearly targeting me." Zhang Yi smirked condescendingly. "Unfair? Have you mistaken the nature of the situation? What do you think you are, to dare speak with me about fairness? Do you truly believe I am engaging in a discussion with you? I am issuing you a command. You shall comply with my demands. Do you understand, you worthless creature?" Zhang Yi glanced at Li Changbin and Zhang Lei beside him. How should one deal with individuals who exhibit such insubordination, lacking organization and discipline? At this moment, Li Changbin and Zhang Lei had transformed into Zhang Yi's loyal minions. At his command, they carefully set down their food and approached Su Hao, seizing him to deliver a brutal beating. Initially, Su Hao attempted to defend himself, but as a fist struck mercilessly against his abdomen, his entire body convulsed in agony. In this apocalyptic world, anyone still clinging to reason is undoubtedly a fool. There was no need for further words. the lesson would be imparted through force. Su Hao endured the assault for an extended period, and only when he was on the brink of unconsciousness did Zhang Yi orderly Cheng Bin and Jiang Lei to cease. Although Su Hao was inept, he could still wield a weapon and serve as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi pointed at Su Hao and declared to the crowd, "This is the consequence of defying the master's orders. Do not accuse me of tyranny. I am, in fact, quite just. If any of you deem me oppressive, feel free to abandon your food and depart with dignity. I assure you, I will not trouble you in any way." The neighbors exchanged glances, but not a single soul stepped forward. After all, food was their lifeline. How could they possibly part with it? Zhang Yi nodded approvingly. "Very well. It seems we have reached a consensus." He approached Su Hao, who, despite being beaten into a spasm and curled up like a shrimp, still clutched a piece of candy tightly in his hand, perhaps believing it might save his life. Zhang Yi's gaze was devoid of warmth as he forcefully stomped down on Su Hao's hand. Wearing snow boots with a rough, hard sole, he crushed Su Hao's hand, stripping away a layer of skin from the back and causing blood to flow freely. Su Hao screamed in agony, instinctively releasing his grip. Zhang Yi kicked the candy away and, amidst Su Hao's despairing eyes, remarked, "I hope you learn to be more obedient next time." "Aye, Zhang Yi. Do not nurture the useless." With this display of authority, everyone fell silent, obediently awaiting Zhang Yi to distribute the food, no one daring to voice any objections. Soon, he had allocated all the supplies, leaving only a handful who had received nothing. Chapter 85. Humiliation of the White Lotus Well. The provisions have been distributed. Zhang Yi instructed Shoukuo to place the remaining supplies into her pocket. At that moment, a voice pierced through the crowd, filled with urgency. "Brother Zhang Yi, I haven't received anything yet." The voice belonged to Fang Yuqing, who had always assumed Zhang Yi would offer her special consideration, granting her the most food. However, after waiting in vain for what felt like an eternity, she was left empty-handed. Beside her, Lin Caning chimed in anxiously, "Brother Zhang Yi, how could you forget about me too?" Zhang Yi regarded the two with a teasing glint in his eyes. "I haven't forgotten about you at all." The expressions of the two women brightened momentarily, as they believed that Zhang Yi was extending a special consideration towards them by placing them at the end. However, his subsequent remark plunged them into despair. "You two simply do not qualify." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning stood in stunned silence, wide-eyed, as if unable to comprehend the words they had just heard. Lin Caning blurted out, "Why not? Everyone else has it. Why am I excluded?" Fang Yuqing was even less able to accept this turn of events. She rushed through the crowd to Zhang Yi, tears streaming down her face, pleading, "Zhang Yi, you're just joking with me, right? Please tell me this isn't real. You wouldn't treat me like this. You said you liked me. Didn't you?" Zhang Yi crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, responding, "I did mention that I liked you. However, I trust you didn't take it seriously. I am like this with many girls. We all understand the nature of our interactions. My interest in you has waned, so please refrain from bothering me in the future. I already have a girlfriend." Zhang Yi spoke, deliberately pulling Zhou Kuer into his embrace. Standing alongside each other, Zhou Kuer and Fang Yuqing presented a stark contrast. One was a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, a chief physician at a top-tier hospital, impeccable in physique, beauty, and grace. The other, an employee at a small company, engaged daily in flirtations with various men, frequently frequenting nightclubs. It was evident to anyone which one should choose. Moreover, at that moment, Fang Yuqing appeared disheveled and utterly disheartened, while Zhou Kuer exuded elegance, her makeup flawless and attire resplendent. The comparison between the two resembled that of a celestial being and a beggar. Fang Yuqing could hardly bear such a blow. Her once prized beauty and charm were ruthlessly trampled upon by Zhang Yi. With tears streaming down her face, she pointed at him, saying, "No, this cannot be true. Just a while ago, you invited me to stay at your home. Why are you treating me like this now?" Zhang Yi smirked. "What are you talking about? I was merely toying with you. Just look at your foolish appearance. It's utterly laughable." He then turned to Wang Min and Lin Caning. "Hey, has Tishi been telling you both that I like her? That I would let her into my life?" Wang Min and Lin Caning quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed. This woman is utterly delusional, lost in her own fantasies. Such a worthless individual, oblivious to her own shortcomings, had even caused harm to my cousin. She truly deserves this fate." Zhang Yi publicly humiliated Fang Yuqing, stripping away her dignity entirely. The disdainful gazes of onlookers pierced through her. Faced with this humiliation, Fang Yuqing's face turned pale as she covered her head, pleading, "No, please, stop. Please, stop talking." Zhang Yi disregarded her, continuing, "You, with your delusions of grandeur, believe yourself to be a fairy, always scheming to ensnare the wealthy heirs. Little do you realize, in the circles of affluent heirs in Tianhai City, you are infamous. Who doesn't he know you are merely a cheap trifle that can be bought with a little cash? Zhang Yi turned to Su Hao. Tell me, what is her nickname? Su Hao, curled up on the ground, gritted his teeth as he replied, Universal Socket, Bus, Russian Roulette. A wave of laughter erupted in the room. Who would have thought there was such talent in our building? I even had a crush on her before, damn. It seems a few $100 could have sufficed. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered. Truly a shameless wretch. Surrounded by the cacophony of mockery and insults, Fang Yuqing struggled to cover her ears, unable to escape the relentless barrage of derision. In a fit of madness, she screamed before bolting out of the room. Zhang Yi produced a small bag of cookies, tossing them before Su Hao. Here, this is a reward for your understanding. Training a dog is similar. One must provide incentives for obedience. Su Hao's eyes sparkled with joy, astonished that food had been returned to him. Even after having been beaten moments before, his animosity towards Zhang Yi had significantly waned. Instead, he found himself believing Zhang Yi to be a fair individual. Acknowledging his own faults, he thought it unwise to resist Zhang Yi. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I promise to be obedient from now on. At this moment, Lin Caning also stepped forward and addressed Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing and I have had our differences in the past, but I bear no grievances against you, do I? Just now, I spoke in your favor. Surely you can spare me a bit more food? Zhang Yi cast her a sidelong glance and replied curtly, no. Lin Caning's temper flared instantly as she shouted, why not? The one you pursue is her, not me. Zhang Yi looked at her earnestly and stated, I find you quite bothersome. I simply do not wish to share with you. Is that unacceptable? Lin Caning was momentarily taken aback by his words. You. That is not fair. She began to weep inconsolably. Only a fool would mention fairness. Zhang Yi dismissed her with indifference, while the others regarded Lin Caning with a mocking expression. Li Qingbin and Jiang Lei, displaying a sense of propriety, urged Lin Caning to leave to avoid her becoming a nuisance. After the supplies were distributed, Zhang Yi said, next, let us discuss how to enhance our defenses. Beside Uncle Yu, Xieli Mei furrowed her brow and whispered in his ear, why haven't we received our share? You have taken down 2. We should be allocated rations for 11. Uncle Yu replied, Zhang Yi will not overlook us. Please refrain from speaking for now. Xieli Mei shot him an annoyed glance, then glanced at Zhang Yi, murmuring softly to herself. Zhang Yi continued, in our building, excluding the children who cannot walk, there are 47 individuals. Excluding myself, Zhou Kuer, Uncle Yu, and Xieli Mei, that leaves 43 others. We will divide into 6 groups, each comprising 7 or 8 members. A continuous 24-hour rotation of duty shall be established to thwart any potential incursions from neighboring buildings. Upon the sighting of an approaching threat, a signal shall be emitted by striking the stair railing or any metallic object to alert all individuals present. Once the inhabitants of the other floors awaken, they too shall employ this method to notify those on higher levels. Zhang Yi, with his hands nestled in his pockets, solemnly declared, the reward I previously mentioned remains in effect. For each enemy slain, a bounty of provisions sufficient for 5 individuals shall be granted. Should one fail to demonstrate merit, a single ration of food shall be allocated daily, albeit subject to selection by others, with no assurance of quantity. As he spoke, Zhang Yi turned to Uncle Yu and said, Uncle Yu, I entrust this matter to your capable hands. Uncle Yu nodded in agreement. Very well, it shall be done. Chapter 86. The sniper. Upon the conclusion of Zhang Yi's statement, the neighbors engaged in quiet contemplation of the advantages and disadvantages presented. One individual inquired, Zhang Yi, while it is understandable that you and Zhou Kuer are exempt from duty, why is Uncle Yu also excused? Surely, he is the most formidable fighter among us. Zhang Yi fixed his gaze upon the questioner and articulated with clarity, precisely because Uncle Yu is a vital asset in our combat efforts. It is imperative that he conserves his energy and prepares for the decisive battles ahead. Do you comprehend? This assertion may seem somewhat forced, yet no one dares to contradict Zhang Yi. In truth, Zhang Yi's paramount objective is to ensure Uncle Yu's safety. The others are stationed on the front lines, tasked with repelling the onslaught of adversaries from other buildings, akin to mere cannon fodder. To put it more delicately, they are expendable. Uncle Yu, possessing remarkable skills and an upright character, stands as Zhang Yi's most esteemed subordinate, deserving of preservation for future service to Zhang Yi. To launch an assault on their apartment building, the 4th floor is an unavoidable passage, whether through tunneling from below or climbing in through the 4th floor window. Thus, securing this position enables timely detection of any incoming foes. He would never expose his back to those he does not trust. At this moment, there are no others around. Xieli Mei, noticing Zhang Yi's prolonged silence regarding the provisions for their household, could no longer contain herself and inquired, Zhang Yi, have you forgotten about the food for our family? Zhang Yi glanced at Xieli Mei, his eyes glinting with a hint of icy amusement. Uncle Yu promptly tugged at her arm, urging her to reconsider her words. However, Xia Lime continued, clearly, Uncle Yu has contributed the most yet receives nothing in return. This is simply too. Uncle Yu, you should come to my house later to collect it, she said. Upon hearing this, Xia Lime instantly donned a beaming smile. I knew you wouldn't let him work in vain. Uncle Yu shot her an exasperated glance. I have already told you, Zhang Yi is a man worthy of trust. Zhang Yi smiled silently. Upon returning home, he retrieved a box of instant noodles from another dimension and placed it at the doorstep, then informed Uncle Yu to come by in 10 minutes to collect it. Entering the room, Zhang Yi hastily removed his cold-resistant attire. Clang. The frying pan concealed within his leather jacket fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Zhou Kua chuckled as she picked up the frying pan. Remarking on the eerie stillness outside, there is not even a ghostly shadow. You're being overly cautious. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, assuring her that such an item would soon be unnecessary. He had discovered something far superior, a police-grade bulletproof vest that was both snug and secure. Once ensconced in the warmth of his abode, the feeling of happiness within Zhang Yi deepened. Stepping outside into the frigid embrace of temperatures plunging below 70 degrees. Even clad in thermal gear, the chill was palpable. Particularly while riding a motorcycle, the sensation was even more pronounced. Zhang Yi summoned some provisions from the alternate realm and laid them upon the table. Zhou Kua, having been famished throughout the day, joined him. Before he departed, all the food had been secured, leaving neither of them with sustenance. As they sat at the dining table, relishing their meal, Zhou Kua inquired curiously, "What is the situation outside now?" Zhang Yi replied, "What else could it be? The snow has sealed the city. The lower buildings are entirely blanketed. If this continues, even once the snowfall ceases and temperatures normalize, it will take at least half a month for the snow to thaw." Zhou Kua nodded in agreement. But winter is about to set in, and the temperatures will only drop further. This is not a concern for us, Zhang Yi remarked. What we must contend with now are people. In this apocalyptic world, humanity is far more terrifying than any demon. After finishing their meal, Zhou Kua nestled beside Zhang Yi, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. Zhang Yi cast her a sidelong glance, questioning her intentions. Zhou Kua's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "I'm just trying to stay warm." With that, she pressed her curvaceous figure against him. Ever since Zhang Yi had enlightened her, she seemed to have awakened, clinging to him daily. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was young and robust, brimming with vitality. Otherwise, a typical man might have found it overwhelming. Zhang Yi chuckled, playfully patting her ample rear. Zhou Kua shot him a flirtatious glance before obediently heading off to take a shower. What could possibly allow Zhang Yi to set aside even the allure of beauty? Certainly, it was the shared passion of men. Zhang Yi extracted the firearms he had collected today from an alternate dimension. His familiarity with weaponry was not insubstantial, as he had previously joined the shooting association in Tianhai City and frequently frequented the range. Naturally, the police-issued firearms surpassed those he had acquired through the black market in terms of performance. Consequently, Zhang Yi retired his previous weapon and replaced it with 2 service handguns. Fully loaded, the holster and tactical belt were readily available, allowing him to affix them to his waist with ease. He then commenced an examination of the rifles, including the formidable sniper rifle he had procured. Although the shooting range in Tianhai City provided specialized rifles for target practice, it lacked any sniper rifles. However, the modern internet proved to be a treasure trove of information, with comprehensive descriptions of various firearms readily accessible online. Zhang Yi took out his phone and promptly searched for relevant information, soon discovering detailed accounts of the weapons. Reflecting on the current state of affairs, Zhang Yi mused that despite the apocalypse leading to the collapse of numerous online enterprises and the cessation of many software applications, a select few large corporations maintained operational servers. This was, of course, in collaboration with governmental efforts. At least for the moment, humanity had not relinquished its ambition to rebuild in the wake of the cataclysm. Preserving a flicker of civilization's embers. Setting aside his contemplations, Zhang Yi dedicated himself to studying the operational manuals for these firearms online. Given his prior experience with weaponry, he absorbed the information swiftly. Regardless of his accuracy, he at least learned how to fire and reload, which would suffice even for intimidation purposes. The mere existence of firearms serves as the greatest deterrent. Zhang Yi contemplated for a moment, loading each weapon with magazines and disengaging the safety, placing them within the alternate dimension. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he could readily retrieve a firearm to defend himself. However, he found himself particularly enamored with the sniper rifle. Firearms embody a certain romanticism for men. It is an intrinsic nature for them to cherish their weapons. Zhang Yi raised the rifle and, utilizing the scope, directed his gaze towards the building across the way. Approximately 50 meters distant, he could clearly discern the window of a unit, even perceiving the lock upon it. He thought to seize an opportunity to test this firearm, for it is indeed a divine tool for ambush. A smile crept across Zhang Yi's face. Direct confrontation was never to his liking. Concealing himself in the shadows, he relished the thought of eliminating an unsuspecting target who would never know his location. That was the true thrill. Chapter 87. The Revenge of the Alliance. Zhang Yi reveled in the exhilaration of wielding the sniper rifle, surveying the entirety of the neighborhood through the scope. As it was nighttime, most households were devoid of electricity, rendering the interior of the apartment building pitch black, yet illuminated by the reflection of the snow. The exterior remained a vast expanse of white, allowing faint glimpses of the surroundings. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. Upon focusing on the nearby garage, he noticed two small black figures moving within his line of sight. The garage people. It appeared they were headed towards my snowmobile. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile, for it was evident that someone had stealthily approached under the cover of night. Alas, their efforts were destined to be in vain. After a while, Uncle Yu arrived, his eyes glistening with excitement as he spotted an entire box of unopened instant noodles at the doorway. To his surprise, they were from White Elephant, a thoughtful gesture from Zhang Yi. This box of noodles, if rationed, could sustain the three of them for an entire week. Considering that Zhang Yi himself had limited supplies at home, yet still offered him such a generous gift, Uncle Yu felt nothing but deep gratitude. Zhang Yi's household did not possess an abundance of these instant noodles. There were merely over 20,000 boxes in the warehouse. Moreover, he had yet to consume a single packet, as his home was filled with gourmet meals prepared by renowned chefs. Who would choose such fare? Uncle Yu cradled the noodles and knocked on the door, saying, "Zhang Yi, I'll take the noodles." "Thank you." Zhang Yi set down the sniper rifle he had been holding and approached the door, replying, "Uncle Yu, why are you being so polite with me?" The plight of others mattered little, but Uncle Yu was someone he was determined to protect, ensuring he had enough to eat. Only in this way could Uncle Yu serve as his invaluable ally and human shield. It was not that Zhang Yi was heartless. He would never allow Uncle Yu to sacrifice himself for him unless absolutely necessary. Uncle Yu scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "You mustn't take to heart the words that Shelley spoke to you during the day. She's a bit of a gossip." Zhang Yi lowered his gaze and smiled faintly. "Oh, can I really hold a grudge against a woman? I, Zhang Yi, am not the petty sort. Yet, Uncle Yu, are you truly contemplating raising another child?" Zhang Yi's tone carried a hint of inquiry. He held no fondness for Xiaolime, yet he wished to avoid straining his relationship with Uncle Yu. Thus, he chose to sow discord subtly. Uncle Yu chuckled. "In this day and age, what can I say? It's already a stroke of luck to find such a woman." Zhang Yi nodded. "Indeed, you have a point. In truth, Sister Xie is a commendable woman, not lacking in beauty, and quite capable of bearing children. I harbor no malicious intent. I merely believe you underestimate yourself, Uncle Yu. In these times, a robust man like you, skilled in combat, is in high demand. To jest, it wouldn't be excessive for you to attract a celebrity." Uncle Yu, flattered by the praise, responded, "Am I truly as remarkable as you say?" Zhang Yi replied, "You have witnessed the current state of affairs. Those flashy young men who can sing, dance, and rap are of little use. They can barely support themselves. It is men like us who provide women with a sense of security." With that, Zhang Yi shifted the conversation. After all, a man must have his own children. Raising another's offspring feels somewhat amusing. Uncle Yu felt a peculiar discomfort within himself as Zhang Yi's words stirred certain thoughts in his mind. He indeed held a fondness for Xiaolime. Her ample figure and commendable skills were capable of satisfying the desires of a seasoned bachelor like him. Yet, the infant was scarcely a year old and, in these times, proved to be quite a burden. Caring for her often led to sleepless nights, disrupting his rest. If the child were his own, it might be different, but the fact remained that she belonged to another. Humans are inherently selfish, and Uncle Yu had long harbored discontent, albeit suppressing it and refraining from delving too deeply into his feelings. Furthermore, Xiaolime incessantly filled his ears with persuasion, declaring that he should regard the child as if she were his own daughter, promising that she would honor him in her adulthood. Over time, Uncle Yu had genuinely begun to assist in raising the child. However, it was Zhang Yi's remarks that served as a wake-up call, prompting him to entertain a shift in perspective. "Haha, children are a consideration I dare not entertain at present. Perhaps I shall revisit the idea when circumstances are more stable." Uncle Yu forced a smile, suppressing the tumult within. Indeed, you have a point. Haha. I was merely speaking offhandedly. Please do not take it to heart, Uncle Yu. I hold both you and Sister Xie in the highest regard and sincerely wish for your happiness. These rifles and sniper guns would serve as his clandestine weapons. After a while, the sound of water in the bathroom ceased. Zhou Kuer emerged, wrapped in a towel, her skin as white as milk beneath the delicate pink fabric. Her long legs, toned to perfection, boasted elegant lines, glistening alluringly under the soft light. Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, lazily uttering, "I'm a bit weary today. You take the lead." Zhou Kuer gazed at Zhang Yi on the sofa, her expression tinged with hesitation. He had been out running all day, undoubtedly drenched in sweat. Yet he had not bathed. However, she made no objections and obediently approached him, kneeling on the floor. That night, the Tianhe gang, having lost 4 of their members, launched another attack on Unit 25. The recent string of successes had led them to underestimate everyone in the building aside from Zhang Yi. Yet this time, they unexpectedly faced resistance. Leading the charge was Huang Tianfeng's nephew, Huang Wei, who thrived in nocturnal ambushes. Around 2 in the morning, he stealthily entered Unit 25 with 8 accomplices, only to be met with bricks raining down from above as they reached the staircase. Bang, bang, bang. The individuals on duty discovered the enemy and immediately retaliated with whatever they had at hand, armed with kitchen knives, clubs, and other weapons. They obstructed the Tianhe gang from a higher vantage point, hurling stones, bricks, and any heavy objects they could find to buy time. In their resistance, they also struck the stairs and windows to create noise, thereby alerting the neighbors. Before long, the entire building was roused from slumber. Driven by a desire for vengeance and the scarcity of resources, Huang Wei and his companions opted for a full-scale assault. However, their numbers were woefully insufficient. Despite their fierce combat prowess, they could not contend with such a large force. Moreover, due to Zhang Yi's bounty, each life taken was worth 5 portions of food. The neighbors, fueled by adrenaline, eagerly vied to claim their share of victims. The skirmish lasted only a few minutes, with all participants fighting to kill, resulting in 3 bodies left behind. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Huang Wei urgently shouted, "Retreat, move, move." As they fled, the neighbors from Unit 25 erupted in cheers, eagerly pursuing them. One sluggish worker, unable to escape through the window in time, was struck in the backside by a kitchen knife, which embedded itself nearly halfway into his flesh. He let out a pained cry, awkwardly struggling to crawl out. Once outside, the neighbors hesitated to pursue further, mindful of the late hour and uncertain of the situation outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, awakened by the commotion, stepped onto the balcony and gazed down at the fleeing members of the Tianhe gang. Suddenly struck by a thought, could he eliminate them with a sniper rifle from this distance? Chapter 88. Precision Shooting, Unerring Accuracy when a man encounters a captivating woman. His first inclination is to engage in profound conversation. Similarly, upon acquiring a remarkable weapon, one is compelled to test its might. This instinct is ingrained in our very essence. Even as a child, finding a sturdy bamboo stick would inspire visions of wielding it as a sword. How much more so when Zhang Yi comes into possession of a sniper rifle, an object so unattainable for the ordinary citizen in Huagua that even the thought of using it for harm seems preposterous. With the desire to assess its functionality, Zhang Yi retrieved the sniper rifle from an alternate dimension and positioned himself on the balcony of the 24th floor, aiming downwards. The 8-fold magnification proved to be exceptionally effective. What appeared as mere ants from such a height now came into sharp focus. Holding his breath to prevent his exhaled warmth from blurring the scope, he wrestled with his excitement, aligning the crosshairs on the back of a target before squeezing the trigger. In that fleeting moment, as the bullet left the chamber, an extraordinary sensation washed over him, an inexplicable certainty that this bullet would find its mark. Bang! The shot rang out with piercing clarity in the stillness of the night, rousing countless souls from their restless slumber. Through the scope, Zhang Yi beheld the figure collapse onto the ground, blood staining the expanse of snow. Goodness, how could my aim be so precise? Am I truly a prodigy? Zhang Yi felt a mix of astonishment and elation. He had merely sought to test the weapon's efficacy, harboring little expectation, yet unexpectedly, he had struck true with a single shot. What is this peculiar sensation that has just emerged? Zhang Yi felt a twinge of surprise. However, he had no time to ponder further. The individuals beside him, startled by the gunfire and witnessing a comrade fall, hastened their pace. Zhang Yi quickly reloaded and aimed at the next target. As he focused intently on an individual, that extraordinary feeling resurfaced once more. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed, and another person collapsed in response. This time, Zhang Yi comprehended that his ability to strike the enemy from the 24th floor was not mere coincidence, but rather an innate gift. To be precise, it should be regarded as a unique capability. Zhang Yi murmured to himself, "It appears that the power I have awakened is far more complex than simply existing in an alternate dimension. It is merely that my previous self had not yet discovered its potential." Nevertheless, it is certain that his extraordinary ability is intrinsically linked to space, rendering him a born marksman. Previously, with a crossbow and pistol, he had engaged in close-quarters combat, neglecting to recognize this talent, merely appreciating the gratifying sensation of shooting. Now, with the sniper rifle in hand, that feeling became strikingly pronounced. Zhang Yi's heart raced with exhilaration. In this apocalyptic world, possessing an additional ability significantly enhances one's chances of survival. Bang! As the gunfire rang out, he witnessed the horrific spectacle of a man's head exploding in a mist of crimson. Without a doubt, this was indeed a formidable skill of precision shooting. Zhang Yi was elated as he aimed at several others. Click, click, click. 7 lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the vast expanse of white snow, their crimson blood staining the ground in a shocking display. Zhang Yi could not suppress a smile at the corners of his lips. From this moment forth, he could retreat into the shadows and become a master manipulator, orchestrating the demise of others with ease. Meanwhile, the neighbors below, upon hearing the gunfire and witnessing Huang Wei and the others fall one by one, were engulfed in a palpable horror. The shots had originated from the upper floor. Surely, it was Zhang Yi who had unleashed this chaos. Given the distance, the weapon could not possibly have been a mere handgun. It must have been the formidable force of a sniper rifle. My heavens, at such a range, a single shot could claim a life. Zhang Yi was indeed a sharpshooter. The crowd stood in stunned silence, gripped by a sense of dread. With such prowess, if Zhang Yi wished to eliminate them, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. They instinctively filled in the gaps in their understanding, suspecting that Zhang Yi might be a hidden warrior amidst the urban landscape. After all, how else could he possess such remarkable marksmanship? It seemed prudent to heed Zhang Yi's words moving forward. Indeed, their survival thus far was solely due to Zhang Yi's restraint. The capacity for human imagination is truly formidable. At this moment, their reverence for Zhang Yi has soared beyond measure. It is not only them. The gunfire in the dead of night has startled the entire community awake. Zhang Yi's sniper rifle lacks a silencer. Yet those with even a modicum of knowledge in this field can discern that the sound is unequivocally not that of a mere handgun. In a world where a single pistol can dominate an entire building, one can only fathom the terror that would ensue should someone possess a more formidable rifle, or even a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi stowed away his sniper rifle and rubbed his shoulder, slightly sore from the continuous firing. Fortunately, his physical condition is robust. Otherwise, he might have endured several days of discomfort. This night, it is likely that many will find themselves unable to sleep. Uncle Yu sent a message to Zhang Yi, inquiring whether the gunfire originated from him. Having served in the military, Uncle Yu quickly deduced that it was indeed a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi did not conceal the truth, replying, "I acquired it today from the police station." Curiously, Uncle Yu asked, "Did you serve in the military? What was your unit?" Zhang Yi's marksmanship was astoundingly precise, and through Uncle Yu's discerning eyes, it was evident that he was of a caliber akin to a sharpshooter from the armed forces. Zhang Yi chuckled. "I merely possess a talent for it, haha." Believing Zhang Yi to be reluctant to share further, Uncle Yu refrained from pressing on, concluding that as long as it was Zhang Yi who fired the weapon, they were safe. If it were someone else, they could be in grave danger. The following day, Zhang Yi awoke around 9, refreshed and ready to wash up, and he released Zhou Ke from her room. "Let us prepare something to eat. I find myself craving freshly prepared dishes. How about you whip up 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles?" Zhang Yi suggested to Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke chuckled, remarking that her culinary skills did not rival those of a restaurant. Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "Then practice more. After all, we have ample time." Having grown weary of restaurant fare, one occasionally yearns for the comfort of home-cooked meals to change things up. Dutifully, Zhou Ke retreated to the kitchen, and shortly after, she emerged with 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles. Zhang Yi took a bite, finding the flavor quite satisfactory. It is worth noting that Zhang Yi had installed surveillance throughout the house, including the kitchen, and he provided all the ingredients. On her first day, Zhou Ke underwent a thorough inspection by Zhang Yi, who still checks on her daily, ensuring no corner is overlooked. Thus, any possibility of her tampering with his food is effectively eliminated. Otherwise, he would never consume dishes presented by another. Once seated at the table, Zhou Ke curiously inquired, "I heard gunfire yesterday. Was that you shooting from the balcony?" Chapter 89. The Warehouse District. Zhang Yi glanced at her, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Yes." He took another bite of the noodles, acknowledging that Zhou Ke's culinary skills were merely average, though the simplicity of preparing noodles worked in her favor. "I found it when I went out. It's a sniper rifle." Zhang Yi's tone remained casual. Excitement sparkled in Zhou Ke's beautiful eyes. "A sniper rifle? Can you use it?" "Not only can I, but I excel at it." Zhang Yi pointed out the window, stating with pride, "Last night, I dispatched 7 individuals with 7 bullets." His demeanor reflected a certain satisfaction, for men often delight in showcasing their conquests to women. Zhou Ke gazed at Zhang Yi with newfound admiration. Being in the company of such a man afforded her a greater sense of security. "Zhang Yi, you are truly remarkable." she exclaimed, cradling her chin in her hands, her eyes filled with adoration. Are you not curious how I came to wield a sniper rifle? Zhang Yi inquired with a playful smile. Zhou Kuo shook her head, replying, what does it matter to me? Even if you were once a murderer or a deranged maniac, I have already chosen to stand by you. After a moment's contemplation, she added, it is certainly better than perishing alone out there. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, remarking, you are indeed astute, unlike some foolish women who incessantly inquire about everything. Meanwhile, at the Tianhe gang, Huang Tianfang did not discover the bodies of Huang Wei and the others until the morning. Upon hearing gunfire the previous night, he sensed impending trouble. It was only in the morning that they beheld the 10 corpses stacked outside, causing Huang Tianfang's pupils to constrict in shock. A surge of intense fury welled within him. Yet the fear he harbored was tenfold that anger. Now, only 9 members remained in their gang, drastically diminishing their combat capability. Even if they coerced the surviving owners into joining, it would not compensate for the loss of their workers' fighting strength. Should a skirmish erupt with another building at this juncture, they would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. They are armed, and not with ordinary firearms. I suspect they possess rifles or sniper guns. The barrage of bullets last night was so intense, indicating that they have an abundance of ammunition. This adversary is indeed formidable. Huang Tianfang's expression was extremely grave, and his subordinates displayed palpable fear. Boss, what shall we do? Dawei and the others are dead, and we have lost a significant portion of our numbers. Should we continue? Huang Tianfang glared menacingly at the neighboring Unit 25, gritting his teeth as he replied, what are we to do? They have guns. What do we have to fight them with? His men grew anxious, but without seizing their sleds and supplies, the residents of this building would soon face starvation. The group exchanged glances, a flicker of internal struggle crossing their faces. They had been brothers for many years, sharing life and death together. Now, they were faced with a dilemma. Though their hearts were heavy, no one dared to voice their thoughts. They understood that, in comparison to survival, all else was inconsequential. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuo finished their meal, he rose and announced, I am heading out. Zhou Kuo promptly stuffed a bag of chips into her pocket upon hearing this. Zhang Yi said little more. This time, however, he did not put away the 2 boxes of provisions in the kitchen. Having lived together for an extended period, he had complete faith in Zhou Kuo's intelligence. Unless a superior alternative presented itself, she would not commit the folly of betraying Zhang Yi. Upon reaching the ground floor, the individuals on duty immediately straightened upon seeing him. Brother Zhang, are you going out? Zhang Yi cast a glance at them, perceiving the genuine reverence reflected in their eyes. His prowess had garnered universal acknowledgement. Nodding affirmatively, he encouraged, let us give it our all. He then climbed out of the window on the 4th floor, pausing momentarily to contemplate before feigning a detour to the rear garage. Shortly thereafter, he mounted his motorcycle and departed the community. Shadows emerged from the windows of numerous houses, all fixated on the receding figure of Zhang Yi. Their expressions were a tapestry of emotions, some brimming with excitement, others tinged with envy, and a few displaying a sinister edge. At this moment, the building was under the management of an organization that called itself the Wolf Pack, comprised of a group of young men, all in their 20s. The leader of the Wolf Pack, Wang Chong, stood by the window, a blood-stained machete, already showing signs of rust, resting beside him. He watched Zhang Yi leave the community with furrowed brows, pondering the whereabouts of his motorcycle. Just the previous night, he had dispatched someone to steal Zhang Yi's vehicle. Beside him, his second-in-command, Xiao Lu, remarked, our community is quite expansive. He has concealed it well, making it indeed difficult to locate. Wang Chong snorted dismissively, crossing his arms as he declared, regardless, that motorcycle must remain under the control of our wolf pack. With a snowmobile, we could venture out in search of supplies. Expanding our ranks and establishing a formidable gang would then be within our grasp. Xiaolu nodded earnestly in agreement. Indeed, heroes emerge in chaotic times. This era presents a splendid opportunity for us brothers. His gaze followed the direction in which Zhang Yi had vanished, his eyes brimming with a fervent intensity. For now, let us devise a plan to procure a few packs of cigarettes. I have refrained from smoking for half a month, and I feel as though I am on the brink of madness. In other buildings, the leaders have also begun to conspire against Zhang Yi. His presence poses a significant threat to them, primarily because he is armed, possessing a formidable firearm. Yet, this situation also presents an opportunity. Zhang Yi has a snowmobile, enabling him to venture out in search of supplies. Some wish to confront him, while others seek collaboration. However, one thing is certain, they will inevitably come into contact with Zhang Yi. On this occasion, Zhang Yi first visited a nearby supermarket. Regrettably, the nearby supermarkets were not constructed to sufficient heights. Several small ones were merely single-story buildings, thus completely buried under the heavy snowfall. It appears that unless the snow melts, The only places to procure food in the entire city are the few large independent supermarkets and the warehouses. Suddenly, Zhang Yi recalled his former workplace, located in the southwestern direction of the economic development zone. Once a vast expanse of wasteland, it had been developed to accommodate various enterprises constructing factories and warehouses. Due to the low land prices, most of the city's warehouses are situated there. While Zhang Yi had emptied the Walmart warehouse, other companies' goods still remained: medical supplies, food, automobiles, toys. A plethora of items awaited. A visit there might yield something of value. Zhang Yi, having made up his mind, turned the vehicle and drove towards the warehouse area. The warehouse was situated a mere 10 kilometers away, and within 20 minutes, Zhang Yi arrived at his destination. The place was remarkably spacious, with the factory buildings constructed to considerable heights, devoid of the excessive snow accumulation typical of the city. Thus, as Zhang Yi approached, he could still glimpse the tops of some buildings. Chapter 90. The gas station. Zhang Yi was exceedingly familiar with this area, within Tianhai City. Hundreds of group warehouses were concentrated here, varying in size. However, the pressing concern remained whether the supplies were still intact. Armed with a handgun and a crowbar, he made his way to a nearby Durun FA warehouse for inspection. With the crowbar in hand, he smashed the window from the top. Peering inside, he was met with the disheartening sight of the vast warehouse now rendered desolate. Had the goods been transferred elsewhere? Zhang Yi had anticipated this, so he was not overly surprised. He proceeded to other warehouses, only to find the same dismal outcome. Medical supplies, daily necessities, food, and even snacks and pet food had all been stripped away, just as I had suspected. When disaster strikes, the official experts are quick to report the situation, and those in authority undoubtedly prioritize the relocation of resources. This is precisely why Zhang Yi decided to empty the Walmart warehouse a week in advance. He understood that when calamity strikes, those in positions of power would prioritize their own interests, disregarding the plight of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi did not relinquish his search. With hundreds of warehouses at his disposal, it was possible that some items, untouched, could prove beneficial to him. Indeed, diligent effort often yields rewards. After a long day of searching, Zhang Yi discovered a warehouse dedicated to vehicle storage. Spanning over 1 million square meters, the space was remarkably vast. Within the steel framework, cars were meticulously arranged like sardines in a can. Among them were numerous luxury vehicles, worth millions prior to the apocalypse. However, in their current state, they were rendered utterly useless, leaving Zhang Yi at a loss as to their potential utility. Upon witnessing the multitude of vehicles, he felt a sense of futility. After much contemplation and a reluctant decision, he thought, there is still ample space. I might as well store them for now. Who knows when they may prove useful in the future? Men are indeed fond of their vehicles. Upon seeing an array of luxurious automobiles, Zhang Yi contemplated collecting them for his enjoyment. Though he could not drive them at that moment, he relished the visual delight they provided, treating them as exquisite models. He meticulously selected a dozen of his favorite cars and stored them within his unique space. For an entire day, Zhang Yi busied himself in this expansive warehouse area, where most of the space had been cleared, leaving only cumbersome machinery and bulk construction materials behind. To his dismay, he found not a single item for sustenance or daily use. Gritting his teeth and suppressing his inner turmoil, he scavenged various items as if rummaging through refuse. Heavy-duty trucks, excavators, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, bulldozers. What if he needed them in the future? Zhang Yi reassured himself, yet soon found his thoughts amusing. In the frigid winter, such vehicles would scarcely move an inch. What purpose would they serve? Fortunately, the otherworldly space is sufficiently vast, allowing for the accommodation of all these vehicles without compromising on space. After much deliberation, Zhang Yi felt it was time to cease his explorations, as there was no further value in continuing, and he had no urgent necessities at present. He retrieved a piece of chocolate from the otherworldly space and swiftly consumed it. However, as he ate, the biting cold wind filled his mouth, rendering the experience somewhat unpleasant. Unfortunately, the prospect of drinking hot water was out of the question. Once the lid was unscrewed, it would cool down within minutes. Zhang Yi scooped a handful of snow off the ground and begrudgingly decided to let it melt for some water. Soon after, an idea struck him. He needed to visit another location. With the acquisition of numerous vehicles, thoughts of gasoline and diesel came to mind. The fuel stored in the otherworldly space was initially sufficient for daily needs, yet given the current circumstances, he would be extensively utilizing the snowmobile as a primary means of transportation. Thus, the stored quantities might not suffice. Exercising caution, Zhang Yi resolved to head to a gas station to see if he could procure some fuel. He mounted the snowmobile and, after a moment of contemplation, set off towards the largest gas station in Tianhai City. Before long, he arrived at the location etched in his memory. However, upon his arrival, he exhaled a deep breath, releasing a cloud of white vapor. The enormous gas station was completely buried beneath a thick layer of snow. Zhang Yi could only rely on the towering buildings nearby to ascertain its position. Although he had mentally prepared for this eventuality, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. After all, gas stations were not typically accompanied by skyscrapers. Does this imply that he might not find a place to refuel? Damn it! Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless about the situation before him. Given the current thickness of the snow, it was nearly impossible to excavate by mere human effort. Moreover, who could tell how many years this snow disaster would persist? Based on the inventory in his alternate space and the fuel consumption of the snowmobiles, they might be depleted within 20 years. This was hardly encouraging news. Human strength was indeed feeble. If only they could utilize heavy machinery for excavation. Zhang Yi chuckled bitterly to himself. Just as he was about to turn the key and depart, a thought suddenly struck him. Excavation equipment? Could an excavator be of use? He had recently retrieved several operational vehicles from the warehouse, including a few excavators. Who would have thought they would be needed so soon? Digging holes in the snow with an excavator would undoubtedly be a breeze. However, to be candid, this was quite an uncommon scenario. After all, on the previous planet, it was rare to encounter such thick ice and snow, and no one ventured to the Arctic driving an excavator. They relied on icebreakers. Nevertheless, after careful contemplation, Zhang Yi was convinced that this idea was entirely feasible, given that the snow had only accumulated for less than a month. It had not yet formed a particularly hard ice layer, making it possible to excavate with an excavator. The snow and ice below were at most a dozen meters deep. He only needed to dig to an entrance, such as a door or window, to gain access. Thus, it would not take too much time. Feasible. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi summoned a large excavator from his alternate space. Bang! A nearly 20-ton excavator crashed heavily to the ground, astonishingly sinking over a meter deep. Observing this scene, Zhang Yi chuckled softly, remarking that it was rather convenient, sparing him the trouble of digging further. The snow on the surface was, after all, relatively thin, incapable of bearing such immense weight. However, beneath the surface, the snow should have accumulated more densely. Having previously operated cranes, forklifts, and large trucks during his tenure at the warehouse, he found this machinery manageable. With a bit of contemplation, he understood the mechanics of its operation. While he wouldn't claim to be exceptionally skilled, he at least possessed the ability to maneuver it. Chapter 91. A new path discovered. The operational mechanism of the excavator was quite straightforward, primarily involving two levers for thrust and a control stick for the bucket. Zhang Yi located the fuel tank and extracted a barrel of diesel from the spatial anomaly, pouring it into the tank. He then climbed into the control cabin and turned the key. With a thunderous roar, the machine sprang to life. Fortunately, the frigid temperatures had not adversely affected this new equipment, enabling it to function normally. Zhang Yi skillfully maneuvered the excavator, beginning to toss the snow aside. Initially, his pace was somewhat sluggish, but he gradually quickened. After half an hour, he had excavated a pit 3 meters deep, with the tracks able to move slowly as well. Thankfully, the excavator was equipped with tracks rather than wheels. Zhang Yi even mused that, should an unusual situation arise, this machine could serve as a transport vehicle. Although its speed was somewhat diminished, the excavator's tracks traversed the snowy terrain with ease. This remarkable apparatus was capable of traversing even the most sodden marshlands, proving its worth. With his somewhat unrefined skills, Zhang Yi toiled for nearly 2 hours, at last unearthing the solid structure. As he felt a surge of joy within, he swiftly maneuvered the snowflakes aside along the structure, gradually revealing the expansive rooftop platform of the gas station. Locating the building of the gas station was merely the first step. The subsequent task was to clear the accumulated snow from this area. Due to his lack of proficiency, Zhang Yi toiled for a good 4 to 5 hours before finally excavating the convenience store window of the gas station. Fortunately, it was the excavator that did the digging, not him. Otherwise, exhaustion would have surely claimed him. Upon breaking the glass of the window and leaping inside, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. The snow had breached the door, filling a substantial portion of the interior with its icy mass. Thankfully, the rear door was still visible. Zhang Yi trudged through the snow, seeking the location of the fuel storage. Typically, the fuel storage facility of a gas station is situated underground, thereby mitigating the risk of being buried by snow. In a short while, Zhang Yi successfully located the entrance to the fuel storage room. Despite the seemingly spacious front of the gas station, the rear area was relatively small, making the search for an entrance not particularly challenging. Using a crowbar, Zhang Yi pried open the iron door and illuminated the space with his miner's lamp. The sight before him took his breath away, for massive fuel tanks stood within the storage room, containing approximately 200 cubic meters of oil. At first glance, it was indeed a magnificent sight. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yi quietly stepped back outside to dissipate any static electricity from his body before daring to enter. At that moment, the gas station had ceased operations, and the interior was shrouded in darkness, with his miner's lamp illuminating the surroundings. Zhang Yi proceeded to seal off the oil pipelines above. He wrapped the pipeline openings with multiple layers of plastic sheets and cling film to prevent any leaks. Only then did he carefully transfer the 4 enormous tanks into his alternate space. Under normal circumstances, possessing these 3 tanks of gasoline and 1 tank of diesel would alleviate any future concerns he might have regarding fueling his vehicle. Wait a moment. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Zhang Yiling as he realized something of great significance. If I could utilize an excavator to unearth snow, does that not imply that I could similarly uncover other areas buried beneath the snow? This revelation meant that the entire world could transform into an immense treasure trove, perhaps even a trove solely for my own enjoyment. Zhang Yi's imagination soared, and upon grasping this notion, his heart swelled with joy. Beneath the blanket of snow lie numerous hidden treasures, all valuable and exquisite. With this newfound assurance, Zhang Yi no longer needed to fret about any shortages of supplies. The vast world was at his disposal. He climbed up the path forged by the excavator's tracks, emerging onto the snowy surface, and then mounted his snowmobile. Time was of the essence. Today's search would conclude here. As the snowmobile rolled out of the community, many residents peered through their windows, watching him intently. Without any direction from him, the neighbors had already gathered. However, Fang Yuqing was notably absent this time. She seemed to have come to the realization that Zhang Yi would no longer provide her with any sustenance. Yet Lin Canning remained undeterred, determined to attempt her luck once more. Zhang Yi did not cast a glance in her direction. Yesterday, we all worked hard to fend off those intruders. Today's provisions are a reward for your efforts. Let us adhere to the established rules for food distribution. He allocates food based on contributions. After all, the food supply is limited. When some take more, others inevitably receive less. In essence, those who contribute little should not expect to savor more than a few bites. Due to the incident involving the sniper rifle, the others harbor an increased sense of trepidation towards Zhang Yi, refraining from voicing their thoughts. Furthermore, they are aware that Zhang Yi has dispatched the most enemies. Li Changbin and Jiang Lei, having not been on duty the previous night, were only allotted a single portion of food each. When Zhang Yi mentioned one portion, it implied a lack of sufficient sustenance. Disappointment flickered across their faces. Li Changbin addressed Zhang Yi, saying, "Brother Zhang, are we to remain here waiting for them to arrive? We have no idea when that will be. You've already taken out over 10 of them. They must be too scared to approach. At this rate, how can we secure our rewards?" The young man exhibited a tendency towards impatience. Zhang Yi, stroking his nose, responded with a calm smile. "Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. I have only stated that for each enemy slain, 5 portions of food will be rewarded. However, I never implied that you must merely wait for them to attack." Li Chenbin and Jiang Lei's eyes brightened. "Do you mean to say that we can take the initiative? So, if we eliminate individuals from other buildings, can we exchange that for rewards?" The 2 individuals were exceedingly exhilarated, driven by an urgent need for sustenance, as well as an innate desire to showcase their prowess within the group, aspiring to become Zhang Yi's trusted confidants. After some contemplation, Zhang Yi realized that thus far, aside from the Tianhe gang and Building 26, no one had made a move against Building 25. However, one could not guarantee what the future held. Especially after Zhang Yi had revealed his snowmobile, surely more individuals in the community would set their sights on him. The suggestions from Jiang Lei and Li Chenbin piqued Zhang Yi's interest. These individuals had initially been summoned by Zhang Yi to serve as expendable assets. If they wished to court danger, he would not deter them. After all, the meager food they sought was of little value to Zhang Yi. A smile of approval spread across his face as he nodded, affirming, "Certainly. Currently, all those outside are adversaries, and eliminating them will ensure the safety of our collective." He continued, "Anyone from the other buildings, aside from our own, is fair game, and we shall exchange their resources for rewards." Yet, despite his declarations, the harsh external temperatures and heavy snowfall limited their options to the nearby buildings. Naturally, their first target would be the neighboring Tianhe gang in Building 26. Li Changbin and Jiang Lei erupted in jubilant cheers, while the expressions of the others varied, revealing their contemplations. It was evident that some were tempted by the prospect of acquiring additional food, for who would not yearn for more sustenance? Chapter 92. If you do not save my grandson, he shall perish. Zhou Kuo walked beside him, linking her arm with his, and whispered, "The atmosphere in the neighborhood feels somewhat off today." Zhou Kuo paused for a moment, then realized that Zhang Yi wished for his hands to be unrestrained. While at home it was manageable, outside, Zhang Yi was utterly unyielding. She continued, I can't shake the feeling that numerous eyes are watching us. It's an overwhelming sensation. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. It's not surprising. The appearance of a snowmobile is bound to incite jealousy in others. After all, we are in the South, where such a mode of transportation is exceedingly rare. With it, we can venture out in search of supplies, which signifies the possibility of survival. Who wouldn't wish to live? Zhou Ke expressed her concern. Do you think the residents of the other buildings might also launch an attack? I'm afraid it could become quite dangerous. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi surveyed their surroundings, and when he noticed no one was nearby, he lowered his voice and said, Aren't there plenty of cannon fodder available? Besides, no matter how capable they are, breaching our home would be akin to climbing the heavens. Zhou Ke remarked with a smile, but when people are pushed to their limits, one can never predict what they might do. Zhang Yi nodded, acknowledging, You make a valid point. As two individuals engaged in conversation, Zhang Yi instinctively glanced around, aware that their dialogue ought to remain private. However, this very glance led him to unexpectedly perceive a dark fissure at the periphery of his vision. At that moment, as he and Zhou Ke passed the 13th floor, a narrow gap appeared in the iron door of the stairwell, through which a blood-red eye fixated intently upon him. Who could it be? Zhang Yi's muscles tensed involuntarily. Despite his audacious nature, the suddenness of the situation instilled a sense of unease. With a startling bang, the stairwell door swung open, and a disheveled woman emerged, shrieking, brandishing a blood-stained kitchen knife aimed directly at his head. Ah! Zhou Ke gasped in terror. Zhang Yi swiftly propelled Zhou Ke to the side, and the force of his action caused his own body to tilt. The knife sliced through the air, narrowly missing its target. Yet, the woman, in a frenzy, continued her assault on Zhang Yi. In a split second, Zhang Yi instinctively rolled downward, tumbling down the staircase. With his thick clothing and a bulletproof vest beneath, he was unperturbed by the prospect of injury. After several flights of stairs, he finally stabilized himself and discerned the identity of the woman. It was the long-missing Aunt Lin. Unrelenting, Aunt Lin raised the knife high, her eyes, marred with veins of blood, burning with fury as she pursued him. Zhang Yi, I will make you pay for my grandson's life. Cursed old hag. Zhang Yi had already steadied his mind. With his right hand, he summoned a long and robust crowbar from an otherworldly space and struck downward with force. The staircase was narrow, leaving Aunt Lin no room to evade. She had no chance to use her small kitchen knife against Zhang Yi. Instinctively, she attempted to dodge, but the crowbar missed her head, instead crashing into her shoulder. Crack! Zhang Yi heard the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Her frail limbs were no match for such a blow. Aunt Lin was immediately toppled onto the staircase, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Yet, even in her weakened state, she clutched the bloodied knife tightly, her eyes glaring fiercely at Zhang Yi. Kill you. Avenge my grandson. Zhang Yi coldly gazed down at her and then raised the crowbar, bringing it down forcefully onto her hand. It was remarkable how fragile the human body could be in the frigid air. With that strike, 3 of her fingers were shattered, and the knife clattered to the ground. The members of the patrol team heard the commotion and rushed over to investigate. Zhang Yi stated icily, This old woman attempted to kill me. Upon hearing this, several individuals erupted in outrage, exclaiming, This old hag deserves to die. Brother Zhang is now the hope of our entire building. If she wishes to kill you, we might as well eliminate her. She's gone mad. Keeping her alive will only invite trouble. Indeed. Aunt Lin had long since lost her sanity, previously babbling nonsensically in the group, while a few dared not oppose Zhang Yi's wishes and obediently departed from the scene. Zhou Ke stood atop the staircase, her hands covering her mouth, a worried expression etched upon her face as she gazed at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you uninjured? Zhang Yi, pointing at Aunt Lin's head, coldly retorted, She could not possibly harm me. Aunt Lin defiantly raised her chin, her eyes glinting with venomous hatred as she glared at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you deserve to die. You are the one who killed my grandson. May you descend into the depths of hell. Zhang Yi did not hasten to retaliate. Instead, he calmly inquired, Your grandson was not slain by my hand. Why seek vengeance upon me? Aunt Lin's timing was astutely orchestrated. It was evident she had meticulously plotted this moment. Zhang Yi, engaged in conversation with Zhou Ke, had momentarily let his guard down, granting her the opportunity. Otherwise, given Zhang Yi's caution, he would have easily detected the issue with the door. At this moment, Zhang Yi sought to understand the motive behind this madwoman's assault. Aunt Lin glared at him fiercely, her teeth clenched, spitting venom as she raged like a rabid dog. My grandson was killed by you. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I long to drink your blood and devour your flesh, tearing you apart bite by bite. Zhang Yi maintained his calm demeanor. However, I do not recall having killed your grandson. Strictly speaking, I am still your benefactor. It was Chen Jinghao's men who caused your grandson's demise, and I aided you in eliminating Chen Zhenghao. You ought to express your gratitude. Lin Ma was momentarily taken aback, but her anger swiftly escalated upon realizing that Zhang Yi had a point. However, how could a woman, especially one as unreasonable as she, ever admit to being in the wrong? Stop pretending to be the good person here. My grandson was still alive at that time. He later succumbed to agony due to the lack of medical treatment. It was you who refused to lend me the medicine, that caused his death. You are the true culprit. Lin Ma spat vehemently, her eyes reddening with rage, resembling a fierce demon. Zhang Yi finally grasped the situation. Oh, so this is how you perceive it, he nodded, adding, but could there be a misunderstanding regarding this matter? He lowered his gaze to meet Lin Ma's hateful glare and softly remarked, in truth, I am quite stubborn in my words yet tender in my heart. How could I bear to witness a child suffer to death? He continued, that is why I went to your home to deliver medicine. Lin Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. You are spouting nonsense. No, I assure you I am not. I did visit your home. Think carefully. Oh, right. You were so preoccupied at that moment. You may have forgotten. Zhang Yi's eyes glimmered with a hint of regret. Because when I came by, you were busy eating. To be precise, you were gnawing on something. Your grandson, Lin Xiaohu, was actually still alive at that time. As long as he takes my medicine, he can live well. Yet, for reasons unknown, when I visited that day, I discovered that you had brutally taken his life. Zhang Yi's gaze darkened, and his tone grew chillingly indifferent. Aunt Lin's mental state had already been fragile, and hearing Zhang Yi's words sent her thoughts spiraling into chaos. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, for she recalled that after Lin Xiaohu's death, she had indeed been forced to take matters into her own hands to survive. No, it cannot be. Xiaohu was already dead at that time. It was you who caused his demise. Zhang Yi erupted into laughter, pointing at Zhou Kuer and declaring, if you don't believe me, you may inquire with Dr. Zhou. Was Lin Xiaohu truly beyond salvation? Aunt Lin, bewildered, turned her head towards the steps where Zhou Kuer stood. Upon seeing the sinister smile on Zhang Yi's face, a chill coursed through her. No wonder Zhang Yi did not directly kill Aunt Lin. Instead, he engaged her in conversation for so long. It became evident that he intended not only to bring about her death, but also to torment her psychologically, ensuring she perished in profound anguish. Zhou Kuo cast her gaze down at Aunt Lin and slowly nodded. Indeed, Lin Xiaohu had a chance to be saved. It was I who contacted Zhang Yi, and he agreed to deliver the medicine. However, you did not wait for him to arrive and mistakenly believed Lin Xiaohu was already dead, leading to the tragic fate of. Zhou Kuer could not bring herself to finish the sentence, finding it utterly repugnant. After all, Aunt Lin constantly proclaimed her boundless love for her grandson. Yet in the end, what had become of it? In her struggle for survival, she has resorted to consuming even the flesh of Lin Xiaohu, a deed that transcends the boundaries of humanity. She has sunk lower than even swine or dogs. Aunt Lin, in utter despair, concealed her face, wailing in anguish, no, it cannot be. This is not how it is. I had no knowledge that he was still alive. I believed him to be dead. She endured for an eternity, until the unbearable hunger compelled her to take action. At first, she reassured herself that she would consume only a morsel, just a little bit. Yet, as her hunger intensified, the satiation from the meat only heightened her appetite. Eventually, she gnawed on every bone of Lin Xiaohu. Suddenly, Zhang Yi shouted with glee, ha ha ha. So this is how it is. This is the esteemed grandmother of the Lin family, who, for a mere morsel, ruthlessly took the life of her own grandson. How does your grandson taste? You truly cherish him, don't you? Your son and daughter-in-law entrusted him to your care. Can you face them now? Aunt Lin's gaze became vacant as she clutched her head and emitted a pained wail. No, it is not like this. It is not like this. Indeed, it is. It is exactly this way. It is your doing. Aunt Lin lamented in her agony and despair, while Zhang Yi stood by, mockingly delivering the final blow. Zhou Kuer felt an icy chill. Someone like Zhang Yi should never be provoked. His capacity for tormenting others was truly terrifying. Suddenly, Aunt Lin let out a piercing scream and violently hurled herself against the wall. She had completely shattered, losing all hope of survival. For her, death seemed to be the ultimate release. However, at that critical moment, Zhang Yi chose to act as a savior. His kindness prevented him from watching his neighbor perish before his eyes. No, Zhang Yi shouted, and with a forceful kick, he sent Aunt Lin sprawling away. Thud! Aunt Lin fell to the side, rolling down the stairs to the lower level. With earnest gravity, Zhang Yi implored, Aunt Lin, one must look forward in life. Please don't despair. After all, you have sacrificed your grandson for your own survival. How will you face your entire family if you were to die? At that moment, Aunt Lin coughed up blood, unable to utter a single word, yet her eyes brimmed with a plea directed at Zhang Yi. Please, don't say any more. Nearby residents, drawn by the commotion, gathered to witness the spectacle. Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, come see. Aunt Lin is contemplating suicide. To survive, she murdered her own grandson, Lin Xiaohu, and consumed him entirely. What a testament to the ferocity of her will to live." Upon hearing this, the neighbors displayed expressions of utter revulsion. While some had resorted to heinous acts in their struggle for existence, none could fathom inflicting such atrocity upon their own kin. That was their ultimate moral threshold. Aunt Lin was under the scrutiny of those piercing gazes, her mental state deteriorating further. Blood gushed from her mouth in torrents. Her eyes filled with anguish and desperation. It was evident that her time was limited. She would succumb to the cold within half an hour at most. Zhou Kurer approached Zhang Yi, remarking, "Those blows were delivered with such force that they ruptured her internal organs." Frozen to death? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. How can one be so cruel? In this frigid weather, allowing her to perish in such a manner is intolerable. The neighbors gazed at Zhang Yi in astonishment. Could it be that he intended to spare Aunt Lin? Only Zhou Kurer, who truly understood Zhang Yi, cast him a resigned glance and asked, "What do you propose to do?" With a heavy sigh, Zhang Yi replied, "This elderly woman has endured so much throughout her life. Let her find warmth in her final moments." He reached into his clothing, feigning the act of retrieving something, while actually producing a bottle of alcohol from a different space. With a swift twist of the cap, he doused Aunt Lin with the liquid. As the neighbors comprehended Zhang Yi's intentions, they were rendered speechless yet found his actions strangely justifiable. After all, this was Zhang Yi, known for his mercilessness. Once the bottle of alcohol was emptied, Zhang Yi swiftly retreated, igniting a cigarette lighter and taking 2 puffs before tossing it towards her. In an instant, flames erupted fiercely. Soon, the stairwell echoed with harrowing screams. The other neighbors, terrified, hurriedly cleared a path for Zhang Yi, their eyes filled with dread. Chapter 94. As he languidly reclined on the sofa, Zhang Yi found himself enveloped in a comfortable stillness. Zhou Kurer entered the washroom and shortly emerged with a basin of warm water. With a gentle smile, she knelt before him, carefully removing the cotton socks from his feet, and tenderly began to wash them. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Were you startled just now?" Leaning back against the sofa, Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "Not particularly. Ever since the apocalypse, I have become desensitized to surprises. In these chaotic times, the most absurd events can transpire." He was clad in a police-issued bulletproof vest. Unless the elderly woman possessed the agility of a seasoned assassin capable of striking precisely at his neck, he remained unharmed. However, Zhang Yi was no mere inanimate object. He possessed the instinct to evade danger. "While I was away, did anything happen in the neighborhood? Particularly in the other buildings? Was there any commotion?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Kurer nodded slowly. "I was just about to mention that." Zhang Yi straightened slightly, his eyes glinting with curiosity and caution. "Oh, what occurred?" As she massaged the soles of his feet, Zhou Kurer spoke with a calm demeanor. "In that area, the person in charge now is my former patient, Chun Lingyu. She contacted me today, hoping I could facilitate a connection for you to accept her friend request. She mentioned there are matters she wishes to discuss with you." Zhang Yi's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of Chun Lingyu. It is a name that is quite unfamiliar to him. Although they reside in the same community, the Yulu neighborhood is quite expansive, stretching nearly 500 meters from north to south. His location, Building 25, and Building 9 are akin to the beginning and the end of a village, leaving little opportunity for interaction in daily life. "What could she possibly wish to discuss with me?" Zhang Yi inquired, scoffing lightly. "Cooperation? Nonsense. I am not lacking anything." While they can only wait idly for their fate within the confines of the building, what could they possibly offer for collaboration? Zhou Kurer lifted her head, a light smile gracing her lips. "So, you do not wish to speak with her then?" Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need to rush into it. Well, do tell me, what kind of person is she? And what is the situation like in their building?" Zhou Kurer conveyed the information she had gathered to Zhang Yi. Chen Lingyu, the proprietor of a beauty and cosmetics company valued at 200 million in Tianai City, was revealed to be operating a micro-business enterprise under the guise of a legitimate company. At 38 years of age, she possessed an above-average appearance and a commanding personality, embodying the essence of a formidable businesswoman. Zhou Kurer and Chun Lingyu's acquaintance blossomed from a prior visit to the First People's Hospital. Their relationship was somewhat superficial, akin to mere nodding acquaintances. As for the establishment known as Number 9, it was firmly under the control of Chun Lingyu and her subordinates. According to the intelligence Zhou Kurer had gathered, Number 9 was currently being managed quite effectively, with only 10 fatalities reported thus far. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi pinched his fingers thoughtfully and nodded, remarking on the remarkable capability of a woman managing an entire building during such tumultuous times. Indeed, Chun Lingyu possesses considerable prowess. He mused. Zhou Kuter sighed softly in agreement, acknowledging her adeptness in the realm of micro-business and pyramid schemes, which undoubtedly required a deft hand in persuasion. Zhang Yi chuckled lightly, declaring, now that is a ruthless individual. When cornered, she could turn against even her own family. He cautioned, one must never underestimate such a woman. Zhou Kuter nodded, expressing her own reservations about Chen Lingyu, noting the long lapse in their communication. It is rather unexpected for her to reach out to me today, seeking my assistance in relaying a message. Zhang Yi responded, this is hardly surprising. News of my possession of a snowmobile and my capability to venture out in search of supplies has undoubtedly spread. In this entire community, who does not harbor envy towards me? Who does not yearn to acquire my snowmobile? Zhou Kuter nodded. In that case, do you still wish to converse with her? Zhang Yi placed his hand beneath his chin, pondering for a few moments. Let's have a discussion. I am also curious about the intentions of the other units. At the very least, we must avoid provoking those individuals to the point of desperation. Otherwise, if the residents of the other 29 buildings turn against me, it would certainly not bode well. If Zhang Yi were to simply remain hidden within the confines of his abode, he need not fear them. However, he is acutely aware that the outside world is a vast treasure trove, and in the future, he must venture forth to gather various survival resources. Thus, it is imperative that he does not sever ties with the inhabitants of the other 29 buildings. As Zhang Yi savored the delicate massage administered by Zhou Kuter, he simultaneously opened his WeChat app. To his surprise, the number of friend requests had reached 99, a figure he had previously neglected to examine. For those who sought him out were predominantly in pursuit of supplies, and he could hardly be bothered to engage with them. Upon perusing the list of friend requests, the first name that caught his eye was Chen Lingyu, the president of Furong Group, dressed in a women's suit and a white shirt. With her arms crossed in a posture of poise, she wore an exaggerated smile, a quintessential profile of a micro-business operator. Just as he was about to accept her request, his gaze fell upon another familiar avatar. Business professionals typically employ personal photographs for their WeChat profiles, allowing Zhang Yi to instantly recognize the individual, Li Jian, the financial director of Walmart's South China region. His familiarity with Li stemmed from a company annual meeting, where he had seen him take the stage during a meal. Zhang Yi was also aware that they resided in the same community, yet their careers had not intersected, resulting in little contact between them. A glance at the timestamp of the friend request revealed that it had been sent at 10:30 this morning, shortly after Zhang Yi had departed from the community. It appeared that Li's intention in reaching out was due to a similar matter. Zhang Yi had a clear understanding of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to accept the friend requests of both individuals simultaneously, curious to discern the nature of their discussions and thereby gauge how to address the other 29 individuals. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Chen Lingyu from number 9. Currently, I am managing number 9 and would like to discuss something with you. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Li Jian from number 18. Thank you for accepting my friend request. I wish to represent the residents of number 18 to discuss matters of cooperation with you. Zhang Yi opened the chat window with Chen Lingyu. What would you like to discuss? No, I cannot. It is inconvenient for me. Let us keep it brief. Zhang Yi replied coldly. He was well acquainted with women involved in micro-businesses, knowing their tongues could flow like a torrent if given half a chance, conversing endlessly for days on end. Please, be straightforward. I lack the patience for unnecessary chatter. Chapter 95. Discussions on cooperation and attitude. Zhang Yi initially established his authority with Chen Lingyu, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, in room number 9, Chen Lingyu paced back and forth not out of nervousness, but rather to stave off the biting cold, moving about helped to warm her. She wore multiple layers of clothing, yet endeavored to maintain an air of elegance, even donning an outer coat adorned with a fox fur collar. Upon receiving Zhang Yi's frigid response, she inhaled sharply and muttered to herself, indeed, he is a formidable character. I must not be careless. Confronted by Zhang Yi, Chen Lingyu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, even fear. After all, the tales of Zhang Yi had spread far and wide. He single-handedly eradicated half of the residents in an entire building, armed with an array of weapons, including the terrifying sniper rifle. The various rumors had instilled deep trepidation in all who had heard his story. Chen Lingyu steadied her emotions and meticulously transcribed the countless drafts swirling in her mind. Mr. Zhang Yi, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you, and we have long wished for this encounter. I have learned that you possess a snowmobile, enabling you to venture forth in search of supplies. Thus, we at 9 hope to collaborate with you. Zhang Yi cast a dismissive glance, a smirk playing on his lips. Collaborate? What can you offer me? Cooperation necessitates a reciprocal exchange of conditions. You should be aware of that. Without hesitation, Chen Lingyu replied. Our group at 9 is relatively harmonious, having experienced minimal casualties. Therefore, we possess ample manpower. Now that you have a snowmobile, you can leave the community and explore the outside world." As she spoke, Qianlingyu's excitement grew palpable. "We can provide you with 76 individuals, the finest labor force available. The outside world lies beneath a blanket of snow, seemingly devoid of order. In other words, everything buried under the ice and snow belongs to whoever claims it. You have the means of transportation and weaponry, while I have family members who are ready to obey orders and execute tasks. Together, if we unite, we are bound to achieve greatness in the future." Zhang Yi dug into his ear, and although it sounded quite intimidating, it was all mere empty rhetoric. "I ask you, with so many people uncertain about how they will survive tomorrow, what progress can you possibly claim?" Qianlingyu swallowed hard. "Of course. This necessitates your assistance in gathering food to ensure our safety first. After that, regardless of the projects you wish to undertake, our people represent the finest labor force." Zhang Yi shook his head, having lost all interest. A leader of a pyramid scheme might deceive those desperate homeowners, but to deceive himself would be utterly pointless. "I find your words entirely unappealing. Farewell." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's remarks, Qianlingyu grew somewhat anxious. "You have become the object of envy within the entire community. All you need to do is provide us with food, and at the very least, we may remain neutral towards you. Surely, you do not wish for us to become your adversaries, do you?" After reading this remark, Zhang Yi's expression grew slightly serious. This was the response he had been hoping for. Why waste time on such futile discussions beforehand? Those cursed micro-businesses. Oh, so many residents are eager to turn against me. Are they? I find that hard to believe. I am living quite well. Who would dare to attack me? Zhang Yi probed cautiously. Qianlingyu recognized that Zhang Yi was testing her, yet to convey sincerity, she felt compelled to divulge some information. "Zhang Yi, you are an astute individual and should comprehend the adage of bearing a gem brings peril. The community houses thousands, all waiting in their homes to starve. Only you possess the ability to venture out on a snowmobile in search of sustenance. If you were in my position, would you not feel envy and resentment? The reason others have refrained from taking action lies in their careful consideration of advantages and disadvantages. However, it is merely a matter of time before they turn their attention to you. My demands are modest, as long as you can ensure our basic food requirements. The residents of our building will undoubtedly refrain from acting against you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. In a certain sense, this could be interpreted as a threat. "Oh, are you implying that if I do not acquiesce, you will launch an attack on us?" Zhang Yi's voice was icy, laced with murderous intent. Qianlingyu could not help but shudder, yet she quickly replied with firmness, "I trust you will not choose that path. Opposing us would yield no benefits, even if you were to emerge victorious." Her calmness stemmed from the considerable distance between buildings 25 and 9. Should Zhang Yi decide to lead an assault, he would effectively cut off his own retreat, and there was also the risk of being ambushed by residents of other units. "We merely seek some food. We have no other demands. With my capabilities combined with your strength, it would be no challenge for us to dominate the entire community," Qianlingyu proclaimed with fervor. A disdainful smile curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's lips. Qianlingyu gasped in frustration. This is a collaboration." Having concluded his thoughts, he was disinclined to continue the conversation with Qianlingyu and promptly closed the chat window. Zhang Yi placed his phone on his lap, beginning to ponder the potential developments of the situation. In truth, he harbored little concern for Qianlingyu. After all, she was merely one among many, and the notion of competing against him was scarcely a challenge. They remained blissfully unaware of the armament Zhang Yi possessed, the number of firearms and rounds at his disposal. Should they dare to confront him, a single assault rifle wielded by him, paired with his extraordinary marksmanship, would suffice to eliminate them all. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. Within this community, it was certain that more than just Qianlingyu entertained such thoughts. Across the other 29 buildings, many gazed enviously at his snowmobile, while some, driven by desperation and dwindling supplies, might even resort to risking their lives against him. Should they unite and launch a simultaneous assault on Building 25? Zhang Yi would find himself laboring tirelessly, his hands weary from the effort required to fend them off. He glanced up at the sanctum of his residence. Encased in a shell of aerospace-grade alloy, capable of withstanding artillery bombardment, even if the entire community were to converge upon him, they would undoubtedly fail to breach its defenses. The only way to pose a genuine threat would be to demolish Building 25, an unlikely scenario. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the feasibility of such an event. If the residents of the 29 buildings were to act in concert, the probability of success could indeed rise. However, the current power constraints rendered the use of high-capacity electrical appliances impossible, leaving them incapable of employing tools such as jackhammers or electric drills. It would require sheer human effort to dismantle an entire building. In the current environment of extreme low temperatures and a dire scarcity of food to provide energy, the likelihood of success is utterly unattainable. Given their present physical condition, even a brief venture outside would leave them utterly frozen, let alone possessing the strength to demolish walls. Chapter 96. Should they be exterminated? After considerable contemplation, Zhang Yi arrived at a gratifying conclusion. As long as he remained steadfast within Building 25 and refrained from venturing out, utilizing the firepower at his disposal and the fortitude of his safe haven, even if the occupants of the other 29 buildings banded together, they would be unable to pose any threat to him. In essence, in such a scenario characterized by an acute shortage of sustenance and frigid temperatures, merely stepping outside to face the biting wind constitutes a tremendous ordeal. 20 individuals could scarcely muster the strength to accomplish what one once could. My personal safety is assured. At worst, I could mount my motorcycle and break through the encirclement, engaging in guerrilla tactics with the weapons at my disposal, gradually wearing them down. However, this course of action is exceedingly cumbersome. How long must I continue to eliminate the inhabitants of the 29 buildings? Yet, if I refrain from their extermination, they will inevitably launch an assault against me. Zhang Yi pondered deeply within himself whether it would be more prudent to expend time and energy eliminating those who posed a threat to him within the community, or to contemplate alternative strategies. For the moment, he remained undecided. Casting a glance at his phone, he resolved to engage in conversation with Li Jian, curious to ascertain whether the other residents harbored similar sentiments. Upon opening the chat window with Li Jian, Zhang Yi chose not to initiate the dialogue, yet Li Jian, displaying remarkable initiative, promptly began to elucidate their circumstances. Mr. Zhang, I come to you with sincere intentions, hoping to collaborate in constructing a harmonious haven, a utopia amidst the apocalypse. Thus far, in Building 18, we have only suffered the loss of 5 elderly individuals who succumbed to complications arising from the extreme cold. Through judicious planning and equitable distribution of resources, we have coexisted in harmony. I believe this represents the most viable means of survival in these dire times, preserving the ember of human civilization and facilitating the reconstruction efforts following the snow disaster. At present, we find ourselves lacking in effective food sources. In the spirit of collaboration, we are prepared to offer manpower and resources to meet your various needs. Furthermore, we can assist in mediating relations with other buildings to prevent conflicts from arising. Upon hearing Li Jian's introduction, Zhang Yi felt considerably relieved. Truly, as the chief financial officer of a prominent conglomerate, his emotional intelligence far surpassed that of the micro-business owner. Chen Lingyu. His thoughts were articulated with clarity, the relationships of interest presented succinctly, and his tone was balanced, neither servile nor arrogant. However, what concerned Zhang Yi the most was the mention of the harmonious community. It had been over 20 days since the apocalypse had begun, yet not a single person had perished due to conflict. Zhang Yi glanced at Zhou Kuo, who was diligently massaging his feet. Kuo, are you aware of the situation in Building 18? Zhou Kuo pondered briefly before responding. I have heard some accounts. It is said that the leader of their building possesses considerable charisma. After the onset of the apocalypse, he united all the residents and implemented a unified distribution of supplies, enabling the vast majority to survive thus far. Zhang Yi remarked, indeed, as a CFO, one must not only understand management, but also how to maximize benefits. In truth, Li Jian's approach is the most rational. In other buildings, such as the one Zhang Yi resides in, Building 25, conflicts and internal strife have led to significant waste of resources. Theoretically, if an individual refrains from physical activity, including mental exertion, their energy consumption in a day is minimal. One meal would suffice. Li Jian is truly a talent. Zhang Yi reflected, but then added, yet, sustaining oneself in this post-apocalyptic world for the long term remains an impossibility. Li Jian's prowess lies in establishing order. Through his influence in Unit 18, he united everyone early on. Yet, what shall be done when faced with external aggression? Those accustomed to comfort may find themselves slaughtered by the likes of the Tiangang Gang or Qinjianghao. This mirrors the ancient Central Plains civilization, which frequently succumbed to nomadic tribes. Without the protection of military might, all tranquility and harmony are but illusions. Zhang Yi inquired, what will you do if I disagree? We uphold a spirit of amicable cooperation and extend an invitation for collaboration. Should you decline, I would be deeply regretful. However, this does not preclude the possibility of your views changing in the future, and I still look forward to opportunities for cooperation ahead. Why do you not choose to attack us at Unit 25? Or when launching assaults on other buildings, will you not consider joining? Our military strength is solely for self-defense. We do not initiate conflict. It is not that we lack capability, But rather that unnecessary internal strife can only lead to mutual destruction, Zhang Yi felt compelled to applaud him. Look at him, so clearly timid yet speaking with such righteous fervor. Li Jian is an astute individual. He understands that should Zhang Yi truly engage in conflict with others, they would gain little benefit even if they intervened. It is wiser to remain a spectator, waiting for the outcome of the struggle. If Zhang Yi were to falter, and the snowmobile fell into the hands of others, he could still seek alliances elsewhere. Please await my response. After Zhang Yi sent this message, he turned to his list of friend requests to seek out others. Previously, due to the overwhelming number of individuals wishing to add him as a friend for supplies, he had disregarded all requests. However, it now appeared that every resident in the community, from each building, yearned to converse with him and enlist his assistance in gathering resources. Indeed, Zhang Yi subsequently added several heads of other buildings. Their sentiments mirrored those of Qin Lingyu and Li Jian, both eager to collaborate with Zhang Yi and solicit his help in amassing supplies for their survival. Nevertheless, the conditions they could offer were exceedingly limited: only labor, women, and a promise to refrain from turning against him in times of conflict. The only distinction lay in the manner of their approach, whether cordial or otherwise. Reclining on the sofa, Zhang Yi gazed up at the ceiling, murmuring softly, "Now, there are but two choices, to fight or to negotiate. To fight would necessitate eliminating those who pose a threat to me. This is not an impossible task, yet it would consume an inordinate amount of time and ammunition. To eradicate the numerous residents across the 30 buildings of the community would deplete my stockpile of ammunition. The initial supplies obtained from the police station were hardly substantial, just over 1,000 rounds. This consideration is based on an ideal scenario. While I could potentially eliminate any attackers, should they choose to remain inside their buildings, I am hesitant to take the risk of entering. Furthermore, while I bear no psychological aversion to killing, I am not a deranged butcher. Most of the residents in the community harbor no significant animosity towards me. The thought of extinguishing their lives fills me with a sense of moral hesitation. Alas, it may even lead to my own mental unraveling." Zhang Yi massaged his temples, contemplating that annihilating the entire neighborhood was far from an ideal solution, as it would undoubtedly be excruciatingly complicated. Chapter 97. The attitudes of each building in the community. Listening to Zhang Yi's murmurs, Zhou Kuo felt a chill run down her spine. At that moment, the entire community remained oblivious to the fact that they were teetering on the precipice of hell, frantically oscillating between life and death, all hinging on Zhang Yi's whims. How fortunate I am to have chosen to follow him from the very beginning. In the heart of Zhou Kuo, an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within her. Suddenly, Zhang Yi turned his gaze toward Zhou Kuo, who was kneeling before him, and patted his thigh, beckoning her to approach. Zhou Kuo complied, settling onto his lap. The room was suffused with warmth, and as was customary at home, both individuals were clad in their sleepwear, sometimes donning merely their undergarments. Zhou Kuo had not brought any attire of her own. All was selected by Zhang Yi, which naturally dictated her style according to his preferences. For instance, the ensemble she wore at that moment was a set of black lace sleepwear, the kind that exuded allure. Beneath the sheer fabric, her fair abdomen and expanses of delicate, snowy skin were revealed. The material below was scant, barely concealing her form. Sitting upon Zhang Yi's lap, the delightful sensation from her perfectly shaped posterior brought him immense pleasure. Zhang Yi drew her slender waist into his embrace and playfully nibbled her ear, prompting Zhou Kuo's cheeks to flush crimson and her breath to quicken. "Kuo," he inquired, "from your perspective, should I confront them or negotiate?" Zhou Kuo had initially presumed Zhang Yi was intent on serious matters, only to realize he was seeking her opinion. While this too constituted a form of seriousness, she felt a twinge of regret yet was pleased that he valued her thoughts. With a glimmer of mischief in her eye, she responded, "If you choose to battle, can you withstand the onslaught from the residents of the other 29 buildings?" "Indeed, I foresee no issues," he replied. Zhang Yi spoke with an air of confidence, though a hint of uncertainty lingered in his heart. He possessed a 99 assurance, yet the remaining 0.01 left him unsettled. After all, he could not guarantee that within the other 29 buildings, there were no individuals harboring explosives capable of collapsing an entire structure. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence was akin to the chance of a meteor falling from the sky and striking his home. There was little he could do about it. Zhou Kuo's eyes brimmed with astonishment. She had anticipated that Zhang Yi would declare the task impossible, yet she was taken aback by his affirmative response. After all, he had never divulged the extent of his weaponry and resources to her. Nevertheless, Zhou Kuo quickly reminded herself that Zhang Yi was endowed with extraordinary abilities, rendering anything possible in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, she continued her inquiry. "If negotiations were to transpire, Would you then be required to provide the living information of everyone in the entire community? Zhang Yi erupted into hearty laughter. Zhou Kuer immediately interjected. That is certainly out of the question. The entire community, assuming 50 residents per building, comprises at least 1,500 individuals. To manage the sustenance of so many, one can only imagine the vast amount of resources required. To place such a burden solely upon you is utterly unreasonable. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. That is not how the calculations work. Their proposals will undoubtedly be inflated, awaiting my negotiation to lower them. Furthermore, do not be misled into believing that this group is composed of admirable individuals. Anyone capable of controlling an entire building surely harbors their own clique. They have acquired supplies, which they prioritize for their own people. A flicker of profound light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. As for the others, they are merely reserves. Is it necessary for them to squander food on the reserves? Zhou Kuer found Zhang Yi's reasoning quite compelling and nodded. Nevertheless, providing for the resources of 30 buildings alone presents a significant challenge. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Therefore, I must extricate myself from this predicament. The alternative would be to eliminate them all, a convoluted and troublesome process that might carry a hint of danger. After all, I would have to leave this building and confront them outside. He rubbed his temples. Tell me, is there any way for me to rid myself of these nuisances without the hassle of eliminating them entirely? Zhou Kuer, deep in thought, pondered seriously. Zhang Yi offered a gentle massage to her layer of soft flesh, aiding her contemplation. After a long while, Zhou Kuer helplessly remarked, this problem is unsolvable. To them, you are their sole hope. If you do not assist them, they will undoubtedly come for your life. There is, however, a theoretical notion, though it is impractical. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what notion? Zhou Kuer chuckled, saying, while evasion may be shameful, it is indeed effective. If you leave this community and relocate elsewhere, you would be free from them, wouldn't you? Zhang Yi stared wide-eyed at Zhou Kuer. Initially, he found her remarks utterly ludicrous, even perplexing. Leave the safety of the refuge he had painstakingly constructed? Yet, a sudden thought flickered in his mind. Could he possibly incorporate the safe house into his own space and carry it away? Zhang Yi had previously attempted to retrieve larger items, but they had to meet a specific criterion of existing independently. His safe house was intricately embedded within the framework of the building. To remove it would necessitate dismantling. But how could he accomplish that? With what tools? If it were feasible to disassemble, he believed those scoundrel neighbors of his would have done so long ago. This notion, though audacious and exceedingly challenging, invigorated Zhang Yi's imagination. Perhaps, given the right circumstances in the future, he could explore this possibility. However, at present, it was clearly not a viable option. Zhou Kuer, observing Zhang Yi's contemplative expression, couldn't help but chuckle. I was merely speaking off the cuff. You don't actually believe that, do you? Zhang Yi gazed at her, smiling as he playfully pinched her firm cheek. Then what do you propose we do? Zhou Kuer pouted. I have no idea. Zhang Yi, with a profound gaze, replied. Let us not rush. We shall wait and see. After all, time is on our side, and we hold the advantage. At present, the only source of trouble for Zhang Yi lies in the potential alliance of the other 29 buildings. However, amidst the apocalypse, human interactions have devolved into a web of intrigue and deceit. Within a single community of 30 buildings, various factions have emerged, each embodying distinct civilizations. Zhang Yi, alongside the Tianhe gang and the Wolf Pack, has resorted to force and bloodshed to assert dominance. In contrast, Chun Lingyu employs brainwashing and hypnosis to control the inhabitants of one building, while Li Jian has established a harmonious abode devoid of conflict through scientific management. The ideologies of these myriad organizations are wholly incompatible, and mutual suspicion looms, as any faction could easily transform into a foe. Hence, forging a coalition proves to be a formidable challenge. Zhang Yi resolves to remain vigilant, observing their movements before determining his course of action. After all, the initiative lies firmly in his grasp. With a plethora of firearms and exceptional marksmanship at his disposal, he feels unperturbed by the prospect of a mass confrontation. Chapter 98. Establishing authority. Zhang Yi is resolute in his decision to remain a passive observer. Yet, he is acutely aware that others may soon be unable to restrain themselves and may seek to confront him. He is equipped with a police helmet for head protection and dons a bulletproof vest. However, as he glances towards his legs, a frown creases his brow. Although protected by his vest, he lacks bulletproof trousers. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi devises a plan. He retrieves a bulletproof vest from the alternate space and hands it to Zhou Kuer. Is this for me? She inquires, her excitement palpable. Please help me unravel its threads. I intend to make use of it. Zhang Yi remarked. while Zhou Kuer pouted her small mouth in disappointment. Nevertheless, she dutifully accepted the bulletproof vest and used scissors to sever the threads on both sides. The threads of the vest were remarkably resilient, crafted from special materials designed to withstand immense impact. After considerable effort, Zhou Kuer finally managed to dismantle the bulletproof vest, transforming it into two separate fabric pieces. Zhang Yi took it, measured it against his leg, and nodded in satisfaction. Wrapping it around his leg and donning an outer layer of cold-resistant clothing, he mused, "Is this not akin to bulletproof trousers? After all, there are major arteries in the legs. Negligence is not an option." Once he had prepared his gear, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and concluded that he could not allow the residents of the building to grow too complacent. It was essential to instill a sense of urgency in them, prompting them to venture out and seek confrontation. After all, Zhang Yi had initially organized them to serve as cannon fodder, not to be coddled. Thus, he sent a message in the homeowners group, informing everyone of the current predicament. All members of 25 family, we are currently facing a grave crisis. Someone is attempting to seize our food. Certain nearby apartment buildings, envious of our resources, have threatened me verbally, claiming that if I do not distribute our provisions, they will launch an assault on our building. As soon as this message was conveyed, the homeowners group erupted in commotion. The prospect of other buildings coveting their supplies was met with fierce resistance. They would not acquiesce. Damn, what are those bastards thinking? If they have the gall, let them go find their own. We shall fight with unwavering resolve, vowing to protect our sustenance. Not a single grain shall be surrendered. Indeed, we have Zhang Yi on our side. If conflict arises, can we truly fear them? Yet, there are voices of concern. However, our building currently houses only 30 to 40 individuals. If the other buildings unite in an assault against us, can we genuinely withstand such a siege? This indeed presents a formidable challenge. Might we engage in dialogue with them, persuading them to refrain from attacking us? Do you truly believe that is feasible? Everyone is desperately striving for food. Who would entertain reason? What shall we do then? We must act decisively, for even the absence of sustenance leads to death. The neighbors are embroiled in a cacophony of outrage. They are filled with righteous indignation, yet a palpable fear lingers within most hearts. To oppose the entirety of our community's other units would mean confronting over 1,000 individuals. Is that not akin to courting death? At this juncture, Zhang Yi timely dispatched a message. The current state of affairs is well known. Heavy snow has engulfed various low-rise structures, including the majority of grocery stores. Thus, procuring supplies has become exceedingly arduous and reliant on fortune. Outside, there are thousands. Should we relinquish our provisions to them, we would find ourselves bereft of sustenance. I, Zhang Yi, harbor no desire to offend them. In any case, my own supplies can sustain me for several more days. Hence, the course of action lies in your hands. Will you reserve the food for yourselves, or offer it to them in exchange for security? The decision rests with you. Zhang Yi's proposition was akin to holding a gun to someone's head, demanding to know whether they wished to live or die, leaving no real choice. The neighbors, upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, recognized that they were cornered. Without sustenance, death was inevitable. Perhaps engaging in a struggle might afford them a glimmer of survival. I grasped the gravity of the situation. Thus, I resolved to confront them. This food rightfully belongs to us. Why should we relinquish it to them? Let them perish if they must. How despicable it is for those who lack the capability to procure food to covet what belongs to others. Such individuals repulse me to my core. Seeing that emotions were running high, Zhang Yi proclaimed, "All right, we cannot allow them to underestimate us. We must demonstrate our strength. This evening, Li Changbin and Jiang Lei, you shall lead a charge into Unit 26. The remnants of the Tianhe gang are few. Eliminate them. This serves to avenge our fallen kin and to send a warning to the other residents." Li Changbin replied, "Understood, Brother Zhang." Jiang Lei echoed, "Yes, Brother Zhang." Zhang Yi continued, "As for me, I have toiled outside all day and am rather fatigued. I shan't accompany you this time, but I assure you, I shall next time." Li Changbin responded, "Brother Zhang, we appreciate your efforts today." Jiang Lei added, "Brother Zhang deserves the utmost credit. We cannot let him shoulder all the burdens, wouldn't you agree?" The neighbors chimed in, "Indeed, indeed." Zhang Yi concluded, "Very well, my brothers, off you go." After finishing with the neighbor, Zhang Yi comfortably discarded his phone and lifted Zhou Kuer into his arms. Zhou Kuer let out a delighted scream. An hour later, Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while Zhou Kuer, wearied yet content, rested her head against his chest, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Ding dong. A WeChat message chimed. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and discovered it was from Jiang Lei. "Brother Zhang, those veterans from the Tianhe gang are proving to be rather formidable." Zhang Yi smirked. "Of course it's tough. If it were easy, I would have stormed in there with a gun and taken them all out by now. The members of the Tianhe gang were laborers, strong and resilient, accustomed to wielding various tools. Moreover, their extensive experience with construction allowed them to adeptly utilize the terrain. Given that Zhang Lei and his crew were charging in against a prepared Tianhe gang, they were bound to suffer significant losses. However, they were merely cannon fodder. Zhang Yi felt no sorrow for their demise, and even found a hint of amusement in the situation, as most of these scoundrels were the ones who had previously taken a share of his meat soup. Feigning concern, Zhang Yi inquired, "What about our casualties?" Zhang Lei replied, "We lost 8 men, but managed to take down only 3 of theirs." Zhang Yi was quite satisfied with this outcome. The Tianhe gang had already dwindled in numbers, and with 3 of their toughest fighters gone, Huang Tianfeng was rapidly becoming a lone wolf. Chapter 99. Ambush. Zhang Yi asked with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Jiang Lei was taken aback by Zhang Yi's inquiry about his condition and quickly replied, "I merely wiped it. There's nothing to worry about." Zhang Yi immediately responded with a tone of indignation. "Those scoundrels from the Tiangang gang nearly harmed one of our key members." He continued, "Jiang Lei, you needn't report for duty tomorrow. Take a day to rest." Subsequently, he addressed the group. "Everyone performed remarkably well tonight. Tomorrow, we shall reward our efforts. Those who participated in the assault on the Tiangang gang will receive a minimum of 2 portions of food. Jiang Lei, having valiantly sustained an injury, serves as an example for all, thus deserving a day of rest. Moreover, he shall be granted an extra large serving of braised pork rice." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's encouraging words, the neighbors were filled with excitement. Although they had lost 8 members, they had grown numb to such losses. What mattered most was that tomorrow they would have a guaranteed double portion of food. The envy was palpable for Jiang Lei, who would indulge in braised pork rice at such a time. Even if they had ingredients, they lacked the seasonings to prepare a proper meal, and they were reluctant to ignite a fire. They had grown accustomed to whatever was available, having nearly forgotten the taste of braised pork rice. Zhang Yi was formidable. They cheered. Indeed, it was wise to align with Zhang Yi. There would be meat to savor. Frustration simmered within many for having missed out on the spoils. They resolved that the next serving of braised pork rice would undoubtedly be theirs. A renewed determination to fight harder took root in their hearts. The following morning, Zhang Yi donned his comprehensive gear, feeling reassured as he stepped out of his home. He intended to explore some renowned large shopping malls and hotels nearby, searching for items that might prove useful. Climbing out of the 4th-floor window, he noticed a vast expanse of snow, now deeply indented and stained with patches of crimson. Zhang Yi allowed himself a brief moment of reflection before summoning all his focus to discreetly retrieve his snowmobile, setting off towards the outskirts of the community. As the engine roared to life, a familiar sensation enveloped him, the feeling of being observed. Though he could not discern the faces behind the myriad windows, he instinctively sensed the gaze of many upon him. Zhang Yi raised his head, his cold eyes sweeping across the towering edifices. These individuals might soon become adversaries, potentially meeting their demise at his hands. However, as his gaze passed over one particular building, an unsettling intuition gripped him. The conspicuous 21 emblazoned on the wall caught his attention, and it was only in its presence that a profound sense of disquiet began to stir within him. 21. The Wild Wolves Gang. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before his expression hardened with intensity. What exactly felt amiss? The location of the wolf pack, designated as 21, is not far from their building. However, up until now, despite being aware that Zhang Yi possesses a substantial amount of supplies and a snowmobile, they have yet to take any action against him. In the past, Zhang Yi believed their caution stemmed from fear of him. Yet, upon reflection, this behavior seems exceedingly peculiar. No matter how cautious they are still a group of impassioned youths in their 20s. It is inconceivable that they would remain indifferent to the allure of a snowmobile. What is most astonishing is that other building owners in the vicinity have approached Zhang Yi to discuss potential collaborations, while the members of the wolf pack have not made any contact with him from the very beginning. This is highly unusual, indeed alarmingly so. In Zhang Yi's estimation, their conduct can only be interpreted in one manner. The silent dog is the fiercest, and they likely intend to launch a stealthy attack. Zhang Yi felt the reassuring weight of the handgun in his pocket and recalled the array of fully loaded firearms in the alternate space, which brought him a sense of security. He swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent urgent messages to Uncle Yu and Zhou Ke, advising them to secure their doors and remain vigilant against potential assaults from other residents in their building. After tucking the phone back into his coat to shield it from the cold, Zhang Yi started the snowmobile and drove forward. As he reached the edge of the community, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, the snow on the ground erupted in a flurry. Then, a door panel stood upright, blocking the path of Zhang Yi's vehicle. He had no time to brake and hastily turned the steering wheel. Bang! The motorcycle skidded and collided with the door panel, sending two individuals flying into the snow. It turned out that these two had concealed themselves beneath the snow, employing a rope to bind the door panel as a makeshift trap. Unfortunately, the panel was too flimsy to impede Zhang Yi. Instead, it was hurled away. This served as a stark reminder that one should not recklessly emulate the antics seen on television. Realization dawned upon Zhang Yi that he had fallen into an ambush. Without a moment to contemplate, 7 or 8 figures emerged from the snow, brandishing weapons and charging towards him with fierce cries. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, the frigid air sharpening his focus. He swiftly retrieved his firearm from his pocket, but before he could disengage the safety, they were upon him. With precision, Zhang Yi raised his weapon and fired. Bang, bang, bang. For an ordinary person, such close proximity to danger would likely spell disaster, even with a gun in hand. However, Zhang Yi possessed remarkable marksmanship and an acute spatial awareness, ensuring that none of his shots went astray. In 3 swift rounds, he eliminated 3 of his assailants, each bullet finding its mark with deadly accuracy. Before he could catch his breath, more adversaries armed with machetes approached within mere meters of him. Their blades were raised high, descending towards Zhang Yi in a lethal arc. In that critical moment, he pivoted the muzzle of his gun. Just as their weapon was about to strike, Zhang Yi aimed directly at the man's head, nearly forcing the barrel into his mouth. The assailant's body froze, words caught in his throat. But before he could utter a sound, bang! With a single shot, a gaping hole appeared in his skull. This horrifying scene rendered the other few individuals charging forward utterly paralyzed with fear. They had never encountered someone so ruthlessly proficient with a firearm. 1 shot, 1 kill. And in an instant, he had dispatched 4 of them. Could he possibly be a half-human, half-ghost entity, the unrivaled marksman Yin Shuangying? Zhang Yi offered them no respite. He raised his weapon and fired again, claiming 2 more lives with 2 swift shots. As he observed their desperate struggle to flee through the snow, he hesitated for a moment, contemplating their backs as they crawled along the icy ground. Suddenly, he changed his mind. He bit down on the gun and revved the motorcycle, pursuing them. The few figures in the snow could scarcely run. It was more accurate to say they were dragging themselves forward. At that moment, the roar of the motorcycle pierced the air, sending chills down their spines, causing some to soil themselves in terror. Zhang Yi caught up with the last individual, colliding directly with him. Half of the man's body was sprawled in the snow as Zhang Yi's motorcycle overturned his upper half, then mercilessly began to crush him. What does it feel like to have over 400 kilograms of man and machine roll over you? The individual emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His spine was shattered, the motorcycle traversing his back, then his head. The few ahead, upon hearing that agonizing cry, turned ashen, gritting their teeth and desperately pushing forward, as if a malevolent spirit were in hot pursuit. Chapter 100, a swift execution. Although he was cushioned by snow beneath him, the weight of over 400 kilograms pressing down caused him to spit blood. Zhang Yi retaliated with a shot, ending his suffering, and then continued his pursuit at a leisurely pace. He yearned to uncover the origins of these individuals who sought to harm him. If they wished to inflict pain, they must be prepared to pay the price. The direction in which several of them fled resembled that of the territory of the Wolf Gang, specifically number 21. At that moment, on the 7th floor of Building 21, the gang leader Wang Chong and his deputy Xiao Lu watched the unfolding scene with hearts heavy with regret. They had meticulously prepared for this robbery for many days, having thoroughly investigated Zhang Yi's route and schedule, even dispatching 10 subordinates to lay an ambush. What they believed to be an infallible plan was thwarted by Zhang Yi's exceptional marksmanship, as well as the abundance of ammunition he possessed. Not only had they failed to eliminate Zhang Yi and seize his snowmobile, but they had also suffered significant losses, prompting Zhang Yi to advance upon them. Now, they faced a grave predicament. Wang Chong ordered, "Quickly gather everyone at the entrance and set up traps. Be cautious of his firearm." Xiao Lu nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, our preparations in the corridor are thorough. If he dares to enter, we shall eliminate him right here. The outcome will be the same regardless." Though their words were filled with bravado, their feet instinctively retreated in unison, wary of appearing at the windows. They understood that Zhang Yi was armed and possessed a sniper rifle, a formidable weapon. To show themselves would be tantamount to courting death. In the 21st building, the members of the Wolf Pack were as tense as if facing an imminent threat, all hiding in the corridor, silently praying that Zhang Yi would not storm in. Outside, Zhang Yi, unhurried yet relentless, continued to pursue the remaining few members of the Wolf Pack. As he moved forward, he effortlessly dispatched one foe with a single shot. The last one, desperate, dashed toward the entrance of the 21st building, but before he could reach it, The roar of Zhang Yi's motorcycle echoed ominously in his ears. Glancing at the darkened room ahead, Zhang Yi sensed the ambush that awaited him. Opting against using his firearm, he instead drew forth the Damascus steel hunting knife he had acquired earlier. This blade, designed for hunting beasts, was exceptionally sharp. However, Zhang Yi had yet to use it against a human. With a swift motion, the knife glided across the man's throat, the sensation surprisingly smooth. The sound of blood splattering resembled the whisper of the wind, and a head soared high before crashing to the ground. Within the confines of the 21st building, the hidden members of the wolf pack watched in horror as this unfolded, chills running down their spines. All 10 of their dispatched brothers had met their demise at the hands of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi parked the snowmobile and dismounted, retrieving the severed head from the ground and tossing it into the 4th-floor room. The head rolled a few times before coming to rest, its vacant eyes staring blankly at those inside. A heavy silence enveloped the room as the wolf pack members felt a chilling dread. They understood that should Zhang Yi enter with his weapon drawn, it would surely result in a fierce battle, one that would claim many lives among them. Zhang Yi stood outside number 21, refraining from stepping inside. He was uncertain of what lay within, yet he was certain of the traps and ambushes that awaited. A gentleman does not place himself beneath precarious walls. He would not willingly put himself in peril. However, he felt a twinge of excessive leniency towards the members of the wolf gang for letting them go. At that moment, the sound of gunfire startled everyone in the residential complex, including those in number 25. Uncle Yu and Li Bin were on duty, hastily arming themselves and rushing to Zhang Yi's aid. Uncle Yu, filled with rage, inquired sharply. Zhang Yi cast a glance at them and replied coolly, "They lay in ambush for me outside, and I eliminated them all." The path from the exterior of the complex to number 21 was strewn with 10 lifeless bodies, drenched in blood, a sight both gruesome and jarring. Uncle Yu bellowed in fury, "These wretched fiends are utterly insidious." He turned to the others and warned, "Should anything happen to Zhang Yi, our supplies will be cut off, and we shall all be doomed." The group, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Yi's expression was exceptionally grave. His mood was exceedingly poor, indeed. He harbored no fear of ambush, for in this apocalyptic world, such occurrences were inevitable. Moreover, he was thoroughly prepared, adorned in gear and equipped with an assault rifle within his space. Indeed, a mere 20 individuals posed no threat to him. However, his anger stemmed from the realization that someone among the residents on the 25th floor must have tipped off the members of the Mad Wolf gang. The rationale was easily discernible. Zhang Yi, for reasons of safety, maintained an unpredictable schedule, deliberately avoiding predictability to thwart any attempts against him. The notion of a premeditated ambush was entirely implausible. The frigid conditions made it impossible to remain concealed in the snow for more than half an hour, regardless of how thick one's clothing might be. Yet today, those individuals had fortuitously laid in wait for him amidst the snow. Such extraordinary coincidences did not occur without reason. It was evident that an insider was aware of his departure and had informed the Mad Wolf gang. Zhang Yi felt no rage of betrayal, for he recognized that his neighbors were not paragons of virtue. If the incentive were sufficient, they would readily turn against him without a second thought. He merely wished to eliminate the informant. Yet, within the entire building, nearly every resident was capable of such treachery, leaving him uncertain of the culprit's identity. Given this predicament, he resolved to treat all with equal scrutiny. The wolf pack of 21 stands resolutely on guard. A direct assault would undoubtedly incur countless casualties. Zhang Yi, indifferent to the outcome, prefers to let them tear each other apart. After all, he feels no sorrow for the demise of either side. His cold gaze swept across the crowd, instilling a palpable fear among them. However, they were also acutely aware that the sensation of being ambushed was far from pleasant. After a brief silence, Zhang Yi spoke with an air of detachment. "The people of 21 have taken action against me. Should I fall, none of you shall survive. Their intent to eliminate me is tantamount to a desire to annihilate you." He asserted that such adversaries must be eradicated entirely. "Uncle Yu, accompany me on this mission. The remainder will be led by Li Qingbin as we formally initiate our offensive against 21. For every enemy slain, I shall reward 10 portions of sustenance." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's promise, many were stirred. Numerous individuals who had lacked the opportunity to prove themselves the previous night felt a twinge of regret. Yet, dissent arose. Is it truly wise to advance now? They are undoubtedly preparing for our retaliation. If we must go, it would be wiser to wait until nightfall. Zhang Yi cast a glance at a Mediterranean gentleman named Guo Dehai, who had voiced the concern. He then pointed to Uncle Yu, stating, "Moreover, Uncle Yu is our main force. It is best for him to remain for a vigorous assault." The assembly, upon hearing Guo Dehai's remarks, found them quite reasonable and began to murmur in agreement. Indeed, even for the sake of vengeance, It would be more prudent to launch a surprise attack under the cover of darkness. Was Zhang Yi not consumed by righteous fury? He needed to maintain his composure. Uncle Yu, with his formidable combat prowess, should serve as the primary force on the front line.